Chapter 451 Draw a salary from the bottom of the pot. The close battle of the building transaction went very smoothly. His 2 billion yuan has been put in place, and Manhai Bank and 5 other financial institutions have all prepared 2 billion yuan. However, Xiao Feng was not in a hurry to transfer the money to the company's account. After all, if you request it 1 day earlier, you will have to pay 1 day's interest earlier. So he is not in a hurry to withdraw the money. Anyway, the contract has been signed and the credit has been approved. It doesn't matter when to mention it. However, his own 2 billion has already been placed in the intermediate account designated by the management committee, and he is only waiting for the final transfer procedure of the Housing Management Office. After the taxation is done, the Housing Management Office handles the transfer of the account on the same day, and other money must be transferred to the supervision account on the same day. After the transfer procedures of the Housing Management Office are completed, the Management Committee over the can withdraw the money from the supervised account. Such a large transaction involves government departments, and Xiao Feng is not worried that the other party will use tricks, but he still has to go through the normal process that should be followed. This transaction has basically consumed all his working capital. Fortunately, the famous chef manufactures this enterprise, which can now bring him a large amount of cash flow every day. More than 30 self-operated branches can bring him about 400,000 yuan in income on the open account every day, but on the dark account, if you add the cost of beef and the cost of the secret ingredient, his daily net profit can be reached 1 million. The cash flow of the ingredient package factory is also continuous, because the branches are also very popular, and they can borrow food package orders from all over the country almost every day. This piece can contribute more than 3 million net profits every day. Wang Gongcai would also get only a portion of the marinated meat from his side every day. Of course, this amount of money is not very eye-catching compared to the shop made by his famous chef, as for buying foreign wines and high-end caviar overseas. Such products are not popular products after all. Although they can be sold at high prices every time, they are not like daily sales. The profit return period is relatively long, so it is currently possible to give him a source. Only celebrity chefs make this business that continuously provide cash flow. Xiao Feng also thought to himself that in the future, he must expand a few more sources of financial resources and supplement his income. But it was precisely because of the support of this cash flow that he dared to prepare with great fanfare for the renovation of the Zhangluo building, 2 68-story buildings. In addition, there is a 6-story commercial complex with more than 400 flat surfaces in the middle of the 2 buildings. The cost of decoration alone would cost hundreds of millions. However, considering that he may face the financial pressure of returning bank interest in the future, Xiao Feng and several company leaders decided to adopt the model of segmented decoration after discussing with the leaders of several companies. To put it bluntly, if you have money, you can decorate the most needed part first, and the other parts can be postponed. At present, the primary task is, of course, the decoration of the group headquarters made by celebrity chefs. As for the hotels and commercial complexes downstairs, as well as Xiao Feng's private sky villas upstairs, they can all be put in the back. As soon as I negotiated with a few leaders about the decoration, I received a call from Manager Zhang of the Management Committee. The third-party assessment agency entrusted by the taxation site has already determined, the assessment price has been released, and the taxation aspect has also been organized and discussed. Deed tax is definitely more expensive than ordinary real estate tax, so he gave a few options, either a discount or choose to pay in installments. Xiao Feng thought that it was still a good deal to pay in installments. After all, he is under heavy financial pressure, so he chose to pay in installments. Mr. Zhang was also very satisfied. The matter was settled. He quickly prepared the remaining funds and went to handle the transfer in 2 days. Xiao Feng quickly agreed. As soon as he was about to call several banks to make an appointment for withdrawal, the door of his office was knocked open from the outside with a slam. Xilin rushed in with a pale face, followed by Zhu Jing. He thanking Xia Hongdao, and the faces of several people were very ugly. Xiao Feng was very surprised. "What's the matter, Mr. Xiao? Things may change. Look at this." Xilin pushed a tablet computer, and Xiao Feng saw that it was a popular video software. It was a short video that broke the news, and the characters in the screen were blurred. "What I Want to Break the News" is made by 20. This fast food restaurant is an internet celebrity Chinese fast food restaurant that has only rapidly emerged in China in recent years. It has always been known for its delicious taste and good quality at low prices. But this shop is really like you think. Is it so clean? Please look back. This is a video we secretly filmed. You can see how the staff at the back chef operates when the food packages are shipped. Because the transportation is unreasonable, many food packages are glued and frozen together. It froze very hard and became a big chunk. Xiao Feng's face became colder as he watched. Although he didn't say it clearly, it was already obvious. This is because someone is discrediting their famous chefs. In order to be able to quickly remove the single piece of cooking bag, we can see the clerk throwing the large frozen piece of the cooking bag onto the ground and jumping on it to step on it. Although it is separated by the plastic packaging, this is also a serious violation. Hygienic operation process. And in the process, they use microwave heating mode. The undercover agent in the video always talked a lot. Although the words are vaguely vague, normal people can see that this is discrediting the manufacture of celebrity chefs. It is not only the problem of cooking bags, but also other common black materials on the market. A lot. In a short while, Zhu Jing's phone number was blown up. All franchisees from all over the country called from each other, asking about what happened, and which branch did it happen. Zhu Jing waited for a few leaders to be overwhelmed, and constantly explained to the other party that they had just learned the situation and were also looking into which store had the problem. The most feared thing about opening a fast food chain is this situation. Once someone deliberately spills dirty water on you, it will definitely affect the normal operation of the business. Originally, everyone's business is doing well and the money is beautiful. Suddenly, such a scandal broke out. Those franchising bosses really want to take off the skin of the troubled boss. His illegal operation will affect the profits of other franchise store owners across the country. Those bosses have no channels to find out who is doing the problem, so they can only call Zhu Jing's side. You are the head office, and you charge the initial fee, so you can't leave it alone, right? The next thing that makes people even more troublesome is that Xilin and Zhu Jing, as well as Tan King, have received many calls from news media one after another. Some are coming for interviews, and some are asking them what they think. The flagship store for a while. Here is a mess of porridge. Xiao Feng has been going smoothly since he started this business. This is the first time he has encountered this kind of thing. He knows that he must have been put together, but how to resolve it specifically, he is really a bit blinded. How to solve such a thing, he has no experience. Not only is there no clue, but even a little confused in his mind. What is the situation? Not long after the video was released, it was madly spread and reprinted, and then all kinds of weird arguments came out on the internet, cynicism, and critics who stood on the moral high ground as soon as they came up. The big things are all coming out to make trouble. In this era of developed self-media, clowns from all walks of life have appeared on the stage one after another, which can definitely be called a flurry of demons. The business made by celebrity chefs has also been significantly affected, and the turnover of each store has dropped significantly this day. The official WeChat account created by the famous chef was captured by countless riotous internet mobs. They asked for explanations below. Xiao Feng knew that someone must have hired a navy army to make trouble, and the incident that broke out today must have been carefully organized, planned. And who is this opponent? Competitor? It is very possible that since celebrity chefs have made a lot of fire all over the country, I don't know how many competitors have been squeezed. You say that those people are not jealous or angry. How is that possible? There are still many competitors who have been robbed of business, and they may certainly have participated. and they may even be the main force in this incident. But now is not the time to find the real culprit. How to put out the fire first is the key. Xiao Feng asked Kata to send a message under the official Weibo. He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it. It just means that an internal investigation is underway. At the same time, he called again and called those banks. Now the key to the whole thing is not the celebrity chef to make the future business, but the transaction in the Twin Towers. For the two buildings, he has paid half of the deposit, and his entire net worth of 2 billion has been transferred to the supervision account. If the remaining funds are not in place, the transactions in the buildings will be frozen. This offends Mr. Zhang and offends the management committee. By then, the funds will be frozen in the supervision account. Even if you can finally obtain an understanding and pay a large amount of liquidated damages, then you don't know what the year of the monkey can be used to get the money. The loss would be great. So now his first task is to get the funds first and complete the transaction in this building. What he worries most is that if you are reading www.uukanzu.com, bank knows that such negative news breaks out, it will delay the release of funds, or even draw out loans altogether and stop cooperation. That would be troublesome. And when he made a few phone calls, Xiao Feng's heart immediately went cold. These banks in China are really the icing on the cake, and the kind that is difficult to send money in the snow. I saw him before, and Mr. Xiao always called a non-stop representative. At this time, he didn't answer the phone. Xiao Feng knew that the situation must have changed. At this time, no matter who was behind the scenes, Xiao Feng had to sigh. This hand drawn from the bottom of the game was really beautiful, and it was precisely at such a critical point in time that he challenged himself. There is no need to exert too much energy, just to make such a vague revelation on the internet, which caused such a big trouble to oneself. The other party's hand is really smart enough. Mr. Xiao, what should we do next? In the office, Xiaolin, Zijing, and Tan King all focused their attention on him. At this moment, Xiao Feng is their backbone. Chapter 452 3 Possibilities. Although Xiao Feng was not addicted to cigarettes, he couldn't help taking out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and took a deep breath. He raised his head and looked at Xie Hongtao, who was sitting in Xiaolin behind Zijing and the others, and stretched out his hand to call him to the front of the executive desk. What do you think of this matter? After a few days, he believed in Xie Hongtao's abilities even more, and compared with Xiaolin, Zijing, Tan King, and even Kata, this Xie Hongtao was the one who had really seen the big scene. Especially in the domestic business circle, Xie Hongtao should have seen all kinds of intrigues, and this guy should be the person who can deal with this scene best. Xie Hongtao touched his chin, took the cigarette in front of Xiao Feng and lit one, and then said, "In fact, this incident broke out at such a sensitive time. I infer that there are 3 possibilities." Everyone present pricked up their ears, and Xie Hongtao took a puff of cigarette, and then continued. "One may be made by our celebrity chefs, and our competitors in the catering industry, or they have been squeezed by us, or are still in business, but are seriously threatened by our counterparts, or they feel that we are threatened, the opponents, or the combination of several forces, and the ghosts. These people are very suspicious. After all, our celebrity chefs have developed so rapidly that they have threatened their survival and even grabbed their market share. So it's normal for them to get involved." What Xie Hongtao said, everyone thought it was reasonable. Indeed, the process of the rise of celebrity chefs was very strong. In this process, many Chinese fast foods similar to their business content have been squeezed by them. Many old brand Chinese fast food companies have also been robbed of a lot of business by them, so it is very possible that these companies are doing things behind their backs. But Xiao Feng didn't say anything. Xie Hongtao glanced at the boss expression and knew that the boss must have other ideas, maybe they coincided with him. So he continued. "There is another possibility that some companies that are eyeing us are doing tricks behind the scenes, because at this point in time, The choice is too coincidental. It happens to be at the critical moment when we are going to acquire the Twin Towers, with our own funds. I have already entered the supervision account. If we burst out negative news at this time, it will definitely affect the issuance of bank loans. When the bank does not lend or even draw loans, then our capital chain will be broken. At that time, not only will it offend the management committee. Yes, the 2 billion we paid in advance is not easy to get back, and negative news has caused serious harm to our goodwill, affecting the normal operation of our company, and corporate cash flow problems. That is when they pick peaches up, Xie Hongtao said while paying attention to Xiao Feng's expression, and as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Feng had basically cleared his mind. Your judgment is completely consistent with my thoughts. Moreover, I read the online comments on the situation of our official WeChat account being compromised. It is clear that there is an AV in the rhythm, and it didn't take long for the negative news to be exposed online. Soon there will be traditional news media, calling, asking for interviews, or asking us to clarify. When have these reporters been so sensitive? When have they been so concerned about our private catering companies? So I suspect that this is an organized, carefully planned, specifically to hack our actions. When Xiao Feng said this, Xie Hongtao's expression began to become active. Mr. Xiao, if I am not mistaken, before long, our downstream suppliers will come back to Rebel and ask us to settle the funds for them. Celebrity chefs have been manufacturing and operating for so long and have developed so many set meals. Except for the beef which Xiao Feng obtained from another world. The other ingredients are all large and stable local suppliers. For example, for vegetables, I was looking for a local vegetable company. The specifications for vegetables are very strict, and they must be cleaned before they can be delivered. Pork, fish, and other meats are also large local suppliers. All kinds of cooking oil, condiments, napkins, and even dinner plates and other tools, not to mention, all have specialized suppliers of, and for the upstream with strong profitability like Celebrity Chef Manufacturing. These startup suppliers like it the most, not for anything else, because Celebrity Chef Manufacturing can make money, and doing business with them will definitely make money, and the water flows. But the downside is that the production of celebrity chefs is equally strong to the downstream, and the payment usually takes 3 months to settle. This is also the unspoken rule of the industry. Everyone plays like this. If there is a real capitalist deliberately digging holes for Xiao Feng this time, then this downstream supplier will come to ask for payment, and that will be a certain bridge. In the past, when the business was operating normally, they were given 8 guts, and they were afraid to come and ask for the purchase price. But now that celebrity chefs have a tight manufacturing capital chain, these people would have been silly. But once someone fanned the flames, they can't sit still. Even if the security is not complete, some of these people have participated in this conspiracy. Xiao Feng turned his head to look at Kata. How much money do we still have on the account? 100 million or so is the profit in the most recent period of time. Is it enough to cover the supplier's payment? Enough. How many food packages are in stock in our warehouse? Enough. All of our stores currently operate normally for 3 months. Okay, Katia. If the supplier comes back later and asks to settle the previous payment, then settle it to them. At the same time, tell them that we will not cooperate with them in the future. Okay, I got the boss. In addition, you go to the factory right away, watch the factory closely, and check the latest surveillance video for me to see if anyone is involved in the production. I'll take care of it. Xiao Fengxing was afraid that the other party would lose his sanity and act in the cooking bag. If it really caused food poisoning, it would be very troublesome. Katia nodded, not talking nonsense, and immediately got up and went out. Xiao Feng turned his head and looked at Xiaolin. Take a few people and use the fastest speed to find me the branches all over the country. Follow the video to find them, one by one. I always feel that this video is the layout of the back kitchen is not the same as the layout of the back kitchen of our branch. Every time you find a store, You will shoot me a video and post it to Guanwai. The name is called the self-inspection process, so that consumers can rest assured, even if the final proof that shop is not ours. Someone deliberately spilled dirty water on us. We have set up a bureau. We also have to express our attitude to make consumers bother. In addition, we record all the travel bills and expenses. We just want to make consumption. People feel our attitude. Xiaolin didn't talk nonsense. I know Mr. Xiao. When he got up and went out, Xiao Feng had assigned him a team of 10 people to take charge of the inspection of branches across the country. This was also useful. Then he turned his head and said to Zijing and Tang King, the next step in your work is to explain to all the shop assistants. Never talk nonsense and not accept any media interviews. To comfort customers, you must be patient, but someone makes trouble. Also recorded it for me, and supervised the delivery of the food package. Absolutely not allow unwast, and eliminate the opportunity to make other people's hands and feet. In addition, we must appease our franchisees and tell them that we are conducting self-examination. There will be results in a few days. Xiao Feng has cleared his mind, so he explained the task in an orderly manner. Xiao Hongtao, who was sitting in front of him, was very pleased to see his performance like this. It seems that Mr. Xiao is a person who is born to do big things. At the very beginning, he was very panicked, but he calmed down so quickly and was able to figure out a way to deal with it. This time, he finally did not follow the wrong person. Lao Xia, you just said that there is a third possibility. Tell me, what is the possibility? The third possibility is that our branch may indeed operate in violation of the rules in the background, and as a result, it was photographed. Xia Hongtao said very seriously, sometimes when he encounters mold, such a thing is not impossible. But Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. This is absolutely impossible. Oh, Mr. Xiao, why are you so confident? Because these people don't understand our transportation process. When our food packages are delivered, in order not to affect the taste of the cooked food, it is absolutely strictly forbidden to transport them. Not only containers, but also refrigerated trucks. Until novel.com we require that the set temperature is around 5 degrees above zero. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for our cooking bags to be frozen on ice, and our cooking bags are transported in separate isolation packaging. It is absolutely impossible to cook a lot of bags in a big bag. It finally froze into a big pile. So I only saw this video at first, and I knew there was a problem with this video. When Xia Hongtao heard what Xiao Feng said, he immediately clapped his hands happily. Since there is such evidence, it will be easy to handle. Oh, is it possible that you already have any ideas? Xiao Feng turned to ask Xia Hongtao, and Xia Hongtao nodded with a smile. Mr. Xiao, ordinary enterprises will definitely have a headache when they encounter such a thing. After all, the Chinese people are very sensitive to food safety and sanitation issues. Even if we finally the self-certification of the company's innocence will also leave a bad impression on people. Moreover, this time our enemies are coming fiercely, and we have made very detailed preparations. Even if we want to clean up, it will not be so easy. Xiao Feng very much agrees with Xia Hongtao's remarks. In the self-media era, once your catering company is splashed with dirty water, so if your company wants to launder, it will take a lot of effort. Not only do you need to spend money to settle the media, you also have to spend money to get those self-media big players, and you have to often spend money to maintain relationships, and the investment is very large. Chapter 453 Benefits of Interest Bundling. Celebrity Chef Manufacturing was able to get started in the first place, relying on self-media hype. So Xiao Feng has a good understanding of self-media. These so-called self-media are basically rechargeable media, and they have no bottom line than the traditional paper media before the money. The paper media before, anyway, still have the dignity of some media people. But now these self-media, especially some small well-known guys, it is not an exaggeration to say that they have no bottom line. They do everything in order to be famous. For example, some time ago, A certain mobile phone commented from the media person who sought Warwick to file a lawsuit in order to be famous. Warwick has said that there must be an AI bonus for shooting the moon on a mobile phone. Not all of the credit of the lens, but he seems to have caught the handle, and he has to come to the heat. And what time do you choose to catch the heat? It happened to choose Warwick to be engaged by the Americans. The anti-American sentiment in the country is high. When the whole people support Warwick, you are a bit unpredictable. Are people all fools? What do you mean? Whether there is anyone else behind it, are very straightforward to doubt. In the end, this guy can only choose to apologize and get out. And there are countless so-called self-media people like this in the circle. In order to be famous and to make money, various methods are used to the extreme. What companies are most afraid of is being stuck by these so-called self-media people. Once they are stuck by them, it will be endless. I will give you an article every few times and hurt you. Who can stand it? Everyone who runs a business has competitors. When he does this, those opponents are even more remarkable. Following the booze, he is looking for a few Navy soldiers to stir up you on the internet every 3 to 5. If you do it this way, even if your business is doing well and you are targeted by these bastards, it will be easy for you to be stunned. Therefore, when Xie Hongtao said this, Xiao Feng very much agrees that these online self-media must pay attention to it. After all, they have seriously affected the reputation of celebrity chefs. It can even be said that this gang have begun to take the lead in ruining the reputation of celebrity chefs. But when it comes to how to deal with them, Xiao Feng didn't have a lot of clues in his mind for a while. Is it possible to spend money to recharge and shut them up? Or find some Navy soldiers to fight them? It is necessary to spend money to recharge and find a better vendor endorsement. It is even necessary to find a Navy. After all, as our company grows, we must use these people to help propaganda sooner or later, and get online early. Maintain relationships early. Xiao Feng said his thoughts. Xie Hongtao nodded in agreement, and Xiao Feng also agreed with his views. Well, this when I used to promote celebrity chef manufacturing, I knew some food bloggers, and I still have contacts. They should be able to help say a few words. But the really influential Big V, I still do. You really know a few? Xiao Feng expressed his worries, but he didn't expect Xie Hongtao to laugh after hearing it. No, Mr. Xiao, you know, and what you know is one of the most influential people in China. And his power in the media circle can't be matched by many people. Oh, which one do you say? Hey, Mr. One. Mr. Xiao, don't say you don't know him. In the 400 stores made by our famous chefs, didn't they join 200 stores? And I also read our financial report. It seems that Mr. One has opened a chain of barbecue restaurants, which is the secret ingredient of marinated meat imported from our side. Xie Hongtao smiled and ordered Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng only slapped his thigh. Right, how could I forget Lord Wan? Wan Gongcai and his family are also made by famous chefs, and those who do not open their eyes to make famous chefs, are they doing Wan Gongcai? If you discredit the famous chefs manufacturing, Wan Gongcai's business will definitely be affected too. Would you say he is annoyed? To cut off people's wealth is like killing a parent. Hey, don't remind me, I really forgot him. It seems I should call him. Why did you sell the secret recipe ingredients for marinated meat to Wan Gongcai? Isn't it just to make a good relationship with him? And what's the reason for befriending him? Isn't it that I hope this guy can help when there are difficulties in the future? Anyway, your 10,000 son also understands the truth of this human relationship. Besides, this is not only affecting his own business, but also his business. He should stand up and say a few words. If Mr. One speaks, the effect is definitely not ordinary. This guy is a shareholder of many large media in private, and he has many new culture media companies under his hand, and he has many very influential internet celebrities. Moreover, he is also good friends with many big versus. With his help to say a word, it is much better than finding those little internet celebrities and saying 10,000 sentences on his own. Xiao Feng just wanted to pick up the phone, but Xie Hongtao stretched out his hand to stop him over there. Mr. Xiao, No hurry. I guess Mr. Wan is more anxious than us on this matter, especially since we have been slow to respond. If you want to wait for him to call. Xiao Feng understood as soon as he thought about it. This Xie Hongtao is really a personality. He called Wan Gongzai, and Wan Gongzai called him. The meaning is completely different. He called Wan Gongzai. It must be like Wan Gongzai asking for help. But would Wan Gongzai a favor? And Lord Wan called him. That means Lord Wan is willing to take the initiative to help. This favor will be saved. And the business is like this, a favor, but it is worth a lot of money. What's more, if young Master Wan helped him, it was equivalent to helping himself. So why did Xiao Feng ask him? This is the benefit of benefit binding. Xiao Feng put down the phone in his hand, and Xie Hongtao's expression didn't seem to be much relaxed at this time. Mr. Xiao, what did the bank say? Is there any change? Xiao Feng raised his head and glanced at Xie Hongtao. This guy is really sensitive enough. When something happened before, Xiao Feng's first thought was to call the bank to implement the loan. Because banks are most sensitive to the emergence of such negative news from enterprises, especially private enterprises. Once such negative news appears, if it is not balanced, it will affect the cash flow of the enterprise if it is smaller, and it will affect the cash flow of the enterprise, the life and death of an enterprise. As for such enterprises, domestic banks are least fond of helping out, and they are more active than others. In the contract signed before, they can give you 10,000 ways to shirk the money and not release the money. The days when Xiao Feng needs to use the money are the last few days. Once the date for the transfer of the account has been agreed with the management committee, he even in breach of contract. When the time comes, the management committee will definitely turn their faces, and the plan to buy the building will be completely ruined. After that, even if the bank sends you the money, there will be no use for it. Therefore, for Celebrity Chef Manufacturing, it is not only a problem for the company's future operations, but the purchase price this time is the key. Before Xiao Feng contacted those banks, all these goods turned their faces, and if they didn't answer his phone one by one, Xiao Feng knew that the loan was basically out of play. But he didn't tell Zhu Jing the news, Xilin and the others, and their minds were all used to put out the fire. And Xie Hongtao was the person who directly participated in the negotiations between him and the syndicate representatives, so he knew what the biggest threat to the future existence of celebrity chefs was at present. Yes, those bank representatives didn't answer my call anymore. It is estimated that our loan has been ruined, Xiao Feng said lightly. Xie Hongtao's face was gloomy and he was able to wring out the water. I know that this group of grandchildren will be like this, grass. But don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I will contact my friends in Bangqing. Think of a way from overseas. But the management committee must explain to them well, tell them about the difficulties we are currently encountering. I hope they can understand. Forgive me, where is it so easy? Xiao Feng gave a wry smile. Before that, it was Mr. Jiang of the management committee who met him. Mr. Jiang was very positive about the Twin Towers. It can even be said that he contributed to the business. Both parties were very happy. Xiao Feng and the others got the development base they dreamed of, while Mr. Jiang received a large sum of money and political achievements. But now the celebrity chef is about to break the contract. Isn't this beating Mr. Jiang in the face? In their circle, I don't know how many people are waiting to see Mr. Jiang make a mistake. Once something goes wrong on his side, it's strange that Mr. Jiang can do well there. How could Mr. Jiang not hate them by then? So this business must be done. Naturally, Xie Hongtao also knows the difficulties of dealing with government departments. Novel.com. When Xiao Feng said this, he also sighed. This time, the funding gap is 2 billion, which is too big. Otherwise he can think of other ways, but if he can't get the 2 billion, he won't be able to complete the transaction for the building. In the future, celebrity chefs will be manufactured in Benthan. It's not easy to get mixed up in my days, compared with other people spreading rumors and spilling dirty water on celebrity chefs. This question is the key to the survival of celebrity chefs in the future. Xie Hongtao sat opposite Xiao Feng, was silent for a while, and then sat up straight. Mr. Xiao, you believe me, I will help you figure out a solution, and I can find as many as I can find. As for the management committee, can you explain to Mr. Jiang that the remaining 2 billion will be changed to the regular payment model? Xiao Feng was very pleased with Xie Hongtao's performance. At the very least, this guy did not choose to escape, but was still helping himself with advice. This loyalty is very commendable. Our celebrity chef manufacturing is already profitable. Although we were splashed with water this time, the turnover will come back after this period of time. At that time, the second National Investment Promotion Conference will be held. The 2 billion will be paid back to him. The big deal is that we can pay them more interest. Anyway, the cooperation with the bank has been ruined, and the interest originally planned to be given to the bank has also been saved. Chapter 454 Two phones. Xiao Feng agrees with Xie Hongtao's statement. He smiled and nodded. I will go to communicate with Mr. Jiang. Also, don't worry about funding. I have my own arrangements. Mr. Xiao, you are. After hearing Xiao Feng's words, Xie Hongtao's face was erratic. What do you mean? Listening to Mr. Xiao's words, he still has plan B. Cunning rabbit still has 3 caves. How could I not prepare a backup plan for myself? Not to mention that I am not at ease about the virtues of these domestic banks. Xiao Feng said with a faint smile, and seeing his confident smile, Xie Hongtao's heart on the opposite side instantly returned to his stomach. It seems that I still underestimated this young man before, although I had a high evaluation of him before. But now I can't help but raise it one level. This is definitely a business wizard. He is not very old, but he is experienced like a 50-year-old fox. In this acquisition, he still has a backhand, and according to what he means, it seems that $2 billion of funds are not too stressful for him. So the background of President Xiao is not that simple, right? At this age, 4 billion can be spent at a time. What is the origin of this President Xiao? Who else is behind him? At this time, Xie Hongtao looked at Xiao Feng's eyes, full of curiosity, while Xiao Feng smiled lightly without giving him much explanation. 2 billion, which seems to be a lot. Domestic banks can't get it out, but he has many ways to get this money internationally. For example, those diamonds, gems, and other jewels in the hand can be auctioned off at random to make up this amount. However, the money needs to be more urgent at present, and it may be too late to go through the auction process. Therefore, other methods are needed. With his reputation, just say hello to Pierre and Laura, or Helen. These few will definitely be willing to send the money to his account as soon as possible. 2 billion renminbi, less than $300 million, is not a big deal to these big households. As long as Xiao Feng can provide them with a steady stream of fine wine, caviar, and such high-end ingredients, they certainly don't mind making it early. Make an advance payment. But this is only Xiao Feng's second choice. Before that, he still has the first choice. He picked up the phone, found a number and dialed it out, and communicated directly with the other party in English, while Xie Hongtao, who was sitting opposite him, was confused. Although he also has experience dealing with foreign clients, his English hasn't really slipped to the point of Xiao Feng. So although Xiao Feng didn't avoid him, he still understood what Xiao Feng said. Xiao Feng put down the phone and just wanted to explain something to him. Suddenly the phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. He smiled and drew a stroke at Xie Hongtao. The call was from Wan Gongcai. Hello, brother Wan. How are you? Why do you remember calling me? Hey, your kid is so calm. What are you pretending to be with me? Why do I call you? Don't you know? The two have also drunk twice together, coupled with a business relationship, and they both appreciate each other and make friends deliberately, so they are not so polite when speaking. Of course I know. How did you practice Yida also be affected? Of course, you see that the negative news about our famous chefs on the internet is overwhelming. How can our franchise stores not be affected? Your head office is sitting still on the Diaoyutai and staying silent for a long time. But it hurts us, franchisee. What you lose every day is nothing but a ton of money. Hey, brother one, don't worry, I'm thinking of a way to deal with it. Tell me, what do you think? And that video, is it true? Brother one, I have to clarify with you. First of all, the video is definitely not true. Our food package and transportation are all separated and subcontracted, and in order to ensure the taste, the temperature is set to 35 degrees above zero. It is absolutely impossible to set it to below zero, so the cooking bag will never freeze, or even the problem of freezing together. Secondly, the background of the back kitchen in the video is also different from the layout of our back kitchen. An inspection team has been dispatched to conduct nationwide inspections. All the back kitchens of all franchised stores have taken videos and posted them on the internet to prove their innocence. Well, this trick can be done, but it's too slow to work. Okay, since you say that, then I'm relieved. It's definitely not our own problem. That's good. You wait, I'll go find the bottom line who led the head, and which wave of naval forces behind it, are making trouble. Why don't I kill them? Lord One hung up when he finished speaking. Xiao Feng put down the phone and glanced at Xie Hongtao. Master One is going to make a move? Xie Hongtao asked with a smile, and Xiao Feng nodded. That's good. I'll go and contact a few water regiments I've known before. Once Wan Gong Tsai starts launching, we will follow suit immediately. This time, we must use the momentum of thunder to clear the entire network against us. Unfavorable message. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Xiao Feng nodded, and Xie Hongtao didn't rush to leave, so he started making calls in Xiao Feng's office. When Xie Hongtao started to make a call, Xiao Feng's phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number. Xiao Feng answered the call. Hey, hello. Is Xiao always? I am. Who are you? Haha, Xiao is always me. You come from Yunai International. We have met before and have eaten together. The image of the middle-aged big oil head flashed in Xiao Feng's mind at once, and at the same time, he suddenly opened up. It turned out to be him. Before this, Yu Kun, on behalf of Yunai International, came to him to talk about the manufacturing of a famous chef, but he was rejected on the spot. After that, Yu Kun was silent. At that time, Xiao Feng thought that Yu Kun had retired after knowing the difficulties. But now this guy suddenly called. After considering what happened just before, Xiao Feng immediately contacted Yu Kun and his company being hacked up. President Feng had warned himself before, saying that this guy is a ruthless master, and the Yunai International is also a capital crocodile who cannibalize people without spitting out bones. However, at that time Xiao Feng thought that he was not in trouble with him, and he had clearly rejected him. After that, for a long time, this guy didn't do anything. Xiao Feng also gradually forgot about this guy. He didn't expect this guy to pop up suddenly at this time, which was straightforward and intriguing. Oh, it's Mr. He. What's the matter? Ah, that's the case. I want to invite Mr. Xiao to have a meal. I don't know Mr. Xiao is willing to give it to him. Please eat. Don't have to. I'm very busy lately. Hey, Mr. Xiao, don't worry. We heard that you are a little nervous about funds. Maybe we can help you solve this trouble. Xiao Feng's 3 fingers kept tapping on the table. It seems that the other party's intention is becoming more and more obvious, but it is better to meet him to confirm whether he is standing opposite to him as Yu Kun. Well, you set a time and place. Holy, Mr. Xiao, I will post the time and place to your phone later. Please appreciate it. Xiao Feng hung up the phone, and Xie Hongtao came across to him at some unknown time and listened with his ears pricked up. What's the situation, Mr. Xiao? When Xiao Feng called, Xie Hongtao had been secretly paying attention. Seeing that there was something wrong with Xiao Feng's face, he knew that something was definitely going on. It's possible that the righteous master who had set us down has found the door. Oh, what's the origin? Yunai International, have you heard of it? Ah, it's them. These guys are not easy to deal with. Xie Hongtao has been in the financial circle for many years. How could he have never heard of the people from Yunai International? This group of people is very low in the circle, but they are notoriously fierce. Various capital means and tools are used very maturely. In just a few years, all venture capital and private equity are involved. And doing business is always buying low and selling high. People in the circle are not willing to offend them, and they have been deliberately keeping a low profile. And people outside the circle know that they are not too many. Go with me to meet them in the evening. The phone in Xiao Feng's hand rang a reminder, and when he picked it up, He Yukon had already sent over the time and place of the meeting. The time is set tonight. The place is the Guohui Hotel in the city center. There is a revolving restaurant above that hotel, where you can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the city while eating. Of course, the price is not cheap. Xiao Feng used to be true. I have never been. In the evening, Xiao Feng drove Xia Hongtao to the Guohui Hotel and parked the car in the parking lot in front of the hotel. He Yukon had already greeted him. He had been waiting at the hotel door long ago. Standing with him was a tall, fat man. President Xiao, this is our President Ma Yutao. President Ma, this is our young talent who has recently gained fame in benching. President Xiao Feng. Hello.novel.com. Hello, Long Yang. Long Yang. Although he hated the other party very much in his heart, he still had to be polite. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and greeted the other party. The other party's President Ma also had the same virtue of smiling but not smiling. A group of people took the elevator and went directly to the revolving restaurant. He Yukon had cleared a scene, and he was here tonight. Jumping from the best viewing position and sitting down, the chef of the hotel and his apprentice came to the VIP guests and started to cook dinner for them tonight. Mr. He, you are so generous, but you really cost you money. Hey, Mr. Xiao, you are a rare VIP. What's this trivial matter? Western dishes were served quickly, and Xiao Feng and Xia Hongtao were not polite. They should eat, drink, and play ha-ha with each other. Anyway, the business is just not mentioning a word. The President Ma never said anything, and He Yukon tried this question from time to time. Chapter 455. Picture poor Xiao Feng's answer is always that there is no leakage of water. He Yukon can't help it at the middle of this period of meal. He smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, I heard that you recently acquired the Twin Towers and encountered some funding problems. Yeah, why can't he be willing to help? Xiao Feng didn't plan to go in circles with him anymore, but He Yukon, who was opposite, picked up the red wine and took a sip with a smile. It's not a problem to help, but it depends on what conditions your celebrity chefs can offer. Well, we acquired the Twin Towers at a total price of 4 billion. There is currently a gap of 2 billion. If Mr. He is willing to help you, we are willing to mortgage one of the buildings to you, and we are willing to pay it on time. Your interest. We can specify a very detailed repayment plan. If Mr. He is willing to cooperate, we will definitely be a win-win situation. He, you want to force me to make terms, but if I do not follow your wishes, let's see whoever's can't help it first. Xiao Feng's words are clear and accurate, and they are also very formal. If it is a normal fund provider, such conditions are completely acceptable. There is collateral, and a detailed repayment plan. In addition, the famous chef can also have stable cash. This business is pretty good no matter how you look at it. But as far as He Yukon and others are concerned, it is not. After all, they never thought of using the Twin Towers as a mortgage. He Yukon and Mr. Ma exchanged glances. This Xiao Feng understood and pretended to be confused, and he knew what they wanted, but this guy just didn't let it go. It was really hard to deal with. Ha, Mr. Xiao, it's all here. Why do you need it? Let's open the skylight to speak up. Your celebrity chef manufacturing's recent reputation has been affected, causing the bank to doubt your cash flow and repayment ability, and refuse to approve you loan. If you don't get the money, you can't buy the Twin Towers. If the transaction for the Twin Towers cannot be completed, it will affect many people, such as Mr. Zhang of the management committee. As far as we know, Mr. Zhang will definitely not be replaced because of this. You can think about it. If you offend the administrative director of a region, how can you do business in this region? He Yukon smiled and said to Xiao Feng, His words can be said to point to the key to this crisis. At this time, Xiao Feng also put down the knife and fork in his hand, picked up the red wine glass, and constantly shook the red wine in the glass, smiling at He Yukon and asked, "Then Mr. Ho, you might as well talk about it. What conditions do you need?" As before, the shares made by celebrity chefs, we invested 2 billion, can be regarded as our A round of financing. After finally negotiating with He Yukon, when it was time to see him, He Yukon did not cover up, and directly stated his purpose. Xiao Feng glanced at Xie Hongtao. Xie Hongtao gave him an unexpected look. Xiao Feng turned his head to look at He Yukon and the old who was there. "Then how many shares do you plan to want from us?" "Well, this time we invested 2 billion yuan. This is a lot of real money, and considering that we are giving you celebrity chefs this time, we have this friendship. So, Mr. Xiao, you think it is 100%. How about 40? If it wasn't for the occasion, Xiao Feng really wanted to splash this guy with the red wine in his hand, and give this guy an old punch. What a dog thing. I really dare to ask for it. First of all, do you dare to say that you did not do it? Besides, 2 billion people want a company with a future potential of at least 10 billion, or even 100 billion, with 40% of the shares. Why don't you grab it? On the other hand, He Yukon didn't think so. In his opinion, Xiao Feng and his celebrity chef had already been forced into a dead end by him, and there was not much room to turn around. If he hadn't been scrupulous about this guy, he would have been forced to jump over the wall, and he might have spared the cost to find other banks and financial institutions. And he would even want more. The red wine glass in Xiao Feng's hand turned more and more eagerly, and some red wine had even been spilled from the glass. "Mr. He, you have to know that the financial institutions outside are willing to provide financing to me, but you are not the only one. Although the bank is not willing to lend to me, there are more financial institutions willing to lend to me. But I will pay more interest. Give them, and I can get the same money." Xiao Feng continued to press tentatively, but at this time, He Yukon's face on the opposite side finally turned gloomy. "Mr. Xiao, I don't think you have understood yet. Every company has its own sphere of influence in the game of the financial circle. Generally, no one crosses the boundary easily. Benching is our territory, and some people dare to cross the boundary to get food." We chopped off his paws. "Mr. He, you are threatening me? Except for you, I can't find anyone else to get a loan." "Ha, you can try it. Don't blame me, Mr. Xiao. I didn't remind you. Right now your cash flow shouldn't be normal, right? Buying a building is waiting for money, and there are a bunch of tourists and merchants waiting for you to pay them. What? Think about it. If you can't check out their payment in time, this will not only affect their supply to you, but there will also be a lot of media attention and unscrupulous merchants. Now our country is severely cracking down on it." "Lao Lei," He Yukon said with a gloomy smile. Hearing this, Xiao Feng had basically concluded that these guys should have dug this pit. "Then if I go to the recruitment management committee to discuss and pay in installments? Anyway, with the profitability made by our celebrity chefs, it is not difficult to pay back the money." Xiao Feng continued to test. He wanted to see if the other party had already prepared a panacea. "Ha, just go and try it. You see if the management committee will agree." Before they agreed to lower the price and sell the building to you, Mr. Jiang is already under a lot of pressure. Now you have to do installment again. You see if others will agree. Hearing this, Xiao Feng basically understood that all the roads he could think of had been blocked by the opponent. Papa. Xie Hongtao, who was sitting next to Xiao Feng, began to applaud. "It is indeed the fourth master of Yanaiu International. I can think of everything I can think of. Your part is indeed very beautiful." "Oh, thank you. Mr. Xie appreciates it. By the way, Mr. Xie, if you are tired of cooking at a celebrity chef someday, Yanaiu International welcomes you at any time. You said that you are too. You have been in finance for more than 10 years. Why have to cross borders to engage in industry?" Ha. Thank you Mr. He for your appreciation. He Yukon continued to fight Xie Hongtao with a smile. "President Xie, You also help persuade Mr. Xiao not to be so stubborn. In what age is this? And guarding a good company, why do you have to not go public? It's better for everyone to make money when listed. Isn't it better for you, Mr. Xiao Young? Why is this thinking as rigid as a 7-year-old man? He Yukon couldn't help but turned on Xiao Feng's taunting mode, and Xiao Feng smiled coldly. Yeah, no way, my thinking is the thinking of doing business, which is different from those of you empty glove white wolves and speculators who like to play speculation. No way. Everyone likes money, and everyone likes fast money. But I don't like the way you make money and the way you make money. So you should save the time. What? Mr. Xiao just refused? Don't think about it. After a while, those downstream suppliers may go back to ask for money. If you can't pay for the goods, can it easily cause mass incidents? He Yukon's expression changed, and he looked at Xiao Feng coldly and said, while Xiao Feng laughed, Mr. He, are you threatening me? Then I won't hide it from you. Do you really think that our famous chefs can't even afford the money for grocery shopping? Mr. Xia, show him. Xiao Feng gave Xia Hongtao a look next to him. Xia Hongtao smiled and took out the tablet, and then connected to Katia, who was sitting in the office building in front of the factory in Xingang district. At this time, the office building has become a special accounting room. There are a large number of security guards inside and outside the door. There are more than a dozen accountants sitting inside, and at the back are several large boxes with open lids. Inside the large boxes it's all a wad of red notes. I have prepared the money a long time ago. Please let you contact the suppliers who are ready to make trouble. Coming. And the media reporters you contacted, also come in to see if we owe these supplies a penny for the business. And I told you that today, any supplier who dares to come in and ask for money will be blacklisted by us in the future. Our celebrity chefs will never have a penny partnership with them in the future. I've released this, and those suppliers know about it. Just call them and see if they will come in to collect money. Mentalnovel.com and the reporters, if you dare to write a random one words, I can assure you that if you don't believe it, you can try it if they can't get mixed up in the media. Xiao Feng said that in the end, his face was blue and his aura was even more shocking. He Yukon, who was sitting opposite him, was also suppressed by his aura at this time. Unexpectedly, this young man had such a means. He Yukon's expression changed a little. He drew a gesture to his assistant, and his assistant called the suppliers they had contacted before. But the other party didn't answer at all. Obviously, the suppliers they connected in series had all turned back. After all, they cooperated with celebrity chefs, but the long-running business, they can't offend. He Yukon's a little bit of charity manufactured by celebrity chefs, cutting off their future financial avenues. Papa. There was applause in the restaurant again, but this time it was the horse who applauded. Unexpectedly, Mr. Xiao is already very young at a young age. It seems that we were all prepared for nothing before, but I am curious that there will be 2 days before you and the management committee hand over time. Where are you going to find the 2 billion funds? Chapter 456. Detrimental to oneself. Mr. Ma's question is directed at the core. Even if you can defuse this wave of crises, where are you going to get 2 billion? In 2 days, you are going to settle the transfer with the management committee. If you don't have the money, you are putting eye drops on the management committee. When the time comes to make Mr. Jiang unhappy, Mr. Jiang has 10,000 ways to make your celebrity chefs unhappy. Doing business in China, that's it. Even if your product is good and you provoke people you shouldn't provoke, your business will not go on. This is especially true in the catering industry. People can find 10,000 reasons mess with you. Therefore, Mr. Ma's problem is the most critical one. If Xiao Feng hadn't prepared, he would definitely have panicked at this time. But he was obviously prepared for this problem. This will not bother you, Mr. Orma. Haha, these 2 billion is just a trivial matter for us. Okay, thanks to Mr. He and Mr. Ma for their hospitality tonight. This friendship, I will definitely pay back if I have a chance in the future. Without waiting for He Yukon and Ma Yutao to react, Xiao Feng and Xia Hongtao stood up, turned and walked downstairs. And He Yukon and Ma Yutao sat there for a long time without saying anything. They thought they could easily force Xiao Feng to subdue this time. They didn't expect this guy to have such a stiff neck, but they still refused to bow their heads. Dead duck has a hard mouth. Ha, I want to see how you can die if you can't spend 2 billion then. He Yukon looked at Xiao Feng and the others going away, and viciously drew 2 cigars from his arms, handed one to Ma Yutao, picked up one by himself, and didn't even use cigar cutters, and directly bit a gap with his mouth, and then just ignite directly. And Mr. Ma was squinting his eyes, looking at Xiao Feng and the backs of them going away. His eyes kept shining with cold. Xiao He, do you want to put some pressure on the celebrity chef? He Yukon looked back at Mr. Ma with a look of surprise. This old Ma was notoriously ruthless, but he didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Mr. Ma, this is unnecessary. Our ultimate goal is to buy shares in Celebrity Chef Manufacturing, not to destroy Celebrity Chef Manufacturing. If we continue, one who is not sure about it will ruin the reputation of Celebrity Chef Manufacturing. If it is true, what's the point of making a celebrity chef? He Yukon was very afraid that the horse would come to nothing, so he hurriedly said to discourage the horse. This general manager Ma has a bad temper, and he is notoriously prudent. In fact, his ability is even more average, but he can be ranked ahead of him in Yanaiu International. It is entirely because the fat man is the big boss, the general manager of Malaysia. My brother. Today Xiao Feng refuted the face of President Ma. Ma Yutao was naturally unhappy, but He Yukon did not expect this guy to be so frantic. If you really do that, it will hurt others and disadvantage yourself, so why bother? And then President Ma gave He Yukon a sideways glance. I always think this Xiao Feng is not that simple. What if this kid has a back move this time? We got on the bar with him, and you didn't listen to the sentence after him. What are you talking about? I have to give back to us. Niang. No one has dared to say such things to me for so many years. Hey, Mr. Ma, you calm down. We are in business. Even if it is too much, it is not easy to get along with the money. This Xiao Feng is stunned at first sight. I don't believe it. He can find other sources of financial support. I have already greeted the banks and financial institutions in Benthan. No one will raise funds for him, and foreign financial institutions have to give us a bit of face. I don't believe in 2 days' time, he can find him. Come 2 billion. President Ma took a sigh of cigar at this time, and felt that He Yukon's words made sense, but he was still not so happy. As long as he can't find 2 billion, he will come to us sooner or later. Let's just wait. Well, wait for him for 2 days first. If he really wants to resist, don't blame me for ruining him. I'll talk about it then. He Yukon knew that Ma Yutao was going to be guilty again, so he could only deal with it casually. If it weren't for the fat man is the brother of the Malaysian president, he really wanted to kick him downstairs. When Xiao Feng and Xie Hongtao came out of the hotel, Xiao Feng's phone rang again. He checked the phone number, and then said to Xie Hongtao, it seems that I have to go around tonight, and accompany me to meet a few people. Xie Hongtao looked at Xiao Feng with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and looked in a good mood, so he didn't ask much. This time, he must be a beloved. It's the same as last time. The Hilton Hotel just in front of Marina Square is still the same box from last time. It's still the 2 people, Mr. Zhang and Wang Chu. Xiao Feng entered the box, and he saw President Zhang's expressionless face. Wang Chu was frowning, and the atmosphere in the private room had been suppressed to the extreme. Yeah, it's so late. The 2 leaders haven't got home from get off work yet. It's so exhausting. What's the matter? I can't talk about it on the phone. Do you think we can sleep when we go home? Xiao has such a big incident. Why don't you contact us and communicate with us? Mr. Zhang was expressionless and did not speak, and the king on the other side uttered a voice. Of course, what he said represented what Mr. Zhang said. How could Xiao Feng not understand that Wang Chu was the mouthpiece of Mr. Zhang? Chief Wang, Mr. Zhang, this is indeed my fault. After something like this happened in the morning, I have been thinking about ways to deal with it. After a busy day, I forgot what I reported to the two leaders. I am here to make you two apologize. In fact, Xiao Feng is not a civil servant, nor is he a subordinate of Jiang Wang, but he still has to give the face he should give, and he still has to say some things in the scene. When he said this, he showed his attitude, which made Wang Jiang especially comfortable. Then you have been busy all day. How are you busy? Are there any results? Mr. Jiang, who has always been like a mud bodhisattva, finally spoke at this time. Xiao Feng said basically, it's done, and the results will come out in 2 days. At that time, whoever pours dirty water on us, we must he picked it out. These people are so bad that they don't look at others doing business well. They are always jealous of others. If others have good business, they will stumble you. Well, such a person is really hateful. You must be severely punished if you catch it. If you have any difficulties, Xiao, even if you contact the public security of Shanshong district, this unhealthy trend must be stopped. When Xiao Feng heard Mr. Jiang say this, he was happy. Mr. Jiang seemed to be really anxious. Those guys were helping He Kun, but they also broke Mr. Zhang's good deeds. How could Mr. Jiang not be angry? Well, don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I will definitely go to the police. By the way, I heard that several financial institutions that originally planned to finance you have changed their minds. This is the key to Mr. Jiang looking for Xiao Feng to come over so late. The whole project was promoted by him. Originally everything went smoothly, but there was a problem when it came to the door. He also knew that the problem did not lie in the manufacture of celebrity chefs, but who could bear this stalemate? Originally a good deal, Xiao Feng got the mansion. He could help the management committee make money, dump parcels, and increase taxes. A great deal of political achievements. Mid-year promotion assessment, these are the key elements, but it was ruined by others. If this business fails, I don't know how many people will point back at the end of the year. When the time comes, it will affect the end of the year and he will be crying. Yeah, Mr. Jiang, you also know that those people in the bank are always the icing on the cake, and it is difficult to send charcoal in the snow. Now some people pour dirty water on me, and I haven't clarified the truth yet. These guys are eager to dismiss me. Hey, Xiao, tell us the truth. Can you complete the transaction 2 days later? Can you fix the 2 billion funding gap? Wang Chu didn't go in circles with Xiao Feng anymore, and asked directly. If the transaction is not completed, Mr. Jiang will definitely not be able to fall, so in the end, someone must come out to carry the pot alone, and this pot must be prepared for him. If Mr. Jiang is saved, he will have the chance to make a comeback in the future, but who wants to waste a few years? Is it so good to be cold? Yes, Xiao, if you can't get it right here in Benching, I can introduce you to a few banks in the provincial capital and some financial institutions in the capital. Although the cost is a little higher, you can get the money. It shouldn't be a problem. As for the signing and transfer time, I can also discuss it with other people at a meeting. After a few days later, after all, isn't our company experiencing an emergency? Mr. Jiang opened his mouth and said. Xiao Feng was still taken aback when he said this, and he seemed to have worked hard for this one, and he wanted to do his best to facilitate this deal. Otherwise, I wouldn't take the initiative to speak www.mentalnovel.com to help myself such a big favor. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Jiang for his support. Secondly, Mr. Jiang, I and Mr. Wang will tell you the truth. Don't worry about funding. Before that, I have already prepared for the second hand. I still have plan B. Don't worry about the transfer of the account. 2 days later, it will be held normally. The total price will be 4 billion by then, and it will definitely arrive on time. When Mr. Jiang and Wang Chu heard what Xiao Feng said so categorically, and seeing his confident expression on his face, they were very surprised. Now the business community in Benching knows that this guy is short of money. Not a small amount of money, but he is actually at this time said confidently that he could find the 2 billion. If you dare to speak so confidently, then you are sure of it. To Mr. Jiang, Xiao Feng's statement can be said to be a reassurance. Yo, I really didn't see that this young man is really capable." Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but value Xiao Feng even more. "Well, very good. Since you have a way, it is best. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just say hello to me. I will definitely help." Chapter 457 Reassurance Pill. Mr. Jiang and Chu Wang were able to say these things, and it was quite enough to give Xiao Feng face. If Xiao Feng could not understand Mr. Zhang's meaning, this must be the intention to really get up and associate with himself, which is a good thing for him. That's really to thank Mr. Jiang and the king. If you don't know how to climb along the pole at this time, then Xiao Feng is really a big fool. That's Mr. Jiang, Chief Wang. When I bought these two buildings, one of them was intended to be the headquarters of our celebrity chefs, and the other was to build a new hotel and a commercial complex. And I was very concerned about the other. The building also has a special design, which is intended to open a hospital. This was the first time that Xiao Feng reported to two leaders. His idea of buying the mansion was actually not necessary for him as a merchant. He reported his business philosophy to government officials. But at this time, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Wang took the initiative to throw an olive branch at him. How could he still carry it? This is the case when doing business in China. Unless you are not able to manage internet software. As long as you are engaged in the real economy, you must have a good relationship with the local supervisor, especially if you have a promising supervisor like Mr. Jiang. It is even more important to have a good relationship. It was also the first time that Mr. Jiang and Wang Chu heard Xiao Feng talk about his ideas. Wow, I didn't expect it. It turns out that Mr. Xiao's ambitions are not small. But this time you have prepared a plan to fight like this. This is a good thing. Why didn't you say hello to us earlier? Mr. Jiang is still holding it, and Chu Wang plays the role of a microphone well. Xiao Feng smiled secretly. Of course I wanted to say hello to you sooner, but I couldn't get into your relationship before. Hey, I just want to contribute to the development of my hometown. Mr. Xiao, you are too polite. You don't know what your such a large investment means to us. Wang Chu was very excited. Mr. Jiang was destined to be promoted in the future, and he certainly hoped to fill the vacancy after Mr. Jiang left. At this time, Xiao Feng invested heavily in Shanzhong district. For him, this was a real achievement. He was already very happy when a celebrity chef's manufacturing headquarters settled here. Now that people are so begun to invest in the industry, this will be a great benefit for the Shanzhong district in the future, whether it is to create job opportunities or raise taxes. Such bosses must pay attention, and such enterprises must also pay attention. Mr. Jiang, Chief Wang, you exalt me too much. I just do what I should do. A businessman who achieves certain results must definitely give back to the society. Scenarios and idioms are still a very necessary lubricant. Sure enough, after hearing what Xiao Feng said, Mr. Jiang, who hadn't spoken much before, suddenly spoke this time. Well, our society needs entrepreneurs with a sense of social responsibility like Mr. Xiao. On behalf of 30, I welcome Mr. Xiao to invest in our jurisdiction. If the company has any difficulties, we 30 will definitely support it. Well, Mr. Jiang, when my hospital opened, I would like to invite two leaders to come to us to cut the ribbon and guide the work. Xiao Feng finally said his ultimate goal, and Mr. Jiang was taken aback when he heard this, but he didn't rush to agree. When Wang Chu looked at Mr. Zhang's face, he immediately understood what was going on. President Xiao, which hospital do you plan to open this time? Oh, that's it. My ancestor in my family used to give out a royal doctor and left some secret recipes of Chinese medicine. When I was rebuilding the old house some time ago, I accidentally uncovered some medical books and manuscripts left by my ancestor. I was curious. I found some doctors to study it, and the result was that some ointments specifically for burns and scalds came out. We have also tested them and the results are very good for burns and scalds. So, This time I plan to prescribe a company specifically for burns and scalds. Hospital for burns and scalds. Xiao Feng was nonsense. Of course he knew what Mr. Jiang was worried about. If he prescribes a special plastic surgery similar to that of someone in a certain place, or a Laya hospital for men's and gynecology, or an official who cherishes feathers like others, he won't come back. But this is different for burns and scalds. After all, it sounds more advanced, and it won't compete with regular hospitals. The most important thing is that such private hospitals can also be used as a supplement to the domestic medical system. This is a medical reform method that the state has emphasized in recent years and wants to promote. Sure enough, Mr. Zhang's expression gradually calmed down after hearing this, and Wang Chu was even more happy. He exchanged glances with Mr. Jiang and then said to Xiao Feng, "Well, if that's the case, then Mr. Xiao will send us an invitation before your hospital opens, and we will see the arrangements at that time." Speaking of this, I basically understand it, but before that, it still depends on Xiao Feng's performance. Only if his performance is qualified, he will come back and give face. And if the Burn and Scald Hospital can invite such a big person to the platform when it opens, it will naturally be of great benefit to the hospital's publicity. But in this way, Mr. Xiao, after the two-day handover ceremony, I think it's better to keep a low profile. Having said that, the Wang Chu suddenly mentioned the contract signing 2 days later and the handover of the building. The original $4 billion business must of course be promoted. The management committee originally prepared a handover ceremony, inviting many reporters and local TV stations. This is a great thing to show their faces. Of course, they hope to be on TV. Recently, however, something happened on the celebrity chef manufacturing side. Banks and financial institutions have been unwilling to lend them loans. Although Xiao Feng assured them that they would definitely be able to get the money, Wang Chu and Mr. Jiang were still not at ease. If Xiao Feng didn't get the money that day, wouldn't it be on the wax? Therefore, they would rather be ashamed to inform reporters that the TV station cancelled the ceremony on the day, rather than embarrassed in front of the public that day. Xiao Feng listened. How could I not understand their concerns? So he immediately said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, Chief Wang, it is really unnecessary. Please trust me." I said that if you can get funds, you will definitely get funds. As he said, he took out a black card with gold border and pushed it to the king. "I am their VIP customer." The king was also taken aback when he saw the card, and then he was full of ecstasy, and pushed the card to Mr. Jiang, and Mr. Jiang picked up the card and put it in his hand. At this time, his face was finally happy, bloomed. "Well, Chief Wang, on that day, we will proceed according to the original plan. It's comfortable to deal with smart people. There are a lot of things that don't need to be said too clearly, but it's just this feeling." The signing ceremony is not only beneficial to the leadership of the management committee, but also can better demonstrate the strength of celebrity chef manufacturing, enhance the company's reputation in the region, and also shine in the local business circle. It is no longer necessary for a company to be as large as it is today. It is to show its strength to rivals in the same industry, so that they dare not stumble in secret. At the same time, Xiao Feng also kept in front of those banks and financial institutions to show his strength. Today you are stumbling on Lao Tzu, and you don't have to think about doing business with Lao Tzu in the future. Once the company's strength has reached a certain level, it must be brave to flex its muscles in front of the bank, or else they will always be so inconspicuous and not take you seriously. Soon things were settled. After Mr. Jiang and Chief Wang at the reassurance that Xiao Feng gave them to Amway, not only were they relieved, but even the old man was comforted. Xiao Feng asked him to open up the red wine that he had brought. Only then did a few people really think about drinking and chatting. And Xie Hongtao was also introduced by him to Mr. Jiang and Wang. As an old river and lake, Xie Hongtao and Mr. Jiang were able to deal with them easily. A meal did not end until midnight, and the two leaders went home on their own. Xiao Feng took Xie Hongtao into the car and sent Xie Hongtao home first. And Xie Hongtao cautiously tentatively asked Xiao Feng the B plan that Mr. Xiao said is from there. He also saw the card that Xiao Feng took out before. As an elite who has been in the financial circle for many years, he certainly knew what that card meant. I am jealous when I think about it. He has been in the financial circle for 20 years. Such a card has been seen by a few bigwigs. And that level of bigwig, is it not worth billions? Or even tens of billions? In this way, I still underestimated Mr. Xiao before. Obviously, I have been telling myself not to underestimate Mr. Xiao. But Mr. Xiao can still shock him time and time again. What is the origin of this President Xiao? How deep is his powerful strength hidden behind him? Who is he? At this time, Xiao Feng looked at him and smiled, but did not answer him clearly, but left him with infinite daydreams. The next day www.mtlnovel.com Xiao Feng woke up early in the morning and saw a dozen missed calls on his mobile phone, all of which were from Mr. Feng from Bnhai Bank. Of course he knew why, but he ignored it. This grandson, when he was good, was the first to come forward, but there was only a little problem before, and their Bnhai Bank followed other banks and financial institutions to withdraw immediately, which made him have a bad impression of President Feng. At any rate, he has cooperated many times before. He thinks that the relationship with President Feng and Bnhai Bank is pretty good, and he has made a lot of benefits for them. How can I think that if something like that happened, they didn't stand up to support themselves? Instead they ran away like other banks. So it seems that there is no need to deepen friendship with this President Feng in the future. That's it. 2 days later, the signing ceremony for the resale of the Twin Towers was officially held in the lobby on the first floor of the Bnhai Exhibition Hall under the jurisdiction of the Management Committee in Bnhai Square. More than 30 news media in the city received invitations to participate in this event. At the ceremony, Bnhai local business associations and various financial institutions were also present. Because of the God of Harmony, a lot of content in this article is inconvenient to expand, including the official title. There are many details, etc. Everyone, don't be true. Chapter 458 Counterattack in Public. Is there anything more sensational than this in the business community in Benthan recently? Obviously not. The Twin Towers, which have been abandoned for a little 10 years, are one of the star companies that have recently gained fame, but have just provoked many right and wrong star companies some time ago. Such a combination is of course particularly eye-catching. Therefore, the invited news media and TV stations are of course gathered together, and there are many political factors in it, so the hall of the Convention and Exhibition Center that day can be said to be full of people and very lively. The signing ceremony is scheduled to be held at 10 o'clock in the morning. Of course, there will be arrangements for leaders to speak before, as well as arrangements for famous chefs to make representative speeches. Of course, there are some Mandarin phrases that cherish the present and look forward to the future. There is the government's affirmation of the famous chef's manufacturing, and the famous chef's gratitude to the government. Anyway, it is a process that must be followed in some scenes. Otherwise, if you call the news media to do it, it's up to you to sign and change. Is the contract finished? It's mainly the needs of Mr. Zhang and his propaganda. Xiao Feng and the others only need to cooperate. The meeting was officially held at 9 o'clock, but by 8 o'clock, the venue was already full of people, and reporters from various news media greeted each other. These media are mainly curious about the manufacture of celebrity chefs. This company has only risen every 2 years, and now it has the funds and strength to acquire the Twin Towers. Of course, reporters are interested in such good corporate materials. The other Binching Chamber of Commerce and the Food and Beverage Association were also invited by the management committee. Of course, they are also very interested in celebrity chef manufacturing. A small fast food restaurant that was not very eye-catching at first is now about to grow into a giant. Of course, they all hope to make good friends with the head of the company. As for those financial institutions and banks, the mood is the most complicated. Before, Everyone was very optimistic about the manufacture of celebrity chefs and planned to cooperate with them. A lot of things had been discussed before. But at such a critical juncture, the issue of the food safety of celebrity chefs was reported. At this time, the weakness of celebrity chefs in manufacturing non-state-owned enterprises is revealed. If this is a state-owned enterprise, banks and financial institutions, they will simply ignore the rumors that they should lend money and they will continue to lend money. After all, state-owned enterprises are the official sons of the government, and it doesn't matter whether they are profitable or not. Even if they don't make money, they will be allocated funds. Anyway, they will not starve their sons to death. So the source of repayment is definitely not a problem. But private companies are different. Even if you were running smoothly before, after all, the volume made by celebrity chefs is here, and it is the food safety issues that the people are most sensitive to and most concerned about. Even if you handle it well, your vitality will be greatly injured. It will take some time to restore your reputation and restore profitability. However, if you do not handle it well, your business will soon fall into a situation where it will not recover. It's a matter of minutes. So banks and financial institutions, of course, dare not lend them easily. At first, everyone thought that the matter of celebrity chefs making stalls, the acquisition of the Twin Towers, must be horrible. After all, they have a funding gap of 2 billion, which is 2 billion, not 20 million. 2 billion is as simple as that. In just a few days, where do you let the company collect the 2 billion? Everyone thinks that this incident will definitely be a major blow to celebrity chef manufacturing. Even if this crisis can be overcome, celebrity chef manufacturing is likely to fail. But what everyone didn't expect was that the celebrity chef manufacturing had survived this way, and even the Cooperation Management Committee of Diyala held such a transfer ceremony. I really don't know what they think. Could it be that they really got 2 billion from other places? Anyway, the representatives of the banks and financial institutions participating in the meeting are very skeptical. But everyone still has to come. One is to give the leadership of the management committee face, and the other is to see if celebrity chefs can really find them today. Funds. Of course, it is inevitable that he will be a little bit unpredictable, intending to see the lively guys, and mess around in the meantime. The 9 o'clock transfer meeting was held. The management committee specially invited a news host from the municipal TV station to act as the MC. He came to the stage to announce the process and first invited the leadership of the management committee to speak. Mr. Jiang came on stage. Of course it was Mandarin idioms at the beginning. Everyone has become accustomed to it. After 10 minutes of speaking, Mr. Jiang changed his conversation and began to praise the famous chefs. The rising star, the pride of our benching, etc., were all said without money. The news reporters present were all taken aback when they heard it. The trouble caused by the celebrity chef a few days ago has not been resolved. Mr. Jiang will come out and give them the platform, which can explain some things. Some sensitive reporters have even been able to feel that there will definitely be changes in the future. Then a representative made by a famous chef took the stage to speak. Originally, Xiao Feng wanted Zhu Jing to speak on his behalf, but after thinking about it, he finally decided to come out on the platform by himself. Now the celebrity chef manufacturing has just started, and he has not yet reached the time to hide behind the scenes. Sure enough, he had appeared in front of the media camera, and immediately murdered a lot of film. The flash on the spot burst into light. This was the boss made by a celebrity chef. The first time he was exposed in front of the news media, they were very young like Xiao Feng. People are naturally very interested. Soon Xiao Feng began to speak. Of course, he started the article with thanks for 30 and other mandarins, and then thanked the leaders of the management committee a lot. He specially asked someone to write this article and returned it to Mr. Jiang. After passing a glance, they are also recognized. After that, he exaggerated the wise leaders of the management committee, and the words were not leaking. Soon after the speech was finished, when the process of signing and exchanging contracts was about to begin, a reporter suddenly asked in the audience, "Mr. Xiao, Can you ask a question about the food safety of your famous chefs recently? The atmosphere of the scene, which was still very harmonious, immediately became solemn, and the expressions of the several leaders of the management committee on the stage changed immediately. What happened? Haven't people been sent to greet these media a long time ago? Don't talk nonsense about what shouldn't be said. Don't ask nonsense if you shouldn't ask. What's wrong with this reporter? Is there any discipline? Xiao Feng was also taken aback, but he soon understood that this reporter must have dug a pit for himself by Yunai International. He dared to do so. This guy must have collected the money, and then he did not intend to work in his original unit. Mixed up. Mr. Xiao, there was a video on the internet recently that the famous chef made a back kitchen and seriously violated regulations and threatened food safety. What's your explanation? The reporter wearing glasses continued to raise a very sharp question without waiting for Xiao Feng to speak. Mr. Zhang's face on the stage was already pale, and the king jumped angrily, and went down to find someone to clear the scene. This guy, don't you want to get involved in the benching news circle from now on? In the distance, a security guard began to approach the reporter gradually, and many reporters around this guy had their eyes brightened at this time and their spirits were lifted. They were not very interested in the previous Mandarin idioms, but on this topic, they are very enthusiastic. Although this reporter is obviously unpredictable, he has asked all the questions that everyone wants to ask but dare not ask. Everyone wants to see Xiao Feng, a new business star in benching. How would you respond to this incident? Don't talk about the reporters in the audience. The big men from the Chambers of Commerce and the Catering Association all sat up straight at this time, all wanting to hear Xiao Feng's answer. As for the representatives of the financial institutions and banks, let alone, they were all looking at Xiao Feng on the stage vigorously at this time. All of them were waiting for him to get embarrassed. And Xiao Feng froze for a while, and then quickly sorted out his thoughts. Since you are going to make trouble, then Lao Tzu doesn't mind. He will give you a public counterattack and slap your face fiercely. He smiled at the reporter and said, first of all, I want to clarify one thing, that is, on the internet, about the late video incident made by celebrity chefs. What I want to say is that the video is fake. What? How could it be that everyone saw it? Your whitewashing routine is too low level. Huh? What you say is fake is fake. How can you convince everyone? Xiao Feng's answer can be said to have caused an uproar in the audience, whether it is reporters, banks, representatives of financial institutions, or representatives of the business community, and representatives of catering associations. Xiao Feng saw the reaction from the audience www.intelnovel.com and smiled confidently, and then continued, after the incident, we have gone to branches across the country and arranged inspection teams. We will put each branch. The results of food inspections are all posted online. But one thing, I must explain in advance that the video is fake. Although the name of our store is mentioned many times in the video, we later specially organized a staff to study this video. The result was easy to find the flaw by us. What Xiao Feng said really aroused the interest of the participants at the meeting. What flaws? That is the back kitchen in the video. It is not the back kitchen made by our famous chef at all, because the brand, specifications, and layout of the equipment in it are inconsistent with the back kitchen made by our famous chef. As soon as Xiao Feng said this, the scene was immediately messed up. No wonder this Xiao Feng was so confident before. No wonder that celebrity chef manufacturing is now on the cusp, and he still dared to participate in this referral conference so blatantly. Although we used the franchise system in the manufacture of famous chefs, in terms of store decoration, all require the same style. Whether it is the dining area or the back kitchen, there are only 3 sets of decoration plans. So our basic model of the back kitchen is 3 patterns. But the layout of the back kitchen in the video is totally inconsistent with the back kitchen made by our famous chef. Chapter 459 Awesome. The reporters present at the scene heard Xiao Feng's answer, and immediately became uncomfortable. Even some official media did not care about discipline at this time. They all seemed to be sharks that smelled the blood, desperately moving towards each other. Live before, with long guns and short shots, the microphone almost fell into Xiao Feng's mouth as soon as he hugged forward. The security guards who had come to pick up the reporters who were planning to pick up the incident had to surround Xiao Feng immediately at this time, so as not to cause a stampede. The representatives of the business community sitting behind, as well as the representatives of banks and financial institutions, also craned their necks. After all, human beings have a gossip and curious nature. Although everyone had doubts about what happened to celebrity chefs before, what could be more exciting than having to clarify things personally like this? Even the leaders of the management committee sitting on the stage were not in a hurry at this time. What everyone worried about before was that there was a reporter who was ignorant. In this meeting, he suddenly asked about the violation of the celebrity chef's back kitchen. Things come. But now it seems that Mr. Xiao is well prepared and able to clarify the facts. That would be the best. Then let him play. In the future, those guys with ill-conceived minds will make trouble on the internet again, saying that the management committee does not distinguish right from wrong and cooperates with a company with a reputational taint. Well now, since other famous chefs can prove their innocence, why not give them a chance to prove themselves? It is better for them to wash themselves white than to be made irresponsible remarks in the future. Mr. Xiao, can you tell me something about that? What's the matter with that video? Yes, Mr. Xiao, is that video really not shot in the back kitchen of your famous chef? Mr. Xiao, you mean that someone deliberately planted and framed you and caused trouble? The reporters were all excited. Originally thought they were attending a boring transfer ceremony in accordance with the rules. But when they thought of the scene, they invited to meet the sudden changes. It suddenly became the most popular corporate whitewashing scene. This situation is interesting. Up. If you can't seize this opportunity and go back to make big news, then these reporters might as well go back and kill them. Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. Xiao Feng smiled and pressed his hand down. Now that he has mastered the dominance of the venue, he has become the focus of attention of the audience. But he is not panicked. That's the case. When our celebrity chef first opened the business invitation conference, we stipulated that all franchised branches must adopt our decoration plan in order to unify the standard. One is for aspect management, and the other is for effective operation. Because our rear kitchen decoration specifications are based on the experience summed up after our business operations, such as where is the cold storage, where is the oven, where is the stove for heating and cooking. These are all very elegant and are based on the pattern of the most receiving model design. What Xiao Feng said is basically understood by everyone. Many Western-style fast food restaurants and Chinese fast food restaurants are also designed in this way. The advantage of this is that it can save manpower to the greatest extent and improve production efficiency. Rapid replication of scale. This is the advantage of fast food restaurants, which are becoming more and more factory-oriented. At the root, it is the formulation of standardization. Not only the process of producing food and cooking, but also the decoration. They also adopt unified standardization. Later, we carefully studied the video that broke the news on the internet, and found that the table for making fast food inside, there are many equipment, such as oven, vegetable counter, freezer, etc. The layout of the equipment, and the back kitchen made by our famous chef, the layout is completely different, and many of our equipment are purchased uniformly from certain brands of products. But the brands of those equipment in the video are not the same as those made by our famous chefs, so we judged that the video is fake. Xiao Feng talked freely, and all the reporters on the scene were basically convinced by what he said. Since people dare to say that, then more direct evidence will definitely be announced next. At present, we have sent inspection teams to franchise stores across the country. We assure you that we will shoot videos for each inspection team and every branch. You can come and publish the video based on the video taken by our inspection team. Compare that video by yourself to see if our back chef is the same as the back chef of that video. As soon as Xiao Feng said these words, Everyone in the room brightened. This President Xiao is very courageous. It seems that in order to prove his innocence this time, he has paid a lot of money. It takes a lot of cost to go to 400 branches across the country. But they didn't know. In fact, Xiao Feng had to go to the hotel, which was only 200 stores. The back cooking video of Yida's franchise store would just tell Wang Gongcai that they would shoot it themselves. You don't even need to go through all 200 stores. Many reputable large franchisees stores ask them to shoot their own videos according to Xiao Feng's specifications, send them to the headquarters, and then put them under the official account, and it's okay. In fact, the cost is not as high as everyone thinks, but some small franchisees may have mistakes, and they still have to check the team and go through it in person. After all, some franchisees, in order to increase their profits, are really not so honest. For example, for the amount of a package of cooking, he will use 2/3 of it for you, and the remaining 1/3 will be accumulated together and continue to be used. In this way, the original 3 food packs and 3 meals can be served by him. 4 or more meals can be served here. In this way, he will increase his profits. Of course, such a store must be beaten. Therefore, the inspection team should be sent. And now that Xiao Feng said so confidently, his rhetoric was obviously quickly accepted by the reporters at the scene. So, Mr. Xiao, what do you mean? In this back kitchen video incident, someone deliberately fabricated and framed celebrity chefs. A relatively well-known reporter from the local TV station in Benqing, Xiaohua, immediately took the topic and asked Xiao Feng. Celebrity Chef Manufacturing is a company that has recently gained fame in Benthan. The locals in Benthan have a very good impression of this company. The price is affordable, the quantity is sufficient, and the taste is good. Not only the locals in Benthan like it, but also many tourists who come to Benthan. Unknowingly, this company has become a business card of Benthan. It is one of the few well-known companies in Benqing that can be identified in recent years and has a reputation throughout the country. It is currently in a stage of vigorous development, but it is so dirty and slandered. Of course, the reporters in Benqing are very angry. Shun. Now the big bosses of other companies have already stood up to prove their innocence. And the method they said is also very magnificent. It is indeed an effective self-certification plan. Then the local reporters in Benqing, of course, don't mind to stand up and help a famous chef makes one. My child, my love. You can say that. We are currently investigating specifically. Once our investigation team has visited all branches across the country and all the videos are sent back. After we conduct an effective comparison, if it is indeed not matched, then we will choose to report to the police. No matter who is behind the scenes and framing us, we will take up the weapon of law and pursue it to the end. Great. As soon as Xiao Feng's voice fell, there was already a round of applause among the reporters. The local reporters in Benthan gave a warm applause. The celebrity chefs made such bad news before. As locals in Benthan, they are also under tremendous pressure. After all, Celebrity Chef Manufacturing is a company in Benqing. If something goes wrong, it will definitely affect the reputation of Benqing. Now that the company has self-certified innocence and has been wronged by others, of course they all feel a lot easier, and at the same time they feel bad about that. Those who make trouble naturally gritted their teeth with hatred. Okay, Mr. Xiao said, well, in recent years, with the development of the internet, an unhealthy trend has also emerged on the internet. Many self-media, regardless of whether the news is true or false, will always be alarmist and stir up troubles in order to win the attention of the audience. The things made by famous chefs this time is an example. Our district government is also waiting for famous chefs to make their own evidence collection. Once the evidence collection is completed and it is confirmed that they are indeed wronged, then the public security organs in our district will definitely cooperate in the circle. Enterprises, find out the truth about the matter. Let the bad guys not escape legal sanctions, as well as those self-media that make waves on the internet. We will also let them know that the internet is not a place outside the law. I don't know when, Mr. Jiang also came to Xiao Feng's side. After Xiao Feng's side, Mr. Jiang stood up and expressed his opinion. The meaning of what he said was different. Many reporters in Benching were excited, but Mr. Jiang was creating a platform for the famous chef. If what Mr. Xiao said is true, www.mentalnovel.com, then those sprays on the internet will be unlucky. Mr. Jiang said this, but he said that although it can be cross-proven, this level of support is really extraordinary. Xiao Feng was also taken aback when he heard Mr. Zhang's expression. He really didn't expect Mr. Jiang to stand up at this time and give him such a strong support. Tomorrow, if Mr. Zhang's statement of this kind is reported in the papers, if you are clever on the internet, you should know how to do it, but if you want to run, it's not that easy. Xiao Feng was very excited, but at this time, he couldn't act too much. He could only suppress his emotions. He stretched out his hand and shook his hand firmly with Mr. Jiang. The attitude of Mr. Jiang was really amazing. With Mr. Zhang's remarks, then this whitewashing matter can be much easier. Mr. Wan also said hello to him. He has almost prepared. The two main naval teams have been locked by him, and he will be finished. Now he can launch it after the fact, and both sides launch it together. For those online rumor makers, it will definitely be their end. Chapter 460. Plan B. On the top floor of the Guohui building at the other end of the city, He Yukon sighed when he saw this situation, and then closed his eyes. They discovered the floor. On the other side, President Ma simply smashed the ashtray in his hand with a palm. If it weren't for the thick and soft carpet in the room, the crystal ashtray would have to be shattered. What should I do now? I told you not to be merciless. Ma Yutao looked at He Yukon with a sullen face and said that the chef had conspired for a long time to make this business. Ma Yutao's elder brother, General Manager Malaysia, started in Binching and now does business all over the country. Yanaiu International is a very local giant in the financial circle. The assets on the surface alone are as high as tens of billions. The following part is even more amazing. When the business has reached such a stage, of course, the Malaysian president can no longer stay in Benthan. Instead, he flies all over the country every day, plus Hong Kong, Macau and Taiwan. But Lao still had to be occupied by someone, so the head of Malaysia placed Ma Yutao in the position of the president of the Benthan area. Moreover, the business has reached such a stage. Their internal Yanaiu International is definitely not the same as before. It is Mr. Ma Sutrans and many strategic partners have been introduced, and in the end they have become shareholders of the company. Now within the company, there are 13 shareholders who can speak for themselves, and the two presidents of Ma and their direct lineages can reach just 9. So they still have absolute control over the company. The other 4 shareholders have been dissatisfied with this situation for a long time, and their main object of dissatisfaction is this Ma Yutao, Mr. Ma. Relying on his identity as the brother of Malaysia's chief brother, he did not say that he did anything wrong in the company, but he did all the bad things. He planted cronies in the company and engaged in unhealthy trends. He even led a few projects in the past few times. The failure caused the company to lose hundreds of millions of dollars, which has left other shareholders dissatisfied for a long time. Even the other shareholders of the Malaysian president are very dissatisfied with the performance of the Malaysian president. But because Malaysia always takes the face of everyone's starting up, it's not easy to speak up. Of course, Ma Yutao also knew the situation he was facing, so since He Yukon talked about the chef's manufacturing with him, he took it seriously. After the research, he also felt that this company has great potential, so he wanted to take a share in this company and make some achievements to show other shareholders in the company. This time this round was ordered by him, led by He Yukon, who originally thought it would be seamless. Today they also deliberately planted their hands to the transfer ceremony, just to watch Xiao Feng get embarrassed, because they have been closely monitoring the financial situation of celebrity chefs recently, and they haven't got the 2 billion yuan at all. Today's transfer ceremony is destined to be embarrassing, so that the company's goodwill will be overwhelming. At that time, it's time for them to make a move. Unless the celebrity chefs don't want to do it, they will cooperate with them. they can think of a good result. But how can I think that, after a good transfer ceremony, suddenly the conversation turned? It turned out to be a whitewashing conference made by a famous chef. If it's just an ordinary whitewashing conference, it's not a big deal. But the speech of President Jiang just now means too much. This shows that the management committee is willing to stand behind the famous chefs and endorse them. This is incredible. Except for those brave self-media, other media want to forward news about celebrity chefs. They have to weigh the weight of their own words. Maybe it is possible to be cross-province. As for those self-media, their influence is far away, and they may be slapped to death at any time. More importantly, Xiao Feng really found the key to the whole thing. He Yukon originally set up this bureau to affect the reputation of celebrity chefs, not to kill the restaurant with a stick, and considering that if Xiao Feng agrees to their terms, after they enter the company, they will also whitewash this company, so when he set up the bureau, he deliberately left a loophole. Unexpectedly, this loophole was caught by Xiao Feng. If there is no management committee platform, then even if Xiao Feng seizes this loophole, it is not a big deal. If you know all the media in the world, what you like the most is the kind of big news that attracts the attention of the eye. At that time, as long as he spends some money, many traditional media are willing to contribute to this matter. Even if they do not make a stand, as long as they forward the news, they will attract a lot of attention. But this time the management committee stepped up to help the celebrity chefs. The media may not have the courage. They weren't explosive news. Obviously they couldn't provoke the officials of Mhaishan's Hong district for a little money. And even if those self-media will regain momentum without the support of the official media, they will die soon. What's more, people have found evidence of real hammering. As we continue to do it, those self-media will evoke scolding, and for those who cherish feathers, they will definitely stop in time. In this way, He Yukan's meticulously planned offensive will be completely abandoned. Therefore, He Yukan was silent at this time, while Ma Yutao was blaming him endlessly. It shouldn't be a woman's kindness to leave such a loophole. This guy's Tang Seng reciting the scriptures almost made He Yukan angry, so he could only keep cursing in his stomach. At the beginning, you agreed to this plan. The effect that has not gone now is all pushed to me. Really, Nima is dead. At this time, the transfer ceremony has begun to enter the topic, and the two parties began to sign and exchange contracts on the podium. Mr. Ma, don't worry, even if he can wash it, what if he can't get the money later? Will you look at the guys on the management committee? Will you turn your face with him? When He Yukan watched the TV screen, he quickly reminded Ma Yutao. Ma Yutao also turned his head and stared at the TV screen. On the TV screen, Xiao Feng and Mr. Jiang had already signed the contract with a smile, and then the two exchanged contracts. At this time, a blonde beauty standing behind Xiao Feng came to the front desk, and a strong man following the beauty quickly took a special check, the size of a desktop, was handed to the beautiful woman's hand. The beauty came to Xiao Feng and handed the special check to his hand. Xiao Feng smiled and handed the check to Mr. Jiang. The two of them took the check together, stood on the stage, dented a shape, and murdered a piece of film under the stage. And Mr. He Yukan and Mr. Ma, who were sitting in the office of the capital, looked completely blue with anger when they saw the check held by the two of them, with large fancy English letters on it, and the words Citibank written on it. What's so special, He Yukan? Didn't you mean that this guy can never find 2 billion? Mr. Ma, who would have thought he could contact Citibank? Besides, these overseas banks are really not something we can monitor. We can block his financing channels from domestic banks and financial institutions, but we want to block him. The channels of financing from overseas are simply hard to beat. He Yukan couldn't help his voice getting louder and louder. He really didn't expect Xiao Feng to be so difficult to deal with. What's more terrifying is that he had really underestimated this guy before, and he could find overseas financing channels. What I didn't expect was that Ma Yutao was such a bastard. When planning, he made all his own plans. When he succeeded, the grandson came to pick the peaches, but he failed. The grandson wanted to throw the pot all over him. Nima is too much. Ma Yutao glanced at He Yukon. His eyes were cold, but he was not talking anymore, and He Yukon's heart stunned. Turning his head to look at the TV, Mr. Jiang and Xiao Feng in the screen smiled brightly at this time. That's right. Citibank has always been Plan B prepared by Xiao Feng. When he first started contacting domestic banks and was planning to raise funds from the country, Xiao Feng had already begun to prepare Plan B. When he was doing food foreign trade business in Beijing in his early years, his company often dealt with banks. He really knew the behavior of these banks too well, so Xiao Feng had a very bad impression of domestic banks. In addition, their interest rates are still high, so when he planned to raise funds, he considered overseas financing. So last time he went to Xiangjiang specially, opened an account with Citibank in Xiangjiang, and deposited a part of gold and silver jewelry in, and became a VIP customer of Citigroup. Citigroup even sent a personal assistant, Casey, to keep in touch with him every day and recommend various investment and financial portfolios to him every day. It's a pity that Xiao Feng and Casey had fought each other and played ha-ha, but didn't have any actual actions until the bank suddenly took out loans a few days ago. He called one of his personal assistants, Casey, and asked for a loan from Citibank. Naturally, there was no reason for Citibank to refuse. You must know that Xiao Feng's gold and silver jewelry is worth 40 pieces. 100 million. www.mentalnovel.com. Part of the mortgage, a loan of 2 billion, that is simply not easy. So today they even took a photo of Xiao Feng's personal assistant, Kathy, coming over, sending him a check, and directly leaving Casey at the Citibank in benching to receive Xiao Feng, a big customer. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with Citi's arrangement, and Mr. Jiang is even more satisfied. What they gave was US dollars worth 2 billion renminbi, which was directly stored in overseas accounts. This is US dollars, income from earning foreign exchange. Turn to the Foreign Exchange Administration of benching. Then Jiang is a great contributor. To wrap up this matter, that is, Jiang has attracted pure foreign investment and invested in financing projects. This is a big achievement. The packaging is good, and the soaring at the end of the year is a sure thing. So at this time, Mr. Jiang smiled exceptionally brilliantly, and he was extremely satisfied with Xiao Feng. This young man is so sensible. He is the great lucky star of my old Jiang. You must take good care of this kid in the future. Chapter 461. Heart is cut. The two people on the stage laughed very brightly. Jiang always did it beautifully because of this incident. It is considered that a large satellite was placed in the middle of the mountain and showed a big face in front of the superior. As a leader, Mr. Jiang has a heavy burden on his shoulders every year. Not only does he need to do well in the district's construction, but also to ensure the district's economic growth. Although it has not been mentioned in recent years, it is still within the scope of assessment. In particular, this kind of investment that directly attracts overseas investment is a very beautiful result. This Xiao Feng is also good at handling things. He actually started a leather bag company from abroad, and then he really used Citis money to participate in the joint completion of the acquisition of the Twin Towers through this leather bag company. This helped him complete most of his work. Although the truth can be seen by someone who knows the truth at a glance, it was Xiao Feng who put on 2 vests alone. But in politics, isn't there such an unspoken rule? If you see it through, you can live it together. As long as the money is truly settled, no one will be able to make irresponsible remarks on this matter. When the time comes to report at the end of the year, he will beautify a few sentences. This is a great credit, and Xiao Feng's happiness here is because Citibank is really great. As long as you have money, they will treat you as God. The service of these guys is really in place. I called them a few days ago and said they wanted to get a loan. My personal assistant, Casey, was really jumping 3 feet high. You must know that she and Xiao Feng have been in contact for some time, but they have not been able to talk about the various investment portfolios recommended by Xiao Feng Investment Bank. and Xiao Feng has not borrowed from the bank. This is a serious waste of resources for both her and the bank. This guy has stored various gold and silver jewelry worth 4 billion in the bank. If these resources are kept in the bank and not circulated, what is the difference between them and stones? Fortunately, Xiao Feng finally took action recently. This made the big beauty Casey overjoyed and quickly contacted the superior manager. Although the loan was 2 billion RMB, this amount is not small. But Xiao Feng is worth 4 billion RMB. Your jewelry is in the bank. What's terrible about the bank? This is their VIP level customer, so the bank approved the loan very quickly, and the interest rate was very low. Even after learning that Xiao Feng was going to run the project with loans the day before yesterday, Casey personally flew directly from Xiangjiang to Binxing to learn about Xiao Feng's current situation. After learning that Xiao Feng turned out to be the owner of a celebrity chef in the mainland recently, she immediately reported to the headquarters. Citigroup attaches great importance to rookies in the business world like Xiao Feng. Now a good customer is very difficult to find. Once such a customer is discovered and a good relationship with them is dealt with, it will last a lifetime for the bank, especially for customers with full potential like Xiao Feng. That is the bank's favorite object. After learning about Xiao Feng's recent investment plan, the Xiangjiang headquarters not only let Casey be stationed nearby, but also deployed a small team from Beijing, Puhai and other areas to help Xiao Feng formulate this investment plan. Of course, they did this with ulterior motives. On the one hand, they sent this team to collect information about Xiao Feng and understand the real situation of Xiao Feng and the company under his name. On the other hand, they also hope that they can show their strength in front of Xiao Feng. Let Xiao Feng understand that their professional Citigroup hopes to leave a good impression on Xiao Feng, so as to maintain long-term cooperation in the future. Xiao Feng can't understand Citi's flowers intestines. When he was in Beijing, the owner of the company that was engaged in high-end food import and export business was a Citi customer. Although he was not comparable to his current top VIP level, he was also a VIP customer. Once posted Citi's routine to them. It's just that he didn't expect that in his life he would be able to enjoy Citi's VIP service one day. Citigroup is really professional. After learning about his situation, he quickly formulated a plan and reported it to Xiao Feng. After Xiao Feng saw it, he also admired it very much. These guys are really human beings, and they have thoroughly studied people's thoughts. Previously, Xiao Feng had a simple idea, which was to obtain a direct loan from Citi, and then complete the acquisition. But Citi gave another proposal, that is, let him directly use a seashell company he registered before to complete the acquisition. Citi directly loaned the money to the shell company, and then the shell company and celebrity chefs jointly acquired the Twin Towers. Everyone contributed the same capital and each took up a common share. In this way, in the future, part of the income generated by the building will also be reasonably transferred overseas. This will help Xiao Feng's own property safety on the one hand, and on the other hand, it will be more conducive to asset preservation and investment. And more importantly, you can also give Mr. Zhang a favor. These Citi guys have a very good understanding of the rules of the domestic political circle. This operation will definitely kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Feng thought about the same reason, so he agreed to this operation. This service from Citi really made him very satisfied. Having such a private financial management team by his side can really help him solve a lot of troubles. This time Xiao Feng and Citigroup are happily working together. But at this time, the hearts of the others present were all mixed up. Those business representatives, at this time, couldn't help but give Xiao Feng a high look. They have all heard of the difficulties of Xiao Feng's acquisition. To be honest, many of them are watching the excitement of the mind. No one believes that Xiao Feng can make up 2 billion in just 2 days, but now they have opened their eyes. This kid really has an overseas relationship, and his background must be very hard. Otherwise, how could he let Citi spit and get him 2 billion? It seems that in the future, I really need to make good friends with him, but I dare not make trouble with him easily. As for the banks and financial institutions, Their hearts are even more mixed at this time. To be honest, these banks and financial institutions are just to watch the excitement. The dilemma that celebrity chefs have encountered recently: they all know that they also take out loans at the same time, and they are tacitly aware. In fact, they all have another bad idea. That is, just like Yanaiu International, they are all waiting for the celebrity chefs to make trouble. Once celebrity chef manufacturing can't hold on, and the equity is really raised for financing, they will definitely swarm them. Everyone knows that the equity of this company is worth more than that of the building. As long as the difficulties are overcome this time and the second investment promotion conference is completed, it will immediately be the rhythm of listing. At that time, relying on the horrible profitability of this fast food restaurant, as long as it goes public, it will definitely be a hot stock. Investing in his equity now will definitely recoup the profit tenfold or even 100-fold in the future. What they didn't expect was that Xiao Feng actually played a beautiful dark Chen Kang. They actually borrowed money from a foreign bank, and it was still 2 billion. 2 billion yuan is not a small sum for these banks. In China, in second-tier cities like Binqing, even large state-owned enterprises, central enterprises, and a single bank dare not put so much money alone. We must get a few banks to engage in syndicated loans together. But Citigroup is different. These foreign devils are rich in money, and they also run wild when they play. They don't have the rules of domestic banks, so they often leave people with the impression that they are ruthless, but they have won a lot. This time, you can clearly see the difference between them and domestic banks. This group of guys has taken a big bargain this time. This time the celebrity chef has made it through the storm, so in the future, it will definitely be soaring. If you want to catch up with their relationship in the future, it will be difficult. Moreover, they have cooperated with Citigroup once. Will they be looking for other domestic banks to cooperate in the future? The funds are not as strong as others. The approval efficiency is no one's fast, and the loan interest rate is still low, so you still play with others? More importantly, this Xiao Feng was able to get money from Citigroup. This surprised everyone. You must know that foreign banks have various advantages, but not everyone can borrow money from Citigroup. Either you have a physical mortgage that someone looks at, or it is a very powerful guarantee system. When thinking about Xiao Feng's predecessor, many bank representatives are suddenly surprised. This guy will not mortgage the equity. Thinking of this, the representatives of these domestic banks and financial institutions sitting in the audience felt as if they were being slowly cut with a knife. They tried all kinds of ways to make it by the famous chef who wanted to get it. But now it's so cheap for these foreign devils. Think about it. I'm unwilling to think about it. mentalnovel.com. This Xiao Feng is really too strong. If you have something to say, if you put a little lower posture, come to discuss with everyone, how could we not give it? What about your loan? But they have forgotten their act of drawing salaries from the bottom of the tank. If they hadn't done it in the first place, how could Xiao Feng contact Citigroup? Just thinking about the icing on the cake. But never give up charcoal in a snowy day. No merchant likes to do business with such a bank, but the banks never conduct self-examination like this. And among these representatives, the most annoying is President Feng. He used to have a recent relationship with Xiao Feng. He also knew more about Xiao Feng than other banks. He knew that this guy had a winery and ranch in his hands, an unfathomable boss of strength. Originally, he strongly opposed the loan, but his superiors kept pressing him down, and he could only lower his head to execute it. Now it's all right. Xiao Feng has turned himself over, and he has won a big victory. The relationship and feelings he had cultivated with Xiao Feng before were completely ruined, and his heart was cut at the thought of this. If you insisted on persisting at the beginning, then Banhai Bank and Citibank can now share the fruits of victory on stage. Chapter 462 Financial Advisor. Unfortunately, there is no if. The signing ceremony on the stage was quickly completed, and then a cold dinner hosted by the management committee, which is what Zhang always insisted. Xiao Feng originally wanted to go back to each house after the signing ceremony was completed, but Mr. Jiang insisted on keeping the part of the buffet party. On the one hand, because of the recent period, Xiao Feng and his celebrity chef made the hottest in Binching. Many business people in Benthan wanted to get acquainted with him, and many people entrusted him to introduce him. Those business people want to be familiar with Xiao Feng and see if there is any possibility of cooperation in the future. On the other hand, the management committee is also thinking about using this platform to allow more Binching merchants to catch up with Xiao Feng's relationship. Anyone with the discerning eye can see that as long as celebrity chefs overcome this difficulty, they will surely soar into the sky in the future, and maybe they will be able to become a large-scale international enterprise. For such a large company, the upstream and downstream industrial chain is very long, especially the downstream supply chain, which is even more remarkable. A large company like this can feed dozens or even hundreds of small companies. And the more such enterprises, the better the development of Shanshong district, whether it is fiscal taxation or employment opportunities. Therefore, the management committee, of course, hopes to introduce more people to Xiao Feng. As for whether those guys can get orders from the celebrity chefs, it depends on their ability. Mr. Jiang pulled Xiao Feng and stood in the center of the crowd. There were constant business celebrities from Binching coming over, and Mr. Jiang also dutifully continued to bridge Xiao Feng and the front lines of various business celebrities. Xiao Feng also does not reject this. In this way, he expands his personal network in the business world, greets everyone with a smile, and constantly exchanges cards. These people used to be big people he didn't even have a chance to meet, but now everyone is very polite to him, which makes Xiao Feng's heart more comfortable. However, when struggling with these business celebrities, Xiao Feng also noticed that many representatives of banks and financial institutions were standing outside of them in disbelief, trying to join in the fun. And Xiao Feng sneered at them, and didn't give them a good face. None of the business celebrities present was a celebrity. They had heard about the affairs between Xiao Feng and these bank representatives. Having been treated like that by these banks, everyone feels angry when they think of it. Of course, a tycoon at their level, even if he is dissatisfied with the bank, will not show it on such occasions. After all, Xiao Feng has the ability to get money from overseas. They don't have the skills like Xiao Feng, and they will inevitably pay back in the future. It is necessary to cooperate with these domestic banks. Soon these business celebrities disappeared one by one, and President Feng came forward first. Mr. Xiao, congratulations on the success of this acquisition. You are welcome. I still appreciate your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to get such low-cost funds. Xiao Feng returned with a sneer, and made President Feng and the bank representatives behind him blush. They all know that Xiao Feng's remarks are ironic, but they are also telling the truth. Even if their loan interest rate to Xiao Feng floats 30% below the national benchmark interest rate, they still get a lot higher than Citi's interest rate. You have to know Citigroup can find the lowest interest rate, even the inner percent click interest rate. Compared with others, they do not have any cost advantage at all. As soon as President Feng saw Xiao Feng's statement, he knew that this time it must be over. The Binhai Bank will definitely no longer have the possibility of cooperating with celebrity chefs in the future. Sure enough, Xiao Feng's next sentence caused President Feng to immediately feel a violent liver pain. President Feng, due to business needs, we are currently planning to adjust the cooperative relationship with the bank. We plan to close the corporate account in your bank. Please prepare. I will let our finance perform operations in a few days. We plan to transfer the funds. Transfer to Citibank. In front of these many people, this is Kai Guoguo's slap, and he doesn't give any face. This is punishing President Feng and Binhai Bank. Think about it. You were the first to jump out and say you want to support us, say you want to give $1 billion a loan, and everything has been negotiated, but because of such a little catching up, you and other banks took out loans together. Unacceptable. Anyway, everyone has cooperated many times before, and Xiao Feng has made money for Binhai Bank, but your attitude of saying that you turn your face is really chilling. Xiao Feng didn't plan to have any business dealings with Manhai Bank at all. The reason why he said in front of so many banks was that on the one hand, he wanted to save President Feng's face, and on the other hand, he wanted to show other banks. See, if you want to cooperate with our famous chefs in the future, then it is best to behave, otherwise, then you don't have to cooperate anymore. At this time, President Feng felt that his liver was shaking. Famous chefs made more than 20 branches in the Binching area, and 10 of them kept their accounts in Banhai Bank. Hundreds of thousands of transactions are received every day, millions in a month, and even tens of millions are received in good times. This is their big customer in corporate business. Now people say they want to close the account, and the money is all turned away. Any president will feel heartache. At this time, he felt even more bitter in his mouth. If he changed to another company, President Feng would definitely dare to swear in front of the business owner, and dare to offend the bank. Even if the Banhai Bank is not a particularly large bank in Binching, he still has 10,000 ways to make the business difficult. But for celebrity chefs, he really doesn't have the guts. People are now a blushing company in front of Mr. Jiang. How can he dare to make small moves behind his back? Besides, people can catch up with overseas banks. Domestic banks are really not. Considering their cash flow, how many banks have to cooperate with others? So at this time, he could only salivate his face and watch Xiao Feng's bitterness with a bitter smile. Mr. Xiao, I also have difficulties. You also know that I can't decide that matter. I also strongly opposed it at the meeting. But the effect of your objection does not seem to be very good. I only look at the results. If you can stab me in the back when I need support most, then I don't think we will cooperate in the future. Having said that, President Feng knew that there was no need to insist, so he nodded with a wry smile. The signing ceremony was over soon. Xiao Feng left the venue, but this time there was another person beside him, a tall, plump and beautiful American beauty, Casey Turner, from Chicago in the Great Lakes region of the United States. Graduated from Harvard University 2 years ago with a double bachelor's degree in finance and management. After graduating from college, he went to Wall Street and worked for Goldman Sachs Bank. A year ago, he moved to Citi, and then he entered the most high-end private financial business department of Citi as a private financial secretary. In fact, she knew when she entered this industry that this is a field full of unspoken rules. Her job is called personal financial assistant, or personal financial secretary, or personal financial consultant, but their scope of work is very wide. Even if the customer puts forward any request beyond the professional scope, they must agree to it, otherwise the bank will choose to replace you. Of course, the rewards will be very rich. The most successful thing is to become the wives of the tycoons, and the second-level ones will become the mistresses. The worst ones are even the playthings of others, but as long as the tycoons are served well, 1 year it is also possible to get a return of millions of dollars. They can retire early in a few years. After she arrived at Citigroup, there has been no special customer. Until some time ago, after Xiao Feng appeared, she was assigned to Xiao Feng as his personal financial advisor. But before, she only talked to Xiao Feng on the phone and never met. Until a few days ago, to be honest, she was very satisfied with Xiao Feng's client. She was young and rich, tall and handsome, strong in body, and there was still such a company with unlimited potential under her name. Fast food chain. This is definitely a template for the Super Diamond King. So from the beginning of the meeting, Casey decided to hold Xiao Feng firmly. She was very confident about her appearance and figure. Compared with the flat-shaped East Asian girls, she did not believe that men did not like her type. And since she was a teenager, after she understood the profound meaning of her life's highest pursuit, she was very responsible for her body and rarely touched men. She knew what a woman's most precious thing was, and she always kept it. East Asian men like it very much, and the local tyrants in the Middle East also take it very seriously. Even the rich in Europe and the United States are also very popular. so she has always planned to buy herself a good price. The task given to her by her superiors this time is very simple. Mentalnovel.com is to stay in Binching, approach Xiao Feng, get him locked up, and become a loyal customer of Citigroup. She likes this job very much. From now on, she is not only for Citigroup, she also works for Xiao Feng. She has adjusted her work attitude and intends to become Xiao Feng's personal secretary. Although Xiao Feng's attitude towards Casey is very strange, he can understand Citis' intentions. Casey is flexible and can often provide some constructive opinions. He doesn't mind keeping her by his side. She is beautiful, she has brains, and she can warm the bed. Who wouldn't you like a woman like this? Mr. Xiao, where are we going next? Casey quickly entered the working condition. Xiao Feng turned to look at her, and then smiled slightly. Go to the airport. Okay, go to the airport. Casey ordered the driver in front of him. Xiao Feng was not in a hurry to drive today. Instead, Citibank arranged a Bentley and he came by. It was the first time for him to ride in such a high-end car. The feeling of sitting in the back was really different from driving by himself before. Chapter 463 Full Counterattack Boss. I suggest you rent a car like this. Xiao Feng was lying on the boss chair behind Bentley, feeling very comfortable, while Casey next to him suggested to him with a smile, "Oh, why? Come and listen. In the future, Celebrity Chef Manufacturing will set up a group, and there must be some supporting cars within the group. In terms of the current business environment in China, ordinary BMWs and Mercedes-Benz can no longer meet the needs of some large occasions. There must be some high-end cars to support the scene, and Bentley and Rolls-Royce are the most suitable models. However, this kind of luxury car is extremely valuable, but the value preservation effect is not good, and the maintenance and insurance costs are not cheap. From the perspective of asset preservation, I do not recommend that you buy it, so I recommend that you lease this luxury car. Although the annual rental fee is not cheap, it is more cost-effective than buying, and it can be exchanged every year. The latest. What Casey said, Xiao Feng felt that it made sense. Now the Celebrity Chef Manufacturing is not the same as before. Celebrity Chef Manufacturing used to be an ordinary fast food chain, but now it has become a group, and the level of people contacted will be different from before. The company must have a few cars that can support the scene, which is quite reasonable. And Casey is also right. As far as the current domestic business environment is concerned, ordinary BMWs and Mercedes-Benz can no longer meet the needs of supporting the scene. There is no way. Doing business in the business world will save you a lot of face, especially when you do not know each other. How can you show your strength when you first come into contact? It's nothing more than personal clothes and your car. Although Xiao Feng doesn't like this set very much, many people in the business world rely on this to judge a person's strength. Unless your business is as good as Papa Ma, you are already famous all over the world, and you don't need to rely on luxury cars to show your strength. As an ordinary businessman, you still have to have these deserving face decorations. And Casey's words are equally reasonable. Cars like Bentley and Rolls-Royce cost tens of millions of dollars. Buying one to go home is really not worth it. It's not worth maintaining every year. Maintenance and insurance. The cost is also a big expense, but renting one is different. Repairs, maintenance, and insurance are all borne by the other party. The cost of one in a lease is hundreds of thousands. The money you buy for one unit can be rented for more than 10 years, and it can be rented every year. Change to the latest model. Well, this proposal is good, just do it. Boss, we have many related car rental companies on our city side. Do you think you need me to contact you? Xiao Feng turned his head and glanced at Casey. This is the advantage of relying on a big bank. There are all kinds of resources. Okay, leave it to you. The car quickly arrived at the airport. Soon Xiao Feng picked up a person from the VIP aisle, and when he returned to the car, Kathy's eyes widened when he saw the person. This person is so famous in China, even if Casey is from the United States. He knows his name, Won Gongtsai, the dream lover of countless girls, the national husband. At this time, Casey's eyes looked at Xiao Feng. It was even more different. This Xiao Feng really. I don't know how many secrets are hidden, but I know him with Won Gongtsai. This person is really amazing. Wow, this time I really dug up the treasure. This has always been a potential stock, must be grasped. Even if you cannot become his wife in the future, but become a lover, that is enough. And Lord Won didn't care about the appearance of Casey. Anyway, he saw a lot of scenes. In his circle, there is a son who loves Persian cats. So what Western beauty has he never seen? But seeing the Bentley that Xiao Feng drove over, he couldn't help but slap Xiao Feng on the shoulder. Haha, your kid has finally opened up. This car is worthy of your status. Hey, brother Won. Don't make a joke on me. Get in the car first and let the reporters see you later. Won Gongtsai is a public figure, and he will bring his own traffic wherever he goes. Xiao Feng doesn't want them to be blocked by reporters at the airport. After getting in the car, a group of people went straight to an address given by Won Gongtsai. Brother, I've found everyone. How about let's start? On the way, young Master Won turned his head to look at Xiao Feng and asked. Xiao Feng nodded. Let's start then. The acquisition of the Twin Towers is over, but this is not the end, but just the beginning. Before the celebrity chef manufacturing was deliberately discredited, many people on the internet are taking this opportunity to carve. There are Navy forces to bring the rhythm, and then there are a bunch of people who join in the fun, for fear that the world will not be chaotic, and there are a lot of regional blacks, and they also take the opportunity to make chaos. All kinds of news on the internet are all kinds of things, but there are basically few that are made for famous chefs with kindness. Earlier, Xiao Feng's main spirit was put on the acquisition of the Twin Towers, and he didn't pay much attention to these guys. But now that the acquisition of the Twin Towers is completed, they can no longer give these jumping clowns a chance to continue to make trouble. These guys, deliberately making trouble on the internet, have seriously affected the business made by celebrity chefs. Xiao Feng called Kata, posted on the official microblog. Soon, the celebrity chef, who had been silent before, released several official WeChat accounts in a row. The first few were accompanied by various videos. Weibo content is also very simple, made by famous chefs. The first batch of self-inspection units. The first thing that appeared in the video was the self-inspector, using mobile phones to take pictures of signs, shops, and surrounding shops made by famous chefs, and then in the video, the city, location, and shooting date of the shop were reported. Then the video shooter entered the back of the store, took pictures of the layout of the back kitchen and the equipment used, and finally said at the end that it did not match the previous video posted on the internet. By analogy, more than 200 videos have been posted in a row, which has already attracted the attention of many netizens, especially those consumers who have always liked celebrity chefs. When I saw these videos, I naturally stood up and spoke for the celebrity chef. Let me just say that before, there must have been competitors who were jealous of their business and deliberately messed up. That is, if it weren't for the confidence, how many companies did this? Send so many people out, take pictures of all the back kitchens of more than 400 branches for you, and let you compare them yourself. Mind? Good job, made by a famous chef. I am optimistic about you. Drafted. That screenwriter you came out. Didn't you dance the most a few days ago? Smearing the celebrity chef's production, saying that the food cooked by others is garbage, and the food made by 20 will definitely not be clean. You are special, come out. Yes, will you Liu, you rubbish, you will fart, so you come out and say something. At this time, the celebrity chef manufacturing has basically uploaded all the inspection videos of more than 400 branches. Of course, in the end, he put aside a ruthless talk. As for some time ago, there were online video rumors that during the production of our back kitchen, the sanitary regulations were not standardized, which affected hygiene and safety. Has our company sent many people to conduct inspections across the country, covering all of the current subsidiaries, branches, After inspection, the back kitchens of all our franchise stores have been renovated in accordance with the standards set by our company. The layout of the back kitchens shown in the online breaking news video does not match, and the equipment used is also inconsistent in the breaking news video. Therefore, our company judged that the video was deliberately planted and framed. The video has caused serious damage to our company's daily production and operation. Our company has already called the police and sued the video uploader, a rabbit who loves pigs, and the video was uploaded to the website 30, and prosecuted. As soon as this passage was released, the official Weibo created by the celebrity chef who had been captured by the Navy immediately disappeared, and countless Navy soldiers were also scared at this time and began to retreat quietly. The loyal customers made by its celebrity chefs finally gained the upper hand at this time. Well, I just want to sue them and let them know that the internet is not a place outside the law. Yes, sue them, let them pay, and pay them to death. I really don't know what these people are doing. Competitors? Seeing the celebrity chef manufacturing business is so hot, someone must be jealous. Since the celebrity chef manufacturing opened in my neighborhood, several fast food restaurants of similar nature have closed down. It deserves it. Who made them expensive and the food is unpalatable? That is, I hope they will close down a few more, and celebrity chef manufacturing will open a few more. www.untlenovel.com. Just when netizens are still talking about it, another official Weibo created by celebrity chefs was released again. Come out. In recent days, due to various rumors on the internet, it has severely affected the normal operation of our store and brought huge economic losses to our company. Among them, there are not only malicious uploaders who make video uploads, but also some Fear the World, Not Chaotic Big V, and other celebrities. For example, the famous regional black screenwriter Liu Liu, as well as the internet Big V, the old black, 30, etc. All of the above, in this storm, not only did not play a role as a public figure quality, but contributed to the flames, without knowing the truth, that is, rebroadcast the video indiscriminately, and make comments, causing serious damage to our company's reputation. Our company has appointed a lawyer and will prosecute the above-mentioned big mouths. As soon as this statement was issued, the official Weibo made by the celebrity chef immediately exploded. Good job. Tell them that these has the biggest name V, one by one will fart, rub the heat. Celebrity chefs make good ones, we must sue them to the end. Let them know that the internet is not outside the law. Yes, especially those black areas, which are the most annoying. They often fart and spread rumors on the internet. These people should have rectified them a long time ago. Chapter 464. Make the funeral a happy event. In less than half an hour, the internet suddenly rose, and the celebrity chef manufacturer's hardcore counterattack naturally caused a storm on the internet. This food safety issue is the most sensitive pain point of the people. Once a company steps on this red line, if the explanation is not clear, it will basically be the fate of belching. In the past, celebrity chefs were made nationwide and gained fame. In many cities, they were strategically located, quickly occupying their market, winning the reputation of consumers, robbing a lot of business from their peers, and even some who were originally poorly managed, they were simply run on, closed down. In this way, it will inevitably arouse the envy of many colleagues. After the previous breaking video was released, it was only the wind direction of the Navy, and it was like adding fuel to the fire, causing many colleagues to follow the trend and carnival. Even many of my colleagues still spend their own money and hire a lot of big verses to help out. Naturally, the goal is to knock the celebrity chefs to death with a stick, so that they won't come to grab business again. If they are allowed to do that, everyone's business will be lost. Law did it. Not to mention, these big verses, when they came out of the mountain, really brought a lot of traffic attention. In addition, this matter itself involves sensitive topics such as food safety, and the big verses are also very willing to come out to catch the heat. Therefore, many big verses who deliberately take the rhythm have emerged, writing articles, reposting comments, and reposting comments. They do this, but they have made things made by celebrity chefs bigger and brought very serious problems to celebrity chefs. In recent days, the manufacturing business of celebrity chefs across the country has severely declined, and profits have dropped significantly. The celebrity chef made a miserable situation, but this group of guys are reveling. During this time, they have brought the wind and the rhythm, so that they have become the spokesperson of justice one by one, and the sense of justice is overflowing, and they have established a good reputation in front of consumers and netizens. His image has earned enough attention. But how can Xiao Feng make them do what they want? Really think that famous chefs are the kind of salted fish? Can anyone step on it? Nemas, if you eat Lao Tzu, give it to me. If you want to step on Lao Tzu's position, then you have to pay the corresponding price. During this period, Xiao Feng specially arranges people to put those involved internet big versus online. Random speeches, videos with rhythm, and screenshots are all retained. Celebrity chef manufacturing has already recruited some legal personnel to come in. After all, after becoming a group, this legal team must be formed. As the so-called raising soldiers, the time has come for these legal personnel to demonstrate their abilities. Attorney letter warning? Haha, that doesn't exist. What else is there to warn about if the evidence is in hand? Sue them directly. Anyway, Xiao Feng is not afraid of wrangling. The netizens who were originally guided by the trend on the internet, as well as those who didn't understand the whole matter, were also confused by this wave of operations made by celebrity chefs. Really, Lao Tzu has been on the internet for many years, but with such a hardcore whitewashing, Lao Tzu is really the first time I have seen it. It is made by a famous chef, I'm taking it too. I originally thought that the famous chef would die after such a storm. I didn't expect that they would be so strong. It's really a good break. This counterattack is too fierce and too shocking. It's really eye-opening. What is hardcore whitewashing? This wave of Amway. That is, imagine the computer. You also learn from other famous chefs. The whitewashing must be done in this way to be effective. Haha, upstairs. How do you let Imagine Computer learn? The famous chef made real swords, and he was not afraid of shadows. In just a few days, he sent people to more than 400 branches across the country and took pictures. The video, self-certified innocence, the evidence is true and reliable, and convincing. But imagine that computers can't learn this set. How can they tell the truth? Do you really tell everyone, yes, we are selling expensive in China if it is cheap to buy in the US? Do we just make money from Chinese consumers and subsidize US consumers? Puff. If they dare to say that, I'm afraid they will go bankrupt in 2 days. Imagine the computer, get rid of China. I really didn't expect that celebrity chefs are so hardcore. In the face of smearing, the average company may have panicked a long time ago. This is what people call the real feet are not afraid of crooked shoes. And through this incident, everyone can see that there is with such an attitude, the quality of the food products they make is certainly guaranteed. Nonsense. To be honest, the last time I went to Paris, I ate the fast food in this restaurant in France. To be honest, I was surprised to see this fast food restaurant open to France. Domestic fast food opens to food centers in Western Europe! And there are many French locals who go to eat. This shows how the quality of the food is. Know that in picky France, if the quality of your food is not good enough, let alone the French eat it, the French Health Management Agency, you have to be punished bankrupt. Yes, I also found this restaurant in Paris a few days ago. I went to eat, but I had to queue up. The taste is the same as the domestic one. Then there are many consumers who posted photos under the comments, which has aroused more discussions among consumers. After all, Chinese people are proud and sensitive. Domestic fast food, being liked or even sought after by the proud gang of foreigners, can really increase the influence of the brand and the pride of the Chinese people. Discussion messages under celebrity chefs' official microblogs began to surge. Originally, the official Weibo, which had only 1 million followers, suddenly increased its attention. The number of followers even increased by several million. It broke 10 million. At this time, the 10,000 son sitting in the car finally put down the tablet in his hand and turned his head to look at Xiao Feng with a smile. "You guy, you really have some abilities. I don't think I need to get ahead in this matter. You are really at a loss if you dare not go to the internet media business." "Hey, brother one, don't laugh at me. I was forced to do this." "Don't be humble. You will have to rely on you in the end." Wang Gongzai smiled and looked at Xiao Feng and shook his head. "You guy, you really belong to you. It's obviously a funeral. This abruptly is to be made into a happy event by you. You should really go to the media for your ability. Opening a restaurant is really awkward." "Hey, brother one, you said that someone was deliberately riding on our head and shit. Who can bear it? You have to leave an unforgettable lesson for them. And also to shock those Xiao who are so unpredictable and tell them, our celebrity chefs are not easy to provoke. Otherwise, the business will expand in the future, and some cats and dogs will come out to make trouble. That would be bad." Xiao Feng replied with a smile. In fact, he had planned this plan for a long time, but after Casey came with Sita's team 2 days ago, he gave him a lot of valuable opinions. Finally, the opinions of those people were combined to form today's situation. Didn't the other party want to bury the famous chef? I stumbled and almost didn't make the celebrity chef make a big somersault. Xiao Feng felt that this was also a good opportunity to take advantage of. Since the other party has already heated up the topic, wouldn't it be better to take the opportunity to reverse the situation? Great. Anyway, netizens like this plot the most. If this reversal is beautifully completed, it will not only attract attention, but also create an invisible advertisement for a celebrity chef. This is comparable to spending a lot of money to advertise on TV. The effect is much better. So he took advantage of his strength this time and took advantage of the situation. Since the other party wanted to hack him, then he would fight to the end. Anyway, he had nothing to fear, and the hardest evidence was in his hands. The car quickly drove to the address given by Wang Gongzai. It was a group of villas surrounded by mountains and the sea. The car drove to the door of a villa designated by Wang Gongzai. "Would you like to go in for a drink?" Young Master Wan said to Xiao Feng with a smile, and Xiao Feng shook his head. "Forget it. I have been busy all day, and you just got off the plane. You are all tired, so take a break early." Young Master Wan said with a smile. "Well, let's go away first. Next, you will be up to mine." After talking about Lord Wan turned around and entered the villa, while Xiao Feng asked the driver to take him home. Halfway through, Casey smiled and pushed the tablet in front of him. He took the tablet and took a look, and it turned out that Mr. Wan had just posted a Weibo. What kind of screenwriter? The early TV dramas were made based on regional blackness, and now they have brought regional black speech to the internet, fanning the flames and stirring up public sentiment. This kind of person is also worthy to be a screenwriter. I just checked, this person is really scary, he is crazy, even his hometown is black. Also, you said that you have immigrated to Singapore? What are you still doing in the country? All day long, people here make you displeased, and the people make you displeased. You are already a foreigner, and you still depend on our country to ask what you can do. Hurry up and go back to xinpo.mtlnovel.com. For such people, it is recommended to block the entire network. This 10,000 sons are he and others. Although they are not people in the entertainment circle, they rely on a lot of net worth and their previously unobstructed frivolous attitude, which is the top traffic in the domestic media circle. He has created a Weibo, a real record of reposts by millions of people, which is different from those small fresh meats who spend money to buy traffic, and his influence is real. As soon as this Weibo was posted, it immediately caused a sensation. In just over half an hour, it caused hundreds of thousands of forwarding discussions. After Xiao Feng watched it, he could only sigh. This 10,000 son is really clever. He specially selected the most popular and influential Big V in this matter to fight. This effect is absolutely immediate. A top-notch like him can say a word, which is better than ordinary netizens saying 10,000 words. The most important thing is his influence, not just on the internet. Weibo Wangongcai has its own theaters, a film and television company, and there are a lot of very influential artists under Wangongcai. When Wangongcai said, "How can those artists who have a seven-hole exquisite heart do not know what's going on?" Chapter 465 Network Carnival. Wangongcai is the current top traffic. Although he is not a star in the entertainment industry, his popularity is not worse than those of the stars because they are rich and self-willed. In the early years, I saw which celebrity was not pleasing to the eye, so I directly fired and tore on Weibo. In recent years, there have been many celebrities of all kinds who were torn by his hands, but he did not dare to talk back. So this buddy has brought countless pleasures to many people who eat melons, so netizens like him. In addition, this buddy has invested in several live video websites and esports teams. Whenever the team he invested in achieves good results, he often draws prizes on Weibo. If you don't understand, you can throw away millions. And money is not money. Such god of wealth is naturally liked by the majority of netizens, so this buddy usually sends out a Weibo, which can often be reposted millions of times. And the hottest topic recently, of course, is the illegal operation of celebrity chefs. First, there was video exposure, and then the Navy brought the wind. After that, it was all kinds of things that were bought by money, or came over to catch the heat. V enters the venue, and the topic of celebrity chef manufacturing has been in full swing these days. Originally, there was no response from the celebrity chefs. Everyone thought they were guilty of conscience. How could they think that people would throw so many bombs in a series today? More than 400 videos have covered all branches made by celebrity chefs. People have proved from the videos that the back kitchen environment revealed in the video is definitely not his back kitchen, but maliciously forged by someone with a heart. The store's so much sincerity has already surprised the people who eat melons. The most important thing is that they have responded so hard, they have already called the police, and they have to be investigated to the end. Even the big verses on the internet are not letting go. Isn't this the favorite rhythm and routine of netizens? Everyone is absolutely delighted to hear. And now, as soon as Lord One joined the battle group, the enthusiasm of the whole thing was immediately brought to the peak. Although Lord One did not say much, he has already expressed his attitude when he expressed his attitude on the internet. Those celebrities who were able to have a relationship with his entertainment company immediately reposted Wangongcai's Weibo, plus Wangongcai's own fan traffic. But it only took an hour. The forwarding volume has already exceeded 1 million. The news about celebrity chefs made it into the hot search every minute, and the 3 news from the media about this matter directly occupied the top 3 in the hot search list. What is a famous chef? Why is he so hot recently? The ins and outs of events made by famous chefs. A counterattack made by a celebrity chef. Just these 3 news that dominated the top 3 in the hot search list has made many net names made by celebrity chefs aware of the fact that there is such a Chinese fast food company in China, and it has done so well, and it has been killed by others. Start to discredit. And after those stars joined the battle group, the whole situation was basically turned upside down. First of all, one of the hottest variety shows in the country right now, Man. The crew with a high degree of attention actually posted a Weibo today with a photo on the screen. Inside were all crew members. Everyone had a dinner together, and the ones placed in front of them were all made by celebrity chefs. Takeaway. There is also a paragraph at the end of the photo. I haven't eaten this restaurant much before. I tried it specially today. It is really delicious and affordable. In the future, our crew's working meals will be set at this restaurant. As soon as this Weibo was posted, it immediately attracted the attention of the majority of netizens, and people continued to forward it. Then the hottest actress in China, Mimi, also posted a Weibo, which was also accompanied by a Weibo. She was eating a photo of a famous chef making a takeaway. There is also a paragraph below. Yeah, I have been filming before, and I didn't pay much attention. Someone deliberately discredited the production of my favorite celebrity chef. When I saw such news today, I naturally had to buy a few takeaways to be overwhelmed. In addition, in order to make this restaurant my favorite fast food restaurant will not be stigmatized and will affect the business, I have suggested to the crew that all the box lunches in the future will be purchased from Hash. I'm so hard to help you publicize. Should you give it to, I will send out some discount cards. The official Weibo made by the famous chef naturally responded immediately. In the future, Miss Mimi will dine at any of our famous chefs, and all will be free. Mimi is the most capable and topical female celebrity in China. She has tens of millions of fans. Her Weibo sent out like a stone wave that caused countless netizens and her fans. Leave a comment on her Weibo and forward it. Netizens couldn't help but jump out to Carnival. Hash, I have also spoken for you. When will you give me a free bill? Mimi, just talk about it. We are willing to double how much the famous chef made to you. We are willing to give Kaifeng food 3 times. Kaifeng cuisine is the national fast food in my heart. Fast food without fried chicken is made by Hash without soul. There is even an old king of Xiangjiang who sent a Weibo to join in the fun. The photo on Weibo turned out to be a picture of him making a meal at a famous chef. The following paragraph has made countless of his fans and netizens boil. Recently on holiday, I just came to Paris to relax, but I unexpectedly found a fast food restaurant in China next to Galeries Lafayette. I had eaten at his restaurant when I was filming in China. It was clean and hygienic, and the taste was good. It's a great one. I didn't expect to drive to Paris quietly, in such a prosperous place. And there is a constant stream of foreigners coming to eat. I waited in line for half an hour before eating. At manufacturing, when can you open the branch to Xiangjiang? I would like to eat every day. As soon as this Weibo was posted, it was nothing more than pouring a bottle of hot oil into the boiling water pot, and it was immediately fried. This Chinese cuisine has always been the pride of our Chinese people. In the hearts of Chinese people, our Chinese cuisine is definitely #1 in the world. French cuisine and Italian cuisine must all stand aside. But although everyone feels this way, there don't seem to be many delicacies that are really accepted by foreigners when they really go abroad. Although in recent years, various news media have frequently reported that many Chinese restaurants have opened abroad, and all kinds of delicacies are blooming abroad. But in fact, everyone who has been to foreign countries knows that there are indeed many Chinese restaurants, but the customers who go to these Chinese restaurants are almost all Chinese. Foreigners do not come very much at all. Even if they come to eat, very few. And what foreigners really say is accepted is Western-style Chinese food that has been improved according to their tastes. But today, this famous chef made an unexpected surprise for everyone. Such a Chinese fast food restaurant has opened to a foreign country, and judging from the photos, unlike other Chinese fast foods that have been opened abroad, other Shakesian snacks, or Chinese fast foods such as yellow braised chicken have also been opened abroad, but most of them are Chinese. But this shop is different. From the photos sent by Brother Dan Wang, it can be seen that more than 60% of the shop is foreigners, and there are long queues. Most of the people in line are foreigners. This is terrible, and a lot of people's patriotic pride exploded in an instant. Not long after Dan Wang's Weibo was posted, countless netizens who were studying or traveling in France posted Weibo and uploaded photos. I proved that Brother Dan Wang did not lie. I have been studying in Paris for a few years. Paris has opened 2 new celebrity chefs this year. To be honest, I didn't know this Chinese fast food restaurant before. I didn't know about this Chinese fast food restaurant until they opened. I know this is actually a fast food restaurant that our Weibo has come out of. I tried it with my classmates on the day of opening. The result was only one time and conquered me and my classmates. The taste is good, the quantity is sufficient, and the foreigners also like it very much. Now it has become a designated restaurant for my classmates and I. But every time I go there must be early, because we have to line up when we are late. I am an international student in Germany, and I have also heard that a famous chef has opened in France. In order to eat this restaurant, we also drove there from Germany. I went with me and two German classmates. After the two guys finished eating, they cried. They just wanted to stay in France and didn't want to leave, and never wanted to go back to Germany to eat cold sausages and mashed potatoes. As a result, we ate in Paris for 3 days. When will I be able to drive to the UK? I have been poisoned by the soul food of the Great Yin Empire. Oh. The UK is still engaged in Brexit, and it will not be so easy to go to France for a big meal in the future. For a while, there are endless topics on the internet about the manufacture of celebrity chefs, and there are a lot of discussions, but unlike the previous few days, this time is not overwhelming negative news, and deliberate indictments. Novel.com, but countless. With a topic that is sought after and pleased, especially after the news that a branch made by celebrity chefs opened in France and was popular with critical French people came out. It greatly increased the patriotic pride of many people. Even on the internet, there are even such arguments that the French have a very picky attitude towards food, and the hygiene of food is also very strict, and celebrity chefs use uniform production standards. If the food made by celebrity chefs is not delicious, will the French pay the bill? What if the production process made by famous chefs is not hygienic? So do the French still allow them to drive in Paris? So through this kind of reasoning and deliberation, the food made by this chef must be safe and hygienic. As for the deliciousness, there is no need to question it. Haven't so many people already appeared to say it? It was originally an online war on food safety, but the Kung Fu style of art changed in an instant, and it became an online carnival full of commercial mutual buzz and all kinds of rainbow farts. And this is exactly what Xiao Feng wants most. Chapter 466 Counterattack. It started after Xiao Feng sent Wang Gongcai home. He went home, but did not rest. Instead, he changed his clothes and drove straight to the flagship store made by the famous chef. When they arrived in the store, they entered the conference room. Today was the first day they officially fought back. In the morning, he spoke at the meeting. It was the first time that he responded to the negative news on a formal occasion. But after all, it was only spoken at a small local conference in Benthan, and the local media in Benthan also took time. Moreover, the local media in Benthan had little influence on a national scale. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to the effects of the speeches at the previous meeting. What he values is that the celebrity chefs made a full-scale counterattack launched on the internet today. They threw out more than 400 videos in one go, and then gave a harshly worded speech to show their position and attitude. Then it was Wang Gongcai who contributed to the flames. Wang Gongcai expressed his opinion. Those celebrities who are connected with their family will naturally stand up and make a gesture. The influence of these people is what Xiao Feng values most. He went home and took a shower and changed his clothes, but it only took more than 2 hours. But when he arrived in the store, what he didn't expect was that it was just 2 hours. The popularity of topics created by celebrity chefs has reached the top of the hot search list. In the past, celebrity chef manufacturing was only a small celebrity in China, but this time it was such a trouble. Celebrity chef manufacturing is definitely famous this time. This is the effect Xiao Feng wants to make funerals a happy event. Sure enough, with Wang Gongcai, celebrities entering the stage, and some big V who came to catch the heat, they all showed up and said that this is what a celebrity chef is making. In particular, the news that the branch is still open to France and is still very popular is evidenced by countless netizens who have appeared to say, and some people have taken photos and videos. Celebrity chefs have become a well-known fast food that can be compared with Golden Arches and Cafe Cuisine. So Xiao Feng came to the flagship store today to see how much of the fame brought by this hype can be converted into actual profits. At the same time, at the capital, President Ma and He Yukon looked at each other at this time. They did not expect that the situation would develop so fast. Originally, President Ma was still thinking that this time the financing plan failed, he would give a celebrity chef a ruthless win. Even if he couldn't get it, he wouldn't let the celebrity chef make it well. But now, looking at the trend of online public opinion, they are thinking about doing that. It is completely impossible. This wind direction has also become too fast. Mr. Ma looked at the computer and kept flipping through the web pages. Now all kinds of comments made by netizens on the internet are almost all praised by celebrity chefs. A few days ago, there was a swarm of questions about celebrity chefs' food safety, and I couldn't see any of them. Even if there were so few guys who jumped out and wanted to show their unconventional stance, they were instantly drowned in the saliva of other netizens. Won Gongtsai, and a few celebrities, joined the battle group, plus some popular big verses have expressed their opinions, which made the topic of celebrity chef manufacturing present a lopsided trend. The internet is full of praise for the voices made by celebrity chefs. Such a situation is absolutely beyond the expectations of Mr. Ma and He Yukon. Originally, they thought that even if the difficulty of buying the Twin Towers by celebrity chefs could pass, it would not be that simple for them to clarify their reputation. After all, due to the sensitivity of Chinese people to food safety, any company, if it touches this red line, even if you do not actually touch it, it will cause a commotion. But I didn't expect that the celebrity chef made it so easy to resolve this time. So many celebrities, I don't know if they took their money, and they took the initiative to stand up and stand for them. This is so wicked. He Yukon was worried for a while, so he just got up and went to the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, lit a cigarette for himself, and took a hard breath. Thousands of counts, he missed the 10,000 suns made. When the celebrity chef first opened its business invitation conference earlier, it was said that Yida joined 200 companies at a time, but he did not take Yida into consideration when he designed this plan. What size is Yida? What is the status of the world? And how can you look at the manufacture of celebrity chefs? Even if a celebrity chef creates a problem, Yida will not stand up for him, especially when it comes to such a sensitive food safety issue. But I didn't expect Yida did not stand up, but Master Won did. This Nima. Who would dare to provoke this topic? Traffic king in ordinary times. It's all right now. The traffic and attention he has brought to this topic is self-evident. In addition, other stars have also expressed their opinions, and the direction of the matter immediately changed. Netizens, under the leadership of the Navy arranged by him, still questioned celebrity chefs all the way, but now they have become a swarm of pursuits. What's more, all kinds of rainbow farts have come out. It's all right now. Stealing chickens won't be eclipsed. This thing has developed to this point. Isn't this the equivalent of advertising to famous chefs in disguise? When he thought of this, He Yukon felt that his heart was dripping blood. He really lost his wife and broke his army. He made wedding clothes for the famous chef for no reason. At this time, Mr. Ma, who had been sitting in front of the executive desk at the back, watching computer news and paying attention to the situation, suddenly slapped the table. Mr. He, call the two with the surname Deng and Jiang, and they said that I will pay more and ask them to step up their efforts and break the wind direction back for me. What's special? Absolutely not this time. It was made by famous chefs for nothing. Mr. Ma's angry nose is crooked. He Yukon's natural way. His detrimental and self-interested character has occurred, and he can't get it. If others had said this to him, he would have already flown over with 1 foot, and he has already reached this point. What's the point of using such nasty methods? But the identity of President Ma is not ordinary. After all, he is the brother of President Malaysia. People have already ordered him to do it. Anyway, he is not spending his own money. But what happened next surprised him. The heads of the two Navy companies, named Deng and Jiang, could not get through the phone. The surnamed Deng and Jiang are both leaders of the Navy who have cooperated with He Yukon for many years. These two have been in the internet circles for many years. Only in recent years have they become the so-called media company in the city. In fact, it is the Navy's livelihood. He Yukon has worked with them for many years, and every time there is a project that needs to build momentum, they always look for these two people to shoot. And these two people have never let him down. and this time is the same. Based on their relationship, these two people are always on call, but now that they have been on the phone for so long, these two people are not answering the phone. What does this mean? Yukon put down the phone with a strange expression on his face, then looked at Mr. Ma and said, "They can't get through on the phone?" "What? Then find someone else." Ma Yutao is still furious. Today, he and the famous chef are at odds with each other, but Yukon's expression turned gloomy after a while because his mobile phone received a message from an unknown number. The message was from the leader of the Navy Army named Deng, who had worked with him for many years before. The message sent to him was very simple. He had to run away in case of an accident. Don't contact him recently. Yukon immediately came to the computer and started searching for information. He soon sighed and sat on the executive chair. Ma Yutao was also very strange to see his look like this. "Mr. He, what's the matter?" "Brother Tao, something has happened. The two naval companies we had been working with were stopped by the police, saying they spread false information." When Ma Yutao heard these words, his heart was shocked. This is definitely not so coincidental. There should be someone behind the scenes. When the celebrity chef said that he had called the police, he immediately got a coat of white hair on his back. Sweat. Will we be implicated? Seeing Ma Yutao's face full of vein sweat, Yukon really despised the fat man to the extreme in his heart. The coward, who was fierce at the outside, weakened his legs when he saw the truth. Wasn't it arrogant just now? But he couldn't show it on the face. He just said with haha, "It shouldn't be." The surnamed Deng told me that he has run away. The surnamed Jiang hasn't contacted yet, but he should have already run away. That guy is comparable. The surnamed Deng is still good, and runs the fastest when things happen. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Ma's phone rang. Ma Yutao took out the phone and saw that it was his elder brother who called and quickly picked up the call. But what was greeted was a swearing curse. "What have you stabbed in benching again?" "Huh? Brother, what's the matter? What's wrong?" "I asked if you stabbed something in benching recently." u.mtlnovel.com. "You don't have any." Ma Yutao's answer was only promise. The person he fears most in this world is his elder brother, and the person on the other end of the phone obviously doesn't believe him. No. Why would the project I've been researching recently be hit by someone suddenly? Ma Yutao was so scared that his face was sweating profusely. At this time, Yukon simply answered the phone. "Mr. Ma, what happened?" "The project of 0037 was discounted, and the other party did not agree to let us operate. In addition, I issued a few asset packs to the X stock exchange to engage in asset securitization. As a result, someone specially stabbed the contents of my asset pack. It came out, saying that all the toxic assets in my bag. I told everyone not to buy it. Now the consequences are very serious." When Yukon heard what the way of nature was, it was okay to say about the 0037 project. But if the asset securitization issue is a big deal this time, Yunai International will be in trouble. If the two naval leaders ran off before, he was still skeptical, but now that the head of Malaysia is also a succession of incidents, he can basically be sure that the counterattack made by the celebrity chef has begun, and Yido is likely to make the shot. Chapter 467 Strong Rebounds and Niang's Tears Are Gone. The subscription of this book can be said to be the worst one since I wrote the book. The reason why I am still insisting is completely because of my personal hobbies. In addition, I haven't written a book for 2 years. I used it to practice writing, and strive to write a cross-border essay that everyone likes more instinctively. I personally like this subject matter better, but I didn't expect such a miserable subscription. Today, someone was found to be pirated. I really want to say, CNMD, hey, this year's economic environment is not good and the company is not booming. Ants have time to write books to subsidize their families. Recently, a new book, Synthetic Stars, has been published on the Trumpet. I urge all book friends to collect and recommend it. Yunai International is a purely financial company. Except for insurance, private equity and other licenses, it is almost a fully licensed financial company. In the financial circle, Whether a company is strong or not depends on the license in your hand. If you have all the licenses involved in the financial industry, then it can be regarded as a truly large financial group. United International has been working hard in this direction recently. Some time ago, United International has targeted a small brokerage firm. This brokerage is currently operating in a poor state. They plan to take the brokerage firm. This is the 0037 project from the head of Malaysia. For this project, a team specially organized by United International worked back and forth for almost a year. After many negotiations with the brokerage firm, the other party finally agreed that they were responsible for contacting the acquirer. The other party was obviously not willing to join United International because of some concerns. United International naturally has many ways to deal with such a situation. The easiest is naturally to find a shell from the outside to acquire this brokerage firm. The Final Equity Division is of course a subsidiary of United International. Playing finance in China is actually an empty glove white wolf. Everyone uses this method. For example, in this acquisition, United International paid the money to buy the shell company, but when the shell company finally bought the brokerage, they would have to seeking another funding. And where does this money come from? This is the asset securitization mentioned by the Malaysian president before. To put it bluntly, it is to issue bonds in the bond market, get some assets, beautify them, put them in an asset package, and then sell them on a platform. Investors are willing to sell because they trust the platform or see that the guarantor is trustworthy. In this way, United International can take the raised funds to buy a securities firm, and then take out other assets in its own hands, package and list through this securities firm, and then operate in the stock market. Not only can collect money in the stock market, but also give the brokerage a good reputation. After such operations, the reputation of the securities company has been improved, the money has been made, the losses have been turned into profits, and the reputation has been washed out. This securities company has changed from negative equity to high-quality stocks. Whether to sell or keep it depends on the mood of the boss. This is a common routine used by domestic financial companies, and it is also the method that United International intends to use this time. In recent years, due to factors such as the Sweater War and the transformation of the domestic real economy, the domestic economy has not been very good. Even for large enterprises like United International, it is very difficult to obtain financing. Therefore, Malaysia always attaches great importance to this project, because once the operation is successful, not only can the securities company be obtained and a license, which means that a very valuable tool will be obtained. In United International's previous name, there are many assets that were acquired in the past few years. These assets can be listed after being beautified and packaged. The general manager of Malaysia also has its own plans for these companies, but now the securities companies have suddenly changed their minds and stopped cooperating with them. They originally planned to sell the asset package through a certain platform, but they were also beaten back, saying that the asset package was all toxic assets after being reported. How can Malaysia not be furious? After working so hard for more than half a year, it was all in a soup. If the business this time is not completed, the year-end performance will not look good. Then how can he explain to other shareholders? So he has to figure out, where is the problem this time? After much deliberation, it was only his unwary brother who might have provoked someone who shouldn't be offended, so he called and chased him. Things have already reached this point. Of course, Yukon dared not hide it, so he told Mr. Malaysia what he had recently planned with Ma Yuta and was made by a famous chef. I originally thought that Malaysia would be furious, but after listening to it, Malaysia became silent. You mean, you guys did the things made by famous chefs that have been raging on the internet recently? Yes, Mr. Ma, I'm really sorry. We didn't know that the background of this famous chef was so strong. We thought that Yida wouldn't stand up for them. We didn't expect Won Gong Tsai to stand up. We didn't expect this. I didn't expect it to have a bad effect on your side. I guess that the broker's sudden change of mind this time must have been caused by Won Gong Tsai. Yukon bit his scalp and told Mr. Malaysia what happened. But Mr. Malaysia did not get angry. Instead, he fell into silence for a while. Now he also understands that it was Yida who was standing opposite him. Well, okay, I see. You guys, be careful. That's the end of this matter. Don't make any moves. I'll talk about everything when I go back. After speaking, President Malaysia hung up the phone, leaving He Yukan, who was confused here, and Ma Yutao looked at each other. On the celebrity chef manufacturing side, Xiao Feng is sitting in the office, looking at the big screen on the wall. The TV screen on the wall is the surveillance of his flagship store. Previously, due to the negative news about hygiene and safety, even if it was the Laowo flagship store made by celebrity chefs, the business also received a certain impact. The passenger flow in the first 2 days was significantly reduced, and the net profit of a single store fell below 10,000 per day for the first time. Yuan Mark. Today, after he launched a full-scale counterattack, after the online conversation about celebrity chef manufacturing quickly reversed, the store's passenger flow has obviously picked up. The store opened at 10:30 in the morning, and the customer flow returned to normal at noon. However, during the informal dining time in the afternoon, the customer flow in the store has been constant and has basically been maintained at a full state. When the regular dining time in the evening, the passenger flow is even more full. The guests who lined up for dinner even lined up to a few hundred meters away from the door. Fortunately, it is not winter, and it is not a crime for guests to line up outside. At the same time, this kind of scene also appeared in the other 20-odd branches in Benching. Xiao Feng also directly used the internet to remotely control the pictures of the 18 directly operated branches opened in Beijing, Puhai, and other places. Almost all of them are full. Do many store managers follow the requirements of the main store to keep in touch with the main store in real time and report the passenger flow in the store? And the information they got is that the passenger flow has skyrocketed, even larger than the passenger flow during the usual holidays. According to the estimation of the experienced store manager, the passenger flow in their store today is higher than the passenger flow during normal business days. The amount came up from 30 to 50%. Such a scene does not only appear in directly operated stores made by celebrity chefs, but also in other 400 franchise stores across the country. Yida's 200 stores are almost full, and the other 200 franchisees' stores are full. Here, it is the same scene. Even the conversation on the internet at this time has changed again. It is no longer about prescription rainbow farts, boasting about how delicious the meals made by celebrity chefs are. On the contrary, there are netizens everywhere asking, have you eaten at famous chefs and manufacturing today? What to eat? How does it taste? Through this turmoil, many people who didn't know the manufacture of celebrity chefs in the past also know that there is such a Chinese-style fast food, which is not only high in quality and cheap in taste, but even opened to France, and it is also very popular among the French. So everyone is surprised. What is so good about the taste of this store? Why don't you go and taste it? Then everyone came, which is also the main reason for the surge in passenger traffic of celebrity chefs and manufacturers today. There are even some franchised stores, constantly calling the head office here. The inventory is in a hurry. A few days ago, due to the negative news, many franchisees' branches, passenger flow, and turnover have all declined. In addition, the southern region is still at the end of summer and the climate is hot. Many merchants are afraid to buy in large quantities. Too many ingredients and cooking bags were put in, and they were all pressed in my hands in the end. Today's business rebounded so strongly, but it was far beyond their expectations. Now that the business is so hot, naturally there is not enough inventory, so I can only call the headquarters to make a call. Fortunately, when Xiao Feng first opened branches in those new first-tier cities, he considered that those branches could not only operate normally, but could also be opened as an inventory logistics center covering the region, so the cold storage warehouses of those stores are very large. At this time, the inventory of other stores is in a hurry, and some inventory can be allocated from these directly operated stores. On the Benching side, They will organize water transport overnight according to the order. After a while, the franchisees will be able to receive the goods. Katyu also came tonight, sitting in the office next to him, looking at the financial system made by famous chefs. This financial system was designed by her and must be installed in all famous chef manufacturing franchise stores. Through this system, they can intuitively see the operating conditions and profitable income of each branch, and the result they got tonight is that the profitable income of many stores has doubled as usual. Xiao Feng decided to strike while the iron was hot. MentalNovel.com to keep this topic hot, so he directly ordered Kata, publishing news on Guanhua means giving back to customers. Recently, customers who have supported celebrity chefs, especially a few days ago, when we were questioned, customers who insisted on going to our store to make purchases can go online. We will organize a lottery to show the consumer ticket, and we will select 108 people. No one will get a prize of 10,000 yuan. In addition, customers who have tried early adopters in the past few days can also show the ticket, and we will also draw a lottery and win the prize. You will get a discount card, and come to us for electricity consumption in the future and enjoy a 15% discount. This kind of operation is naturally learned from Master 1. Spreading a lot of banknotes will definitely create a sensation. The upcoming launch of the discount card will also cultivate a large number of valued customers in the store. Xiao Feng has calculated this for a long time. In the future, the store will promote the membership system to ensure the loyalty of customers, and the discount will naturally be given. This is also the plan Tan King has been suggesting with him recently, and it happens to take this opportunity to promote it. And this membership system is also a means to prepare for the future of celebrity chefs to go abroad and prepare for international operations. Hey, in the future, to go international, the price of this celebrity chef is definitely not cheap. Chapter 468 Looking internationally. Zheng Niang's tears are gone. The subscription of this book can be said to be the worst one since I wrote the book. The reason why I am still insisting is entirely because of personal hobbies. In addition, I haven't written a book for 2 years. I use it to practice writing and strive to write a crossover essay that everyone likes more instinctively. I personally like this subject matter better, but I didn't expect such a miserable subscription. Today, someone was found to be pirated. I really want to say, CNMD, hey, this year's economic environment is not good and the company is not booming. Ants have time to write books to subsidize the family. Recently, The Trumpet opened a new book, Synthetic Stars. I urge all book friends to collect and recommend it. What is the positioning of celebrity chef manufacturing in the future, and how far can it develop? Before that, Xiao Feng himself was not sure. At the earliest, he opened this fast food restaurant just because he wanted to become the largest Chinese fast food chain in the country. If he could do that, he felt that he was successful. But recently, especially celebrity chef manufacturing has been very successful in France, especially the last time Pierre came to Benthan, and he wanted to join more, even after he wanted to expand celebrity chef manufacturing throughout Europe. Xiao Feng moved his mind, or talked about ambition. In the past, I wanted to make famous chefs all over the country. But now it seems that there is a chance to make all over the world. It seems that you can't just focus on the domestic market. Looking at the world, it seems that as China's national strength increases, the acceptance of Chinese food by foreigners is getting higher and higher. It's like sushi in the past, that is, Japanese people like to eat. But after Japan's economy began to take off in the 1970s and became the world's second largest economy, their culture began to be exported on a large scale. Japanese comics and food have gradually come to the tables of various countries, and sushi is very popular all over the world. If the Japanese can do it, why, we Chinese can't? What's more, China is still on the rise now. Although the current development is stagnant, Xiao Feng firmly believes that as long as he is determined to go on, he can say that he will definitely return to the top of the world in the future, but it is still necessary to become a truly top power in the world. At this time, as a Chinese, we should also make a certain contribution to the export of national culture. So he has been pondering some time ago that he officially put the internationalization of celebrity chefs on the agenda. This is the main reason why he recruited Tan King into the company. After all, she has experience working in Golden Arches and Kaifeng Food. I know both companies very well. Both Golden Arch and Kaifeng Kai seem to have been acquired by Huago Enterprises, but in fact they cannot be said to be wholly owned acquisitions. They are just holdings, and they are only part of Huago. In the international arena, these two established fast food chains, you can still call the wind and rain in other countries. According to Xiao Feng's understanding, in fact, these two companies are not making money in China. But the final profits were all taken away by some foreign executives through various channels, which caused the companies to lose money year after year. The situation also caused the giants behind them to sell the Huago part to the Huago company after learning from the pain, which is regarded as cutting off the way for foreign executives to stalk their wall. And how much does a foreign fast food like Golden Arches buy in China? How much does it cost to buy in the United States? Is there a situation in which there is money to earn Chinese consumers to subsidize American consumers? According to some investigations, Xiao Feng found that such a situation absolutely exists. Even as far as the world is concerned, the price of Golden Arches in China is the most expensive. In the US, you can buy a 3-layered meatloaf burger for $3, with cheese on each layer, plus $1 to double the unlimited drinks, and $1 to get a large portion of potatoes. Article. In this way, $5 can be used to eat a full meal, and converted into RMB. A meal is only 30 RMB. But at the Golden Arch on the mainland, 30 yuan. What can you get? A small-sized single-layer meatloaf burger, plus a large French fries, a large glass of non-renewable Coke, and a snack will cost more than 30 yuan. So from the price point of view, it seems to be similar to the United States. But from the point of view of the content of the catering, it is much worse than the United States. The same situation also appears in the Golden Arches in other places. Even if it is the Golden Arches in Xiangjiang, you will find that the content of the catering is much more affordable than that of the mainland. This is the act of digging out the wallets of mainland consumers to subsidize American consumers. The same situation also occurs in Kaifeng cuisine. In Kaifeng cuisine in the United States, you can get 2 large pieces of fried chicken for $5, a mashed potato, a salad, and a large glass of refillable beverage. But in China, want to eat 2 pieces of fried chicken, and the refill drink? Stop dreaming. After investigating and learning the truth, Xiao Feng was very upset. What's the point? Why should we scrape our Chinese consumers to subsidize your American consumers? Originally it makes less money than you, and harder than you. But your companies still do that? Is it true that we Chinese are sheep-withered? It's nothing more for foreign companies to do this. Even a Chinese brand like Imagine Computer is doing it like this. It really makes Xiao Feng more indignant as he thinks about it. A computer with the same configuration can only buy a few $100s in the United States, and it will cost 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. But when it comes to China, it dares to buy more than 10,000. Even more exaggerated is that even if you buy more than 10,000, the configurability is still lower than that of foreign countries. This is also the main reason why domestic consumers will jump and scold their mothers after hearing about this brand. Isn't this a Chinese company? Isn't this a US company? No wonder people say that Imagine is a conscientious enterprise of American emperor. I will kneel and lick when I meet American dad. And why Warwick has been so popular among the Chinese people recently is because they not only have hard skills, but also dare to make money from foreigners to subsidize our Chinese consumers. For the same mobile phone, people dare to buy it abroad and it is more expensive than at home, and such a corporate design is naturally accepted by the majority of Chinese consumers. This is also when Warwick was sanctioned by the United States some time ago. So many Chinese consumers will voluntarily speak out to support Warwick mobile phones. And if a company achieves this level, it will be considered successful. So Xiao Feng decided that his famous chef should also be such an enterprise. Only by accomplishing this step can the enterprise be a Chinese enterprise that truly makes people proud. Originally, he hadn't thought of opening a branch abroad, but the success of celebrity chefs in France gave him confidence that the French can accept it, and the Americans can also accept it. But at present these can only be preliminary ideas, and the specific implementation needs to be done step by step. After all, the current celebrity chef manufacturing is only a startup enterprise, and it is far from the international giants. This time they succeeded in the big reversal, and what they have to do next is to prepare for the second nationwide investment promotion. Originally this time, he planned to invite investment to join 1,000 branches across the country, but now it seems that more places can be opened. So he decided to relax the quota to 2,000. Jin Gongman has 3,000 branches in the country so far. Kaifeng Cuisine has opened more than 6,400 as of the latest data. So if you want to be in line with them, Xiao Feng decided to speed up this time. Even X-Guofu and X-Liang Malatang have opened more than 6,000 branches all over the country, and there are even plans for further expansion. What is the difference of his chef? It's just that the scale is so large that the livestock and cattle sector must be put on the agenda as soon as possible, or else only relying on imported beef will not stop some people's mouths. After today's event is over, he will go to France. Pierre and Laura have almost prepared the fashion show. The cosmetics of the 9th laboratory will be his focus in the next stage. After returning from France, he will participate in the second investment promotion conference organized by Celebrity Chef Manufacturing, and then he will consider going to another world. This time he will stay here for a long time. This night, Xiao Feng stayed at the flagship store and went home until midnight. The data he got this night was that the sales of almost all branches doubled. Xiao Feng was naturally absolutely satisfied with the result. He even drank a few glasses when he went home, and tossed it until 2 o'clock in the morning before going to bed. When he got up the next day, Xiao Feng went straight to the Twin Towers. After the ceremony yesterday, the follow-up procedures were basically completed by the lawyer team. The mansion has belonged to him since today, so he should let go of his hands and feet and show his fists. When we arrived at the building on the left side of the building, on the ground floor, was being renovated. This will be his burn hospital in the future. Guan Zhenhai has been staying here recently. The building here is divided into 7 floors. In order to ensure the high-end and formal image of the hospital, all high-end materials are used. Although the work is done by Li Mingqing's team, Guan Zhenhai is still uneasy, and he has to come and stare in person to feel relieved. Xiao Feng probably made a circle around the construction site, exhorted Guan Zhenhai a few words, and then returned to the building on the left. Li Mingqing had already been waiting for him on the first floor of the building. Prior to helping Guan Zhenhai design the plan, Li Mingqing had already led people to survey all the 2 buildings, and then invited many seniors and disciples to help him get several sets of design plans. But in the end, it is natural that Xiao Feng, the big boss, must decide what decoration style to adopt. Mr. Xiao.mtlnovel.com. You think this is the decoration design plan? This is the design plan of the President's residence reserved for you on the 64th-68th floor. Do you think it is okay? Huh? Didn't it mean that this one will not be decorated yet? First, fix the decoration of the downstairs office area. Oh, that's the case. Miss Kata told me 2 days ago that the celebrity chef has made a good profit recently, and the account has sufficient funds, so I said that during the renovation, the office and your home were installed. Oh, so, let's do it. Well, I think this plan is good. It's not bad for money anyway. Xiao Feng naturally doesn't mind living a little more comfortably. The top floor of this building is to be a villa in the sky. Since there are conditions, There is no need to be humble. If you have money, you don't need to enjoy it. And it's also necessary to build a villa here. If you work overtime in the company in the future and don't want to go home at night, you can rest nearby. Xiao Feng and Li Mingqing quickly finalized the decoration plan for his villa, as well as the downstairs office area, and even the decoration plan for the rear hotel and the podium merchant. Chapter 469 Offshore Production Base Zhenniang's tears are gone. The subscription of this book can be said to be the worst one since I wrote the book. The reason why I am still insisting is completely because of my personal hobbies. In addition, I haven't written a book for 2 years. I used it to practice writing, and strive to write a cross-border essay that everyone likes more instinctively. I personally like this subject matter better. But I didn't expect such a miserable subscription, and some pirated copies were discovered. I really want to say, CNMD, hey, this year's economic environment is not good and the company is not booming. Ants have time to write books to subsidize their families. Recently, a new book Synthetic Stars has been published on the Trumpet. I urge all book friends to collect and recommend it. Although the business made by celebrity chefs has received a certain impact recently, after this turmoil, I believe it will soon get back on track. Even because of Xiao Feng's use of strength and height this time, it may be even better. This wave of enthusiasm came as a surprise. Although it was not what Xiao Feng said he hoped at the beginning, Xiao Feng happened to seize this opportunity. Just as Mr. Wan said, making the funeral a happy event, when Ruin's last wave of assists was also very powerful, precisely because of the Weibo he posted, which is considered a clear position. Then the celebrities and the visually observable Big V will enter the venue one after another. After these people have expressed their attitude, the wind direction of the whole storm about celebrity chefs has completely changed. The heat this incident has brought to celebrity chefs is absolutely no less than the advertising they invested heavily in before. And the continued popularity of this incident is also incalculable. Many people who didn't know about celebrity chef manufacturing before, or even didn't like fast food, might pay attention to celebrity chef manufacturing, and even go to celebrity chefs to make and try it. Once these people come to celebrity chefs to make and try, Xiao Feng's taste of his own food is very different. Quite confident. Even if these people may not necessarily become die-hard fans of celebrity chef manufacturing, they will come to celebrity chefs to make and consume meals every now and then. What Xiao Feng has to do is to urge Tang King, Zhu Jing, and Xilin to quickly plan several promotion plans. After he announced the Weibo reward event before, continue to launch and continue to maintain the popularity. Continue until the second joining conference of famous chef manufacturing. Although the investment in publicity and distribution will be relatively large, the return is certainly not low. This can be seen from the popularity of celebrity chef manufacturing in branches across the country in the past few days. Over the past few days, almost every branch across the country is full. And takeaway orders are also soft. Almost every store has a shortage of stocks. The good turnover has been doubled, and the worst is also better than before. It has risen by 50%. Every day, the headquarters will be called by branches all over the country. The purpose of these branches is very simple, which is to rush the goods. So Shang Zhenai has not been able to go home for several days, and has been sitting in the cooking bag processing factory. Now the cooking bag factory is divided into 3 shifts, using the mode of non-stop people stopping, and operating at full capacity. Only in this way can we reluctantly guarantee that while supplying 400 branches across the country, we can also guarantee a certain number of inventory tasks. In this way, the construction of the factory on Newman Island has become a top priority. This factory has 3 production lines, and the annual output is in units of 100 million yuan. Xiao Feng's plan is to open 2, 1 stop, and 3 rotations. When one of them needs to be overhauled and stopped, the spare line will be activated. Anyway, the rotation should always ensure that 2 production lines start at the same time every day. This kind of support can be said to be quite extravagant, but for the current Xiao Feng, This investment is not a problem at all. Now Katia is on the island, and people who stare at the current manufacturer are installing the production line. The construction of the factory area is very smooth. The 3 connections and 1 leveling have been completed before. However, because of the extensive use of new materials and modular construction schemes, the only difficulties are windproof, rainproof, and heating. This is in the northern region. There have been mature solutions for a long time, so the factory is the first building group completed on the island. Before leaving benching for Paris, Xiao Feng went to Waitman Island, which he positioned as an offshore production base for celebrity chefs. In the future, not only cooking bags, but even condiment factories will be built and produced here. It is the top priority for the future development of the celebrity chef group. When he saw the completed factory building on the island, he was also very satisfied. The plant has been constructed, and behind the plant is the living area of the workers and the office area of the company, because it is for residents, considering that it is necessary to provide the workers with the most comfortable living environment. The construction speed is not so fast. Originally, Xiao Feng didn't plan to build high-rise buildings here, but later he considered that the factory might have to expand the staff, the workers would have to expand, and the workers' dormitories and the company's office area might have to be expanded. Therefore, we just got it in place in one step and adopted brand new design drawings. The dormitory is also planned to be built into several tall apartment buildings, so that heating and water supply can save energy and land resources. The office building is also tall, so that it provides room for expansion in the future. The disadvantage of this is that the initial investment may be relatively large, but with the recent obvious improvement in the profitability of celebrity chefs, the daily net profit has exceeded millions, which can fully support the current expenditure, so the development and construction here is also it. Didn't bring much pressure to Xiao Feng. At the same time, in the southwest of the island, the basic valley though has been divided into a cattle raising area, and the equipment placement is relatively simple. Before long, the cattle Xiao Feng purchased from Russia will gradually come back in place. In fact, the quality of Russia's cattle herd is no worse than Australia, the United States, and Canada. The reason why it was not well known in China before was also because of the country's strategic needs. A large number of exports are exported to Europe and the United States every year. Large quantities of beef and dairy products are purchased in Europe and America. The people in China also have a better understanding and familiarity with the cattle and beef products of these European and American countries. But in fact, our neighbor, Russia is also a country with European lifestyle. Most of them have beef as a staple food, and their cattle population and beef quality are actually no worse than Europe and the United States. It's just that because there was not much domestic publicity before, it was not well known. The import of a batch of cattle from Russia this time is actually a side-scrolling. You must know that Russia has not yet opened up Russia to export beef and cattle to the country, but Belarus was opened up. So of course these cattle came in under the banner of Belarus. The construction of the dormitory and office building behind the factory is intensive, but there is no idleness in the front factory. The factory building is completed. Katia has already invited the production line production and design manufacturers that they have previously cooperated with. The production lines needed by a cooking bag production factory like Xiao Feng and others must have been redesigned by some mechanical and automated production companies after special field inspections. Even when you build a factory, you must invite a designer from another machinery factory to build a factory suitable for production line installation and production according to the requirements of the production line designed by him, as well as the layout of circuits and wiring, sewage and waste discharge procedures. Xiao Feng and his company's factory construction, of course, followed this process. At the beginning of the construction of the factory, they invited the production line designer. Because the factories in Xinjiang district had cooperated before, the two parties were also familiar with each other. The designer of the other party quickly came up with a design plan, and the construction of the factory building was completely in accordance with the other party's requirements. and the other party went back to produce machinery and equipment as soon as the plant started. As soon as Xiao Feng's factory building was completed, the people from the design unit came to the factory, began to measure, check whether the factory was up to standard, and whether it was constructed in accordance with their requirements. When the inspection is completed, the equipment is also transported to the newly opened port on the island, and directly loaded into the workshop to begin assembly. These people will complete the installation and commissioning of the equipment as quickly as possible. According to the chief engineer, this set of equipment can be installed and debugged in about a month, after which Xiao Feng can organize workers to enter the site and start work. Of course, the preliminary conditions may be more difficult. Workers may need to temporarily live in board houses for a period of time, but after the apartment building is repaired, they can officially move into the apartment. Xiao Feng's construction on the entire island was divided into 3 phases. The first phase is naturally the construction of the cooking package factory, as well as the office area and living area. The second phase is the storage, warehouse, wharf expansion, electricity, roads, tap water, and complete entertainment facilities including the living area. The third phase is the aquatic products, the real construction of the processing workshop and the ranch. And the fourth phase will be his most optimistic condiment factory. The previous pastures were all small-scale and formalized constructions. I am afraid that it will take a few years to complete the construction of the entire island. The construction of the entire island will take several years. It is possible that all the construction is completed. Have to wait until 5 years later. Xiao Feng intends to build this place into a core production base for celebrity chefs in the future. In the future, the cooking bags and condiments made by celebrity chefs will spread from here to the world. If there is a demand for capacity expansion in the future, Yuri.mtlnovel.com, Xiao Feng will also consider renting out all other nearby islands. After inspecting the construction and development of the island with Kata, and also talking about some future long-term plans, Xiao Feng left Waitman Island. Before leaving benching, there is always a talent to stay here, and at present, Katia is the most suitable person in his hands, and he is also the person he trusts most. Back in benching, Xiao Feng went to the airport first, and Suzuki came from Greentown again. This time Xiao Feng went to Paris. Suzuki will be his female companion and accompany him. A few days ago, when a famous chef was splashed with dirty water on the internet, Suzuki was very anxious. But at that time Xiao Feng didn't let her come over because of the tight schedule and other arrangements. The girl still complained about him for several days because of this. Now that Xiao Feng is going to Paris, he naturally thought of calling the girl over to be with her, and it would be regarded as a compensation for her. And Suzuki heard that Xiao Feng was going to take her to Paris, and the previous grievances immediately disappeared without a trace. Chapter 470 Internet Celebrity Originators and Niang's Tears Are Gone. The subscription of this book can be said to be the worst one since I wrote the book. The reason why I am still insisting is entirely because of personal hobbies. In addition, I haven't written a book for 2 years. I use it to practice writing and strive to write a crossover essay that everyone likes more instinctively. I personally like this subject matter better. But I didn't expect such a miserable subscription, and someone was pirated. I really want to say, CNMD, hey, this year's economic environment is not good and the company is not booming. Ants have time to write books to subsidize the family. Recently, The Trumpet opened a new book, Synthetic Stars. I urge all book friends to collect and recommend it. Feng Yuanyuan has had a headache recently. As a female star, she is now showing signs of dwindling in the entertainment industry. In his early years, he became famous by acting in idol dramas. After that, he also acted in many movies and TV series. He was once called one of the 4 little flowers in the circle by the domestic media. It's a pity that she has to always face a situation where popular dramas are not popular. Every time she participates in any movie or TV series, the box office and ratings are indeed pretty good. But as an actor, she never gets the audience's attention, recognition, no matter how hard she works. The audience's impression of her is always a vase. She has always sneered at her acting skills. Over the years, no matter how hard she performed, she was still not recognized by the audience, which gave her a very headache, because she knows that if you want to be prosperous in this circle, the most fundamental point is to be recognized by the audience in terms of professionalism, that is, acting, which means you have to get a few decent awards, such as only with awards such as actresses or best actresses can they truly establish their own status in this circle. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful you are and how capable you are a joke in the circle, and in the eyes of the director and the audience, you are a vase. And when you get old, or when a new vase emerges, you are naturally eliminated by this circle. So in the early years, Feng Yuanyuan had been working very hard to prove herself. Even those literary and artistic movies that didn't look good or knew that the profit would not be good, she was willing to participate in it, just to get the award. It's a pity that God may have given her the beauty, but forgot to give her the talent for acting, so no matter how hard she tried, she didn't get any awards. So about 10 years ago, Feng Yuanyuan wanted to open it too. She didn't want to fight her acting skills. She went to South Korea to find a plastic surgery hospital and got the surgery. In the domestic entertainment circle, she took the lead in opening the All Face. Then I set up a special Navy team to help myself post drafts every day, to post a draft for a drama, and to post a draft when going to the toilet. Every day is either beautiful or beautiful. It happened to be in the era of the internet explosion, and her kitsch temperament, coupled with plastic surgery, became the first generation of All Face in China. Later, the ancestor of the internet celebrity outbreak also made her suddenly popular on the internet. Many emerging internet tycoons like her very much, and advertisers also value her online influence very much, and they have sought her endorsements. So Feng Yuanyuan became so inexplicable. She has been in the film and television circle for 10 years. She has no decent masterpiece, and she has never won a major award. However, it is because of the 99% similarity of the All Face of the Snake Essence in the whole country and the Gord Baby, and started the internet hype. And the hype of the group is overwhelming every day. And this fire is incredible. A fire is a small 10 years. In the 10 years that followed, Feng Yuanyuan's acting skills remained at the same level as before. Almost every year, she participated in large-scale movies and TV series, but every year she was not popular. The popularity is because of her constant hype and the shrewd team behind her. Most of the drama is not popular because of her scumbag acting skills and the plot that makes people feel insulting to IQ. Almost every film and TV series she participated in can create a high level of topicality. Her hype team will guide the audience's attention to her beauty. As for the plot and acting skills, it is directly sinking into the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. It has been so popular for 10 years. Feng Yuanyuan should have enough money, but she is still not reconciled and still wants to continue her popularity. But after all, time is not forgiving. She is 38 years old this year. Even if she pays attention to maintenance, eats and drinks the top health foods, and top cosmetics and skincare products, she still can't hold her face. Coupled with the fact that she used a knife on her face in her early years, the skin on her face has already begun to appear loose, and the nose has also begun to have problems recently. Dark spots began to appear on the face, wrinkles at the corners of the eyes and mouth were obviously deepened, and the skin on the cheeks where the bones had been shaved before was obviously loosened, and even began to fall. In the past, she could still rely on Botox and hyaluronic acid, but recently she felt more and more powerless. Getting up in the morning to look in the mirror was the moment she was most afraid of. Even her work began to be affected. When shooting many magazine covers and print advertisements, it would not be possible to shoot at all if the filters were not turned on and the skin was not polished. She hasn't even received any movies or TV shows for half a year because of the aging condition of qualifying early. But in order to ensure the exposure rate, she must come to participate in this Paris Spring and Summer Fashion Week. This Paris Fashion Week is very interesting. The annual Autumn and Winter Fashion Week is placed in the week of the end of February and the beginning of March. while the Spring and Summer Fashion Week is placed in the week of the end of September and the beginning of October. Ever since Feng Yuanyun took the path of internet popular hype, she must come to Paris Fashion Week almost every year, participating in all 2 shows. Nothing else is for Yan Pressure. France is her blessed place. She was able to embark on the road of hype internet celebrity. It was France who gave her such inspiration. That was 10 years ago. A literary and artistic film she participated in was taken to France to participate in the Cannes Film Festival. Although she failed to win the award in the end, she did not even enter the award-winning unit judges. But she discovered that she appeared at the Cannes Film Festival. The news on the red carpet has been particularly effective in domestic publicity, which has increased her fans and attention. So since then, she has come to the Cannes Film Festival every year to rub the red carpet, and every time she buys it after Paris Fashion Week, she also comes to the red carpet. This made her not only the all-face, the ancestor of the internet celebrity, but also the ancestor of the famous carpet star in China. However, this year's Paris Fashion Spring and Summer Fashion Week, she encountered a situation, because she found that the condition of her own facial skin was really bad. It may be because of the exhaustion of filming the TV series in the first half of the year that she has not recovered much since the TV series ended. Maybe it was because of the TV series that she was too furious. Not only did she have to fight on horseback, but she also added a scene of horse-at, which injured her lumbar spine, which caused her to rest for a long time. It may be because of this injury that caused her vitality to be severely injured, coupled with the fact that the sequelae of cosmetic surgery have also begun to show up when she's older. In the past few months, no matter how she adjusts, she feels that she cannot reach her highest level. Good condition. The wrinkles around the corners of the eyes and mouth are easy to handle. They can be covered with a thick foundation. Even the spots on the face can be covered. But what about the neck and chest? In order to rub off the red carpet of this fashion week, she can specially customize several sets of dresses from several well-known designers, all of which need to be topless. All female celebrities know that it's useless to wipe their faces smoothly and smoothly. Women really look old. Just look at the neck and chest, the wrinkles on the neck, and the age spots on the chest. But all women the most taboo problem for stars. But now she has them all, and she can't cover them even if she wants to. This is not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that she used the cheeks and nose with the knife before. When she first entered the circle, she had a small square face. To put it plainly, the lower jaw is relatively wide. But this is also from Northeast Asia, the natural genetic result of species. But in order to make her face more photogenic, she simply went to South Korea for a bone shaving operation. The biggest sequel of this operation is that as a woman gets older and older, her face will droop. This symptom is now very obvious on her face, as well as near the nose, because the fillers used in the early years have been out of shape, which makes her nose look a little weird. This situation is so serious that it can't hold up with Botox and hyaluronic acid. This makes Feng Yuanyuan feel that she is going crazy. MTLnovel.com If she walks out with her current face, then this time the draft will not say anything about it. I am afraid it will become the scene of a horror movie. She used to struggle. The image of Yan Pressure in the business has all collapsed. If you show your acquaintances and send her current photo back to China, it will definitely rank first in the hot search list without any effort, and then countless advertisers will terminate the contract with her. When she thought of this, Feng Yuanyuan felt that her brain was about to explode. After holding it in the room for several days, she couldn't hold it anymore, so she went out for a walk with her assistant. After walking around the street with a mask for a day, Feng Yuanyuan finally felt a lot more comfortable in her heart. When she returned to the hotel to go back to the room, she suddenly saw an acquaintance. Nicole Freeman is a famous Hollywood celebrity, and he is also a famous Hollywood Jim Cross ex-wife. This woman is older than Feng Yuanyuan in terms of age, but she is in very good condition at this time. Her face is rosy and shiny, her apple muscles are round, there is no wrinkle at the corners of her eyes and mouth, and she is wearing an evening dress with a large open collar. There was no spot or wrinkle on the chest and neck. Feng Yuanyuan felt her head buzzing. This is impossible, because as far as she knows, this Nicole Freeman, like her, had a knife on the face, because the same doctor operated on them. And this Nicole is around older than her in terms of age. But why is she in such a good state now, not showing her old attitude at all? You must know that in the Hollywood movie that I participated in last year, but I worked with her. At that time, her face was stiff, and Botox and hyaluronic acid did not play less. Even at that time, I discussed with her what beauty products and techniques were used. Why did she regain her youth after only 1 year? What happened to her? Chapter 471, The Ninth Laboratory. What the hell? Zhen Niang's tears are gone. The subscription of this book can be said to be the worst one since I wrote the book. The reason why I am still insisting is entirely because of personal hobbies. In addition, I haven't written a book for 2 years. I use it to practice writing and strive to write a crossover essay that everyone likes more instinctively. I personally like this subject matter better. But I didn't expect such a miserable subscription, and I found someone pirated. I really want to say, MD. Hey, this year's economic environment is not good and the company is not booming. Ants have time to write books to subsidize the family. Recently, The Trumpet opened a new book, Synthetic Stars. I urge all book friends to collect and recommend it. Hi, Nicole, long time no see. Feng Yuanyuan smiled and said hello, and greeted him. And that Nicole Freeman was also a little surprised at Feng Yuanyuan, who suddenly appeared. But anyhow, he is also a partner who has worked with before, and Nicole is also very friendly. Hello, Feng, what a coincidence. Why are you here? I'm here to relax. How about you? Are you coming to Paris Fashion Week? Rubbing the red carpet is not only done by female stars in China. In fact, female stars in many countries are playing this set. The term Yan pressure is also not the first in China. This set of hype methods is used by others in the United States. People have been playing for decades. Nicole and Jim in his early years, when Cross was together, he used to be in Hollywood for a while, but since his divorce with Kim, it has gone from bad to worse in Hollywood. Nowadays, she basically shoots one film every year to maintain a certain degree of exposure, so she also needs to touch the red carpet like Paris Fashion Week. Otherwise, there is no big international brand at all and would like to ask her to endorse. And now Feng Yuanyuan's condition is not good. She dare not tell Nicole that she is also here to participate in Fashion Week, as she is in the state of her face. Maybe people will not even let her in. Yes, I received the invitation from Glenn. I'll come and have a look. Nicole's words can show off if there is nothing. Feng Yuanyuan smiled. Are you free? Find a place to sit and have a drink? Nicole raised her hand and looked at her watch. Well, I just have to wait a while for the appointment with someone else. I just have time now, so let's go to the hotel bar. How can Feng Yuanyuan not know that this woman is deliberately squeezing her, at her age? She is already an aunt in Hollywood, and in Hollywood, where newcomers are born, who will give her back? These female stars in Hollywood have the famous loose spells. This woman has let herself go since her divorce. If not, how can she get the same results as today? She said to make appointments, go to nonsense. They are all mixed up to rub the red carpet like herself, who is the aunt in Hollywood. However, Feng Yuanyuan still understands the truth, but Nicole agreed to sit with her because she wanted to befriend Feng Yuanyuan. This Feng Yuanyuan has considerable energy in the country, and it has something to do with many tycoons. In the future, when those tycoons will invest in a movie in Hollywood, maybe she can get a role in it. Therefore, the respect that should be given is still to be given. One of the two people is affectionate, and the other is intentional. They talked very quickly, but soon Feng Yuanyuan brought the topic to cosmetics. Nicole, what brand of cosmetics have you used recently? Oh my god, you are in such a good state now. It looks like you are 18 years old. This skin really feels like slowly collagen. Can you tell me about it? Women are always full of interest in the topic of beauty and eternal youth, and when Nicole heard Feng Yuanyuan asked about this topic, She was also refreshed. She sat up straight, her eyes widened, and how her mouth was covered up. Can't help that smile. Really? Is it really that good? Really? Don't believe me? Look at me. I can't believe that you are 12 years older than me. Let's sit here for a comparison. It feels like I'm 12 years older than you. Nicole, are you? Is it really a witch like the movie you played? Ha 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 ha. How come? Hearing Feng Yuan's compliment, Nicole laughed happily. After a while, she stopped, then turned her head and looked around, and then said that no one was paying attention to the two of them. Well, let me tell you that I recently discovered a very amazing brand. The cosmetics of this brand really have rejuvenating effects. It is really crazy. You see, I only used it for more than a month. This effect is already so obvious. Ah, really? What brand is it? Feng Yuan felt that she couldn't sit still anymore, and her heart jumped to her throat. If there were such magical cosmetics, not only would it be expensive, she would have to get it. Hey! This is the Ninth Laboratory. Have you heard of it? This brand has only recently emerged. It is said that it is from your Huago brand. By the way, can you help me find out about their products? When will it be officially listed? I and many of my friends can't wait. Feng Yuan feels that her mind is a little bit bad, and what she is endorsing is the American Estée Lauder brand. As an expert in cosmetics, she really can't understand the domestic cosmetics situation. It is basically the big names in Europe, America and Japan. What is Lancôme, Estée Lauder, Chanel, Ski, etc.? How can there be any domestic brands? In the past, there were several cosmetic companies that did well in China, such as Dingjie, etc. But they were all acquired by foreign brands and eventually closed down. What is this Ninth Laboratory? She had never heard of it, but in front of Nicole, she couldn't miss her. She quickly replied with a smile, "This brand? I've heard of it. It's a new brand that has just come out in China, but I haven't used them much." Product. How? Is their product really that effective? While talking, she was also under the table, typing text messages quickly and sending them to her assistant, asking him to quickly find out what there was this Ninth Laboratory. But she didn't expect that. She just said it casually, but Nicole here got excited, suddenly sat up and grabbed her hand. "Feng, do you really know this brand? You have to know that my friends and I are going crazy looking for cosmetics of this brand recently." "What kind of company are they? Their products? What can they do?" "Officially listed." Seeing Nicole suddenly become so excited, Feng Yuan was also shocked. As for, is this cosmetic really so amazing? But she couldn't tell. She hadn't heard of this brand of cosmetics before, so she could only change her conversation and asked Nicole, "I just heard about it before, but I haven't used their products. Can you tell me, how did you discover this brand?" Nicole also knew that she was a little gaff, and at this time she gradually calmed down and recovered her body to sit upright. "That's it. About 2 months ago, this brand of cosmetics suddenly became popular in the United States. It was on the East Coast at the beginning. I knew this product was also through a friend of mine, Anna. Hey, why say, do you know?" "Of course I know. The Oscar Queen 3 years ago." Feng Yuan nodded, then motioned to Nicole to continue, and Nicole nodded and continued. "Anna is the same age as you, but you also know that we are white people, because the content of keratin in the skin is 3 times less than that of your yellow race, and the melanin is much lower than yours. So from a scientific point of view, we are white people being intolerant of aging. And Anna is a vegetarian. Her body's age's content is higher than ordinary people, and because of the unbalanced nutrition, she is more likely to show old age. Especially after she got a queen 3 years ago, she stayed out for a while. After giving birth, her condition has not been good since then. Here, look, this is a photo of her half a year ago." Although Feng Yuan has been in contact with some Hollywood stars, she really doesn't know much about gossip on the Hollywood side. Anna, she had heard of Hayweather, but she hadn't had much contact with her, and she hadn't paid much attention to it, so she didn't know much about that female star. But when she saw the photo of Anna taken by the paparazzi on the phone that Nicole pushed over, She didn't cover her mouth again. It was a photo of Anna taking her child out of the street, although it looked like she had put on her makeup carefully. But the deep wrinkles on the corners of the eyes and forehead, the drooping apple muscles, and the gully-like smile lines on the corners of the mouth can't be covered by too much powder. If no one reminds www.mentalnovel.com, Feng Yuanyuan can't believe that this woman is the same age as her, but she looks more like her in her 50s. Horrible, right? You are looking at it. This is a photo of her 3 months ago. Nicole looked at Feng Yuanyuan's stunned look, and then swiped the phone screen to reveal a recent photo of Anna. When Feng Yuanyuan saw it, she almost didn't scream. How is this possible? Anna in this photo looks full of girlishness and feels like she is 20 years younger. This is not from PS, absolutely not. I ran into it by accident at a cocktail party and then filmed it. You are looking at this one. Nicole swipes the screen again to bring up a photo. This photo clearly shows that it is actually a reception scene, where Anna and Nicole took pictures together. In the photo, Anna is very cute, full of collagen, while Nicole's face looks very weird. Her cheeks have drooped, the wrinkles in the corners of her eyes cannot be covered, her neck is flushed, and there is a patch on her chest that cannot be covered although she wanted to squeeze out a smile. The muscles on her face were very stiff, which made her face look very weird. Do you understand? Then I asked Anna how she regained her youth, and she recommended me the products of the 9th Lab. It is said that they got it from Miss Helen Fang, who will be the host. Later, I also approved it. She only bought a small sample from Miss Helen at a high price. Because the cosmetics of this brand has not been officially launched, Ms. Helen has only a few samples. But even such a small sample is now in the upper level of Hollywood. In the circle, it has become a sky-high price. Do you know that Margiana? Of course I know. Margiana was a superstar of the same generation as MJ, besides Superman, the first ancestor to wear underpants. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 472. Hard work pays off. Zheng Niang's tears are gone. The subscription of this book can be said to be the worst one since I wrote the book. The reason why I am still insisting is entirely because of personal hobbies. In addition, I haven't written a book for 2 years. I use it to practice writing and strive to write a crossover essay that everyone likes more instinctively. I personally like this subject matter better. But I didn't expect such a miserable subscription, and I found someone pirated. I really want to say, MD, hey, this year's economic environment is not good and the company is not booming. Ants have time to write books to subsidize the family. Recently, The Trumpet opened a new book, Synthetic Stars. I urge all book friends to collect and recommend it. She spent $1 million to wrap up all the samples left in Miss Helen's hands, but she threw a lot of Hollywood ladies into thunder. So Feng, if you really know the products of the 9th Laboratory, in the end when is it going public? Can you tell me? Now the upper-class society in the United States is crazy about it. Nicole spoke loudly and eloquently, while she was talking while she was drawing in her hand, but Feng Yuanyuan could still see that when she said these words, she had that envy on her face. This couldn't help making her even more curious. Could it be that the products of the 9th Lab are really that amazing? What then? What is the effect after you use the 9th Laboratory product? Although the answers have been written in Nicole Freeman's face, but Feng Yuanyuan still couldn't help but ask. And Nicole seemed to be waiting for her question. She was not in a hurry to answer, but a look of heaven first appeared on her face. Oh my God! I can't believe the effect is so good. Feng, do you know? When I first heard Anna recommend this cosmetic to me, I didn't quite believe it. It was not that I was arrogant. You also know Huago Cosmetics? Nicole showed an exaggerated expression, and Feng Yuanyuan was very complicated when she saw her expression. It is true that Huago products have always been synonymous with poor quality and cheap prices in the world. In the high-end field, there are no products that can be obtained, let alone this kind of cosmetics that are specially applied to the face. Brands that can be named in the cosmetics field are basically the world's top brands. Suddenly Huago Cosmetics appeared, which is really unacceptable. But you can see my situation at the time. I am not too young, and I am about the same as Anna. I have just given birth to a child for a few years. In the past few years, although I have been adhering to a healthy diet, scientific exercise, and skin care, but aging is still inevitable. We all went to Dr. Kim in Korea back then, so the situation is similar. I had no choice but to try it and use that cosmetic product. As a result, I had no choice but to try it. It's rare for Nicole to open up with Feng Yuanyuan, and Feng Yuanyuan listens very seriously, but she is unavoidably sad in her heart. Sure enough, beautiful women all over the world are the same, and they are most afraid of old age. The result, it really surprised me. No, I was shocked. When I first applied the liquid mask of this product that night, I knew that this product was absolutely different. In just 15 minutes, you were able to. I obviously felt that the skin on my face was absorbing the liquid from the mask. And when the process was over, I was looking at my face. I couldn't believe it. The skin was really visibly restored to a certain degree of lightness and tenderness. Firming. Next I used eye cream. Anyway, after using it for a month, this is who you see me now. Nicole became more and more excited as she talked about it, and to the last look, this kind of feeling of rejuvenation, really, that kind of joy, it was really too uncomfortable not to say it. And Feng Yuanyuan is not a person in the Hollywood circle, and she told her that she is not afraid of going to gossip and broke the news, so she will open her heart to her today. And Feng Yuanyuan looked at Nicole with a full face, and she looked dazed. Wow, it's really amazing. By the way, Feng, you must help me to find out which company in Huago is the product of this 9th laboratory, and when are they going to go on the market? The demos I bought before have basically been used. It's almost there, and it's about to be out of stock. I don't want to lose this cosmetic and it's in its previous state. Nicole's expression suddenly changed, as if thinking of something. Then she grabbed Feng Yuanyuan's hand and said, while Feng Yuanyuan's face was embarrassed, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you inquire." Of course she is embarrassed. If it weren't for Nicole, she would have never even heard of the cosmetics of this Chinese brand, let alone believe that a domestic cosmetics could be so magical. At this time, her mobile phone dinged. She picked it up and saw that it was the WeChat sent to her by her assistant, which roughly stated the information of the 9th laboratory she was investigating, and there was a web link below. The hard work paid off, and I found it for them. After reading it carefully, she realized that this is a domestic cosmetics company that has only emerged in the country for more than a month, but their products are also not listed in the country. It was also not sold in physical stores. Before, there was only a record of free gifts in a famous cosmetics store on a domestic treasure. This activity also started more than a month ago. The online store suddenly started to engage in promotional activities. Consumers who buy big-name cosmetics will get some samples of the 9th Labs products as a trial. But I didn't expect this test to be terrible, and it quickly caused a sensation. The effect of this 9th laboratory product is really good. No, it should be said to be so good. Many consumers have already squeezed the message area of this online store after trying out the products of the 9th laboratory. In just a few days, the buyers show of this makeup store and the messages exceeded it. Millions. Even a certain treasure was shocked, thinking that they were buying orders, which caused a big sensation in the online shopping circle. Feng Yuanyuan immediately clicked on the link to the online store of a certain treasure, which was amazing. Recently, this online store has become the hottest online store on a certain treasure, and there are millions of people paying attention to the collection. She quickly turned to the consumer message area below, and the answer inside was dazzling her. Shopkeeper, when will the 9th Labs products go on sale? Can't wait. That's, if you don't reply, I want to send the blade to your home. Send together, send together. That's right. The store will give you a word, don't carry it. Is this lady still short of your money? Oh my god, I really can't believe it. After using her facial cream, the spots on my face are really gone. There are also photos of the seller below, and then a bunch of comments below. The effect of the Ninth Labs products is really as good as what you said. Don't it be the hype of the manufacturer again? That is, how much did you charge the manufacturer? Upstairs. Don't talk nonsense if you haven't used it before. I can say very responsibly that the products of the Ninth Laboratory are really amazing. Yes, consumers who have experienced it personally come to report. The cream from their house is really easy to use, it works well. Store, if you have a conscience, bring a few cosmetic sets to Puhai Huashan Hospital to see me. I sent a sample to my girlfriend before, but now it's used up. She always pushes me to ask for it. You don't open it. Sell, where can I buy it? Protest. Shopkeeper, what kind of airplane do you use? Does it mean that only women's skin needs care? We men also need care. Does this Ninth Laboratory develop skin care products specifically for men? Shopkeeper, give their company address. I will let you go. This is all messy. The more you look back, the bigger Feng Yuan's head becomes. But there is one thing she can feel across the phone screen, that is, the products of the Ninth Laboratory are really easy to use. The effect is absolutely leveraged. It seems to be right, this product should be the product of the Ninth Laboratory that Nicole said. This store is really a little bit savvy. He even knows that it is not on the market. It is necessary to warm up the hype first, and it seems that his hype is still very successful. How did she know that many of the consumers who left these messages were the navy brushes invited by Suzuki's cousin? After all, a new launched domestic cosmetics, without any market awareness, thought to be accepted by consumers, gimmicks must be created to attract attention. Even if they gave consumers free samples before, how could consumers put such no cosmetics on their faces? And they invited a bunch of brushes, and after writing the comments below, the situation was different. Many consumers who got free samples, Yuukanzu www.yuukanzu. As soon as the comments on com are so interesting and there are so many, I can't help but take out the sample and try it. And this test is incredible. The effect is absolutely immediate. And then consumers will spontaneously explode. Unbelievable enthusiasm. Feng Yuan left for the message area, but as soon as she launched it, she just saw the online store updated its page. At the top of the online store's page, it has become a full-face banner, apparently specifically for someone to find someone. Designed, it said impressively, "Congratulations to the Ninth Laboratory Cosmetics, which was awarded by the famous French fashion designer Yves Saint Laurent's selection will be the designated cosmetics for her model in Paris Fashion Week this season. The Ninth Lab products will be launched in our store after this Paris Fashion Week." Then, on the screen, there are some well-known models and a picture of Yves, which looks very cool. There is also a link below. Click on the link to enter, and you can see several sets of the Ninth Laboratory products. Just looking at the outer packaging, Feng Yuan has been suppressed. The sandalwood box, the small blue and white porcelain bottle and jar inside, is too beautiful, too shocking, too special and high quality. It is not ordinary cosmetics. The only pity is that the price listed below was not printed. Obviously, the merchant was playing tricks, and Feng Yuan could understand it very well. With such a news release, the message area under the online store instantly boiled. Feng Yuan glanced at it, and the speed of the message was soaring almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, she finally confirmed that what this online store sells must be the products of the Ninth Laboratory that Nicole said. While Nicole watched Feng Yuan holding her mobile phone, she remained silent for a long time, thinking that there was something wrong with her. She just thought of getting up to say goodbye. But Feng Yuan held her back. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 473. Offline Channels opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Nicole, I think I found the cosmetics in the Ninth Laboratory you mentioned. What? Where? Nicole immediately sat down again, and then the two of them moved their heads in front of Feng Yuan's mobile phone and began a chattering discussion. Oh, My God. Eve Street. Lawrence fashion show. She is my favorite designer, and it's very popular now. No way, I'm going to participate in her fashion show. She even knows the 9th laboratory's product. Sure enough, Feng, let's go together. I'm calling Anna. Okay, let's go to join Eve together. How could Feng Yuan miss such a hot opportunity to attend a fashion show with Hollywood actresses? At the same time, Xiao Feng took Suzuki off the plane just now, but this time they took the VIP channel, specially arranged by Pierre. Although the Saint Road Group is not a large consortium in France, it is precisely because they are doing it for those large consortia serve the groups, so the relationship is also in place. Seeing Xiao Feng taking Suzuki out of the passage, Pierre and Laura greeted them with a smile, and gave Xiao Feng and Suzuki a warm hug. Xiao Feng looked at Pierre a little surprised. You fellow, you seem to be a lot younger. Haha, with your red fruit wine tonic, the body, and the skin care products you provide. Of course I am young. Hey, you don't know, because I secretly used your mask. Laura quarreled with me frequently. The cosmetics have been locked in the safe by her and regarded as peerless treasures. When Pierre said these words, he was a little bit anxious. Apparently because of cosmetic problems, he and Laura had some unhappiness. Xiao Feng gave a ha-ha and ignored him. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Laura. At this time, Laura was taking Suzuki's hand and talking. They also met last time, and Laura was obviously very good at dealing with women, and soon became good friends with Suzuki. Wow, Miss Elmont, you look so young, like a rose filled with dew in the morning. Beautiful and beautiful. Xiao Feng was slanderous, but foreign women just like this. Although Laura is not young, she still seems very useful after listening to his unskilled flattery. Of course, Xiao Feng said this because the woman really looked a lot younger than when she saw it last time. He thought it was mainly because the cosmetics from the 9th laboratory he provided worked. And this is what Laura is most proud of recently. After using the products of the 9th laboratory, the wrinkles and spots on her face have been significantly reduced, and the skin is not as loose as before, but has recovered smooth and firm elasticity. So what she hopes most is that everyone who meets her will find that she is young, so she eats such compliments very much. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I finally know why you can chase Miss Zhu. Your mouth is as sweet as wiping honey. Few girls can withstand your sweet words. Laura started the business model of mutual blowing, and Xiao Feng was very useful after hearing it. The group of people walked out of the airport touting them. Pierre brought 2 Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles. Paris was his home stadium. Of course, Xiao Feng and the rest of them in Paris were arranged by him. After getting in the car, Pierre said that he would take Xiao Feng and Suzuki around in Paris. At any rate, Paris is also a world-famous fashion capital. Of course Suzuki agrees with this proposal. Paris, which is known as the fashion capital, is a tourist destination that every girl wants to go to once. Paris just happened to have never been. Xiao Feng has no good impression of Paris. Although he has never been to this city, he has heard many people talk about it. A few decades ago, Paris was indeed a civilized and safe international metropolis. But now, especially after the influx of a large number of immigrants, the security here has dropped sharply, especially since there are a large number of cases against Chinese people every year, and the local police in Paris often turn a blind eye to such cases and wear colored glasses. Chinese. Xiao Feng's impression of this city is getting worse and worse. The boss he had worked as a part-timer had been tricked in Paris. Not only was his wallet stolen, his luggage was robbed, and finally he called the police, but he was also detained by the police for a day. After the boss returned to China, he never stopped scolding French for a day. He told them that Paris was different from what he had imagined. It was a messy crime-gathering place, full of garbage, and on the street it's not safe. If you can't go, you won't go. Therefore, Xiao Feng's impression of this city is not very good. In addition, some time ago, this city was full of various vests of smashing and looting. so he didn't have much interest in this city. If it weren't for this fashion week, the products of their 9th laboratory would be set and released here. He would never want to come here. But these thoughts can only be hidden in their hearts, but they cannot be expressed in front of Pierre and Laura. After all, they are the landlords here, or French. In front of others, saying that Paris is not good is not brain dead. The driver quickly drove the car to the center of Paris. At the Arc de Triomphe, the Eiffel Tower circled around, and Pierre took them out of the car and took photos at several scenic spots. Originally they thought of going up to the Iron Tower to take a picture, but Xiaofeng dispelled this idea when he saw that there were too many people in line. Pierre had someone drove them to the Champs-Élysées, where they saw the first branch of a celebrity chef opened in Paris, not far from Galeries Lafayette. Sure enough, those netizens did not lie. It was no longer the meal at this time, but the people who lined up for dinner still lined up from the store, and the line was basically foreigners. Xiaofeng was also a little surprised at this scene. I don't know what's going on. Very many people have come to eat in this restaurant these past few days, Pierre said, a little puzzled. Obviously he didn't know the recent domestic disturbance caused by celebrity chefs. Xiaofeng estimated that there are many people who have been eating in the past few days, and it must have something to do with the domestic disturbance relationship. Now the direction of the storm has been completely reversed by him. The original on-decided black has now been leveraged by him to make it on-decided compliment to celebrity chefs. Even this trend has been through some short video software, has penetrated overseas. Several branches in France. Has the business suddenly exploded in the past 2 days? Xiaofeng asked. And Pierre nodded, yes. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, the sales of several branches have soared in the past 2 days. Xiaofeng nodded. Presumably he was also affected by the domestic trend. By the way, Xiao, when you can start the second round of investment? I can't wait, haha. To be honest, in France, Germany, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, and many other countries, I have arranged people to choose locations. I'm just waiting for you to start a business meeting. This time I will have a big one. Xiaofeng looked at Pierre in amazement. This guy seemed confident, but this was a good thing. Well, wait until early next year. Soon. We are currently preparing. Okay, once there is news, you must notify me as soon as possible. Pierre patted Xiaofeng on the shoulder. Xiaofeng nodded, and the group continued to walk into the street, and soon saw a clothing store on a corner of the street. There are many people coming and going in this clothing store. From the outside, it is an old building. But when you look inside, it is refreshing. The decoration style is modern and bright. Does Xiaofeng like this style very much? The store mainly sells all kinds of fashion, women's shoes, women's handbags, and some cosmetics. Suzuki liked this store very much, and started shopping when he entered the store, while Xiaofeng was a little confused. What did Pierre and Laura bring themselves here? Seeing him a little confused, Pierre came over and explained to him with a smile. Xiao, this is Laura's boutique.mtlnovel.com. Xiaofeng was taken aback. Laura left shop. Yes, Laura used to be a supermodel, and is now a well-known fashion designer. This is the boutique she opened. You also know that in the fashion industry, real high-end customers actually prefer this personalized boutique. Laura's boutique is a leader in this industry. She has opened 3 stores in Paris, and more than 50 stores in London, Paris, Munich, Madrid and other areas. After hearing this, Xiaofeng seemed to understand something. You mean, these Laura boutiques will be the sales channel of my 9th lab in the future? Bingo. You are so smart. Pierre snapped his fingers and said to Xiaofeng with a smile. At this time Laura also came to Xiaofeng's body. Xiao, I think you also know that the sales of cosmetics are usually concentrated in shopping malls. However, the rent in the shopping malls is high, and the places are not easy to find. I contacted some well-known shopping malls, and they are already in large stores like Galeries Lafayette. In the mall, I found a suitable location, but I think it is still not enough. So I plan to include my boutique as a sales channel. you see. Yes, as long as we can become famous this time, then I don't think the sales location is a problem. Xiao Feng nodded and understood Laura's difficulties. After all, the 9th laboratory is not well known now. It is very difficult to rent a cosmetics sales counter in those well-known large chain stores. It is very rare for Laura to get a counter in the Galeries Lafayette. This is still their home stadium in Paris, and it is certainly not so easy in other areas such as London. Foreign e-commerce is not as developed as in China, and the main sales model of cosmetics depends on offline. So you have to rely on those first-line well-known supermarkets. Chapter 474 Stars Gathered opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. And these large-scale well-known foreign supermarkets can be arrogant. Not all cats and dogs can open stores there, not world-famous brands. People basically do not allow you to open stores inside. That's why Xiao Feng said that this Laura can get a counter in the Lafayette. It is already very powerful. As for the offline channels of other well-known supermarkets, he didn't force it. After all, the 9th lab is still not well known. After the success of this fashion week, the 9th lab became famous. At that time, go to those supermarkets. They will definitely welcome with their hands and feet. And they may even take the initiative to find Laura's door. Now that Laura plans to use her own store as a channel, that's not bad. This woman is really smart enough. Xiao Feng glanced at Laura with a smile. He doesn't know exactly what the reputation of this Laura boutique is, but he knows that as long as the 9th laboratory is launched this time, it will definitely become famous in Europe soon. When people want to buy the products of Lab 9, the first thing they think of is Laura's boutique. Which one will be exposed? It must be a Laura boutique, so this woman is good enough to act as an agent of her own cosmetics. And by the way, she bought a handful of her own boutique, which can be regarded as mutually beneficial. By the way, Xiao, you come this time, this stuff. In fact, this question has been held in Laura's heart for a long time. Xiao Feng didn't say it before. And she's not easy to ask, but it's already time. If you don't ask, it's too late. It will be their turn to arrange the show tomorrow in Fashion Week. They don't doubt at all that the products of Lab 9 will be a big success, but after success, you have to go on the market. If you don't sell the products by then, where will consumers buy it? I almost forgot about this question. When I came this time, the goods were already brought and handed over to Pierre and their cargo plane. I will arrive in Paris at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and you can arrange for the goods to be distributed. Xiao Feng really almost forgot about this. When he came to Paris this time, he specially picked up a large batch of goods from Hexiogen and sent them to the capital. They used Pierre and his Sanlu group to transport high-end ingredients by plane. Come to France. Pierre obviously hadn't been notified by the captain, so he and Laura were worried about the supply of goods. When Xiao Feng said this, the two of them were obviously relieved. That guy Julian, maybe he took the cosmetics you sent as ordinary ingredients, so I didn't report it to me. No, I have to remind him that this batch of goods must be given to me more expensive, not like ordinary ingredients. Pierre took out the satellite phone, walked out of the shop, and started talking on the phone with the captain in charge of the transportation, Julian, and it took a long time before he returned to the room. Then he discussed a few words with Laura and planned to arrange the manpower to arrive immediately waiting at the airport. As soon as the plane arrives in the afternoon, they will arrange truck drivers to transport the cosmetics to Laura boutiques in Western Europe and put them on the shelves first, waiting for the fashion show tomorrow. After finishing these arrangements, it was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Pierre and Laura quickly apologized to Xiao Feng and Suzuki, and took them to a Michelin-recommended 3-star restaurant for a high-end French meal. To be honest, the French cuisine is indeed unique, and Pierre and Laura also deliberately avoided some of them. Xiao Feng and Suzuki, two Chinese, don't like the European taste. I helped them choose some popular tastes that everyone can accept, so this meal is relatively enjoyable. In particular, The foie gras sauce made Xiao Feng very refreshing, with a smooth taste, no peculiar smell, and an exceptionally mellow taste. The only uncomfortable thing was that Xiao Feng had not eaten enough during this meal, so Xiao Feng could only go back to the hotel to find something to pad. After a rest in the hotel, their long-awaited fashion show finally began the next day. This week of Paris Fashion Week, in addition to those fixed international big names, the organizer will also invite the most popular international designers nowadays to hold their own style fashion shows. Yves Saint Laurent is currently the most popular fashion designer in France. She is in her 30s and is an Algerian Frenchman. She has been in Paris for many years. She has worked for many international big-name fashion companies. She came out to work on her own in the first 2 years. And it was an instant success. This time she chose to cooperate with Laura, hoping to use Laura's influence in the fashion circle, and Laura has a supermodel under her hand. Although it was Yves' fashion show in name this time, Laura was actually the leader. Laura is not only a retired Victoria's Secret angel, she is now a well-known agent in the modeling circle. She has a team under her and signed many supermodels. Although Yves has been very popular in the French fashion circle recently, she is a French of Algerian descent after all. She is not a mainstream designer in France, and even not as popular as a few Japanese designers. She wants to really squeeze in. The mainstream must be supported by someone, and Laura is her noble person, and the theme of the fashion show they held this time is how to define beauty. In fact, the main display is not the fashion design by Yves, the main highlight is actually the cosmetics of the 9th laboratory. In fact, the main purpose of this fashion show is to create topics. For this fashion show, Laura, Yves, and Pierre discussed and argued many times before finally finalizing it. Before the start of Fashion Week, Laura and Pierre had already used various resources to build momentum for Yves' fashion show. Of course, many of the supermodels under Laura have spoken on Facebook, IG, and Twitter. These people have a lot of fans' attention. Their speeches have also brought Yves' fashion show a lot of eyeballs. At the same time, before the fashion show started, Laura also invited a lot of FB and internet celebrity bloggers on IG to participate in this fashion show. The purpose is to hope that they can help promote the first through this fashion show. The products of 9 Labs, of course, must be recharged with money. The locations of fashion shows in Paris Fashion Week are scattered and there is no fixed location. However, there are only a few places where international big-name fashion shows are held: the Museum of Humanity in the 16th arrondissement of Paris, and the Palais de Tokyo on the Presidential Avenue Wilson, the Place du Carrousel and the Tuileries Garden in the Louvre in District 1, and the Paris School of Fine Arts in the 6th District and the Freycinet Open Room at the historical site of the railway building in District 13. Yves' fashion show was set in the Tuileries Garden, an ancient palace from the 18th century. The exterior looks beautiful, and the inside maintains the original flavor to the greatest extent. The reason why I chose to stay here is that on the one hand, the palace is magnificent, and on the other hand, it is also big enough. Laura has invited many celebrities to come over this time. It is not only Laura who maximized her relationship, but also Elle also made great efforts to help invite a lot of French and even European celebrities. Recently, the Saint Road Group has expanded its business territory a lot because of the caviar and fine wines Pierre acquired, and he has also contacted many upper-class celebrities that he hadn't reached before. At this time, he sent out an invitation to those upper-class celebrities, and some of those upper-class celebrities also readily agreed. After all, these guys also like to come to this fashion week to join in the fun. In the afternoon, the car sent by Pierre picked up Xiao Feng and Zuzuki and rushed to the venue, but before they got out of the car and entered the venue, the gate of the palace became lively. Every fashion show will have many fashion media reporters to follow, not to mention that Laura has spent so much effort this time, and naturally many media have been bought by him. But those reporters who originally planned to save face and collect money to deal with it, but this time they felt like they had hit the big luck and met with unexpected joy. It turns out that a lot of big-name celebrities who didn't expect to appear before have actually arrived. These are all Hollywood big names. Ex-wife of Hollywood's first handsome guy. MTLnovel.com Nicole Freeman, the former national princess of Hollywood. Anna Hayweather, former American sweetheart. Blarney, the queen of American pop songs. Skills, and Sophia, who is known as the French Rose. What happened to this? Why are so many superstars all coming to this fashion show? Why are all the stars gathered here? It just so happened that a red carpet was laid at the entrance of the Tuileries Garden. It was originally intended for those supermodels and celebrities to go. Unexpectedly, so many Hollywood superstars suddenly appeared, and this red carpet was lively. Countless fashion media reporters seemed to be sharks smelling blood. They got to the red carpet, picked up the camera and started the license plate constantly, and there was the sound of flashlight exposure everywhere on the scene. And those female stars are obviously familiar with this set, and they didn't panic. Instead, they scratched their heads, posing poses, and let the reporters take pictures. The reporters are crazy. Although Paris Fashion Week is famous, the biggest brands that usually come to participate, that is, some well-known designers, well-known models, and people like Hollywood movie stars and singers, rarely come. After all, although the fashion circle and the entertainment circle have an intersection, they have not yet become one. However, today's Eve fashion show has attracted so many Hollywood actresses and former American sweethearts. I can't help but make everyone curious. Why are they coming to this fashion show? In their identities, coming to the fashion show shouldn't be going to those big-name fashion shows. Why did you come to this fashion show of a designer who has only started in the last 2 years? Soon a reporter asked. Hey, Nime answer, why did you attend Eve's fashion show? Anna, do you like Eve very much? Blarney, when are you going to come to France for a concert? Chapter 475 Shocking opening. Opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Xiao Feng and Suzuki, who got out of the car, looked at each other by the scene, and they didn't expect so many Hollywood stars to be there. Moreover, these female stars seem to be of that young age. Suzuki loves them very much, and she also took out her mobile phone and followed the reporter to take pictures. At this time, Pierre and Laura, who were following them, also got out of the car, and were taken aback by the scene in front of them. Xiao Feng looked at them and smiled. You are really willing to spend your money. Even Hollywood celebrities have invited so many. What Hollywood star? Pierre and Laura glanced at each other, their eyes full of bewilderment. Xiao Feng looked at the expressions of the two of them without knowing it, and said quickly, look at it, who's here? Pierre and Laura took a step forward, and then they could see clearly the Hollywood actresses who were scratching their heads on the red carpet to murder reporter film. Oh my God! Nicole Freeman, Anna Hayweather, Blarney Skills, and the national treasure Sophie. Pierre and Laura could see the people clearly, and their mouths grew in surprise. You really didn't invite it? Xiao Feng asked again. The two shook their heads at the same time, just like shaking a rattle. It seems that they are also confused about the arrival of these Hollywood stars. That's weird. These big stars have always been unprofitable and can't afford to be early. How can they take the initiative to occupy Eve's fashion show? Xiao Feng felt even more confused, but at this time Pierre took out the phone and made a call. After a while, he hung up the phone. It wasn't Eve who invited me. This is even more strange. How come these Hollywood big names come back here? If it's the Cannes Film Festival, there are Hollywood actresses. That's fine, but this is just Paris Fashion Week, and Eve is not an internationally renowned top fashion designer, so a few Hollywood stars suddenly came to the fashion show platform. This is very strange. At this time, Suzuki, who had already made up the excitement, returned with a smile. I think I know what's going on. Oh? Do you know why? Xiao Feng, Pierre, and Laura asked almost in unison. Suzuki nodded triumphantly. and then smiled like a little fox. "Look, this is the photo I just took." Everyone focused their attention on Suzuki's mobile phone. Pierre and Laura were taken aback. The photo was a group photo. In addition to the three big American names like Nicole, Anna, and Blani, and the French national treasure Sophie. There is one more Asian woman, but this woman is a bit face and they don't know each other. And Xiao Feng recognized it at a glance. "Isn't this the carpet star Feng Yuanyuan? Is she coming to rub the red carpet again?" Yo, this time not only became the red carpet, but also rubbed with a few Hollywood actresses. "Well, she made a lot of money this time," Xiao Feng teased and said. And then probably told Pierre and Laura about Feng Yuanyuan's deeds. He was also taken aback by hearing the two of them. "Damn, I used to be a celebrity, can you still do it like this?" "Here, look, it's Feng Yuanyuan's assistant," a Weibo posted yesterday. Suzuki called up another Weibo and gave Xiao Feng and Pierre a look. When he saw the photos and text of the Weibo, Xiao Feng immediately understood most of it. Although Pierre and Laura could not understand what they said in Chinese on Weibo, they could recognize the photo below Weibo at a glance. The photo was a face cream produced by the 9th laboratory. Used blue and white small porcelain vase. And the accompanying text reads, "Almighty netizens, who can tell me, what is the origin of this cosmetic, and where can I buy it?" Then there are comments from a group of netizens below, saying that this cosmetic is a newly launched domestic cosmetic, very easy to use, and the effect is amazing, but it has not been officially listed yet, and is currently only sold in the 30 online store of a treasure. Xiao Feng probably understood it, so he said to Pierre and Laura, "Which carpet star should this be?" "I learned about the products of the 9th lab. The effect was very good." Then he introduced them to the American and French companies. Female celebrities, and then female celebrities also find it very useful. They found the online store that I authorized exclusively in China, and the advertisement I advertised in that online store is that the products of the 9th laboratory will be available in after today's fashion show. It will be officially launched. Presumably, this is the real reason for them to participate in the fashion show. Suzuki looked at Xiao Feng and nodded with satisfaction. As expected, he was the man I was looking for. He was really smart enough to see through. Pierre and Laura agreed with this statement. Since they are not here to make trouble, there is nothing to worry about. They dragged Suzuki and Xiao Feng into the venue to talk. And they didn't know that in the crowded crowd outside at this time, there were several beauties who were also looking at the actresses on the red carpet in front of them in a daze. Floor. Standing in the crowd, divas looked at the female stars in front of him in every way, but at the same time he was thoughtful. She is a well-known makeup blogger in France. She has her own makeup channel on Turtle and IG. She also runs a makeup blog. She has 4 to 5 million fans. Usually she mainly posts some videos on the Turtle to teach others how to make up, carry some private goods by the way, and advertise some brands of cosmetics. Life is very moist. In the fashion industry, he is a very well-known internet celebrity blogger. A single year of subscribing and carrying private goods can make a combined income of 4 to 5 million US. This time she accepted Laura's invitation to participate in this fashion show, but she didn't know that Laura, a former Victoria's Secret angel, had such a great energy that she actually invited 3 American stars, even France's national treasure. All the actresses have been invited. Without these people, she, the internet celebrity anchor in the fashion industry, should be the spotlight on the red carpet. And with the same thoughts as Floor, there is the British makeup anchor, Ash Bolton, and the makeup anchor from the United States, Emilia Rayner. These two fashion industry's internet celebrity anchors, like Floor, are both very prosperous makeup female anchors in the online world in recent years. There are millions of fans, usually in their own live broadcasts, teaching others how to dress, make up, and so on. They are all beautiful anchors with their own styles. They were also shocked by the sudden appearance of several Hollywood stars and French national treasure actresses. I really didn't expect this Laura to have so much energy. It seems that she is really going to hold this eve this time. After more than half an hour of lively activities outside the venue, people gradually entered the exhibition hall, which is located in the first floor lobby of the Tuileries Garden. This exhibition hall is very large. There is a tea stage in the front, and audience seats on both sides. There are nearly 1,000 chairs, and the number of people attending is obviously more. There are many people who have no chairs and can only stand at the back. According to the normal process, the fashion show should have started long ago, but because of the arrival of several Hollywood big names and French national treasures, the fashion show had to be postponed. Eve, who was backstage, was very excited about the sudden arrival of a few Hollywood big names, and even the models were also excited. After all, with the arrival of these big names, as long as the fashion show didn't go wrong, it would definitely be popular. Several big names are present at the same time. It is equivalent to endorsing your platform. Even if you are a mediocre designer, after such a fashion show, you are also the top in the world. After everyone took their seats, the lights in the venue dimmed and the MC didn't take the stage. He just took the microphone and briefly said the opening of the fashion show, and then the music rang, and soon the model walked out of the backstage. The tall model, walking catwalks, looks graceful many times, and her clothes are even more strange. The plain white base material is painted with a Chinese-style blue and white porcelain pattern. With the rise of the Chinese economy in recent years, fashion designers from all walks of life will launch fashion shows with Chinese style during Paris or Milan Fashion Week. As if you don't engage in a few Chinese-style fashion shows this year. www.mentalnovel.com. You are out of date and can't keep up with the times. Xiao Feng has seen these foreign designers a few times before the so-called Chinese-style fashion show, but in his opinion, those fashions are really hard to describe. All kinds of wonderful shapes and designs are endless, and beauty cannot be said. But ugliness and weirdness can definitely be combined. I don't know if those foreign designers deliberately do it. Anyway, as a pure Chinese, he has a lot of Chinese style. Can't accept it at all. But today, the Chinese style fashions designed by Eve, he feels very acceptable, because the patterns on these clothes are very similar to the style of the small bottles used for cosmetics in his 9th laboratory. I don't know if Laura asked that Eve to design this way. Just when Xiao Feng expressed his satisfaction with the style of fashion, a low exclamation broke out from the crowd. It turned out that this model had already reached the forefront of the runway, smiled and stood akimbo, and then again, a graceful turn and started walking back. At this time, the audience sitting in the front row had recognized her. It's Heidi, Helms, shit, how is this possible? I have a big tide, what did I see? Oh my god, my eyes, is this true? Although the identity of the people who came to the fashion show was not low, and the quality was very high, the person sitting in the front recognized that the model on the catwalk was the famous ugly model Heidi. When Helms, he couldn't help being stunned. I was even surprised, to the extent that even the swear words could not help but come out, and this is what many people want to say, but they dare not say it. Hearing these two swear words, the others present were finally relieved. This opening is very shocking. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 476. Where is the fashion show? This is what the cosmetics conference is now. Opened a new book synthetic superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. The aesthetics of Europeans and Americans are getting more and more weird these days. A decade ago, their aesthetics were normal, and models were all selected girls who were well behaved. But nowadays, it is no longer enough to satisfy people's appetites. People always want to find models with outstanding characteristics. To put it bluntly, some people with heavy appetites can no longer satisfy ordinary beauty models. They always want to find some strange models in an unconventional way to attract the attention of the audience. Therefore, In the past 10 years, all kinds of weird ugly models, as well as all kinds of LGBT groups, have emerged in the modeling industry in an endless stream. And people who like this kind of weird guys are basically all kinds of beauty pageants, or judges in model competitions. They like this taste. But ordinary people can only scold their mothers when they see such a weird model on stage. But there is no way, because now there are too many white left in the European and American world, and the stick of political correctness is full of power. So although many ordinary people don't like these models, they dare not say anything. They can only bite the bullet and follow the judges to say they like them. So in recent years, on the runway, there have been an endless stream of female models with spots, female models with vitiligo, and even female models without shaving. Some of these people have strange shapes, and some have various defects in their bodies. Anyway, normal people will choose to scold their mother at the first glance, or they just can't help but vomit in their hearts. But the more this happens, the less people dare to show it, and on the contrary, they have to be more magnanimous to them. Otherwise, if you are found to be a little dissatisfied, you will be attacked by others without sympathy, and hate like 20 discrimination will buckle up. Over time, these weird ugly models have really become wider and wider in the modeling industry. Just like this Heidi on stage today. Helms used to be a famous ugly model, saying that she was ugly mainly because of the spots on her face. In fact, this girl is still a good model in terms of size, face, and figure, but the spots that spread to her chest have ruined her. In the past, it was impossible for a Dalmatian like her to become a model, but it is precisely because of the rampant ugly model in recent years that she has become her. She became Laura's top card, and even became the Victoria's Secret angel last year, before adding the Victoria's Secret show. In the first half of this year, it can be said to be in full swing. But after she first appeared today, she stunned all the audience, fashion critics, and beauty bloggers, because the spots on her face that were characteristic of her are gone. The audience felt that they were going crazy. When this model walked up, everyone had noticed her face, and she did not shave the thick layer of foundation, which means that she did not cover her spots with foundation. So what is going on? How could she not see the spots all over her face? Before everyone can figure it out, the second model also took to the runway, and when this one appeared, everyone was shocked. Daphne Chaffier, a French national treasure-level female model, is just 90 years old this year. She also participated in this year's Spring Fashion Week in the first half of the year. But didn't she say at that time that it was her last show? Why did you turn back so quickly and came to participate in Winter Fashion Week? But how does it feel wrong? In the past, Daphne was well maintained, but the spots and wrinkles on her face, neck, and wrinkles could not be covered. But this time, everyone felt that the spots on her face and neck were similar to those on her face and neck. The wrinkles are much lighter. The original age spots have almost disappeared, and the wrinkles on the forehead and neck have also faded a lot. Many spectators sitting in the front row thought that their eyes were blurred. At this time, almost all the attention of everyone present was no longer on the model's clothes, but on the model's face, and on the skin. Wait until this Daphne Chaffier walked to the front of the runway, and everyone finally determined that this woman is indeed getting younger. It is indeed Daphne herself, although the wrinkles and a little bit on her face and neck have faded. Her silver hair has changed. It's impossible. But everyone's curiosity was also hooked up. How did she do it? Is it possible for a 90-year-old person to grow backwards? Daphne came off the stage amidst the spectators' suspicion, and Yamuna came on stage next. Rossi shut his mouth even more shocked. This is also a grandmother-level supermodel. This year it is 65, and there are 2 grandchildren. But today, she looks more like a 35-year-old woman. She walks with grace, and she does not look like a 65-year-old. The audience in the audience grew their mouths in surprise. At this time, everyone had no intention of paying attention to the Chimsa-style clothes worn by these models. At this time, everyone's mind is still a question. How did these people do it? How did Heidi get rid of her blemishes? And how did Daphne and Amina become younger? Then a few more models of men and women appeared on the stage. After these models appeared, the audience in the entire exhibition hall was stunned. Because these male and female models are well known in the circle of ugly, or old models, some of them have scars on their bodies, and some of the old models are of 60 or 70-year-old men. Originally they used ugliness or the vicissitudes of time as their selling point, but today's debut, the scars are gone, and the marks left on their faces and bodies by the years are gone, even faded. This makes all the audience feel that their brains are not working well, especially for a few fashion anchors. Since entering the venue, they have taken out their cameras and planned to shoot some fashion show scenes by themselves. After going back to editing, they will put them in their own live video broadcast or vlog. But they were all shocked when they only started recording. At this time, the few of them quickly reacted. Why is that Laura willing to pay a lot of money to invite them? Why? The name of this fashion show is called, How to Define Beauty. Why, for such a famous designer's fashion show, so many Hollywood stars and French national treasures will come to the platform? This is not a fashion show at all, it should be a cosmetics launch. After understanding this point, these makeup bloggers were not disappointed. But they were all excited. Those ugly touches and the changes of the old models, they saw with their own eyes. They were very curious. What kind of cosmetics did these models use to become like this? They are all looking forward to it. The owner of this fashion show, hurry up and reveal the answer to everyone. The lights on the T-stage are constantly changing, and the music is constantly switching. The models have changed various clothes and walked back and forth on the stage for several rounds. The venue that should have been kept quiet at this time was restless. Whenever a particularly changed model came onto the stage, there would always be whistles, cheers and applause from the audience. Even a few Hollywood stars screamed and applauded when they saw the obvious changes in the models. Obviously, they came to the right place this time. And those fashion reporters, at this time, are staring at the stage intently. When any model walks by, they will pick up the camera and take pictures continuously. How can fashion journalists not notice the things that makeup bloggers noticed? They are like big sharks smelling blood. They all want to squeeze to the front of the stage, waiting for the fashion show to end. And when the designer comes on stage, they will rush to the front to ask questions one by one. Fortunately, they didn't let them wait long. The fashion show ended after more than 2 hours. A dozen models changed 20 or 30 sets of clothes back and forth, and at least each person walked back and forth 3 times on the stage. Compared with other fashion shows, this is a very rare phenomenon, but none of the audience in the audience expressed impatience. The more the models go, the more they can fully understand the changes in the models www.mentalnovel.com and the more problems they have accumulated in their hearts. Finally, when the fashion show was over, everyone stood up and applauded wildly. Whistles and cheers kept ringing. The final thanks to the designer finally arrived. Eve, accompanied by many catwalk models, walked from the back to the front, but as soon as she reached the front, she was immediately surrounded by fashion reporters who could no longer hold her back. Eve, can you tell us what brand of cosmetics are the models using today? Daphne, tell everyone, you are so young today. Is it because of the makeup team you invited? Can Heidi tell everyone, how did you get rid of the spots on your face? Hey, Holiday, tell everyone, how did you get rid of the wrinkles on your face? For a while, what should have been a serious fashion show turned into a vegetable market. It was originally a fashion show. Laura and Pierre did not hire too many security guards, because they did not expect these fashion reporters and celebrities. It will get out of control like this. They are a little worried, but don't cause any problems because of the overcrowding of people. At the back, Xiaofeng and Zuzuki were very satisfied with the results in front. It seemed that the appetite of these foreign devils was finally lifted. And Zuzuki even picked up her mobile phone and kept shooting videos. Every time she finished shooting a short video, she would quickly send it back to China. and then the team organized by her cousin in China would quickly edit the short video, and then named a title, and quickly posted it on their makeup station and Suzuki's Weibo. They also broadcast the entire Paris Fashion Week live, not to mention, there are so many people watching the video. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 477. Playing a big sword in front of Guangdong. Opened a new book synthetic superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Watching the crowd of reporters in front of me, Yves Saint Laurent was full of emotions. She has been in the fashion industry for 10 years. Since graduating from university, she has worked as a designer for a well-known brand. At that time, although she was in the name of a designer, she was actually an apprentice, doing all the work of handyman. It took me 5 or 6 years before I finally got the chance to participate in the design. After 2 years, I became a little famous, and then I went out to work alone, which is considered a certain achievement. But if compared with the design director level of those well-known brands in the industry, she is just a little shrimp. In the circle can only be regarded as a mid-level designer with mediocre qualifications. She did not expect Laura before this Paris Fashion Week. El Monte will find himself, plan this Fashion Week design together with himself, and push himself to the forefront after packaging. Although she knew that what Laura wanted to promote this time was not her own design, but a cosmetic she endorsed, but she still couldn't refuse such a temptation. It seems that the response at the scene is very good, even if the reporters are asking questions about the cosmetics. She feels that she has succeeded. A few days after tomorrow, in Paris and even the mainstream media newspapers in France, it is certain that the most frequent reports about her fashion show, even if everyone's main focus is on cosmetics, but her Yves. The name of Saint Laurent will be exposed frequently, which is enough. What's more, there are 3 Hollywood big names, Nicole, on her fashion show today, Freeman, Anna Hayweather, Blahny, and a French national treasure Sophia all came to shine. These big names don't care why they came, but when they can come, they have already expressed their attitudes, and they can be regarded as a platform for themselves. This Fashion Week, they are also regarded as a hit, and they really stepped into it. Ranks among the top designers. Yves, can you introduce it to everyone? What makeup team did you hire today? Or, I think everyone has noticed the changes in these models behind me. Yves, who has figured it out, is naturally more willing to cooperate with reporters at this time. As the biggest contributor behind the fashion show, the models will naturally not stand up to steal her limelight at this time and are not talking. And these reporters standing in front of the T stage, at this time, are holding their breath and want to hear Yves' explanation. Heidi, I won't say much. You know what she used to be, you know better than me. If you don't know, you can go back and look for her previous photos. Yves' humor was exchanged for a burst of laughter from the reporters in the audience, and the atmosphere in the audience immediately became much more relaxed. Daphne is our French national treasure model. She is 90 years old this year, and Amina is 65 years old this year. I know what you want to ask, but I think this question should be answered by Daphne. She can give you better answers. Yves first pushed Daphne to the front desk. This was the routine they had discussed before. As an old dough stick, Daphne was naturally not stage fright. When the reporters saw Daphne walk to the front of the stage, they were immediately even more excited. This woman is not only respected in France, but in the world model industry. It is also a patriarch. She can be said to be the oldest model in active service, the longest active on the runway, and the most influential one, so her words are very heavy. I think you all know that during this spring and summer fashion week, I have already announced that it will be my last show. You must be wondering why I broke my promise and came to participate in this autumn and winter fashion. It's a week. I think the answer is written on my face. To be honest, when Yves came to me at the beginning, I didn't agree until she recommended this brand of cosmetics named Ninth Lab to me. After I used it, I immediately felt the obvious change. As a beauty lover, I feel that I have a responsibility and obligation to promote such an absolutely miraculous cosmetics to beauty lovers all over the world. so I am here again." Daphne's words were like a depth bomb thrown into a calm lake, which immediately detonated the reporters in the audience. The audience, which was still silent, immediately became as messy as a vegetable market. "Daphne, what is Lab 9? Is it a new makeup brand?" "This is a sub-brand under which big brand name?" "Is this brand of cosmetics really so easy to use?" The attention of all reporters at the scene was focused on the small blue and white porcelain vase in Daphne's hand. This small porcelain vase has a strong Chinese style. The reporters on the scene even don't know much about cosmetics. But just when I look at this small porcelain bottle, I know that it must be expensive. After all, Daphne is 90 years old. After walking a few times on the catwalk, she said a lot. At this time, she was a little tired and her anger had not been mixed. At this time, Amina, who was younger than her, stood next to her. "Daphne is a little tired. Let me speak for her." Although this woman is a model who became a monk, her status is not low. If Daphne is a national treasure of France, then she is a national treasure model of Italy. There are currently 3 major fashion capitals in Europe. One is Paris in France, one is Milan in Italy, and the other is London in England. Milan in Italy and London in the UK are both up-and-coming stars compared to Paris. However, Milan's development momentum has been very strong in recent years, and the right to speak in the fashion industry has become more and more important. This naturally allows models and designers from Italy to rise in the fashion world, and Yamina is a benchmark, or even a legend. My experience is similar to Daphne. I didn't want to participate in this fashion week before. But when Eve came to me with the 9th Lab products, I was also impressed by the effect of this brand's cosmetics. This is a new brand from China. Their cosmetics are all newly developed based on ancient royal cosmetics and skincare products in China, plus modern beauty technology. As a person in the fashion industry, as a person who loves beauty, I like Daphne. I feel obligated and responsible to promote this good product to people who love beauty all over the world. That's why we came to participate in this fashion week. The 2 major model industry benchmarks have already stood up and endorsed the 9th laboratory. The reporters on the scene also understood that this time was not a real fashion show. The feelings belonged to the 9th laboratory this time. New product launch. This Chinese company is really awesome. They even thought of such a way to make their debut at Paris Fashion Week. What's even more impressive is that they have invited so many fashionistas to give them a platform. As for whether what these people are saying is true, the reporters in the audience expressed their suspicion. After all, this is Paris, the fashion capital of the world, and the first place in the world where real modern cosmetics were born. Here, world-renowned brands such as Chanel, Lancôme, Klein, Biotherm, Clarins, etc. were born. The profits created by these brands are the annual profits. Just over $1 trillion. Your company from China dared to come to Paris to make a debut, and still make such a big move. You are not playing an axe at the door. Are you playing a big sword in front of Guan Gongman? The reporters turned their attention to Heidi, the 3rd most famous model on the scene, and the South African beauty shrugged. "I think that the purpose of my appearance here is the same as the 2 predecessors. In addition, my changes and the changes of the 2 predecessors, I think you have seen them. If I don't recommend such a good product, I recommend it to me. Fans of, then I will feel uneasy in my conscience." I said, "Daphne, Yamina, did you really have cosmetic surgery? Or injected some medicine?" A bearded reporter in the audience finally couldn't help but ask a question that everyone suspected. The modern cosmetics industry has a history of nearly 200 years since its earliest birth. The products have been updated for dozens of generations. Metalnovel.com But up to now, there is no world-renowned company that has found any kind of cosmetics that can really rejuvenate people. Although in recent years the scientific research and development in human beauty medicine has advanced by leaps and bounds, it is also Botox, hyaluronic acid, and injection of human stem cells. But no one has invented such an effective way to quickly make women have it. Is a cosmetic that is generally used for rejuvenation. Daphne and Yamina are living in front of everyone's eyes. which makes everyone wonder if they have undergone some facelift surgery to have their current appearance, and Daphne is now prepared for such a problem. She smiled gracefully, and then kept this posture. "You are Paul of Lamond, aren't you?" "Yes, ma'am, I did an interview with you," the bearded man replied. Daphne nodded, and then said with a smile, "Paul, do you think my smile is natural?" Paul nodded. "You are so beautiful, ma'am." "Then you should know that if you use a knife on your face, you will have to inject Botox and hyaluronic acid afterwards. Those who have been injected with that kind of medicine, do you think they can laugh as natural as me?" Daphne's words caused the audience to fall into silence, and even some people began to wonder, is this cosmetics from China's 9th laboratory really so effective? You can suspect that both Yamina and I have had a knife, but what about Heidi? Do you know any surgery that can help people get rid of freckles? As soon as Daphne's words were spoken, the scene was even more silent. There was indeed laser surgery to remove freckles, but considering the fact that Heidi was covered with freckles before, no hospital was daring enough to perform laser freckle surgery on her. Of Chapter 478 Internet Frenzy opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. At the same time, the few beauty anchors who followed behind the reporter and squeezed into the crowd were all holding the cameras in their hands and doing live broadcasts. After all, with such a big scene today, if they don't seize the opportunity, then they would be really useless. Today's fashion show is really too topical. Eve Street Laurent's fashion design is very beautiful, but the most eye-catching scene now is the old models and the cosmetics they use. Floor Divas, Ash Bolton, Emilia Reyna's three beauty anchors are from France, Britain and the United States, and they are all very well-known beauty anchors on the internet. Usually they rely on teaching people how to make up and how to wear them. They are naturally very sensitive to cosmetics, because they advertise some international big-name cosmetics in their live video or vlog every year. They are very familiar with the cosmetics of several famous brands in the world. They are very familiar with each brand, each product, and each feature. But today, these models frequently mention the 9th laboratory on stage, a brand from China. They really heard of it for the first time. As experts in the beauty industry, they are naturally too clear about the body and skin conditions of these old models on stage. Obviously, these old models did not stab their faces or inject injections. First of all, let alone these old models, even if they want to go to the surgery, I am afraid that there is no plastic surgery doctor, so dare you to do it for them. One is 90 years old and one is 65. At this age, which plastic surgeon would dare to pick him up? What if he dies on the operating table? Moreover, even if they are paid for cosmetic surgery, their age will definitely be slow to recover, and even if they recover, the skin will fall due to loose skin. In order to stabilize the skin condition, they must have an injection on the face. What Botox, what hyaluronic acid must come for a few rounds. And once that kind of injection is given, that face will definitely become very stiff, and that state is definitely not hidden from the eyes of these beauty bloggers. They only need a glance to see it. So since these few model workers can have the current state without using the knife, the 9th laboratory product they frequently mentioned is really worthy of consideration and consideration. If this brand is really so magical, then the cosmetics industry in the future will definitely face an earthquake that will subvert the entire industry structure. The three beauty bloggers can still sit there at this time. They are not reporters, but they are all squeezing forward, hoping to get closer to the runway and shoot the images of the models on the runway. Is more clear. At this time, in their live broadcast room, a total of more than 10 million viewers from all over the world have gathered. The three beauty bloggers did not publish their own comments, but these audiences have exploded. How is it possible? It must be fake. Daphne is already 90 years old. Why does she look like she is 60 years old? Yes, I also found out the video of her attending the Spring-Summer Fashion Week this year. I cut a section and uploaded it. Everyone, at this time, She is still a 90-year-old grandmother. But now, she looks only 60 years old. Oh my god, is Amina 65 years old? How do I see her in her current state, which is how she looks like 35 years old? No, I'm tempted. But how come I feel weird? They are obviously grandma-level characters. Should I see my psychiatrist? Hey, man, you are not to be blamed. You can only be blamed. The creator of this world is too messy. The ninth lab, Huaguo's brand code. It must be a liar. They will only make rubbish. Yeah, apart from cheap garbage, I really can't think of a Chinese. What else can I make? Shut up. The sprayer upstairs. Before you spray the manure next time, smash your keyboard, computer, and fruit machine. Those are all made by China. Have you heard from Yamina? This company uses the secret recipe handed down by the noble ladies of the ancient Chinese courts, and combines modern beauty technology, research and development of new products, and the creation of new brands, so the effect is so good. I think it's understandable. Indeed, our company picks up Asian girls. They seem to never grow old or get fat. Is it an ancient royal thing? Well, in this way, the secret recipe is credible. Yes, in those days, the royal family always enjoyed the best things. Stop talking, I just want to know, where are the products of the ninth lab sold now? Oh my god, seeing Heidi become like this, I think I'm saved. I'm also worried about the freckles on my face. Yeah. This is mainly a genetic problem of our white people, but I didn't expect that it could be solved with such cosmetics. It's great. I don't have to be afraid of going to the beach in the future. Stop arguing, shut up. Take my money and give me the cosmetics for the ninth lab. In the live broadcast rooms of several beauty bloggers, various messages exceeded thousands in an instant, and some even exceeded 10,000. Obviously, the content of their live video broadcast today attracted the attention of the audience. At the same time, Suzuki also continued to send videos and photos back to China, and the message area under her domestic Weibo and her sister's online store was also very lively at this time. Wow! I didn't expect that this ninth laboratory was so powerful. It would debut at Paris Fashion Week. At first I thought they were joking. Yeah, you see. Not only did they really make their debut at Fashion Week, they also invited so many big names. Let alone those big-name models. Hollywood's big-name celebrities invited 3, as well as the French national treasure. The actresses are here. This is really big. What does this mean? It means people are confident. This cosmetic is not something else, but it is something that is applied directly to the face, and the effect is the most direct. If there is no effect, or the effect is not obvious, these big names will not come to you. The platform. Don't say anything. Have you tried their demo? I have used his cream and it feels really easy to use. It is 10,000 times stronger than the Estee Lauder I used before. The sample I received last time was his liquid mask. I told you that the effect is old. It really doesn't blow at all. If you put it on your face at night, you can clearly feel that your skin is absorbing the essence of the mask. So, after 15 minutes, the effect of washing your face is really immediate. Really? The sample I received is his eye cream. Wow. The effect of removing dark circles is really leveraged. It took only 3 days, and most of my dark circles and bags under the eyes went away. It's a pity the sample too little. What I received is his perfume. The smell, let me tell you, it's old. I spray it on my body. The smell doesn't disappear for a few days, and I think it has the effect of removing mite, and my nose has blackheads. The problem is more serious. I tried it. It's really easy to use. Even the pores are much smaller. It's not good. I also received a sample of their sunscreen before, but I thought it was a miscellaneous brand. It seemed to be thrown away and it was useless. It's over. After listening to you, how do I feel like I missed 100 million? Haha, you have missed more than 100 million. You have missed a few hundred million. I tell you, hurry up and find it. If you can find it, you have a big deal. Look at their house. I have hired so many big name endorsements this time, and I definitely have invested in it. I guess their product prices will definitely not be low. If they really spend money to sell it, I guess many people will be in pain. Yes, I hope they don't set the price too high. That is, why should a domestic brand set such a high price? Hey.mtlnovel.com upstairs. Why can't domestic brands set high prices? Do you think Chanel, or Lancome, or Estee Lauder, or Ski Eyes products are easy to use? If not, his home is easy to use, but not as effective as his home, then why can't his products be set at a high price? Is it possible that the effect is better than those famous international brands, but the price is cheaper than those bought by those international brands? Isn't the merchant brain sick? Yeah, I told you that if people can make such cosmetics, they must invest a lot in the research and development companies. And there is another point, that is, the raw materials in their cosmetics must be quite expensive. Do you always understand the principle of distributing goods? Especially in the high-end cosmetics circle, I think everyone understands this principle. There were two people who suddenly stood up and spoke. It turned out that some netizens who were too expensive were silent. If it is too expensive, you can stop buying. You don't buy it not because the product is not good, but because you are poor. So if you say more, it will probably cause public outrage. Women's attitude towards cosmetics is often very tolerant. Although they also pay attention to the brand, they pay more attention to the effect. If the effect is really good, then they don't mind whether the product is a domestic brand. As for the price, hey, if you can't afford it, let the men buy it. Anyway, domestic men are 30 million more than women, and there are tens of millions of licking dogs. If a licking dog can't afford it, then change to an affordable licking dog. At this time, both domestic and foreign netizens changed their attitudes towards the Ninth Labs products from doubt to acceptance. Naturally, Xiaofeng didn't know that the Ninth Labs products had already led a network frenzy on the internet before it was officially launched. Chapter 479. Is there a big move? Opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. How? It works well, right? Laura, who was sitting next to Xiaofeng, smiled and said to Xiaofeng with a look of credit. Xiaofeng smiled and nodded. This fashion show is arranged perfectly. Haha, more than that, I also invited floor divas, Ash, Bolton, Emilia, Raina. So many beauty bloggers are here, Laura explained to Xiaofeng with a smile. But Xiaofeng was confused when she heard it. Laura knew at a glance that he must have never paid attention to such a few people, and quickly explained to him. These are all large beauty bloggers who have millions of fans on IG and YouTube. Each issue of their videos has a click-to-play rate of more than 3 million. When Laura said this, Xiaofeng understood that the relationship is a few beauty makeup girls from the media, and there are many such beauty bloggers in China. But these people usually play domestic video sites. Although he doesn't pay much attention to these people, he also knows that these people have a strong ability to carry goods. Often they promote what brand of cosmetics in the video. The sales of this brand of cosmetics will increase sharply in just a few days. Now those big-name cosmetics are very fond of the beauty bloggers on the internet, because their influence is much greater than those of the celebrities. Why do you say that? Those big-name celebrities are often out of reach for ordinary consumers. But those cosmetics need them, because in the eyes of those big-name cosmetics, these big stars are just a symbol, their endorsement symbol. Ordinary people, when they see these celebrities, they will think of their brands, which can deepen consumers' impression of their brands. But through market research, they found another embarrassing fact, that is, in China, although consumers know their big names, they are not very strong in their consumption. Why? Because people know these big names, but when it comes to buying, the first impression in the minds of ordinary people is that their products are very expensive. Just a small bottle can cost hundreds. Many girls are reluctant to bear, even if they love beauty. They have to face realistic survival problems. Therefore, in the past few years, the profits of these international big names in China were actually mediocre. But in recent years, especially in the internet age, after the rise of the industry of webcasting, especially after the emergence of the profession of beauty bloggers. The sales of many big cosmetics brands in China suddenly broke out 10 years ago. The annual sales of Chanel, Estee Lauder and other big names in China was only 2 or 3 billion soft sister coins, but 10 years later, their sales nearly doubled. Even there is a continuing surge of momentum. Why is this happening? It is because of the emergence of these beauty bloggers that these big-name cosmetics quickly narrowed the distance between ordinary consumers. These beauty bloggers personally taught ordinary people how to make up in the video. Ordinary consumers watched these girls with 5 points or even less than 5 points, only 3 or 4 points, in the video. After the fierce operation, she immediately transformed into a beautiful girl with 8-point appearance. How would it feel? Then these beauty bloggers are willing to accept what cosmetics they recommend in the video. Before a few $100 a bottle of cream, they will feel pain, but when they see the changes that the cream brings to the 3-point girl, even the thrifty girl, at this time, they can't control their own hands. It used to be just a simple lipstick. There will be so many shades, and each shade will have such an effect when used on the lips. It was a bottle of perfume that was several hundred big. Everyone felt heartache thinking about it, but now, it's selling. For those big-name cosmetics, it is precisely because of the emergence of these beauty bloggers that their market share has increased rapidly and the distance between them and consumers has been shortened, so they should be the people who welcome the existence of this profession most. For Laura, a veteran player in the fashion industry, she can be said to be well aware of the fashion trends in the fashion industry in recent years. In her opinion, advertising on TV is not even as effective as the word of mouth of these beauty bloggers. For example, the Kardashian girl in the United States, their family can be said to be the originator of the internet celebrity world, and she is one of the founders of beauty bloggers. At first, she relied on asking people to make makeup on the internet, but she didn't expect to do better. And then she started to help big brands promote products on the internet. As a result, she did better and achieved more than 100 million fans. In the end, she created a lipstick brand by herself and started selling lipsticks online. Once her lipsticks were launched, they sold out in minutes. In this way, they made $900 million in 3 years. Attention, it's US dollars. In 3 years, just selling lipsticks, I abruptly sold myself into the Forbes rich list. This Nima is really a miracle in the internet celebrity world. No wonder there are so many people who want to rush into this business and become an internet celebrity. It is so easy to make money. The reason why Laura invited so many online celebrity beauty bloggers over this time is because they have taken a fancy to the ability of these people to carry goods, but also their ability to promote online. In my opinion, if our startup brand wants to quickly gain a foothold among consumers, it seems that advertising on TV is currently the least cost-effective. Finding a qualified spokesperson requires broadcasting at the right time on TV requires a lot of investment. I guess it's not a few $100 million, or even can't handle it, but we take the route of online beauty bloggers, which is much simpler and less investment. The results are amazing. Coupled with the real effects of our products, once accepted by the majority of consumers, those celebrities and big names will probably come to the door and speak for us voluntarily. Xiao Feng very much agrees with Laura's statement. Big names and celebrities often complement each other. Once Lab9 really becomes an international famous brand, by then, those stars will probably lose their heads in order to compete for their endorsements. As for which celebrity to choose at that time, it depends on his mood. At this time, Daphne, Yamina, and Hyjin, several old models, ugly models, had basically answered the reporters' questions, and finally the microphone was taught back to designer Eve. Everyone has seen the theme of our today's conference, called How to Define Beauty. So after watching today's fashion show, how do you feel? Daphne is 90 years old. Yaminu is also 65 years old. You know what Heidi is doing, but they still insist on being active on the runway. They just want to bring beauty to everyone. And today, You feel the beauty in them? Question mark. The last paragraph of Designer Eve is a bit sensational, but it is a very good effect. People like the set of artificial care most, especially those who refuse to admit defeat. They are more inspirational and give people chicken soup. The effect is also better. The reporters liked this set very much. Today's fashion show, everyone felt that it was not in vain. Although they all collected Laura's money, this time the content was quite substantial. At least everyone felt that they had written after they went back. Even when many people were watching the fashion show, they were inspired and typed an article on their lap with a notebook. Eve, I want to ask, where can I sell the cosmetics in the 9th laboratory? Tomorrow is my mother's birthday, and I want to give her a birthday present. It was Peter from Figaro who said this. This guy took a lot of money from Laura, so naturally he had to take the initiative to stand up. Eve smiled slightly at this time. The products of the 9th laboratory, tomorrow morning, will be in Laura boutiques across Europe, as well as the counters of Galeries Lafayette in Paris, and the counters of Macy's in London. And other regions are on sale at the same time. The fashion show ended in such a turmoil. The reporters got the material they wanted, Eve got the reputation she wanted, and several models got what they wanted. And Xiao Feng, Pierre and Laura naturally got the effect they wanted. How about, do you want to prepare a celebration banquet first? Haha, I can't wait to see the grand sales tomorrow. Pierre laughed and said to Xiao Feng and Laura, he seemed confident. However, Xiao Feng is still worried. After all, it is just a fashion show. Even if there are a few online celebrity beauty bloggers with many fans to help out, they are not Kardashian girls after all. The news of the reporters will have to wait until the evening paper to come out at the earliest. www.untilnovel.com and tomorrow will be officially launched in major cities in Europe. Can the suite of the 9th lab be accepted by the majority of European consumers? He really didn't have much confidence in his heart. After all, this group of Europeans has a tradition of discriminating against Asia, especially Chinese products, especially the products of the 9th laboratory. The price is not low, and they are still cosmetics on their faces. I don't know if this group of Europeans can unacceptable. And Laura also saw Xiao Feng's nervousness. She was also very nervous, but she still laughed, stretched out her hand and patted Xiao Feng's shoulder. Don't worry, Xiao, we still have one big move we haven't released. What? Do you still have big tricks? Xiao Feng was taken aback after hearing this, and then he was delighted. It seemed that Pierre and Laura were really for the products of the 9th laboratory. They had to worry about so many methods. This time I chose the two of them to cooperate, and it seems that I did not choose the wrong partner. Then of course, hey, in the afternoon, just look at it. Pierre looked very proud when he spoke, and obviously he must have planned this big move. Chapter 480 Breaking News opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. In fact, the speed of news dissemination will always be faster than they thought. Laura and Pierre have invited many fashion reporters. They thought that even if the fastest, the news concocted by these reporters would be published in the latest newspapers in the evening. Then after a night of fermentation, it will not be effective until tomorrow. But they still underestimated the power of modern networks. Floor Divas, Ash Bolton, Emilia Rayner, these three beauty anchors, not long after their live broadcast of this fashion show, their videos caused a huge sensation in the online world. Firstly, these beauty bloggers are well known in the beauty industry, and they have many fans of their own. The three of them have 20 million fans. Secondly, because the protagonists in this video are so famous, it can be said that there is Daphne, the originator of the modeling industry, and then there is a new generation of the most distinctive Victoria's Secret angel Heidi, and another model in the world, the legendary Ye Mina. Any one of these three names has already attracted a lot of attention, not to mention that this fashion show has attracted 3 Hollywood celebrities, as well as a French national treasure actress. As soon as the fashion show ended, these big names were surrounded by reporters before they walked out of the Tuileries Garden. After all, It is rare to see such big names gathered together. Nicole Freeman and Anna Hayweather is a Hollywood star in the show business. Both of these two have won the Oscar Queen title. In addition, this Blarney is even more remarkable. The latest generation of American sweethearts is the most popular after Madonna. The welcoming American sweetheart singer, although degenerate due to a series of scandals a few years ago, still has a lot of influence all over the world. Not to mention the French national treasure actress Sophia. It can be said that she is one of the most successful French actresses. The first actress to enter the Hollywood market is in her 50s this year, but she has been out of shadows for several years. And it has been years since she appeared in front of the public. She suddenly appeared in this fashion show today. Of course everyone is very interested in her. Several big coffees were surrounded by reporters before they walked out of the door of Tuileries Garden. Nicole, can you tell me, why are you here? Are you and Eve friends? I admire the designer of Eve, but I admire the products of the Ninth Laboratory more. I don't know why. Nicole was outspoken in front of the reporters, and the reporters' expressions changed abruptly. Are you a user of this product? Yes, I am a loyal customer of the Ninth Lab. I like their products very much. Not only me, but Anna and Blarney, we are all their customers. Yes, I am also a loyal customer of their family. Yes, I came this time because I heard that the products of the Ninth Lab will be released here, so we came. Anna, who is black and tall, and Blarney, who is slightly plump, also spoke up. As soon as they spoke, the circle of reporters present immediately exploded. It seems that Daphne and Yamina were on the runway before. They didn't speak big words. The product of the Ninth Laboratory. It seems that it is indeed a little tricky. Otherwise, these Hollywood celebrities, but famously cherish feathers. How could they give this Ninth Laboratory platform so openly? Moreover, this is a cosmetic of a Chinese brand. If this cosmetic does not work well, I am afraid that these Americans might have jumped and scolded it a long time ago. That bit of grievances between the Americans and the Chinese, and the awkwardness that is now arguing, is known to the whole world. Now there are so few very influential Americans who suddenly jumped out to give a platform for a Chinese brand. This can explain the problem. If the effect of this brand is not good, or the United States has similar cosmetics to them, the talents of the United States will not jump out and give you the platform. The French are good at it, and soon they want to understand the doorway. So several other reporters turned their heads to interview the French national treasure actress Sophia. Sophia, did you come to this fashion show also for the products of Lab 9? The black-haired French actress smiled gracefully and said, well, you can say that. Of course, Eve and I are also good friends. I really like her style of clothing design. The reporters are not fools. How can they not hear the second half of Sophia's words, which is completely polite? Like the Americans, she came for the products of the Ninth Laboratory. It seems that the products of the Ninth Laboratory really have a miraculous effect. Think about the previous Anna and Nicole. It seems that they are not young, right? Nicole seems to be in her 50s. And Anna is almost 40 years old, and they seem to have just given birth to a child not long ago. When their photos were published in a magazine last time, it seemed that they were not in very good condition. Nicole had too many needles in her face, and it was so stiff. At that time, some reporters laughed at her for being like a zombie. And Anna's latest appearance, she also drew heavy makeup, but the thick powder still did not cover the deep grooves and wrinkles on her face. I remember a reporter mocked her and said that she was like a 50-year-old witch. As for Blarney, not to mention it, since she divorced a few years ago and lost the custody of her 2 sons, she has plummeted, and even several scandals of being caught using it have been exposed. Although she is the youngest among these people, in her early 30s, she is also the one in the worst condition. When she was exposed last time, her hair was sallow, her face was spotted, and her forehead also had deep forehead lines. Journalists ironically she is the youngest old woman. But look at the current state of the 3 of them. Nicole blushed and smiled naturally, as if he was 20 years younger, and there was no trace of an injection on his face. Not to mention Anna, all the gully on her face was gone. at least 10 years younger. Blarney is even more powerful. The collagen on her face seems to have returned to her peak morale when she was in her teens and 20s. What is going on? Is it possible that Chengda has something to do with the products of the Ninth Laboratory? This must be the case. They must have used the cosmetics of that house. That's why there is such a change. By the way, didn't they all admit it? They are all loyal fans of this Ninth Laboratory. What about Sophia? Hey, Sophia, can you go to our French station to record a program? We will also invite Daphne, and Yamina, and Heidi and others. Sophia was very interested in the invitation of this French TV station, which is the most influential TV station in France, with very high ratings, and it is also very good for celebrities like her to maintain their exposure. When, just now, let's broadcast it live. This reporter was obviously very thoughtful. He felt that he had caught a big news today and had to publish it before the paper reports of other reporters came out. This will not only benefit him, but the French one he belongs to will also benefit greatly. The news industry, although it can get ahead, anyone whose news is new enough will naturally attract attention. He can't move the big guys in Hollywood, but Sophia, Daphne and others, he is still very confident, and he also contacted his superiors and reported the situation here, and his superiors also agreed with him very much. Thoughts? If what these big names say is true, then the products of this Ninth Laboratory will undoubtedly be the biggest big names in this Paris Autumn and Winter Fashion Week. Although he is not a fashion brand, the emergence of this brand will undoubtedly overturn the entire cosmetics industry. In this industry, the largest number of predators are French companies, so a French one is very necessary. It is the first to remind these major domestic companies and tell them that the wolf is coming. A few French celebrities arrived at France Television 1 at noon, had a brief lunch, and then briefly discussed the program flow with the director team. The program was recorded at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the director team decided to edit on the spot, and then broadcast it immediately. At 3 o'clock, it must be broadcast to the French public www.mtlnovel.com before the evening papers of many newspapers came out anyway. This news really caused a sensation. Daphne is a well-known old model in France, the originator of the modeling industry, a 90-year-old lady, but when she appeared on the TV screen with her 60-year-old face, she immediately attracted the attention of all housewives. There is still 65 years old, but Imina appeared in 35 years old. Heidi, who was originally covered with spots, but now has smooth and clean skin, plus Sophia, a national treasure actor who looks only 30 years old. As soon as these big names appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of TV viewers. Everyone didn't care about what the show was discussing. They only noticed that these women are all rejuvenated and young, and they seem to be with a family named the Ninth Laboratory is related to Huago Cosmetics. The effect of the live broadcast of the program is very good. It has only been broadcast for half an hour, and the ratings have exceeded 1.8. This makes the director who decides to sit still with excitement. You must know that it has been 10 years, and it is the prime time of the evening. The ratings are not as high. Halfway through the live broadcast, a piece of news was suddenly interrupted. Breaking news: Princess Morgan gave birth to a boy at St. Mary's Hospital at 1 p.m. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Princess Morgan and Prince Hart walked out of the main entrance of St. Mary's Hospital with the little prince, intending to return to their residence in Windsor Castle. France 1. Telemol reports live for you. It turned out that a piece of news about the royal family came in suddenly. In the picture, two important figures from the British royal family walked out of the hospital holding their children happily. As soon as they walked to the gate of the hospital, the reporters rushed forward, perhaps in a hurry, and knocked the handbag held by the princess to the ground. A dozen white porcelain bottles with blue and white printed on it rolled out of the bag. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 481. This is the real master of hype. Opened a new book synthetic superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. And Xiao Feng, who was sitting in front of the TV, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this picture. It turned out that this was the big trick, Pierre and Laura said. But the arrangement of this big move is really wonderful. It seemed like an accident, but such a collision immediately caused chaos on the scene. But what attracted more attention was the bottles and cans that fell out of the princess handbag. You must know the royal items, but they have always attracted attention, not to mention that so many fell out of the princess handbag this time. Of course, the TV reporters are also very concerned about these small bottles and cans, because they can always find all kinds of topics from the royal supplies. So the lens captured the pictures of the bottles and cans at the first time, and Xiao Feng just glanced at it and immediately concluded that those bottles and cans must be the products of their 9th laboratory. Ha ha ha, Pierre, you really are a genius. How did you come up with this idea? But after trying to understand this, how could Xiao Feng be unhappy? Immediately turned his head and smiled and asked Pierre. Pierre smiled, raising the glass in his hand like Xiao Feng. Prince Hart and I are friends. Recently, I helped him hold several reception parties. Hey, is the price for his wife to help this time? That is, I gave him a few bottles of red fruit wine, you know. Pierre smiled lewdly, and winked at Xiao Feng, giving him a look you know, and Xiao Feng couldn't help but shiver. They originally celebrated their work together, but after celebrating their work, they learned that some of the models in the costume show had been invited by the French channel to do a live show, so they couldn't help turning on the TV to watch them together. How could they think that one was inserted here? News. It's still news about the royal family of the Great Yin Empire. The effect of this advertisement is amazing. You must know that in Europe and even the United States, many people have a very strong royal complex. Even if it is a republic country like France, although it has always been very different from the Great Yin Empire, when the second prince of the Great Yin Empire married a wife and had children, their news station would still release news about the two men as soon as possible. It can be seen that such news is still quite marketable even in France. The Great Yin Empire has developed to the present, and has not abandoned their king and family, but has used the king as the mascot of the propaganda country, which definitely makes sense. This family has a very strong influence in Western Europe and North America, and it can even be said to be the most influential royal family in the world. It not only feeds countless gossip tabloid reporters, but also feeds countless people who eat melons and countless businesses. Usually there are many people who follow their news, especially when there are important events in the royal family. For example, a member of the royal family gets married, or a member of the royal family has a child in the family. They will appear in various gossip tabloids, which has attracted considerable attention in Europe and the United States. This time Prince Hart and Princess Morgan gave birth to the same thing. And this couple, but a very high-profile couple, even if they are not married, they are the kind of people with their own traffic. Prince Hart is a famous brother in the royal family. Almost every month there will be all kinds of lace news. He alone feeds half of the media that track the life of the royal family, tabloid reporters, and people who like royal news. And Princess Morgan is equally amazing. She is the first princess of the royal family from Hollywood. Although she is not famous, she is indeed a powerful actress in Hollywood that is on the rise before marrying Prince Hart. Some viewers like it. Therefore, their combination can be said to have shocked a bunch of people. After all, this is a person from two worlds. Because of this, the couple usually talk about a lot of topics. In addition, Princess Morgan has a very strong personality, and tabloids frequently report that she and the prince's sister-in-law are at odds with each other, so they return to the news every other time. This time, they did not escape the follow-up reports of various news media from beginning to end. On the one hand, those who are good, and those who have a strong royal complex, are very happy that the royal family has added new imports, and there are countless people who eat melons, waiting to see if this family can make any new jokes and eat melons for everyone. Therefore, the attention of the two of them is very high. And this time when they came out of the hospital, they were bumped into full by the reporter and returned something that had fallen off the ground. Although it was only an accident, Xiao Feng firmly believes that even such a simple is enough for those journalists to go back and write hundreds of articles, and be analyzed by the gossip parties for 3 days and 3 nights. What conspiracy theories are? I can do it for you. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, they saw a scary headline on the famous tabloid of the Great Yin Empire, "The Moon, which has always had no bottom line." Shock. The prince and his wife were assassinated as soon as they left the hospital. Obviously, this newspaper that likes to die has once again broken through the bottom line, but before Xiao Feng can make a comment, another tabloid, Prestige, which is also known for its bottomlessness, has also spoken out. Who is it? Confronted His Royal Highness, such a should be hanged. Both of these two have spoken out. How can the other tabloid Jingbao of the Great Yin Empire, known as the bottomless three-minded customer, be able to withstand loneliness? Shock. The princess turned out to be a fan of Chinese cultural relics, and she carried more than a dozen Chinese cultural relics in her handbag. Seeing these 3 terrifying article titles with cold sweats on the back, Xiao Feng is the first time he has experienced the shamelessness of the Western media. He had only heard that they are best at double labeling and bottomless hype. Today is considered a long one. Experienced. It seems that the domestic yoke that made him feel quite disgusting was shocked by learning from them, but now it seems that the learning is far from in place. And it is really far from these 3. These 3 companies can kill a vote just by relying on the article title. But don't underestimate such bottomless media. The more they have such shocking headlines, the more netizens and readers will like it. Although everyone is full and bored now. Hey, you wait. Look, this matter is enough for the people of the Great Yin Empire for several days. Not only them, look at this. The whole Europe will pay great attention to this matter. Who made the Windsor family so concerned in Europe and North America? Hi, you can't keep a low profile. Pierre also held his mobile phone and kept pulling the news from the Great Yin Empire. Obviously, he had seen these shocking news. He smiled and explained to Xiao Feng. In this way, Prince Hart repaid his kindness with a few bottles of red fruit wine. It was really interesting. This was completely beyond his expectation. And you wait. It won't be long before the whole of Europe will discuss, what are the bottles and cans that fell out of the princess handbag? Hey, wait until they find out that those bottles and cans are the cosmetics of the 9th laboratory. Guess what will happen? Laura said to Xiao Feng with a smile. Xiao Feng nodded. It seems that this time I chose this pair as the partner of cooperation, and I really chose the right one. These 2 are definitely master hype. The consumption heart of European people is transparent. It is no wonder that the cosmetics and fashion industries in France, and the luxury goods industry are so developed. They have always occupied the upper reaches of the industry chain. In fact, in the fashion industry and the luxury goods industry, the most important thing is to study the consumer psychology of consumers. Whoever can truly understand the consumer psychology of consumers can win the market. What's better than this is to lead the market trend. What is leading the market trend is that you will brag about B, set up a B pattern, and come up with some unconventional things. The more difficult it is for ordinary people to understand, the better. Anyway, this high-end luxury trend does not need ordinary people to understand and is rich. People feel good, feel scarce, feel that it is enough to show their B pattern. In this way, the product you design leads the market trend, is accepted by some rich people, and then sought after by the rich, and then becomes a luxury item. And this is what the French do best. Xiao Feng originally thought that he would be able to make hype, but now that he has seen the methods of this French couple, he feels that his previous hype methods are simply weak. Novel.com. These 2 people, first from the tall, the Fashion Week started, and now even the royal family of the Great Yin Empire has been brought in. This method is too powerful. If I guessed correctly, Laura, you must have arranged some public opinion leaders to build momentum on the internet, right? The Navy has existed since the birth of the internet, and it is not only a product unique to China, but there are many in the United States and Europe. Laura laughed and said, of course, how could we miss such a good opportunity? You see, Some people are already asking on the internet on Zoo and Reddit. The bottles and cans that fell out of the princess handbag are what? Haha, wait until 6 o'clock in the evening, the name of the 9th laboratory will be exposed, and it will be warmed up from 8 to 10 o'clock. During this period, the video and photos of today's fashion show will be added. Wait till midnight, will it chat, and until tomorrow morning. I believe that before my boutique opens, there will be people queuing at the door of every store. Hearing what Laura said, Xiao Feng couldn't help nodding his head frequently. As expected, it was a 3% group. That must be my teacher. This time, I really learned from these two people. The lover is the real master of speculation. Furthermore, Xiao, don't you know how enthusiastic the people in Europe are for the so-called royal products? When Prince Hart and his brother got married, the wedding dress worn by the princess was only unveiled for one day. The shop was almost overwhelmed by brides from all over the country. After their first son was born, he appeared in public for the first time, and he was dressed in costume. On the same day, European people robbed Burberry children from all over Europe. Goods. Do you think those consumers are so crazy? If they want to know that the princess uses the cosmetics of the 9th laboratory, hey, think about the picture. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 482 God Assist Soap and a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Served. In addition to oral administration, Xiao Feng was also convinced. Except for the thumbs up, he didn't know how to express his admiration for the two men. Even this point could be calculated. The two men took great pains. But there is one thing they did not lie, that is, the influence of the Great Yin Empire can indeed cover the entire Europe, and even most of North America. When Prince Hart's brother and His Royal Highness married, it seemed that the entire Commonwealth of Nations was broadcast live. And the ratings were not low. And throughout the wedding, the princess changed several outfits, and after the wedding, those outfits immediately became popular. The reason why Xiao Feng remembers so clearly is because he had a friend who was a certain treasure of women's clothing, and he made a family by selling the women's clothing worn by the princess. In that month, the formal suits worn by the princess were sold for several million, all of which were shipped directly to large wholesalers in Europe and North America. It is said that those European and American women are crazy to order, and the same clothes as the princess, as well as wedding dresses, and even imitation jewelry are all sold. Just by that wave, I don't know how many millionaires have been created. Later, his friend has been tracking the whereabouts of the Crown Prince and his wife of the Great Yin Empire. He will quickly record what clothes the Crown Prince and his wife are wearing every time they appear, and then immediately find someone to make a high copy, and then sell it on Amazon. Don't worry. That said, sales have always been good. Even the children's clothing that the couple wore for the first time after the birth of their first son brought a large amount of income to the body. Therefore, the royal family members of the Great Yin Empire, in this era, can be said to be natural internet celebrities, and they are also very capable of carrying goods. The ability of these two people to select this pair of royal family members to help promote and bring goods can only show that their vision, wrists, and abilities are really good. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with the big move they had prepared, and even if he was satisfied, he could no longer be satisfied. Originally, they used the fashion show to launch the 9th Lab's products. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with the launch ceremony, but he really didn't know how effective it was. After all, Europeans have always had the habit of despising Chinese products, let alone cosmetics. But now with the involvement of the royal couple, Xiao Feng's confidence has increased sharply. He firmly believes that tomorrow will definitely be a good scene. When he was happy, he couldn't help but drank a little bit with Pierre, and even Suzuki, who had always had a relatively average amount of alcohol, was affected by their emotions and drank a lot of alcohol. But today, the four of them are in very good condition. They drank a bottle of alien wine and another bottle of alien kumquat wine, but they were not at all drunk. Everyone was constantly playing with their phones and paying attention to the trends on the internet. Sure enough, this ninth laboratory has exploded on the internet, and now people everywhere on the internet are asking, what exactly is this ninth laboratory? Several major domestic news websites that Zuzuki pays attention to, after a short afternoon of hype and fermentation, the ninth laboratory has become popular in China. It has become the most popular word in the headlines at present, and some people on domestic Zoo are also asking questions about the ninth laboratory. What made them even more unexpected was that Feng Yuanyuan, who took the initiative to interact with Nicole, Anna, Blani, and Sophia, was not known in France at all. When she was walking on the red carpet, she had been following several international big names. By her side, many French and Europeans even thought she was the maid of a few actresses. But in China, how could she miss such an opportunity? She spent money on hot search, and let her go on a red carpet with a few international big names. The news that she went to the top of the hot search list, even the top 3 topics, it's about her and this fashion show. Because of her such vigorous marketing of herself, the ninth laboratory also followed her popularity, and it suddenly became more and more popular among netizens. What? A few big Hollywood actresses, as well as French national treasures, are all coming for the cosmetics of the ninth lab. Which country's brand is this ninth lab? Why haven't I heard of it before? The ones upstairs are not from other countries, they are made by us. It is said that they were developed according to the formula used by the noble ladies of the ancient palace, plus new materials. The effect is said to be good. Really? Don't be a lie again, right? Haha. Do you think people are ex-cows? Good things are exclusively for foreign countries. If cosmetics do not work well, do you dare to sell them abroad? I have been accused of bankruptcy a long time ago. That's it. Do you think that foreign testing agencies are eating dry food? Haha, let me tell you this. The things used by the rich are not necessarily the most expensive, but they are definitely the best. It seems to be the reason. My birthday. Have you watched the foreign news? Prince Hart and his wife just came out of the hospital and they fell in front of the hospital. As a result, the ninth laboratory is already on fire, becoming the hottest explosion in Europe and North America. It's a topic. What does their wrestling have to do with Lab 9? Oh, a dozen bottles and cans were thrown out of the prince's wife's handbag. They have been recognized by others. They are all cosmetics from the ninth laboratory. Really? The screenshot is here. There are pictures and the truth. Damn it, it seems that this time it's true. Even the British royal family uses his cosmetics. It seems that their cosmetics are really good. That's not it. You know that the royal family of the Great Yin Empire is always known to be picky. The things they use are definitely good things. Where can I sell it in China? I want to buy it and try it. That's right. I've visited all major supermarkets that sell cosmetics before, but I haven't seen any counters in his house. It seems that at present, they only open and authorize one online store, and there is some on a certain treasure. The link, give me a link. Domestic online topics about Lab 9 have become the hottest topics. Walking on the red carpet with Feng Yuanyuan, Eve's fashion show, prince and couple wrestling, and other topics, together firmly occupy the hot search list. Top 5. A company that was originally unknown has become a well-known cosmetic brand in China. Everywhere on the internet is asking where to buy this cosmetic. Even when many people found out about this cosmetic, it landed in Europe first, and it was mainly sold in Laura boutiques in Western Europe. They couldn't help but feel the idea of looking for someone to buy it overseas. And when Zuzuki snuggled in Xiao Feng's arms and smiled and kept finding out the messages of various domestic netizens to show Xiao Feng, the phone in Xiao Feng's hand suddenly rang. He took it over and saw that it was actually from the United States. He picked up the phone and walked to the balcony outside the door to answer the phone. Lab 9 made its debut in Europe. Good bastard. Didn't you notify me before? As soon as the call was connected, Xiao Feng heard Helen's complaints on the other end of the phone, And he laughed. Who told you that you haven't told me about your progress? It just so happens that some of my partners in Europe are also very optimistic about the prospects of the ninth laboratory. They will start first, Xiao Feng explained to Helen with a smile. But Helen did not eat his way. Do you think that a brand new cosmetic product is so easy to sell in the United States? What's more, it's still a Chinese product. You don't know how much I have spent on marketing this product recently. If you can't, you have to compensate me. But these words sounded very angry. But when he came to the back, he took on a coquettish tone, and Xiao Feng smiled. Reward you? No problem. What kind of reward do you want? How about giving you 1 billion shots? You badass. Huh. This is what you said. Next time we meet, see if you are ready for the billions. Hey, when will you come over? Xiao Feng has been very busy recently. He has no idea to go to the United States, so he can only let Helen come to China. Well, I thought it was a big customer recently. Hey, I don't have time. When I get him completely done, I will find you. Huh? What do you mean? A big client? A man or a woman? Xiao Feng pretended to smile and asked www.mentalnovel.com, while Helen on the phone smiled and didn't answer directly. Let's watch TV later. Hey, it's a surprise I gave you. I wish our ninth laboratory a great victory in Europe, and it will be a hit. What do you mean? Before asking what was going on, Helen hung up the phone, making Xiao Feng even more confused. At this moment, Pierre and the others in the room suddenly shouted, Xiao, come in quickly. Xiao Feng was a bit inexplicable. Why were these two people surprised? What was the situation? But when they entered the living room and saw Pierre and they were stunned at the TV, he also grew his mouth in surprise. On the TV, the first daughter of the United States, 10,000 Girl, was sitting in front of the camera on a talk show. Recently, it happened to be the warm-up stage of the US presidential midterm elections. Therefore, the president's family members came out to participate in various programs to help the president. 10,000 calories have always been a topical figure. She was born as a supermodel in her early years. Later she was a successful businesswoman. Later, after her father became president, she became an official and politician. Anyway, she is a legendary woman in the world and she has great influence. At this time, in front of the camera, she was calmly holding a small bottle of white porcelain and blue and white, applying makeup to herself, and at the same time, she said to the host, I'm really sorry, I just rushed over from another show. Time is too late. So don't you mind. Barbara is also a well-known national host in the United States. She laughed. Of course I don't mind. We were originally a female life program. We were originally discussing how to make up and conveying. You were once a supermodel. There must be many. I can teach you the experience. Hey, wait, 10,000 calories. This one in your hand. Is it the same cosmetic that Princess Morgan also used before? Chapter 483. Gentlemen, I think we made it. Opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Yes, this is indeed the product of the ninth laboratory. Ten Wangka replied while sitting in front of the camera with a smile, while Barbara, who was sitting across from her, covered her mouth exaggeratedly. OMG, what kind of cosmetics is this? 10,000 calories, you know. This small bottle is the hottest topic on the internet right now. Of course, in the afternoon, I noticed it, but I didn't expect that Princess Morgan would use the same style as me. I am quite proud of it. Can you show me? Of course can. 10,000 cards smiled and put the blue and white vial in Barbara's hand. Barbara stretched her hand to take it, and then kept rotating it in her hand, rubbing the bottle with her finger to feel the quality of the bottle. Wow, I have to say that just the small bottle in this packaging is a work of art, and the pattern on it is really beautiful. After speaking, she unscrewed the bottle cap, took the lower bottle under her nose and smelled it, and then a drunken look appeared on her face. Wow, it smells so good. This kind of smell, I have never smelled it on other cosmetics before. 10,000 calories. Can you tell us about this cosmetic? Haha, of course. Actually, I haven't been using this product for a long time, but I think I can tell the quality of this product. Then I will tell you about it. The first TV and the famous host Barbara, before the camera, you came and I started to discuss the products of the 9th laboratory, and the cameraman was also very sensible, and would zoom in and give a close-up shot of the small round bottle on the table. At this time, Xiao Feng felt that his scalp was numb, and he finally understood. Helen just said to himself what surprise he would give him. And what she just said, the latest big money on Xinpeng is that again. Is that not clear? It must be the princess. I took the test, and now the cow broke, and I actually caught the line of the first family in the United States. At this time, Pierre and Laura, watching TV, could only hold their heads, and kept saying, "Phew." It seems that apart from this word, they really can't find any other words to describe their feelings at this time. Xiao, did you arrange this? Before, Pierre felt that he had pulled into the royal family of the Great Yin Empire and made a publicity for the 9th laboratory. He was already very proud, but he could not have thought that Xiao Feng was so explosive. He would directly pull the first daughter of the world's most powerful country. Come on, advertise directly on the spot. At this time, Xiao Feng smiled, and didn't explain much. Well, find a friend to help you get it. Damn, Xiao, you are really amazing. Now we are developed. Pierre gave a strange cry, then twisted his fat waist directly in the hall and started an ugly dance. Finally, Laura turned on the music and went crazy with him. Xiao Feng could only roll his eyes to express speechlessness, and Zuzuki, who had been standing next to him, couldn't hide the admiration for him. He even rushed over and dragged him into the hall to follow. Jump up. At this time, it doesn't matter what dance to dance with. The key is who you dance with. The key is to dance with the mood, a catharsis. To be honest, Pierre and Laura had put a lot of thought and investment in the promotion of the 9th laboratory's products before. After all, this is a brand new cosmetic, even if the effect is really good and obvious. Can it be accepted by European consumers? They are not at all sure. They naturally know the virtues of European consumers. Although those people don't know what to say, they must be more or less racially discriminatory in their hearts. This is true for people, not to mention consumer products. In recent years, Japanese products can still make them admire, but that is because the Japanese have caught up with the good times, and the products developed by the Japanese are indeed very strong. Korean products, which are closely followed by modern products, have a very general reputation in Europe. For example, Korean cars have good sales in Europe. That is because they provide a long warranty and a policy of free maintenance for the first few times. As for Huago products, don't mention it. In Europe, it has always been synonymous with cheap products, with low quality and low price, and its reputation is very poor. The products they want to promote this time are different from ordinary consumer products. They are cosmetics that are applied to the face and are priced very expensive. So although Pierre and Laura had made complete preparations before, they actually didn't dare to say that they were full of confidence in their hearts. At this time, the Navy recruited by Laura was still propagating and guiding public opinion on the internet. But how can I think that the first girl of the United States has actually sent to assist? We must know that although Europeans look down on Americans and think they are just a group of larky upstarts, they still have to kneel on the ground and call them fathers in the face of the powerful modern Americans. There is no way. Although the United States is not only economically strong, but the most important military is also strong, and there are many troops stationed in Europe. Those military bases are not a joke. Unlike the British, who are used to being dogs for Americans, the French have very complicated feelings for Americans. On the one hand, they hope that the Americans will be the leader of NATO and provide them with a safety umbrella. But on the other hand, they also dared not say anything about Medi's dominance in certain aspects. For example, Medi just broke up their large national enterprise, Alstom, back then. But this time, the first girl of Medi came out to the 9th laboratory platform, and Pierre and Laura still raised their hands and feet to welcome. Although the French impression of Americans has deteriorated year by year, the influence of Americans in France and even in Europe has not been affected much, and it is still very strong. In particular, this first girl from a supermodel has an extraordinary influence. Whether it is the upper class in Europe or the common people, they like this first girl very much. She is an absolute subject. Although she is only in her 30s, she is already a living legend. No matter how she looks at it, she is a typical life winner. Now she suddenly jumped out to help the Ninth Laboratory platform. This publicity effect is much stronger than what Xiao Feng and the others are looking for: supermodels, celebrities, and advertising endorsements on TV. As soon as the first Princess program was unveiled, the Ninth Laboratory, which was already very popular on the European and American networks, immediately became a hot topic. In various forums and websites, the Ninth Laboratory is the #1 hot topic properly. And floor divas, Ash, Bolton, Emilia. Several internet celebrity bloggers such as Raina took the opportunity to release their video today on Facebook or YouTube, mainly introducing the Ninth Laboratory. Laura's money was really not spent this time. These internet celebrity bloggers can be regarded as catching up with the topic of the Ninth Laboratory. As soon as their videos were released, the attention immediately rose. Originally, they averaged the attention of millions of people per person. This is already regarded as a grassroots internet celebrity with a relatively high degree of attention on the Oil Pipe Network or Facebook. But as soon as this video was released, the followers of these people immediately doubled, and it is not known whether the Ninth Laboratory has wiped their popularity or they have wiped the Ninth Laboratory's popularity. This is it. It must be. Pierre was already a little bit incoherent when he saw the hot discussion on the topic of Lab 9 on the internet. In a short while, Laura kept sending them all kinds of photos. These photos were taken by employees in her boutique and sent to her. It is only 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, which is when the nightlife in many big cities is just beginning, and her boutique www.mtlnovel.com usually insists on closing until 8 o'clock in the evening. But they closed early tonight. Because the products of the Ninth Laboratory will be on sale tomorrow, her boutiques will have to set up sales booths, display the exhibits, and put price tags on the products. Almost all stores will have to work overtime tonight. Of course, Laura is not a stingy person. For employees who are willing to stay overtime, naturally no one will receive 3 times the salary. And Laura has been in contact with the store managers of all the boutiques under her name before, and she is afraid that there will be any mistakes in the sales tomorrow. After all, today's investment in campaigning is so great, it can be said to be a big success, but it's not good if you don't make trouble in sales tomorrow. Even tonight, many employees will stay here to familiarize themselves with the characteristics of the Ninth Labs products, who will let them have never been in contact with this product before. But while the employees in her store were intensively preparing for tomorrow's sales, they unexpectedly discovered that someone was already holding a tent and began to appear in front of their store. It seemed that they were planning to line up here all night. I will be the first one to rush to the store early tomorrow morning. And there was a second one with the first one, and soon there was a long queue at the door of several Laura boutiques in Paris. In other cities, London, Milan, Madrid, Berlin, Munich, Barcelona, and other major European cities, as long as there are Laura boutiques, there will be long queues at the door of these boutiques. And the managers of those boutiques, after discovering this situation, of course, they took pictures of the scene and sent them to Laura. After seeing these photos, Laura couldn't help but share them with Xiao Feng and Pierre for the first time. Okay, gentlemen, I think we have succeeded. Chapter 484 Continuous Fermentation opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Xiao Feng and Pierre watched the video shared by Laura, and both laughed and agreed with Laura's words. But after the laughter, Xiao Feng calmed down first. No, I don't think we have done enough. Oh, what else do you think? Pierre couldn't help but ask Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng looked at him and said, Pierre, Laura, you told me before that you have a lot of people on the TV station. I think we should be in trouble. They once. You mean, turn these queuing phenomena into news? Pierre stroked his hair, and he suddenly felt that this operation was very feasible. Laura exchanged glances with him, and Xiao Feng continued to speak at this time. Think about it. What is the hottest topic on the internet and in reality now? The ninth lab. The ninth lab. The ninth lab. Xiao Feng talked about the ninth laboratory 3 times, and Laura and Pierre did not object to his remarks. Indeed, the ninth laboratory is really hot now, although it was only this morning that it officially appeared in front of the world for the first time. The series of incidents that happened in the afternoon caused the intensive bombing of many people who eat melons, and this effect has already appeared. All they have to do is to keep this topic going. Several supermodels showed up in France, and then the royal family of the Great Yin Empire also used this cosmetics. Until just now even the first girl in the United States was also using this brand of cosmetics. Just such a 3-tier chain has made this cosmetic topical. And there are too many things that can be said. There are already people lining up at Laura's boutique. What does this mean? At least it has aroused the curiosity of consumers, giving some people the desire to consume. Then what they have to do next is to make persistent efforts, keep repeating the topic, deepen the weight of the ninth laboratory in the hearts of consumers, and stimulate their desire to consume. I believe that the TV station is very willing to report on such a hot topic. This means that the audience is willing to watch it, and the TV station is definitely willing to broadcast it. When Xiao Feng said this, Pierre also made up his mind. Anyway, he already owes the favor of his friends on the TV station, so why don't you owe more? The big deal is to put more advertisements on them in the future. Anyway, if the ninth laboratory's things are done this time, he will have a profit. Nola is 16 years old this year. She has a graceful and tall figure, gingered hair and fair skin. It stands to reason that she should be a popular beauty in school. But the freckles on her face ruined her. She grew up suffering from school violence since she was a child. She has been ridiculed as a head. Many people have mocked her pockmarked face, and even now I haven't had a boyfriend yet. This is unimaginable in France, where the relationship between men and women is very open. The supermodel Heidi has always been her idol. Heidi is in exactly the same situation as her, with freckles all over her face and neck. But she relied on her indomitable perseverance to become a Victoria's Secret angel. And Heidi changed a lot in a fashion show yesterday, which surprised No, who had been following Heidi, and she was even desperate for a while. Heidi also left her. She must have gone for cosmetic surgery after making money. In a situation like her, she consulted a doctor when she was very young, and the doctor explained in detail to her and her family. This situation is a problem of the Caucasian physique. It is a problem that has changed. It just happens to be in her body. It is extremely deficient in melanin, so it is very sensitive to ultraviolet rays. As long as the body is exposed to the sun, melanin will be deposited in the body, resulting in the formation of spots. But as a normal person, it's impossible not to bask in the sun. So Elano basically gave up the hope of treatment. Until yesterday, after the fashion show was over, Heidi went to participate in a live TV show on French Radio 1. In the TV show, it was the ninth laboratory. The isolating cream from here solved her worries. At the same time, she strongly recommends that cream to fans who have the same worries as her. So Elano took all his pocket money in the evening and found the Laura boutique next to Luxembourg Gardens in the 6th district, and prepared to rush in as soon as the store opened tomorrow morning and buy the cream recommended by Heidi. But when she came here, she was dumbfounded, because in front of the store, there was already a long queue of 50 meters at this time, and looking at the posture behind it, it seemed that there were still people constantly rushing. Elano originally wanted to leave and try his luck at the door of other Laura boutiques, but turned his head and thought, there are already long queues at the door of this store, and the situation at the door of other stores is okay? She has participated in the sales of new Fruit mobile phones several times before, and also went to the Fruit machine shop to line up. The result is similar. If you go later, you will be a few hundred meters away. It is also a virtue to go to another store. But after all, it is a fashionable and fast-selling electronic product. This is just a cosmetic product. How can you line up like this? Eleanor couldn't figure it out, but finally decided to stay. Looking at the more and more crowds behind, she knew that as long as she left for a while, her position would be someone else's. At the same time, Sophie was sitting in a car across the street from Laura's boutique, watching the long queue at the door frowning. Sophie is currently the hottest actress in France. Not long ago, she just accepted a Hollywood film contract. In 2 weeks, she will go to Hollywood to film. But she was not satisfied with her appearance, especially after her birthday last month. She found that her forehead and the corner of her eyes had one more wrinkle. She didn't know how much she had used various creams from Lancôme and Chanel for anti-wrinkle and exfoliating, but those 2 wrinkles became deeper and deeper, which made her feel unacceptable for the extreme beauty. The product of the 9th laboratory that suddenly appeared today made her feel hopeful, especially when she saw the 90-year-old Daphne and 65-year-old Yamina on TV using this product. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind, that is, the cosmetics of the 9th laboratory. It is clear that God has given women a gift for embracing high youth. No, she must get a set in the first place. As a result, she asked the driver to drive her to the door of Laura's boutique, but she was dumbfounded. It was not dark yet. There are still more than 10 hours before the official launch of the products tomorrow, but the door of this boutique, the long queue has already begun. This is the case for several stores in a row, which makes Sophie very anxious. What can I do? If it is the past, no matter what cosmetics, she will show up in person and make a call, and those cosmetic dealers will obediently deliver the latest products to her door. But this 9th laboratory is a new brand, and it is also a Chinese brand. Which one does the boss know about her? But if you get out of the car and go to the queue, it doesn't fit her identity. Besides, for a star like her, going to the queue will not cause a stampede. So it can only be like this. Fred, why don't you help me go in line and buy the cosmetics of this 9th laboratory? I will give you 3,000 euros for labor. What do you think? Sophie said to the driver and bodyguard in front of him. The brawny bald man didn't even think about it, so she nodded. Don't worry, Sophie, I will definitely help you buy his cosmetics. Well, here is 10,000 euros. You take it first. I will replenish you if it is not enough. Okay, boss. But I'm afraid you will need to drive this car back. Don't worry, I also passed the driver's license test. In this way, bald Fred got out of the car, but instead of going to the end of the line to line up obediently, he went straight to the front and looked at the furry monster in the tent. And Fred grinned. Man, give you 200 euros. How about giving me this position? The long-haired monster scratched his head. Mentalnovel.com. There was a burst of ecstasy in his heart. The reason why he came to line up to buy the products of the 9th lab was because he smelled the business opportunities in it. Knowing the products of the 9th lab, he must welcome in the hot scene. He plans to go in first, buy a few more sets, and then start reselling them online. Anyway, as far as he knows, Laura boutiques are also concentrated in several major cities in Western Europe, but there are no branches in North America, Eastern Europe, Central Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. So don't the wealthy people in those places want to use the cosmetics of the 9th laboratory? Hey, I definitely want to use it too. In this way, his business is definitely not at a loss. So he was the first to line up and brought a tent with coffee, sleeping bags, and various snacks. When Fred appeared at the door of his tent, he strengthened his judgment even more. The cosmetics have not yet begun to sell, and now some people are willing to pay to buy a position with themselves. What does this mean? This 9th laboratory is on fire. Well, 200 won't work, At least 500. Looking at Fred in Burberry, the long-haired blame Paul scratched his head, and Fred grinned. Okay, deal. Holding the €500 ticket in his hand, Paul read it several times, and he became more and more affirmed that he must be well developed this time. And such a scene, in front of several other Laura boutiques in Paris, and even in front of the Laura boutiques in other European cities such as London, Madrid, Milan, etc., has been staged again and again. The more people lined up, some have even been discharged 3 blocks away. Steals, fights and fights also happen from time to time. In the end, police stations in major cities even had to send police officers to the scene to maintain order. This scene is really no worse than the scene released by the Fruit phone. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 485. Fanaticism opened a new book synthetic superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. A beautiful blonde woman was standing in front of the camera with a microphone. Behind her was a long line of stores. Beside the line, several heavily armed police patrols passing by to maintain order. Hello viewers in front of the TV. This is French TV. I am Lillian, and now we are in the 6th arrondissement of Paris, in front of the Laura boutique, in front of the Luxembourg Gardens. Everyone sees the team behind me, haha. Today is not a carnival for tech fans. There is no Fruit phone tablet release, no Xbox release, nor PS5 release, let alone the release date of the trendy brand Acon. Maybe the audience will be curious, since it is not with these product releases that make young people crazy. Why are there so many people in the queue? Here Sauru. Wait a minute, there is an emergency over there. The female reporter turned her head as she spoke, and the camera lens also turned her direction. Following her perspective, it turned out that someone in the team was fighting. However, it was different from the past. In the past, it was all men who saw fights, but this time it was women who fought, and not 2, but a dozen women in a ball. Looking at the dressing of these women, they are neither the kind of street bad girls nor the middle-aged shrews, but the appearance of a dozen well-dressed senior white-collar workers. It is very rare for these people to fight in the street. Pulling his hair, he has a lot of punches, and he yells at the same time. However, the police on patrol soon rushed up, separated the 2 groups, and then squeezed them into the police cars behind them. However, the people in the line did not disperse. Instead, they watched such a small farce with interest. The female reporter turned her head, and the camera turned around at this time. I have seen more than a dozen cases of situations like this today, and the factor that makes these women crazy. It is the Laura behind me. The boutique, the 9th laboratory brand cosmetics that will be officially on sale at 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time, there was a loud noise from the people behind the reporter. The female reporter also turned to look behind her. It turned out that it was the person from Laura's boutique, who had raised the rolling door of the store and was making the final preparations for opening the door. And they obviously noticed the situation outside the store, and specially invited a few police officers to stand at the door to maintain order. The female reporter hurriedly turned her head and continued to introduce. The 9th Lab is a cosmetics brand that has only recently appeared. It comes from China. However, their products are different from the products of China in our previous impressions. All of their products are used. It is a secret cosmetic recipe used by ancient princes and ladies in China. It uses pure natural plant extracts and combines modern medical technology to produce. The effect is very obvious. The current known users include Faye Morgan of the Great Yin Empire, the first princess of the United States, as well as many Hollywood superstars, and top models in the modeling industry. And it was their compliments that made today's debut ceremony so crazy. At the same time, the interviews at the door of Laura's boutique are not just the French one. In London and Madrid, there are local TV program crews filming at the door of Laura's boutique. Because the situation in Paris is the same, the Laura Boutique. There has been queuing since last night. The reason for this situation is that on the one hand, it is because of the continuous hype throughout the day yesterday, and on the other hand, it is because of the few internet celebrity anchors that Laura invited last night. Floor divas, Ash Bolton, Emilia Rayner, the three beauty bloggers from France, the United Kingdom, and the United States, released their latest videos last night. It immediately caused a sensation on the tubing. Originally, the products of the Ninth Laboratory were bombed for a day, and many audiences were a little confused about what the sacred Ninth Laboratory was. The audience understands that Emotion is a magical cosmetics brand. After that, they also filmed some of the queues at the door of several Laura boutiques in Paris, posted them in their videos, and talked to their followers. There is already a queue in Paris. Even if they are beauty bloggers who want to buy this Ninth Laboratory, they need to queue up. Moreover, looking at the current situation, you will definitely not be able to get it if you are slow. No one knows that the boutiques are inadequately stocked. If there is not enough, people who want to try it may not be able to buy it. After such a fanfare video was released, consumers from other countries who had not felt very strong at first could not sit still. They followed the example of the French people and came to the Laura Boutique to start queuing. Of course, this situation has also attracted the attention of local TV stations. So this morning, as long as you turn on the TV, whether you are in France, Britain, or Spain, or Germany, or Italy, you will definitely see news channels from various countries reporting about the appearance of Laura boutiques queuing up, and the name of the Ninth Laboratory. In such a short period of 2 days, the name of the Ninth Laboratory has been mentioned millions of times by the media of these Western European countries, and it has become a famous name in one fell swoop. And Xiaofeng and Zuziki, as well as Pierre and the others, are now in the suburbs of Paris, in a Pierre's manner, staring nervously at the TV. Several large screens are put together to facilitate everyone to monitor the situation in front of Laura boutiques in various regions of Western Europe at any time. News from various countries is being broadcast on the TV. The Laura boutique in London, England, the Laura boutique in Madrid, Spain, Munich, Germany, Milan, Italy. Anyway, as long as it is a big city in Europe that can be called the number, they can see it here. Soon I arrived at the hotel. The stores all over the country opened their doors almost at the same time. The long queues at the door immediately rushed up like a riot. The black crowd suddenly poured into the Laura boutique. The glass doors of the stores were directly squeezed and exploded. Although police are arranged at the door of many boutiques to maintain order, how can only a few police officers stop the enthusiasm of those fanatical consumers? Looking at the posture of those consumers charging, it is like the annual Black Friday purchase in the United States. A large group of strong women rushed into the store without considering their image at all. Seeing such crazy pictures on TV, Xiaofeng and Zuziki couldn't help but shudder. That is to say, this group of foreigners have good physical fitness. People squeeze into meatloaf. Fortunately, in Laura's boutique, I had already made complete preparations, knowing that today may usher in a peak of passenger flow, and they are all rushing to the Ninth Laboratory's boutique, so the passage was arranged early. Eleno didn't know how she got into the shop, because her feet didn't touch the ground at all during the entire process of moving forward. Although she has never been to China, today she has experienced the crowds of subways in the first-tier cities in China during the morning rush hour. She came to the counter in a daze. The counter sisters in the counter were all very busy at this time, because the front of the counter was crowded with consumers. How do you sell cosmetics? Do you have a suit? There is a suit, or you can choose to assemble it yourself. The products of our Ninth Laboratory are divided into 3 styles, including youth style, lady style, and supreme style. After a night of training, the cabinet sisters are all right. Although foreigners don't like to work overtime, they can't work overtime this time. Because the boss rewards are so generous, they will get a corresponding commission every time they sell one or a set. So the enthusiasm of the Cabinet Sisters is naturally mobilized. And what they said about youth models, ladies models, and supreme models, in fact, are only 3 grades of low, medium and high. Everyone knows it, but no one will say it clearly. After all, the price of each model is different. Until Novel.com, the Cabinet Sisters are endlessly introducing them to consumers. And Nola quietly looked at the prices of the cosmetics on the booth behind the cabinet, but she was shocked by this look. Although this Ninth Laboratory is a new brand, the variety it has launched is still very complete. What kind of toner, day cream, night cream, eye cream, facial cleanser, liquid mask, all kinds of isolation, all kinds of sunscreen, toner, makeup remover, etc. are all available. And as the sister of the cabinet said, each style has such a complete set. As a consumer, you can buy a complete set at a time. You can buy it individually, or you can choose to assemble it yourself. Choose a few from the youth models, fight for the ladies models, and fight for the supreme models. Choose your own wallet. Seeing these many consumers can't help but curse, this business is really good enough. And they knew that Xiao Feng and their pricing strategy were actually learned from the French. But seeing the price makes consumers wonder. For example, mascara, lotion, makeup remover, etc. The price is about the same as Lancôme, Chanel. These are about 20 or 30 euros. But as soon as it comes to the kind that is applied to the face, such as various facial creams, eye creams, facial cleansing creams, liquid masks, isolation, and sun protection, the prices are immediately different. It is generally twice as expensive as Lancôme and 40% more expensive by Chanel. A large bottle of toner costs 60 euros, which is twice as expensive as Lancôme, not to mention facial creams and eye creams. Any bottle costs 70 or 80 euros. Many consumers at this price are dumbfounded. Especially for the liquid mask, the price is ridiculously expensive. A small bottle of 150 milliliters costs about 300 euros. This price makes many people feel dissuaded on the spot. Chapter 486 Explosion opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. This is only the price of the youth model. If this is a lady's liquid cream, the price will be doubled to 600 euros. As for the Supreme model, the price is even more than 3,000 euros. Although many French women also know that the price of cosmetics is definitely not cheap, but at this time, when they saw such a price, they couldn't help but be stunned. This completely overturned their previous impressions of Chinese products. The Chinese products in their previous impressions were the things in the dollar store. The more expensive ones are some electronic goods, but they are also cheaper than Japanese and Korean products, such as TVs, refrigerators, and washing machines, which cost only a few hundred euros. As for mobile phones, there is a Warwick in recent years that is really good, but the price is not more expensive than fruit and 3 mulberries. But why is this Huago Cosmetics so expensive? Many consumers waited in a long queue all night. Seeing such a price, they immediately became discouraged, and then the resentment instantly turned into anger. Hey, what is your price and why is it so expensive? Yes. Isn't this a Chinese brand? How can it be more expensive than Lancôme and Chanel? The Cabinet Sisters were obviously prepared for such a situation. After all, the Ninth Laboratory's products were put on their shelves, and the managers who trained them in speaking skills told them that the Ninth Laboratory's products were put on their shelves. The product was originally not prepared for civilians. But you can't say this directly to consumers. You have to tell them why this product is expensive. The first is because the French tax is very heavy, and the second is naturally because this product has a good effect. The content of collagen in it is higher than that of other brands of the same type. It is also a small molecule collagen that other brands can't make. Easily absorbed by the human body, This is the unique skill of the ninth laboratory. It is this kind of technology that allows them to have a moat and isolate the homogenized competition from other brands. What is more expensive is because of their high technology and good products. That can't be so expensive? Yes. You are discriminating against consumers. Obviously some people did not accept the explanation of the Cabinet Sisters, but at this moment, a big bald man sneer. If you can't afford it, don't mess around here. Good things will naturally be more expensive. Do you expect Swiss blue cheese to be sold at the same price as regular cheese? Do you think French foie gras and Hungarian goose should be bought at the same price? Do you think that truffles should be bought at the same price as ordinary mushrooms? This is the top cosmetics on the market. You have seen the effect. It can make women stay young forever. What's wrong? Youth is priceless. The series of satires of this big bald man made the women who made a noise around the cabinet immediately silent. It is true that good things are naturally more expensive, but you, a man, do you squeeze with so many of us? What do you do? At this time, the bald villain turned his head and smiled at the Cabinet Sister. 5 sets of the supreme version of the suit, and 2 sets of each for the lady version and the youth version. It turned out to be a big hawker, and the Cabinet Sister, who had a good impression of the bald head who was relieved, smiled more brilliantly at this time, and even the voice of their hospitality was sweet. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Would you like to wrap it up, sir? Well, no need. Okay, soon 5 sandalwood boxes, the supreme suit of blue and white porcelain vases, plus 2 carton outer packaging, the lady suit with yellow satin lining, plus 2 youth version suits in plastic boxes were taken out. The bald head at the checkout cost about 80,000 euros just for this. Such a large amount of money, but these women look stupid. The bald head just left. Everyone hasn't recovered yet. As a result, a man in a suit walked to the counter. How many supreme suits do you have here? I want them all. The women present looked at this man and almost gritted their teeth with hatred. What is the situation? What are you a big man doing here? But when I turned around, I just saw that it was just outside the entrance of the store. I don't know when a few Rolls-Royce drove over. The windows of the Rolls-Royce just happened to be open. Everyone can just see the inside. Several big headscarves sitting. Nima, even the local tyrants in the Middle East have come. But this is obviously the style of the local tyrants in the Middle East. When you see what you like, you can buy them all. When the counter sister saw such a high roller, she stammered on the spot. This is a sale worth millions of euros. You must know that the set of the Ha self-esteem suit, but one set costs more than 10,000 euros. And there are more than 100 sets in their store. The bald man bought 5 sets just now, and now the local tyrant in the Middle East has to get all in one shot. If all of them are taken, it would be more than 1 million euros. She couldn't help turning her head to look at the manager of their store. At this time, the manager of their store, the more shivering. The Laura boutique has been open for so long. When the business is at its best, every store is daily. The highest turnover is only a few 100,000 euros. After excluding various expenses, the net profit is probably only 10,000 to 20,000 euros. Today, this order can sell for more than 1 million, and after all expenses are eliminated, it may make hundreds of thousands of euros, which can be the net profit of their store for more than half a month. Okay, sir, please come here with me. Such a large transaction, of course, is not convenient to carry out at the counter. This is a high-profile guest, and of course there is a reason to enter their VIP room. Soon after the transaction was completed, customers in the store could see that there were a dozen black-clad men on the Rolls-Royce outside the door, and they entered the store. After a while, each of these men had a dozen or so hanging on their bodies. A sandalwood box walked out of the store, filled the trunk of the Rolls-Royce, and then slid away. The customers in the shop seemed to have just watched a big show, and when the Rolls-Royce taillight disappeared at the end of the street, they recovered. But at this time, I was looking at the Cabinet Sisters in front of the counter. Those Cabinet Sisters who were still kind-faced had all changed their spirits. even though they were still welcoming them with a smiling face. But everyone can see that their smiles have become a little more impatient. Just on the surface, it seems that there is the support of big customers. They have been blind to these ordinary customers. The truth of the store bullying customers is the same all over the world. But this kind of creature is cheap. Usually when you are polite to her, she is arrogant to you, but once you are polite to her, she will take the initiative to be polite to you instead. The female customers who had been arguing fiercely just now are no longer so fierce. What happened to Huago Cosmetics? What happened to the Huago brand? I didn't look at the local tyrants in the Middle East. They bought more than 100 sets. Haven't you seen those celebrities who have taken the initiative to pay for it? Didn't you see that the princesses of the Great Yin Empire are using them? Didn't you see that the first princess of the United States is also a loyal fan of this brand? Are they not as good as you? The reason why you are called so powerful is because you are poor, but you still want to buy it. What does this show? Explain how the quality of this product is. You know it well. If you come to pick it up at this time, it will be a strong word. And the store has those big customers backing it up. At this time, it is already full of confidence. Millions of big business have been done, and you still have small retail investors who are more than 100 yuan? Buy if you like, leave if you don't. Hey, miss, give me a ladylike liquid mask. Just when the atmosphere in the store was a little stagnant, a voice suddenly rang, and everyone turned their heads to see that it was a little girl with freckles, and this little girl happened to be Null. She has seen everything before, and she doesn't feel too much. Her only thought is that even if the products of the 9th laboratory are expensive, she will sell them. She saw Heidi's situation all in her eyes, and she wanted that kind of change. Based on her knowledge of cosmetics, and after listening to the propaganda of the cabinet sister before, she knew that the 9th laboratory's product strength. There are several models that are particularly effective for her freckled face. Untilnovel.com, for example, the liquid cream contains very rich collagen, which has a very obvious effect of hydrating and whitening, lightening pigments, and removing freckles. Presumably Heidi must be using the Supreme model, who can make people not short of money. And Nola spent a long time in total, and felt that her current economic conditions were enough to support her in using the noble lady's money. 600 euros is already her limit, but there is no way. Although women need beauty, especially French women, they would rather want flowers than bread. The word romance has been written into their bones. The pursuit of beauty has no bottom line. And just after Nola broke the silence in front of the counter, the women who seemed to be frozen in front of the counter before seemed to come alive all at once. Bring me a copy of the youth version of the suit. I want 2 copies of the ladies' day cream and the night cream. Bring me 2 sets of lady suits. I want 2 copies of the ladies' liquid mask. The counter, which was still a little silent just now, immediately turned into a lively vegetable market. The women waved the cards and banknotes in their hands, shouting hoarsely. They all know that all the women are rushing here, and there are countless people waiting behind them. If they missed today, they might not be able to buy it tomorrow. The princess and the first princess, as well as the cosmetics recommended by so many supermodels, are certainly not bad in quality, not to mention eternal youth, which is an eternal core topic for women. If there is such a good thing, who doesn't want to try it? If you can't buy it today, you may go to the company tomorrow and be ridiculed. Women's enthusiasm for consumption was ignited almost instantly and then exploded. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 487. Interest bundling. Opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. The 3 branches in Paris are all sold out. The Madrid branch is sold out, the London branch is sold out, the Munich branch is sold out, and the Milan branch is sold out. In Pierre's manner that night, Laura was holding her mobile phone and reading the messages sent by her managers. Almost everyone in the room was full of joy. The first appearance of the 9th laboratory this time can be said to be a great success. their previous concerns did not appear. Even Xiao Feng was shocked by the enthusiasm of consumers for the products of the ninth laboratory. You know, he didn't bring any less cargo when he came this time. Just Pierre's cargo plane was full of planes. This is He Xiaojun's production capacity for 1 week. In fact, after figuring out the ways of these cosmetics, mass production of these cosmetics is very simple. It is nothing more than finding a suitable essential oil as a base fluid, and then finding a suitable stabilizer, and with the help of the stabilizer, start adding Eurong liquid to the essential oil, reducing the Eurong liquid and diluting it into a variety of different specification. Then it became the Youth, Lady, and Supreme models they sold. Of course, the purity of Calpho active factor and small molecule collagen in Eurong liquid is as high as 95%. But Xiao Feng, the black-hearted boss, gave He Xiaojun an order that even the most expensive Supreme Edition product, the content of Calpho active factor, and small molecule collagen should not exceed 10%. Why? Because their products have those two things in them. They are so easy to absorb. Even those creams on the market that claim that the content of collagen molecules exceed 30% and sell for tens of thousands of dollars, the wheel absorption efficiency is not as good as that of their Supreme version, or even not as good as their Youth version. So there is no need to configure the contents of those two things in cosmetics too high, which also leaves room for future upgrades in the future. And if you have a particularly high content for the first time, consumers will regain their youth as soon as they use it, and the shelf life is half a year. Will they still buy your products? Therefore, with this low content, consumers can clearly experience the effect after using it, but it is still a little bit short of rejuvenation, and the duration is short. They will continue to buy your cosmetics for a long time. This is the effect Xiao Feng wanted. And after He Xiaojun knew his purpose, he even scolded him as a black-hearted capitalist for several days. But in the end he chose to get along with him. No way. If you are a business, you naturally want to maximize profits. In fact, among their products, the most profitable products are not those containing alpha active factor and small molecule collagen, but those toners, makeup removers, and mascaras that do not contain anything. These products are basically copied from other cosmetics. They have no technical content and nothing too advanced, but they can buy a bottle of tens of euros, or even hundreds of euros. This is the robbery of Kaiguogo, which is specially collected IQ tax stuff. But Xiao Feng knew that consumers would pay for it. It's just that the foreign devils used to collect the IQ tax of our Chinese consumers, but this time it was him who came to collect the IQ tax of these foreign devils. It's just mutual pits. Who can't? Is it possible that you only allow you foreign devils to pit us, and are not allowed to pit you foreign devils? This is the opening battle of the ninth laboratory. And it was started in France, the fashion capital of the world, the hometown of cosmetics. Therefore, Xiao Feng attaches great importance to this battle. Of course, he hopes that this battle will have a good start. However, the pricing of the ninth lab's products is not cheap. Xiao Feng took away most of their inventory from the ninth laboratory. To be honest, he thought that these cosmetics should be enough for Laura and the others to sell for a few months. But this situation was completely beyond their expectations. This was just a daytime scene. The airplane cosmetics he brought with him had actually been bought in Europe. It seems that I really underestimated the potential of European consumers. I used to hear people say on the internet how these Europeans are so poor and unwilling to consume. Now it seems that is not the case at all. There are still a lot of wealthy people, such as the Supreme suit. It seems that each store has more than 100 sets. The price of a single set is more than 10,000 euros. To be honest, this is not cheap, but even so, they were all bought fine. Do you say that there are few rich people in Europe? Really a lot. When Laura set the price with herself before, to be honest, when Xiao Feng heard the price set by Laura, he was a little bit agitated. Although he also knew that high-end cosmetics were to be sold more expensive, a set of cosmetics was priced more than one set. He still felt a little crazy. But now it seems that Laura knows women better. Women, for the sake of beauty, really can do anything. What's more, this is a cosmetic that can turn decay into a miracle, allowing women to regain their youth. Such cosmetics, no matter how much money you let them spend, they are willing. Xiao, take a look. This is the sales performance of our 20 branches in Europe. Today we sold 400 million euros of goods. According to the agreement, this is your payment, totaling 300 million euros. I'll transfer you 100 million euros, which is considered our scheduled payment. When the next shipment arrives, we will settle it immediately. Laura woke up first, and then quickly transferred the account to Xiao Feng on the tablet. To be honest, the first batch of goods, because she didn't know how the sales would be, she also paid a deposit, and the balance was not settled. If the sales situation is not good, she originally planned to take it off the shelves immediately and return all the goods. But now it seems that there is no need. The cost price set by Xiao Feng is not low. After buying 400 million in total, he will take away 300 million, and she still has 100 million left. Compared with Xiao Feng, she really wants not to get much, but one day is net. Earn 100 million. What else can she be dissatisfied with? What kind of business is more profitable than this? The dealerate may not have this business to make money fast. So after she calmed down, the first thing she did was to stabilize Xiao Feng. How to hold on. Give money must be generously given, not only to 300 million, but also to give him a deposit of 100 million for the next batch of goods, which is equivalent to giving him all the money earned today. In this way, Xiao Feng will continue to cooperate with him if he is satisfied. If not, he can choose to change his partner every minute. Judging from today's situation, the Ninth Laboratory has many fans in Europe, especially today's customers. After they go back and use their cosmetics, tomorrow will definitely receive rave reviews. With this kind of word-of-mouth fermentation, are people still afraid that no one will buy it? At that time, I am afraid of myself. Although there is a relationship with Pierre, business is business. The business field can be said to be unpredictable. Today Xiao Feng can cooperate with her. Who knows if someone will give Xiao Feng more favorable terms tomorrow and pry him go. Besides, let alone in Europe, that is, in France, there are more people who are more capable and have wider channels than her. Those people must be looking for Xiao Feng all over the world at this time. No one wants to miss him as a cash cow. So before those people started, Laura felt that she had to tie Xiao Feng firmly to her chariot. What tied? What could be more effective than profit? So now is not the time to be stingy with money. She gives Xiao Feng a lot now, and that will ensure that she will earn more in the future. And Xiao Feng looked at the extra 4 billion euros in his account, and he immediately understood Laura's thoughts. This woman really can afford it and let it go. Haha, Xiao. Do you see when the next batch of goods will be delivered? It just happened that my cargo plane has already returned to the capital, or I will arrange for them to fly directly to Binching. I will ship a batch of goods back tomorrow. Otherwise, this listing will be out of stock, but it will affect the enthusiasm of consumers. In addition, do you think we should establish an official website of the Ninth Laboratory? Pierre said on the other side that he was also involved in this cooperation with xiaofeng.mtlnovel.com. However, in the cosmetics sector, he only paid for the business. But for Laura's decision, he has no objection. What he cares more about now is when he can quickly replenish the goods. After all, the products of the Ninth Lab have such good sales. If they are out of stock for too long, they will be affected. Xiao Feng naturally wouldn't have trouble with Qian. He smiled and nodded and said, well, wait, I'll have a phone call with the domestic production supervisor. Regardless of the time difference with China, he called He Xiaojun, and He Xiaojun apparently stayed up all night, following the launch of the Ninth Lab in France. When receiving the call from Xiao Feng, He Xiaojun's voice was already hoarse with excitement. Mr. Xiao, how is it? Haha, victory, success. By the way, you quickly stock up the goods, they are sold out in Europe, and there will be a plane passing by, and someone will contact you at that time, so you can quickly send them to the airport. go with. No problem, Mr. Xiao. Although he has stayed up for a few nights, Xiaojun is still full of energy, and he is motivated to make money. Based on his understanding of Xiao Feng would definitely be rewarded by meritorious deeds this time. Thanks to Xiao Feng returning from another world several times before, he would bring back a large amount of Urongyi from another world, which ensured their sufficient supply of raw materials. So now in the warehouse of the 9th laboratory, the finished cosmetics, it's too much. Enough for them to cope with this sales frenzy. And this frenzy is not only limited to Europe, it is also a carnival in China, especially after many Chinese consumers learned that the 9th laboratory had landed in Europe and became a great success. The pride and enthusiasm of the Chinese people were also aroused. Chapter 488 Absolute Hard Currency opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Xiao Fang dragged her tired body, squeezed out of the subway, and returned home. Because she had to get off work overtime today, it was a bit late to get off work. When she got home, it was already more than 7 o'clock in the evening. She turned on the TV and finished cooking while listening to the news. Good evening, everyone. Let's start broadcasting the news. This afternoon in Europe, several bizarre robberies broke out in many places at the same time. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a robbery occurred at Paris airport. The robbed vehicle was a van. The driving recorder on the passing vehicle recorded the robbery. The whole process of the case. As you can see, 2 vehicles stopped a van, and just behind this truck, there was a cash transport vehicle. Finally, the security of the cash transport vehicle was cooperating below. The truck owner repelled the robbers who came to rob. This is a piece of news that was broadcast on newscast a few days later. When he heard this news, Xiao Fang couldn't help but be stunned. Although she had also heard that some European robbers were stupid, she did not expect that the robbers were so stupid that they would rob a small truck instead of carrying a money-carrying truck. But when she listened to the next explanation, she was relieved instead. After the police arrived, they learned about the situation. It is reported that the small truck transported cosmetics from the 9th laboratory that had just been received from the airport and was going to be distributed to Laura boutiques across Paris. The 9th laboratory is a Chinese company that has just gained fame in the European market recently. Although it is a new cosmetics company, the products produced by this company are of high quality and effective. Many European and American celebrities are fanatic fans of his cosmetics. It is reported that the company has just opened its Facebook account 2 days ago and it has quickly attracted more than 10 million fans' attention. And the company's products have been sold out of stock in Europe 3 times in a row since the last time. Now on the black market, the price of a regular 9th laboratory lady's face cream has been fired to the level of €1,500. Cut. It's no wonder that I changed to me and I went to grab the minivan. How much cosmetics do I have to put in a van? That's all hard currency. How much does a money-carrying truck cost? Gun security. Xiao Fang brought the cooked instant noodles to the table, eating the instant noodles while watching the news. Although she is a girl, as a white-collar woman working in a bank, she is very sensitive to this kind of financial information. A cash transport truck is worth hundreds of thousands, or millions of cash are dead. The small truck filled with the cosmetics of the 9th laboratory is much more valuable than the money transport truck. The news on TV continues to be broadcast. Coincidentally, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, there was also a robbery in Antwerp, Belgium. And the target of this robbery was also the transport truck of the 9th laboratory. But this time the robbers succeeded. The diamond-carrying vehicle following the transport truck was unharmed in the robbery. Below is the scene returned from the scene. Puff. Hearing this piece of news, Xiao Fang couldn't help himself, and all the instant noodles he had just eaten in his mouth spewed out. Are these Europeans going crazy? If there are diamonds, instead of grabbing for a car of cosmetics. When I thought of this, I loved the Mori little Fang. So I just grabbed a calculator and started crackling it. A box of trucks, suppose it is loaded with 100 Supreme suits, 200 ladies suits, and 500 youth suits. No, 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 if it is installed like this, both the transportation company and the Laura boutique am going to die. I must pretend to be more. After knocking for a long time, Xiao Fang sighed. Hey, if the value of the diamonds on the car behind is less than 30 million euros, then they might as well rob the transporter of the ninth laboratory. After all, the ninth laboratory nowadays, cosmetics in the underground black market are hard currency, with a high retention rate, and they are not easy to track down, which is like a diamond. There are 30 million in the market, and if you get the underground black market, you will only depreciate by only a third. Seeing the final results of his calculations, Xiao Fang really took a breath of air conditioning. In this way, the cosmetics of the ninth laboratory are really worth more than diamonds. She was shocked when she came to this conclusion. Thinking about Qian Qian in the office today, and Bai Yang, the two silly bee ladies who were not right with her, sat there intentionally or unintentionally showing off all day. That Qian Qian said that her boyfriend gave her a whole box of the supreme suit of the ninth laboratory, which worked very well, and then tried it on the section chief, which made the section manager that miser. After using it him all heartened. And Bai Yang's silly bee was even more exaggerated, showing off that the supreme suit of the ninth laboratory that she had spent the last 2 days to hire people online to help her grab the ninth laboratory was finally shipped. These two stinky ladies, when thinking of her two rivals in the office, Xiao Fang's heart burst into flames. Isn't it just a cosmetic? What's so obvious? In fact, since the ninth laboratory's products were unveiled in Europe and became popular a week ago, the ninth laboratory's products are like a wildfire in China, quickly burning all over the country. In almost all major domestic website forums and various news mobile apps, the front page headlines almost every day are news about the ninth laboratory. Chinese people have always been very proud of this kind of product that can conquer picky European and American consumers. Therefore, in just a few days, everyone has scratched the bottom of the ninth laboratory. A scientific research enterprise that was only registered more than a year ago was still in benching. Before this, it had been silent and very low. It looks like it should have been doing research quietly before. It was only after the recent results that the company was registered and established. And at first glance, companies created by engineering men are not the same as those created by investors who play with capital and who like to be short and easy. Those companies that play capital and speculate have basically no results. They just set up a shelf, and then they start to find various media to brag about. If you make a tenth of the result, you dare to magnify it 100 times, and you even want to blow it into the heavens and earth, and make you immortal. Then we launched a listing, used a means to make the profit very beautiful when selling, and then we could go to the capital market to tell stories and raise funds. As a financial practitioner, Xiao Fang has seen too many of these routines, and he has long been bored with it. On the contrary, it is this kind of low, practical, obscure, and then sudden outbreak of business, which makes her eyes bright. And this kind of business is often the most credible. They must have their own unique technology, otherwise it would be impossible to make the enterprise such a big one. Nowadays, the internet is full of introductions about the various characteristics of the Ninth Lab's products. Many domestic beauty bloggers have also bought their products and tested them in front of the camera. Xiao Fang didn't know how many videos had been watched these days. It can be said that the effect is really obvious. She used to be a person who didn't like makeup very much, but now she is moved. There is a sentence from Sister Jiang in the office. She thinks that she is right. And women have to be nice to themselves, especially when they are young. Don't wait to get old. Regret. So these days, she has been guarding a certain Treasures 30 online shop almost every day. There is no way, who allowed the Ninth Laboratory to open such an exclusive agent in China. In reality, they don't even have a counter in the mall, so if they want to buy, they can only go to the online store to buy. but the products of this ninth laboratory can be robbed in Europe, let alone in China. During this period of time, this online store was not crowded with downtime and disconnected almost every day. It had already expanded the server capacity several times, but it still couldn't satisfy consumers entering the market at the same time. Finally, they had to change the sales time to 10 p.m. Only open for an hour. This has made consumers grit their teeth with hatred. Isn't you reading www.youcanzoo.com the same routine as those mobile phones, engaging in hunger marketing? But there is no way. Who is so dragging people? Buy if you like, don't buy away people. On the major second-hand websites, the second-hand goods of the ninth laboratory were also fired up. The price is 1.5 to twice that of the online store. The ninth laboratory has just recently registered on the official WeChat account and explained on the official account. Originally, they were only planning to test the waters for the first time this time, but they were so popular as soon as they launched it. Now that they have insufficient production capacity and insufficient inventory, they are adjusting production plans and increasing production capacity. Of course, I have to boast that the company is kind enough, that the domestic price is nearly a third cheaper than the foreign price. Other companies joked when they launched the official WeChat account. From now on, every time you travel abroad, you can earn money back on air tickets just by bringing goods to overseas consumers. This is really a conscientious company. Just such a move immediately conquered countless consumers. In addition, companies also said that they are actively expanding their channels, both online and offline, and their entire sales channels will be opened up as soon as 3 months later. Xiao Fang has long been tired of listening to these Mandarin idioms. Everyone is waiting to use it. Who has the heart to wait for you for 3 months? After waiting for 3 months, the daylily is cold. For 3 months, do you watch those guys show their superiority in front of you every day? Thinking of this, Xiao Fang felt uncomfortable. He picked up the tablet and started to brush in front of him. Although it was still some time before 10 o'clock, she decided to start brushing early. She didn't believe it. She couldn't get it today. And there are thousands of people like Xiao Fang across the country. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 489 Successor Arrangements opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Mr. Xiao, when are you coming back? Xiaojun on the other end of the phone had already asked several times, but Xiao Feng was still vague and did not give a definite answer. The ninth lab was first launched in Paris and was a great success. His nerves that had been tense were finally relaxed. For the next few days, he spent the next few days traveling in France with Suzuki, and had a good time. Cozy. After finally coming out with my girlfriend, I naturally want to get better. Although Xiao Feng is not too cold with France, Suzuki is also very enthusiastic about this rumored romantic city. With the cosmetics of the ninth laboratory, she is no longer interested in those Chanel and Lancôme in France, but she is still very interested in many French fashions and bags. The French are indeed very good in the luxury goods industry. It can be said that they have been cultivating for many years, and they are indeed unique in this regard. Suzuki bought a lot of it herself, and also bought it for Xiao Feng. Every day she went out on the street, she made Xiao Feng look like a model, but Suzuki liked this behavior of changing her boyfriend in a different way, and Xiao Feng also only let him go. On the domestic side, the celebrity chef manufacturing side is already on track. After the Twin Towers is taken down, it is also in the stage of intensive decoration. There are Kata, Zijing, Xialin, Tenking and the rest, but Xiao Feng is nothing so worried. On the other hand, the ninth laboratory, after experiencing such a sudden explosion, has quickly attracted the attention of the whole country. Almost every day, I receive countless calls from home and abroad, and the front desk phone number of the ninth laboratory is almost blown up. Xiaojun was helpless, and even had to ask Xiao Feng to set up a customer service center, which hired dozens of customer service girls to answer the phone every day. But even so, there are some things that he can't decide. For example, there are many domestic companies calling and requesting cooperation. They all ask to act for the ninth laboratory. These people have e-commerce, and there are also large commercial companies in many regions. Anyway, they all see the ninth laboratory on fire. Want to have a share? For such people, Xiao Feng instructed He Xiaojun to not use birds at all. They were nothing more than leeches that wanted to climb on them to blood. What age is this? Everyone is trying their best to get rid of the middlemen in business, but these guys are shamelessly trying to take advantage. Xiao Feng's answer to He Xiaojun is to let these people get far and far away. In addition, we must organize our own sales team as soon as possible. The ninth laboratory was a hit. But it wasn't sloppy. It was a good thing to start off, but if you didn't go the next way, you would still stumble. There are too many such cases in China. For example, the Qinchai wine industry back then took tens of millions of dollars and directly photographed CCTV advertisements, which became an instant hit, and the annual sales went up like somersaults. As a result, the head of this company went off, thinking that he could count the money on his merits, and he didn't care about the quality of the products, and even started to blend the wine himself. I'm not responsible for the dealers anymore. Anyway, as long as you give them the wine, they like to toss and toss, and then the dealers start to fake it. Not to mention the marketing system, there is no decent marketing system at all. As a result, such a company that relied on boldness to support it was the most popular in only 3 years, and then it dazzled everyone, and in the end it could only be bankrupt. Xiao Feng naturally would not allow such a thing to happen to the ninth laboratory. In the past, the ninth laboratory was only a qualified technical research company, but a company that only has technology or research is not enough. This is not the age when Zhu Shen is not afraid of deep alleys. Whether a company is successful or not, its marketing department and planning department are very important. So it was time to start preparing for these two departments. He gave He Xiaojun instructions on the phone, that is, to start hiring people and form these two departments. In the past, the ninth laboratory was still unknown. If you want to recruit talents across the country, I am afraid that not many people are willing to come, but now the ninth laboratory has gained a reputation, and the salary offered is not low. It shouldn't be a difficult task to find some people over. What's more, the recruits this time are not technical talents, but marketing and planning departments. Such people are relatively easy to recruit. Mr. Xiao, you are happy in France, but it's difficult on my side, don't you know? Not only do you have to deal with those who want to take advantage of the fire every day, but also various banks, venture capital, fund, insurance. Yes, I didn't come to recommend financial management projects, or came to me to make a deposit, or I wanted to buy shares in us, which made me a big head. You know, I'm a technical man who can deal with these people. I have more than enough heart but not enough energy. Xiao Feng and Suzuki were sitting in a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. The driver in front was specially sent by Pierre. This time, they were sent to Pierre's manor in the countryside in Provence. The journey is relatively long, and Xiao Feng also has time to talk on the phone with He Xiaojun, and He Xiaojun has trouble with him all the way. When it comes to banks and financial institutions, Xiao Feng immediately cheered up. Compared with those leeches who want to take advantage of the fire, these guys are the most troublesome jackals. And He Xiaojun was really not suitable for them. Xiao Feng thought of Xie Hongdao, and then said to He Xiaojun, "Huh? That's it? You don't promise them anything. If you don't see it, you won't see it. Especially those who engage in venture capital. Stay away from them. I will send someone to help you in 2 days. His name is Xie Hongdao, and there will be more in the future. If someone from a bank or financial institution comes to you, let him meet those people." Some time ago, Xiao Feng had been carrying Xie Hongdao on affairs, and he knew a lot about people's abilities, and after a period of contact, I felt that this person was fairly trustworthy. At this time, there was nothing wrong with the celebrity chef, so it was just right to shoot him to deal with the vampires. He Xiaojun would naturally not object to Xiao Feng's arrangement, but was very satisfied with the need for a new helper. That's good, that's good. By the way, Xiaojun, during this time, you must pay attention to the security of the company. Any raw material supply must be arranged clearly and there must be no difference, you know. Xiao Feng repeatedly urged He Xiaojun about the security issue. Because of the capital and the virtues of some foreign forces, he couldn't be more clear. The ninth laboratory has made such a big name, and now these capitals and international giants are still waiting and watching. Once they find that this company is really doing well, they will definitely not care about it. This group of guys can do everything. For example, a professor at Dongshan University of Technology who was engaged in foaming research a few years ago, after years of hard work, finally found a different way to create a set of pollution-free, more efficient, and better foaming. The bubble technology came out. As a result, the capital and large foreign companies started looking at things as soon as they were created. At first, those guys were gently requesting to cooperate with you, but when they were rejected by him, those guys immediately changed their faces. One night, the hard disks of 18 computers in the teacher's laboratory were stolen. This is what fools can see. Therefore, Xiao Feng also attaches great importance to the security work of the ninth laboratory, especially now that the ninth laboratory has become famous. In the future, this company will be a money printing machine, so we must pay attention to it. All the scientific research secrets inside must be careful, and they must not be easily leaked out. Hey, don't worry. I live in the laboratory almost every night recently. I have carefully calculated the use of various raw materials every day. Even if it is scrapped in the production process, it must be layered. The level of review and processing, even the waste residue is not allowed to flow out of us from half a drop. After hearing He Xiaojun's answer, Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. This guy is really more concerned about this matter than Xiao Feng. After all, he used to work in the national chemical industry, and he was born with security. Pay attention to www.mentalnovel.com. In addition, I have bought the Twin Towers some time ago. The one on the left is still vacant, so you can go and take a look if you are free these 2 days. Quickly decide which floors you want, and then find someone to design and decorate. I plan to move the research room of the ninth laboratory there. In addition, you are looking for a place as a production base. Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun talked about the Twin Towers, and He Xiaojun made a ha-ha on the phone. Mr. Xiao, you finally remembered telling me about this. I thought you had forgotten all of us. Such a good office environment, who wouldn't want to go? Some time ago, Xiao Feng's celebrity chef group acquired the Twin Towers in Bnai Square. It was a sensation in Binching. It was on the local TV news and newspapers in Binching for several days. How could He Xiaojun not know? With such a good footing and such a good environment, the Twin Towers, who doesn't want to work there? And working in such a building is not only a joyful thing, it can also boost morale. Even scientific researchers help to have a tall working environment, right? What's more, it is very beneficial to move the scientific research site there. In the future, the laboratories will recruit people. After all, a good working environment will also give the company extra points when recruiting people. Fortunately, Xiao Feng finally spoke up, otherwise he really thought that this old friend had forgotten himself. Now that Xiao Feng had spoken, He Xiaojun didn't intend to be polite with him this time. The Twin Towers could be 60 stories high, and he wondered how he would have to circle over 20 stories. The laboratory should be expanded, and the recruitment of scientific research personnel should also be expanded. In addition, there should be room for future expansion of the research institute. He Xiaojun felt drunk at the thought of being able to experiment in those dozens of stories, while admiring the beautiful scenery outside the building, and looking at the distant seascape. Chapter 490 Procession opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. After discussing with Xiaojun for a long time, Xiao Feng just hung up the call for the establishment of the marketing department and the planning department. Xiaojun alone can't handle these things. He really needs someone to help him in the past. Xia Hongtao is a good candidate, but he used to specialize in finance. I don't know if he can do management tasks like this. He called Xia Hongtao to talk about his thoughts, and when Xia Hongtao learned that the 9th laboratory, which was popular in the past few days, was also an enterprise under the name of the boss, he was surprised. On the other side of the phone, I was in consternation for a long time and couldn't speak. When I contacted Xiao Feng some time ago, he knew that the boss' background is not simple, especially since he got 2 billion from Citigroup without saying a word. The incident impressed him even more. He always felt that this young man must have something hidden under the water, but he didn't expect to throw him a nuclear bomb today. Another company owned by Xiao Feng turned out to be the 9th laboratory. In the past few days, he almost couldn't hear the name of this cosmetics company, even because this company is from a benching background. In these days, he has received many calls from his colleagues and colleagues. The purpose of these people calling him is very simple. They are all asking him if he knows the company. Of course he knows why these people are suddenly so close to him, not because he is in benching and wants to learn more about this company through himself, and then wait for the opportunity to start. If it was before, he wouldn't mind making some extra money to help these people. But now, after learning that this company turned out to be another company under the name of his boss, Xia Hongtao immediately changed his stance and mind. The 9th lab currently seems to be a company with a brighter future than Celebrity Chef Manufacturing. If Celebrity Chef Manufacturing is a hen that will lay golden eggs, then this company is a swan that will lay golden eggs. The value of goose eggs is much higher than that of golden eggs. Now the boss wants to send him to help the 9th laboratory. There is no reason for Xia Hongtao not to agree. After a moment of silence, he hurriedly agreed on the other side of the phone. Although he is better at finance and financial aspects, the task given to him by the boss this time is not only to give play to his financial advantages, to help companies deal with banks and other financial institutions, but also to cooperate with the 9th laboratory. Together with the responsible persons, the marketing department and planning department of the 9th laboratory were established. This is also a kind of training for him, breaking through the previous professional field, like the evolution of a comprehensive management talent. For Xia Hongtao, such opportunities are also rare. Of course, he will not refuse Xiao Feng's request. After finishing the 9th laboratory and Xia Hongtao's affairs, Xiao Feng put down the phone. The phone call lasted more than an hour, and he was also dry. At this time, Zuzuki, who was sitting next to him, had already graciously delivered a peeled box of grapes to his mouth, one by one into his mouth. However, if Xiao Feng is so cool and crooked, it is true that a man can't have no money or power for a day, otherwise you won't be able to enjoy this kind of service in your dreams. The goddess in the eyes of the slings, sat obediently beside me and fed grapes to Lozi. Well, grape juice was really good. Xiao Feng was thinking about getting up and driving, but suddenly realized that there was a real French driver in front of him, so he had to stop first. By the way, Paul, why are we so slow? This has been driving for more than an hour, and we haven't left Paris yet. Xiao Feng looked out of the window at this time. It has been an hour and a half since he had been out of the hotel where they were staying, but he hadn't even left the city of Paris. He was also taken aback, feeling something strange. Paul, the driver in front, shrugged his shoulders at this moment. Sir, we were out of luck today. Suddenly a lot of people appeared on the street. We hadn't received any notice before. Now many roads are closed and we can't go. I can only try to go around. Too many roads blocked by the police. It looks like we can drive out of Paris in the afternoon. Hearing what Paul said, Xiao Feng was also clever. These French guys like to make troubles the most, and they often take to the streets to make trouble. Last year, the Red Vest incident was a big deal, and it has been going on for a long time. This time, I won't run into it again, right? Ah, is that so? Is there any danger? Who is making trouble? If it is not safe, let's go back to the hotel. No, then the man I will not go. Xiao Feng is now porcelain, so he can't fight against these rotten French tiles. And Paul, who was driving in front, gave a wry smile. Don't worry, sir, it's different from the Red Vests that made trouble a few times before. This time the parade seems to be those LGBT and some men. Xiao Feng has long heard that the French have always been more tolerant of these LGBTs, but they can often hear news about these people taking to the streets. Oh, what are they doing in business this time? Xiao Feng asked casually, while Paul screamed, isn't it because of the 9th laboratory in China that has just been on fire recently? Paul was just a low-level bodyguard and driver at Pierre's house. He only knew that Xiao Feng and Pierre were very good friends, but he didn't know what Xiao Feng did. When Xiao Feng heard that it was related to his own business, he immediately became energetic. Not only him, but Zuzuki beside him also pricked his ears. What does it have to do with the 9th laboratory when they march on the streets? Xiao Feng asked casually, but Paul explained to him. This group of guys said that the products of the 9th laboratory only developed products specifically for women, and did not target men's skin care products or cosmetics. This is discrimination against men. Men also need care. And men are also afraid. Old men also need anti-aging. After listening to Paul's explanation, Zuzuki, who was sitting next to Xiao Feng, couldn't help turning a white smoke. Xiao Feng could only shake his head and smile. These LGBTs were really affectionate. At this time, Paul's stubborn attributes were finally revealed. Maybe he felt that Xiao Feng was kind and easy to talk, so he started to talk endlessly. This 9th laboratory. I have a headache now. Since their products came out, my wallet has been crying. My wife asked me for their cosmetics, and my daughter asked me for their cosmetics. And their cosmetics are so expensive. Any set of them will cost me a few months' salary. But I can't buy them. It's even worse than those of Chanel and Lancôme. Xiao Feng and Zuzuki couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Paul, don't you think their cosmetics are epoch-making products? Because it can obviously delay aging, and there is no need for women to undergo cosmetic surgery. Wiping something on your face is much better than using a knife, Zuzuki said with a smile, and Paul shrugged. Of course I know that their products are effective, and they are not the same as those boasted of Lancôme and Chanel. But for ordinary people, there is food and it's more important to live in a house. But women. Hey, women are unreasonable. Paul was very helpless in what he said, but Xiao Feng and Zuzuki were listening to each other, and Xiao Feng patted Paul on the shoulder. Paul, we Chinese have an old saying, it's hard to raise women and little men in the world. It means that women and children are the most difficult to raise. For businessmen, women and children have money. It's best to earn. So, hey, you are right, Xiao. Suddenly Paul shut his mouth and the speed of the car was full. Xiao Feng raised his head and looked forward. Unlucky enough, he actually ran into a parade. Xiao Feng couldn't understand a group of men in fancy dresses holding flags and shouting in various French, but he still knew some of the English slogans written on those flags. Men are human too. Men need care too. Men must stay young forever. It must be www.mtlnovel.com. This should be the parade that Paul said, but I didn't expect to be hit by them. At this time, the car can no longer turn around, and can only bite the bullet and drive in the crowd. Fortunately, these people just shout slogans, which are different from those red vests with political demands and violent tendencies. At most when they are passing by, pat their car roof and windows. Xiao Feng was also dumbfounded by the actions of these people. He really did not expect that the 9th laboratory was just a cosmetics company and could cause such a fuss. What he didn't know was that this fuss, after being spread back to China, caused a carnival in the press. Our Huago products are so popular abroad. For this product, foreign people go to the streets to parade. This is really topical. The news media from all walks of life gathered their enthusiasm, concocting no fewer than thousands of various news items in the morning, and spreading them on the internet and mobile apps, creating another wave of hot topics for the Ninth Laboratory. While this topic was spreading in the country on the scale of a storm, Xiao Feng and Zhu Ziqi finally arrived in Provence. The old house of Pierre's house is very beautiful. It is built in the middle of a lavender field. It's just that the season is not very good. The lavender is withered, but it would be nice to be able to see the French countryside. Pierre and Laura had already arrived. In the past few days, Pierre had contacted several times to send a plane to Benching to pick up the goods, but every time the goods came back and put them on the shelves, they were immediately robbed. While Xiao Feng made a big head, he and Laura also made a lot of money, and Xiao Feng had risen to the height of the god of wealth in their hearts at this time. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 491 Conscience Enterprise opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. In Paris, France, there have been parades for 3 consecutive days, but unlike the past, the theme of this parade is that some marchers protested like the Ninth Laboratory. The advocates of the parade protested against gender discrimination in the Ninth Laboratory, and currently only developed aging products specifically for women, but did not develop anti-aging products specifically for men. At the same time, protesters from North America, South America, Asia, and some countries in the Middle East joined in. Their main protests were protests. The Ninth Laboratory has not yet opened a sales outlet in the country and region where they are located, so they cannot buy it in time. The hottest beauty cosmetics on the market. The usually very serious host on TV sits in front of the camera and talks, and there is another beautiful host next to him, who is also following him. Yeah. The Ninth Laboratory is gaining momentum recently. You can hear their names almost every day, so what kind of company is this? As the beauty host said, the TV footage changed, and then switched to Benching. The reporters from the court station personally led the team and came to the Ninth Laboratory to visit. During this period of time, the Ninth Laboratory can be said to be well-known and well-known all over the world. A company that had been an unknown company before suddenly released such a large satellite and became a well-known brand in the world. Of course, it also caused domestic a lot of news media's attention. During this time, Xiaojun and the others received a lot of applications from various media for interviews, but they all rejected them one by one. The Ninth Laboratory is currently in a period of rapid growth. It has to carry out intense production work every day. How can there be time to deal with those reporters? I'm saying that most of the company's leaders are from scientific research talents. If you ask them to talk about technology, they may be able to talk to you for a day. But if you ask them to deal with reporters, I am afraid that many people simply can't handle it. Besides, Xiaojun also knows that the Ninth Laboratory is now in full swing, and it must have attracted the attention of many people. It is inevitable that there will be some jealous guys who will buy some reporters to deliberately spoil you. Even some reporters are not good people. They come with a purpose. If you are not careful, you may step on thunder. So Xiaojun simply evaded him. No one in the Ninth Laboratory is allowed to accept interviews by any news media until Xia Hongtao came to the Ninth Laboratory these 2 days and took over the construction of the marketing department and the planning department, as well as the recruitment of personnel. This time I heard that the court station was coming to interview. Xia Hongtao thought it was a very good opportunity to advertise. You must know that in the Heavenly Court, you don't know how many companies every year and look forward to the court station for interviews. Although the power of the television media is much less than before, the status of the court station in the public opinion industry is unshakable. How many people will read their interviews? This is not important. The important thing is that people come to interview you. This represents an attitude, a positive and recognized attitude. So this time Xia Hongtao took it very seriously. Under his persuasion, He Xiaojun decided to accept this interview with the court. And when this talk show was broadcast, it was as they had expected before, and it can be said that the effect was unexpectedly good. A cosmetics of a Chinese brand can make a name in the birthplace of modern cosmetics, or even the birthplace of luxury cosmetics, and is widely welcomed by local people. Not only did it trigger a panic buying boom among local people, it even attracted the attention of local gangsters. It even became a hard currency in the international underground market, which is harder than diamonds. Up to now, it has even caused foreigners to take to the streets to protest against the lack of male models for this product and the lack of a clear sales plan for this product in other regions. This series of changes made the common people in China seem to have watched a farce, and it's the first time I feel that our domestic products are so powerful. They can reach the point where they can make those foreigners love to die alive. And this is different from the false propaganda of old ex-mom hot sauce and musk balm in the past. Those two things are actually ordinary goods in the United States, and the prices in Chinese supermarkets are very average. However, some self-media with ulterior motives told the hype that it became a luxury in the eyes of foreigners, which is simply nonsensical and funny. And this ninth laboratory cosmetics, it is genuine, really good, the kind that is robbed by foreigners. It was sold out at every turn, and even caused protests from foreigners. This really makes Chinese people feel interesting and very proud. And on this day, the boss of this company, which has always been very mysterious, finally appeared in front of the TV. And He Xiaojun's appearance like this has made many consumers who follow this company feel very real. They are not like other bosses, who are big heads in suits and leather shoes. He Xiaojun is a plaid shirt, jeans, and a white coat outside. He combs his hair casually. He looks like a high-tech man in science and engineering. But these days, the more such a man's image, the more reassuring. When the reporter asked him about business operations, he obviously followed the book and answered very mechanically, but when the reporter asked some questions about technology, this guy was full of energy and spirit. This kind of contrast is cute, but it makes the girls who pay attention to this product happy. Shouldn't this be what a real high-tech company leader should look like? Isn't this much more reliable than those bosses who are in suits and leather shoes, glib tongue, who can only brag all day long, and draw big pie? The more people watched the ending of this issue, the more they felt that this ninth laboratory was very reliable, especially when the reporter asked why the products of their ninth laboratory are so popular with consumers. What are the secrets? He Xiaojun is even more fascinating to explain to everyone that their cosmetics contains a kind of small molecule collagen that they purify and produce by special means. And this kind of small molecule collagen is very beneficial to the human body directly. Absorption. The absorption success rate is 100 times that of ordinary collagen molecules. When these words came out, many female consumers went crazy. Of course, they knew what collagen is and what level of collagen is in mainstream cosmetics on the market. Now the ninth laboratory has actually made such a major breakthrough, which reasonably explained why their products are so effective in whitening and anti-aging. The effect is nothing short of the same. So an atomic bomb was lost in the psychology of the vast majority of consumers. It turned out to be that way. In this way, this product is absolutely credible. The most important thing is the attitude of other manufacturers. They have said that because they are a startup company, their production capacity has not been increased yet, but even so, they are more of a Chinese company in the attitude of being responsible to Chinese consumers first. Their products must first meet the supply of the domestic market, and then consider foreign countries. And the price of their products is definitely higher than that in foreign countries. Who makes us a Chinese brand? If it doesn't benefit domestic consumers, can it be cheaper for foreign consumers? Such a statement immediately detonated the enthusiasm of domestic consumers. This is the attitude our Huago brand should have, compared with imagination of the conscience enterprise in that country. This is a stark contrast. Such a Chinese conscientious enterprise does not support the people of our own country. Who will support it? Prior to this, There were some big verses deliberately rubbing the heat to discredit the ninth laboratory. These guys are also unique in brain circuits. Some say that the reason why the ninth laboratory's products are so effective is that they must be mixed with hormones. If you use too much, you will definitely lose your face. It is also said that this company bought so well abroad, and the price is more expensive than domestic. It will definitely give priority to supply to foreign countries, and the domestic price is so cheap. There must be some tricks. Mentalnovel.com. Anyway, these people were all scolded by consumers who had been converted into loyal fans of the ninth laboratory. Since He Xiaojun appeared on the TV news this time, he has set up the benchmark of the ninth lab, Huago Conscience Enterprise. Of course, this is also Xiao Feng, Xia Hongdao, and He Xiaojun. They discussed it all night. Decided, after all, the ninth laboratory has just started, and its foundation is relatively shallow. If you want to gain a foothold in the market, you must find a good person for yourself. After referring to the cases of other technology-based companies, Xiao Feng and Xia Hongtao felt that Warwick's approach is very suitable for the ninth laboratory. Although their current size is still far from that of Warwick, their nature is somewhat similar, and they are all technology-based companies with unique technologies. And this type of enterprise itself is the most in short supply in China. Once it becomes famous internationally, it can easily arouse the pride and patriotism of the Chinese people. So they chose this kind of hype routine, but the effect was really good. In just over half a month, the ninth laboratory has appeared no less than 5 times in important news programs of the domestic court channel, and on the internet, it is on the hot search list every day. It was sold out of stock abroad, and it was widely welcomed by European consumers. It once became the favorite hard currency of criminals in various European countries. It even caused European consumers to protest against the lack of specially developed male products. The domestic price is lower than that in foreign countries, and domestic conscientious companies are also given priority to supply. A series of topics have touched the spot of domestic consumers. Therefore, in just half a month, the high-tech and conscientious corporate image of the ninth laboratory has been deeply engraved in the minds of domestic consumers. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 492. Someone wants to see you opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Although the ninth laboratory is a Chinese company, I have to say that this company is not the same as the Chinese company in our previous impressions. They are real high-tech companies, and the new cosmetics they develop have only a technical content very high. The small molecule collagen that has always plagued the entire cosmetics industry was overcome by them. This is also the main reason why their cosmetics are so effective and popular in the market. Yes, and we can't just focus on the effects of their cosmetics. We also need to pay attention to the recent sales frenzy caused by their cosmetics in France and even Europe. It is estimated that their products have been on the market for 20 days. After 4 out-of-stock sales experiences, the whole of Europe is now in a state of extreme shortage. On the black market, their suits have been hyped up to 3 times the market price, and they have become hard currency, harder than diamonds. According to statistics from relevant French departments, in the last 20 days, the ninth laboratory's products have been very successful, which has greatly promoted consumers in Europe and other parts of the world to come to France for consumption and travel. If these people come to France for consumption, they will be given to France. The GDP in the third quarter brought about a top percentage growth. The ninth lab is not only the focus of various domestic news media, but also abroad. French TV, BCB in the United Kingdom, and CNM, Fox and other TV stations in the United States have also taken turns to the ninth lab report. Even BCB in the United Kingdom and CNM TV in the United States respectively sent an interview team to China to interview the ninth laboratory. Unfortunately, they all closed their doors, but fortunately, He Xiaojun accepted the interview with the Chinese court station, which is also a reveal. The veil of this mysterious enterprise. These European and American television stations have edited a lot of material from interviews on the court station, put them in their news, and reported them, which has really won the attention of many European and American consumers, especially when He Xiaojun talked about the unique technology of the ninth laboratory to the court that day. In recent days, it has been frequently interpreted by scientific and technological experts in Europe and the United States, coupled with the verification by some interested people, and finally made them feel proud. Although many European and American consumers and experts have prejudice against Huaguo's products, they don't even believe that Huaguo can have any high-tech enterprises and that China can develop products that are world-leading. But in front of the products of the ninth laboratory, they had to bow their heads. The problem that has been plagued by European and American cosmetics companies is that the collagen molecules are too large to be absorbed by human skin. This Chinese company has really overcome it. That kind of small molecule collagen was really found by their scientists using a microscope. This is definitely a big bomb for the scientific community. It is necessary to know that collagen molecules are too important for the human body. This kind of thing is like essential oils to perfumes and cosmetics, and vodka to cocktails. They are the most basic and indispensable base fluids. So when the Western scientific community learned that a Chinese company called the Ninth Laboratory had developed a small molecule collagen that can be directly absorbed by the skin, it went crazy. In recent days, the Ninth Laboratory can be said to have frequently appeared in various programs of various Western media. Some specifically talked about the cosmetics industry, mainly talking about how powerful this small molecule collagen is and how much benefit it has on human skin. There are also some financial programs. These programs mainly focus on the benefits that the Ninth Laboratory brings to the French economy, the Chinese economy, and the European economy, and what scale the company will grow into in the future. There are also some scientific programs. This type of program mainly talks about the application of this small molecule collagen in the scientific community in the future, not only in the fields of beauty and cosmetics, but also in the medical and chemical industry. And seeing that the Ninth Laboratory has gained such a high degree of attention just by its success in Europe, Xiao Feng knew that this enterprise was done. Especially after the official WeChat account of the Ninth Laboratory was officially opened a few days ago, it immediately attracted the attention of millions of fans, and the comments of various fans exceeded hundreds of thousands of messages that day. You must know that even if it is a big celebrity opening Weibo, this is the effect. Of course, this refers to the normal situation. If you run into that kind of brush traffic, you still can't compare it with others. The traffic stars who are forwarded by the chickens hundreds of millions of minutes and are not afraid of the court's criticism at all are still very scary. Zuzuki found out various comments from fans and read them to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was also happy when he heard it. Now the Ninth Laboratory has completely established a reputation both at home and abroad. Moreover, in an interview with He Xiaojun a few days ago, after saying those words, the sign of Huaguo Conscience Enterprise has also been erected. As a result, the Ninth Laboratory has established a firm foothold in a highly competitive cosmetics market. Even if he faces strong players like Clouds, Xiao Feng is not afraid. Even if those foreign brands play some tricks, he has the domestic market as a foundation, and he doesn't need to be afraid. Although Pierre and Laura are also on vacation here, they are much busier than Xiao Feng. The Ninth Laboratory has exploded in Western Europe, and they are currently busy opening more branches. This product has been on the market for more than 20 days, nearly a month, and it has brought them more than 100 million euros in revenue. As for Xiao Feng, he has already received almost 500 million euros. Although Xiao Feng earns more, the two are not jealous, because the income of more than 1 billion euros has made them very satisfied. You must know that this has only started sales for less than a month, and it has not yet been fully rolled out in Europe. Before that, Xiao Feng had promised them that the entire Europe, except Russia, the agency rights in other European regions will be open to them. So during this time, the two were also recruiting troops, quickly expanding the team, and then looking for suitable places to open stores all over Europe. Originally, Pierre planned to open up more second-level agents. Forget the third-level agents, how comfortable it is to sit at home and make money. But Laura didn't think so. She wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of being an agent of the Ninth Labs products to open her Laura boutiques all over Europe. This woman still had quite an idea. In the end, Pierre had to compromise with her and agreed to her idea. They will adopt an exclusive direct operation and a mixed method of grading agents to build branches. So after this period of time, although the two of them were in this country house, they spent more time each day making calls, holding conference calls, and arranging work. According to Laura, with the current sales situation of the Ninth Laboratory, once the sales system in Europe is completed in the future, it will sell an average of 500 or 600 million per month, which is all right. I can't underestimate Central Europe and Eastern Europe. Although the economy there seems to be less developed than Western Europe, there are not many wealthy people there, and their willingness to consume is stronger. The average monthly sales of 1 billion euros is billions of euros in a year, and Xiao Feng can take 80% of this money. This is only the European region. If the North American market is also developed in the future, the profit from sales will certainly not be lower than that in Europe. There are also Asia, South America, and as for Africa, African consumers seem to have no whitening needs. Things were almost too busy. Xiao Feng felt that it was time to return to China. So he asked Suzuki to book a ticket. After another day in the villa, Pierre and Laura personally drove Xiao Feng and Suzuki off, and the group went straight to Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. Xiao Feng and Suzuki wanted to fly directly back to China from here, but they were accidentally stopped when they passed the security check. Xiao Feng and Suzuki were also at a loss. Their passports and air tickets had no problems at all, but why they were not allowed to leave for the case, and they did not give them a reasonable explanation, which made them very annoyed. As for the airport staff, after they took them to the back office, although no one could explain to them why they were detained, their attitude was very respectful. Metalnovel.com, and it could even be said to be cautious. Both of them eat and drink, and they are served by someone specially, and they definitely bring out the best things. The two of them were so confused and detained for a whole afternoon. When their plane had taken off, there was someone who paid for their air tickets at 3 times the price, and then they were sent out of the airport in a bewildered manner. And outside the airport, they saw Pierre and Laura, who were waiting for them with the same wry smiles. The two of them sent them to the airport before and left, but now they are back like an unknown prophet, and looking at the meaning on their faces, they seem to know something. What is going on, Pierre? Xiao Feng asked, a little annoyed. Pierre pulled the car door, first protected Suzuki and got into the car, then turned to him and said, "Get in the car and talk about it." The car capital Pierre's villa on the outskirts of Paris. As soon as he left the airport area, Pierre turned and said to Xiao Feng, "Someone wants to see you." So, did they use this approach? Haha, believe me, they have no other choice, so they use this method. Although it's a bit impolite, but are you okay at the airport? How do those treat you? Open your eyes. If you do something that makes you unhappy, or say something that makes you unhappy, tell me that I will keep him from walking around in minutes. Pierre was serious when he said this, and Xiao Feng knew that he did have this ability, but he still shook his head. Not really, they are very kind to us. By the way, who are the people you are talking about? Who else? Chanel, Dior, the boss behind the big cosmetics brands of L'Oreal. You may not know that the Ninth Laboratory has driven those old guys crazy in recent days. Chapter 493, How to Do. Opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Guy Argon smoked a cigar and looked at the other people around. Frank, Senti, Alvaro, etc. are all the names of the French cosmetics industry. There are other cosmetic companies. Even if the boss does not come, they are all sent. Important representative. In the past, these people would never appear in the same room because they were in direct competition. But today, the situation is very special. About a month ago, a Chinese cosmetics company that sprang up suddenly, can be said to be a comet-like rise, and it broke the subtle balance of the French cosmetics industry. They used to have a tense relationship, but since a Chinese enterprise suddenly emerged and got better and better, the relationship between them suddenly became more subtle, especially recently, with the performance of this Chinese company in the market. It has become more and more powerful, from the initial attack on the city to the point where it has swept the entire industry recently. This makes these French cosmetics industry leaders, it can be said that each is fidgeting. Then as the leader of the French cosmetics industry, L'Oréal, Guy Argon took the opportunity to climb high and shouted, these big bosses who had been wrong with each other before, also took advantage of the trend, and all appeared in this room. Frank is the head of Dior, Senti is the head of Gilman, and Alvaro is the head of the Avene family. These industry leaders gather together. If you let the gossip tabloids know, let the wind go, it will definitely cause a big earthquake in the cosmetics industry. This time, Guy was actually in a manor on the outskirts of Paris. As usual, Guy entertained everyone in the wine tasting room on the second floor of the manor. The best Cuban cigars, coupled with the best Dynasty Kumquat wine on the market. This wine has a sweet taste and rich aroma. It is currently the most popular table wine on the market in Paris, and it is not accompanied by a meal. At that time, it is chilled in a nice bucket, and dry drinking is also very popular. All the big guys here were all dignified. They smoked cigars one bite at a time. Kumquat wine was dried cup after cup. Soon they drank 3 bottles of kumquat that Guy had bought at a huge price. Liqueur. The price of kumquat wine is very expensive. A bottle costs more than 1,000 euros. This amount of money is not small for ordinary people, but for people like Guy, it is not as thick as his feet. He doesn't care about the more than 1,000 euros, but what he cares about is that this wine is hard to buy now because the supply is limited. Seeing everyone frowning and looking like one cup after another, Guy finally couldn't help but speak. Well, gentlemen, what I mean by calling everyone here today, I think you are all very clear. Let's talk about it, you guys. What do you think of the 9th laboratory? What kind of opinion can I have? I can't wait to kill this company. He has just appeared for a month and has already robbed everyone of a lot of business. I think several of your other businesses have been affected, right? The hot-tempered Frank was the first to say aloud that as the head of the Dior cosmetics industry, their recent business has obviously received the impact of the 9th laboratory, so he can say to this Chinese brand that has suddenly emerged, gritting his teeth with hate. Dior is not the same as L'Oréal. L'Oréal is the leading cosmetics industry leader in France. It has many brands. At present, the well-known brands are Lancôme, La Roche-Posay, Biotherm, Helena, Kiehl, Vichy and other sub-brands. It is precisely because of its numerous brands that L'Oréal is currently the leader in the cosmetics industry in France and even the world. Although the recent rise of the 9th laboratory has been very strong, and it has also caused a great impact on L'Oréal's products, but it is precisely because of their success in product segmentation that L'Oréal has super shock resistance. Although they have also received the impact of the 9th laboratory, the impact of the 9th laboratory on them is obviously not as great as that of other cosmetics companies. The reason why Frank, the head of Dior, is so popular is because his family's business has obviously been hit by the 9th laboratory. Originally, Dior was not a company specializing in the production of cosmetics. In the last few decades, he saw that the cosmetics industry was really profitable, so he switched to join in. But it also has expertise in perfumes and lipsticks. Others compared with industry leaders like L'Oréal, face creams are nothing outstanding. And such a company is naturally the company most seriously affected by the 9th laboratory. And Dior has the same disease, as well as Chanel. However, after all, Chanel's main business is still perfume. Although other types of cosmetics are also produced, but not many, the impact is not as severe as Dior. At this time, Senti, the head of Guillemon, also looked gloomy. This is a cosmetics company that was not born for a long time. The cosmetics produced by their family are mainly luxurious, the materials are very sophisticated, and the price is very expensive. Although the market share is not large, they have always been the first choice of the upper class in Europe. And their path obviously overlaps with the Ninth Laboratory, so this time they are very seriously affected by the Ninth Laboratory. The other is the Avene family. Their family used to be based on cosmeceuticals. The main product is aimed at women with sensitive skin, but now their market position is directly challenged by the Ninth Lab. Therefore, the faces of several bigwigs are not very good at this time, and the faces of other company representatives are not very good at this time. In the cosmetics field, France has always been the leader in the industry in terms of the world. Currently, Estée Lauder from the United States and several other brands can compete with them. As for the Japanese Ski, they are all younger brothers. Not to mention small brands in other countries. Every year these French companies can earn more than tens of billions of dollars in net income from all over the world. Everyone's life was going well, but now such a Cheng Yojin suddenly came out, and looking at this posture, it was still aggressive, which made them all rush to a strong sense of crisis. This Ninth Laboratory is not here for jokes. This can be clearly felt from their monthly sales, although the Ninth Laboratory has not announced their sales in the most recent month. But many industry leaders here can clearly feel that their own products have seen a significant decline in sales this month. Everyone is not a fool. The cosmetics market is so big. If those women don't buy their products, they must be transferred to the Ninth Laboratory. You can only make a slight judgment based on the declining sales volume, and you can release the sales volume of the Ninth Lab this month. Our campaigners actuaries have made simple calculations. Although this Ninth Laboratory has just been listed for a month, their sales in Europe this month amounted to 6 or 7 billion euros. Guy took a sigh of cigar and said, but the other big guys in the room couldn't sit still as soon as they heard this. What? Just 1 month? So much money? Yes, this is the case when they only opened so many more than 20 branches in Western Europe. That is, if they wait for their sales channels to spread out in Europe, will there be a way for us to survive? All the bigwigs present here all had a bombshell and talked about each other. Obviously, the results of the Ninth Laboratory were too scary. Guy Argon was also full of bitterness at this time. As the leader of the cosmetics industry, L'Oreal has been working in Europe for hundreds of years. There are more than 20 sub-brands under its umbrella, and sales channels are spread all over Europe and even the world, but even so, their sales in the entire European region for 1 month are nothing more than that. And the Ninth Lab, a good company that has only been established for more than a year, has achieved the same achievements as them in only 1 month and more than 20 branches. Novel.com. What does Guy think? I feel a little sad. Such a terrible person is more dead than a person. L'Oreal spends so much money every year and finds all kinds of spokespersons all over the world to help their products advertise. But no one else's Ninth Lab simply doubles the effect. Think of the royal family of the Great Yin Empire, who intentionally or unintentionally helped the Ninth Laboratory endorse, as well as the first princess of the United States. Guy feels a bit sad, so the two backers can't be invited no matter how much money they spend. At this time, the wine tasting room is just like the vegetable market. The more people talk about it, the more excited they are, because they all know that if the Ninth Laboratory continues to develop like this, everyone will be ruined. No. You have to think of a way to contain them. Frank, the head of Dior, stood up abruptly. Yes, we must find a way to slow them down, otherwise it won't be long before everyone has food. Alan, the representative of Chanel who hadn't made a statement before, also spoke at this time. The other bigwigs and representatives present also nodded one after another, and must find a way to contain the Ninth Laboratory. What do you want to do? Buy them? I don't think they will agree. Even if they really want to sell, Americans and Chinese are richer than us. Guy, who called everyone here at this time, Argon, took the lead in pouring cold water on everyone. Mergers and acquisitions are indeed the most popular method used by French cosmetics companies. For example, when they first entered the Chinese market. The Chinese cosmetics market was in the era of blooming flowers. Not only are the foreign big names, there are also many national brands of their own in the market, and even occupy a large part of the market share. It is a pity that the French have colluded with many leading parties. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 494 United One Front opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. The AI, Dingjie, and some other domestic brands were originally sold in China. However, those leading parties first bought the media and hyped that these big foreign brands are sharp enough to land in the Chinese market, which will cause a crushing trend on domestic cosmetics. At the same time, relying on foreign capital and wealth, the upstream and downstream enterprises of these domestic brands are suppressed in China, which has caused difficulties in the operation of these domestic brands, and finally led to difficulties in the revenue of these domestic brands. After that, it was these leading parties who led the way to negotiate with these domestic brands, and the domestic brands that were suppressed all the way by these big foreign brands were basically operating in difficulties at this time, and their confidence was shaken. As a result, most of them follow the trend and sell their brands to these international big names. And these big French brands, the first thing after taking over these domestic brands is to abolish the production capacity of these domestic brands and let these domestic brands disappear from the domestic market. After more than 10 years of continuous operation in this way, in the domestic market, the real domestic brand cosmetics is already hard to find. Even a treasure that was once the pride of the Chinese in the early years has now become a sub-brand of a big foreign brand. This is the most commonly used routine of these international big-name cosmetics, and it is also a routine that is never profitable. But now Guy has asked such a sharp question, and he still uses this trick to deal with the ninth laboratory. Okay, I'm afraid it's not so good. First of all, the sales of this company are so good, and they are certainly not bad for money. Secondly, this company has its own unique skills. The small molecule collagen of others can be said to be the coveted baby of many cosmetic industry bigwigs here. It is basically impossible to suppress their upstream and downstream. Then you said to take the money for mergers and acquisitions. Are they stupid? Will you let you invest in shares? Furthermore, if this company is really short of money, as long as you call it high, there will be countless banks and venture capitalists running to send them money, so they are not short of money at all. No matter how bad, even if they want to sell, is it possible that L'Oreal can still grab those American companies? Estee Lauder is not much worse than you, and if you talk about money, the American guy is always rich. Besides, are Chinese people worse than you in money? Now it's the wealthy natives in China, pick one out at random, who is not thicker than the big guys in France. Therefore, it is impossible to use the previous routine to deal with this Chinese company. Guy's words were like a basin of cold water, making everyone present to quiet down. Indeed, in accordance with China's current national strength, they want to run rampant in China as they did decades ago and use money to open the way. That is basically impossible. Then what should we do? Just watch them and grab our market share like this. In Western Europe alone, there are only 20 Laura boutiques, and they have achieved such monthly sales. If we have opened up sales channels throughout Europe, what should we do? Avines Alvaro said with an urn. And Chanel's Alan on the other side was even more anxious. In Europe, they also specialize in perfume and cosmetics markets. L'Oreal is the boss, but it's different in China. Relying on the fame that he has accumulated in the luxury goods field for many years, Chanel has made a lot of money by selling other cosmetics in addition to perfume in China. Forget Europe, what can we do in China that can provide us with more than tens of billions of profits every year? Alan's words silenced all the bigwigs present. Yes, the Chinese market is currently the best and most important market in the world. Even the US and European markets are not as important as this market. Guy's face was even more sinking at this time, because Alan said that he was on the point. In fact, it was L'Oreal who was most worried about losing the Chinese market, because L'Oreal's global sales last year were only 7 billion euros, and the Chinese market alone contributed more than 2 billion euros, accounting for a third of their total sales. At this time, Avène's Alvaro's mood was almost exactly the same as Gay, even worse than Gay. Avène's annual sales were only 1.8 billion euros. And the Chinese market contributed half. Just as bad as their mood is Dior's Franck, who can sell more than 300 billion cosmetics in China every year. Now with this ninth laboratory to disrupt the situation, their market share in China seems bound to be unretainable. The pricing of the ninth lab's products is even more hateful. In Europe and other places, the prices of this company's products are more expensive than everyone's pricing. To be honest, although everyone feels a little uncomfortable, they can still accept it. After all, they are expensive, and they have formed a reasonable price difference range with other cosmetics companies, which also leaves most consumers a range of choices. Although the sales volume of the ninth laboratory has been very hot recently, all the big guys present think that this situation is not sustainable. It is only because their new products are on the market and everyone is curious about their products, so they will buy. But in the future, once a long period of time, they still have such a price, there will definitely be many consumers who choose alternatives from other cosmetics companies. After all, this company's cosmetics are too expensive, even more expensive than some of the big brands under L'Oreal, and consumers are the most realistic. After all, they have to bend over to their wallets. But the thing is, this cosmetics company sells expensively in Europe, but it sells so cheaply in China. The price is at least 2 tiers cheaper than in Europe. This is too much. In this way, the price of this company's cosmetics in China is basically the same as those of French big-name cosmetics. The effect is better than you, and the price is similar to yours. Those Chinese consumers will choose your French cosmetics unless they have a problem with their brains. After doing this, it won't be long before the ninth laboratory will take away their French cosmetics market share in China. The atmosphere in the tasting room has almost become a stagnant state, and everyone's mood is particularly heavy. What should I do? Are prices going to be reduced in China? A representative of a cosmetics company said in a low voice. At this time, Alan of Chanel turned his head and glanced at him, then sneered. What else? If you don't lower the price, then everyone won't have to do it in the future. Alan's words are practical, but everyone feels that their hearts are dripping blood. If they don't bargain, they will be dead. But when they think of lowering prices and giving benefits to those Chinese consumers, they are also dripping blood. This is the most hateful thing about this group of foreign grandchildren. Except for a few of these so-called high-end brand cosmetics, which do have special effects, other products are actually ordinary daily market products in Europe. Pricing is also the price of ordinary commodities. A bottle is more than 10 euros. Or tens of euros. Compared to the wages of local people, it is actually not expensive. But as soon as I got it in China, I went through layers of packaging, and it was transformed into a luxury item. In Europe, cosmetics worth more than a dozen euros would cost a few hundred yuan in China, which is more than 20 times that. In Europe, a lipstick for a few dollars. When you arrive in China, you have to buy a few $100s. Which also increases the price of somersaults. However, there are many consumers in China, who are stupid and rich. For these foreign goods, the more expensive they are, the more they like it. The more expensive these foreign cosmetics are, the fewer people can afford them. When they sell them, they can enjoy the sense of superiority. This is the irrationality of Chinese female consumers, and their attitude towards luxury goods is a virtue. It is precisely because of their irrational and competitive consumers that these European cosmetics and luxury goods exist. Brands are becoming less and less of Chinese people. Now that the ninth laboratory has appeared, these French cosmetics companies have to adjust their future business plans. www.intelnovel.com without cutting prices, which seems to be impossible. Yesterday, the boss behind the ninth lab wanted to leave, but was stopped by me. I think we should meet him. Guy took a sip of his cigar, puffed out a smoke ring, and said. As soon as he said this, all the bigwigs who were doing it were immediately shocked. What? The other person is in France. What you said is true. This has always been hiding under our noses. Guy, tell us, what kind of person is he? The big guys present, and the representatives of various companies were not calm at once. The boss behind the 9th laboratory. This guy is really mysterious enough to hide in France silently. Okay, what I said is true. I have made an appointment with him. I will meet him here tomorrow. If any of you want to come, please come directly. But what I want to say is, this meeting, our position, we must be unified. We must form a united front. We must make our demands with him. At this time, Guy finally showed the momentum of his eldest brother, and the big bosses and representatives of other companies were still a little messy at this time, so they didn't express their opinions. But the grumpy Frank was more clear-headed. Guy, what is your appeal? I think he should provide us with their small molecule collagen base fluid. We need this product. Without this, we would all die sooner or later. Guy crushed the cigar in his hand severely in the crystal ashtray in front of him. And this time, everyone did not object to his words. Although these companies have their own unique skills in their hands, their understanding of small molecule collagen is unified. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 495. Negotiation opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. This thing is the kingly way of the future development of the cosmetics industry. Whoever has it can survive in this industry, and whoever doesn't, then he is dead. What is the purpose of your hard work in cosmetics? Wasn't the original purpose to make people look as old as their actual age? In modern times, with the great development of the chemical industry and biotechnology, the development concept of cosmetics companies has become how to delay human aging. But after researching and studying, finally came to a basic conclusion. The main reason for the aging of adult men and women is the loss of collagen in the skin. The rate of loss of collagen molecules in the skin of adult women is 2 to 4 times that of adult men. This is also the main reason why women need care and cosmetics, because they are physiologically older than men. In fact, the simplest and most effective way to delay the aging of women is to supplement their skin with sufficient collagen. Therefore, major cosmetics companies will add a variety of collagen molecules to their creams. But in fact, these so-called collagen molecules are subject to IQ tax, because with the current level of technology, the volume of collagen molecules that can be extracted is very large and cannot be directly absorbed by human skin at all. Until this 9th laboratory, and their small molecule collagen came out. Although this company's products have only been on the market for 1 month, in fact, all the companies they are doing have secretly purchased their products and went back to study them, and their research concluded that this company did not brag. It turned out that what they said was all true. Their various products actually contain what they call small molecule collagen. Major companies have extracted this small molecule collagen from their cosmetics and compared it with the type of collagen they produce. It is indeed the same thing in essence, but the collagen molecules they produce are too large to be directly absorbed by human skin at all, while the small molecule collagen from the 9th laboratory is completely fine. In this way, the use of this small molecule collagen is greatly expanded. Not to mention other things, such as using cosmetics. The products of the 9th laboratory can be really absorbed by the facial skin when applied to the face, and can effectively reduce wrinkles. Even if they are used too much, they can really make wrinkles disappear. This is the effect that how many cosmetics companies dream of and tirelessly pursue. This is so special. Can you get it? With such an effect, the legendary rejuvenation may be a bit exaggerated, but is it true that it is really to be realized to keep youth forever? It's no wonder that the company's products were immediately robbed by consumers as soon as they were launched on the market. The effect of others is real. This is still the current situation where their company's cosmetics and product lines are not complete. With their deep cultivation in this field, They will definitely produce a variety of products for different types of skin, different age groups, and even different races in the future. By that time, everyone really doesn't have to play. To be honest, since everyone understood that his product really contains small molecule collagen, major companies have also urged their R&D departments to use various technologies to find out, what is this small molecule collagen, how it was produced. But is this thing so simple? For example, L'Oreal has a research and development team with over 100 staff under its umbrella. This team is the envy and coveted research and development team of other colleagues. But this research and development team, after analyzing this small molecule collagen, finally came to a conclusion. If they want them to produce something like this, it will cost at least billions of euros, and there will be a period of 10 years. And the research may not be successful. Just such a conclusion immediately discouraged Guy, billions of euros, for decades, even if they really succeeded in the research, but at that time, I am afraid that L'Oreal has already been cold. So in the end he came to a conclusion that he had to negotiate with the boss behind the 9th lab. Moreover, he is definitely not enough alone, and he has to draw on all his French colleagues. This is enough momentum and can show the greatest sincerity. And the Chinese are not so easy to refuse. After all, these French industry giants alone are equivalent to half of the cosmetics industry giants in the entire world. Most people should not have the courage to challenge such an alliance. This can also increase their bargaining power, and when they can get the small molecule collagen, everyone can do what they are good at. For example, Lancôme, a subsidiary of L'Oreal, can launch a new face cream, and Avène can launch a new cosmeceutical. Anyway, by then, the 8 immortals will cross the sea and each will show its magical powers. At this time, the other bigwigs probably understood what Guy meant, and when they thought of meeting the Chinese boss, everyone didn't object. The next day Pierre and Laura personally drove Xiaofeng and Suzuki to this manor on the outskirts of Paris. To be honest, before, the bosses of Pierre and L'Oreal were not at the same level at all. Now it is so good to be asked by this guy to come to the door. As for Laura, not to mention, in today's party, the boss of a certain big-name company is her dad. Unfortunately, the relationship between them has not been very harmonious. Otherwise she would not be independent. Portal now. Guy took a group of big guys from the French cosmetics industry and greeted him personally. He stood at the door of the manor house. When Xiaofeng got out of the car, the big guys were shocked. The boss behind this 9th laboratory is too young. It seems to be in his 20s. Thinking about the information they collected before, it seems that the person in charge of this 9th laboratory is also a scientist in his 30s, and they are relieved. It should be these newly born Chinese who are not afraid of tigers and founded such an energetic Chinese cosmetics company. Guy brought a group of big guys, greeted them with a smile, and shook hands with Xiaofeng, and Suzuki was a face-to-face ceremony. While Pierre was acting as a translator at this time and translated for them. Xiaofeng didn't know much about the cosmetics industry before, so these famous names in the industry did not shock him too much. And these big guys at the scene, seeing Xiaofeng calmly getting along with them, not humble, couldn't help but be amazed. Sure enough, he is the founder of a large company, and he can have such a dignity at such a young age. Sure enough, this young man may be standing behind a large family in China. Thinking of this, these French tycoons are much more polite. Today Guy prepared a buffet in the form of a buffet. This manor was originally the residence of a French nobleman in the past, with a large area. Now the first floor has been completely transformed into a living room and ballroom. Today, Guy specially invited a band to play on the first floor. He also asked Dior and Chanel to invite many international supermodels to join in. As soon as you enter the hall, you can see all kinds of beauties with long legs and graceful figures, carrying trays full of various drinks, walking gracefully in the room. And Xiaofeng was always surrounded by a group of big guys like Guy. Everyone was talking and laughing, trying to test Xiaofeng's backing. But Xiaofeng dealt with dripping water and slipping without leaving his hands, so these guys would not get the slightest useful information. But everyone was not in a hurry. Eating and drinking and chatting, it was considered a familiar process for striving for such a familiar process. After talking for about an hour, Xiao Feng and the models were also arranged to dance 2 dances before welcoming Xiao Feng. The tasting room upstairs. Guy smiled and dropped a cigar for Xiao Feng and handed it over. Xiao Feng stretched out his hand to take it, then lit the cigar, and looked at the eager industry leaders in the room. Until novel.com he smiled in his heart. The meat is here. Mr. Xiao, we are straight to the point. Laura must have mentioned to you before the purpose of our inviting you over this time. Guy didn't go in circles. Xiao Feng also nodded. Before coming, Laura had already told Xiao Feng that the purpose of this group of people inviting him was also to pay back her father's favor. Well, I know, you want our campaign is small molecule collagen. Yes, everyone is in the same circle. I think everyone is clear about the characteristics of this product. Guy was selected as the leader of the United Front yesterday. What he said was what everyone meant. Of course, these words were all decided after everyone's deliberations yesterday. That is, this product is absolutely capable of subverting our current industry. Xiao Feng nodded with a smile, and Guy did not object. Then what price are you willing to pay? Hearing what Xiao Feng said, all the bigwigs present were relieved. Fortunately, this Chinese is not as stubborn as he thought. At first, everyone thought that Xiao Feng would definitely not be willing to sell this kind of small molecule collagen, but now listening to what he said, he doesn't seem to object to selling this kind of thing. If this guy is American, that would be terrible. Or the Chinese are good at talking. The French people like Americans can't understand the urinary of Americans. They are a group of bastards. Once they get a technological lead in one field, they must first kill other colleagues and then monopolize the entire industry to eat alone! Exclamation mark. Of course, the French are not much better than the Americans, but people always choose to ignore the black spots on their bodies. This is how the double standard comes. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 496. Conceited opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. In fact, Xiao Feng certainly understands that since he has such a unique skill in his hand, if he chooses to eat alone, it might really be possible to suffocate all these French cosmetics companies. After all, this small molecule collagen is too important for the cosmetics industry. Whether a company has or doesn't, that are definitely two concepts. After all, anyone who engages in cosmetics has 1,000 words. The ultimate goal is to delay aging. As for whitening, it is just an anti-aging step, and small molecule collagen is the key to anti-aging. And the small molecule collagen he has mastered is definitely the atomic bomb in the cosmetics industry. And it is the atomic bomb that he has exclusively mastered. These other cosmetics companies, even if you are a big brand like L'Oreal, do not have small molecule collagen. You are only staring. Regardless of these international big-name companies, they are now all Big Macs that he can't compare with, but given him a few years, between one and the other, these Big Macs have to become little brothers in front of him. But the key is that people have to let him develop quietly for a few years. If the other party doesn't want him to develop, it will be in trouble. Especially with so many French cosmetics companies uniting, they absolutely have the ability to monopolize the upstream and downstream of the cosmetics industry. As a result, it is troublesome for the Ninth Laboratory. So after Laura brought him the letter yesterday, he has been thinking about this question, whether he should eat alone. After thinking about it, he came to a conclusion that he currently does not have the strength to eat alone, let alone political factors for the time being. Let's say that these French cosmetics companies, if they unite and do things together, it will be difficult for his Ninth Laboratory to sustain it. For example, if the opponent insists on a big price war with himself. So what should I do now? The Ninth Lab has just opened its doors to make a profit, and its foundation in the industry is still weak. and consumer loyalty has not been cultivated. Although the previous series of hype has allowed this brand to gain a lot of favor in the psychology of Chinese consumers. But in case these competitors come up with real money to fight you with a big price war, what do? For example, it turns out that a bottle of Dior perfume costs more than 900. When people grit their teeth and engage in a few activities, they will give you a discount of more than 100. L'Oreal has thousands of face creams, and they will get you more than 100, plus cooperate with several other brands. The prices are all made into mainland goods for you. How does your Ninth Laboratory deal with it? If you don't cut the price, right, you will definitely not be able to retain consumers. No matter how good your product is, the effect is outstanding. But consumers are the most practical animals, and they are very sensitive to prices. What's more, it is Dior, L'Oreal and other big international brands. The price of things that used to be about 1,000 has now been reduced to more than 100. Who can stand it? Besides, if you don't cut prices, those consumers will criticize you for being black-hearted and sing you out of the masses. Other big international brands can put down their figure. Why don't you cut prices for a domestic brand? This matter, the Chinese really did it. And once you lower the price, you will lower your status. After all, the previous Ninth Labs products and the pricing mechanism weren't that way. In addition, once the price is reduced, the profit margin will become smaller and the profit will also become less. For the future development of the Ninth Laboratory, the large investment required may not be enough. Will seriously affect the future development plan of the Ninth Laboratory. In addition, this is just these French cosmetics companies. If companies like Estée Lauder, Procter & Gamble, and Unilever from the United Kingdom come to the door, what can you do? These companies, Procter & Gamble and Unilever, are international giants that do their part. Take out any of these companies, and their feet are much thicker than L'Oreal. There is also the Japanese company SKI, which should not be underestimated. If these companies unite and fight against the Ninth Laboratory, can the Ninth Laboratory not be able to handle it? At least now, Xiao Feng knows that the Ninth Laboratory is not yet a full industry chain enterprise, and there are still many supplier partners in China. For example, the preparation of various skincare products, perfumes, base fluids and essential oils required is provided by a domestic company. This company has a large scale in the industry and is a supplier to many international major cosmetics companies. Once these major international cosmetics companies in Europe, America and Japan unite and threaten these companies in the form of order threats, they will not be allowed to supply the Ninth Laboratory. This trick alone can cause a lot of trouble to the Ninth Laboratory. Just wanting to understand this, Xiao Feng decided that at this stage, we should not fight against these giant cosmetic companies in Europe, America and Japan. First choose to cooperate with them, wait a few years. Wait until the Ninth Laboratory is full of wings and complete the future development layout. That is the time for him to really brighten up the muscles with these European, American and Japanese cosmetics companies. So for now, he chooses to cooperate first. Guy and Frank, some of the big names in the French cosmetics industry, were surprised at how Xiao Feng was so good at first. But then they quickly understood this guy's thinking. This guy is using space to pay for time. He promised to supply many cosmetics companies in the making, which is to give up a certain market space and at the same time fight for the corresponding growth time for the Ninth Laboratory. But the big guys who are doing it, don't you have the same idea as him? Get the small molecule collagen from this guy first, and then produce your own products to keep your market share first. At the same time, everyone will definitely increase their investment and strive to overcome this small molecule collagen extraction method as soon as possible. Once this problem is solved, everyone will not be stuck by this Chinese company in the future. So although everyone is smiling on the surface at this time, in fact, they are all in the MMP in their hearts. They all have ghosts and are calculating each other. Guy and Frank glanced at each other, then smiled and asked Xiao Feng, then, Mr. Xiao, What price do you need us to pay? Xiao Feng smiled and glanced at them. In fact, these foreign big names really have some unique skills of their own. For example, L'Oreal, their cosmetics contain a unique chemical element called boson. This chemical ingredient, when applied to the skin, can effectively enhance the skin's bright color. For example, Dior and Chanel. They also have their own unique skills in the blending of perfumes. There is also Avène, the most classic cosmeceutical brand in France. It also has its own unique skills for sensitive skin. But if they offered to exchange small molecule collagen for their unique skills, they would definitely not agree. In this case, just ask for money. Everyone, the small molecule collagen currently developed by our 9th laboratory is only the first stage. The process and procedures need to be improved in the future, so the production capacity has not been high. You can also see that at present our products have been sold out of stock 5 times in Europe. This is really related to our production capacity. Although Guy and Frank are grinning on the surface, they are all secretly cursing in their hearts. I believe you are a ghost. If your production capacity is really not enough, why are you not out of stock in China? At this time, Xiao Feng's talk changed again. Now that he has agreed to cooperate with these French guys, he will not be in circles, let alone he is still anxious to return to China. But since you have already put forward the idea of cooperating with us, then we are willing to show our sincerity, and we are willing to squeeze a part of our next batch of production capacity to supply it to all of you. Hearing what Xiao Feng said, these Frenchmen were all relieved and were willing to give everyone a little bit of it. That's good. What is the most afraid of making cosmetics? Others have it, but you don't have it. As long as you can get this small molecule collagen from the 9th laboratory, you can add this thing www.mentalnovel.com to the ingredient list of their products. As for the effect, it is not comparable to the 9th laboratory products. Hey, the big guys here don't care. Their purpose is to make consumers who are loyal to their brands know that their products also contain small molecules of collagen. Of course, for some high-end products, the concentration of this small molecule collagen can be increased. Ordinary goods. Hey, 0.1% is also contained, and 1% is also contained. Anyway, it only needs to contain small molecules of collagen. As for the concentration, how many consumers can figure it out? Does it work? What's not as good as the 9th laboratory? Anyway, the 9th laboratory's products are more expensive than ours, right? If you don't want to buy expensive goods from the 9th laboratory, then come to buy our cheap goods. Isn't it the same? Although the effect may not be as good as the 9th laboratory's products, if you buy more and stick to it for a longer time, won't the effect come out? These big guys are all old churros from the business world, but they have already figured it out. And Xiao Feng's next passage made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. As for the sales method of the small molecule collagen I provided, I think it will be auctioned. Everyone will get the higher price. Some French people present immediately changed their faces. They are all bosses of small and medium-sized cosmetics companies. The auction method is the most unfavorable for them. What they are facing is undoubtedly a future reshuffle of the cosmetics industry. For giants such as L'Oreal, Avène, Dior, and Chanel, the use of auctions has little effect on them. Anyway, they are not bad at all. As for the life and death of other small and medium-sized companies, they don't care, and they even wish they were all dead. This would also reduce some competitors. Chapter 497 The Apple of the cosmetics industry opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. It's not fair. An old man with white hair suddenly shouted that he is the boss of a small and medium cosmetics company. If the 9th laboratory uses auction to sell small molecule collagen, they will undoubtedly face a disaster for them. After all, they have no financial resources at all and can compete with those large-scale cosmetics companies with deep pockets. But Guy, the big guys like Frank, don't care about small people like them at all. This world is so realistic. In the last second, everyone may still be in alliance, but in the next second, everyone is the enemy. As for Xiao Feng, at this time he was already on top and staying out of the matter. How to coordinate between the French is not what he needs to consider. He can promise to sell a part of small molecule collagen, which is already quite benevolent. If these French people are trying to make things tricky in front of him, he won't be polite to these guys. It's just a big deal. As long as the small molecule collagen is a sharp weapon, he doesn't believe it. There is no such thing in the cosmetics industry. His place. On the French side, it is clear that Xiao Feng should not be offended because of those small and medium-sized cosmetics companies. If Xiao Feng's conditions are not agreed this time, then Xiao Feng can choose to cooperate with Americans, Japanese, and even Germans when he returns. No matter which one they can afford, Xiao Feng can choose to cooperate only before the Americans can reach an agreement with Xiao Feng to supply small molecule collagen from Xiao Feng and stabilize the market share of their products. This is the key to survival. And how can Xiao Feng not know the calculations of these French guys? It is nothing more than handed preparation, but he is not worried at all what they can study out of fame. This small molecule collagen is a product he brought back from another world. Even if scientists in this world want to overcome this problem, based on the current technology, it hasn't been 30 to 50 years, plus tens of billions of continuous investment. It is impossible to come up with this thing at all. This is his technical barrier. Even if he doesn't apply for a patent at all, he is not afraid that others can prevent his small molecule collagen from coming out, not to mention that he has another calphoactive factor, such a killer. These French people didn't understand at all. In fact, the reason why his cosmetics are so good is because of the calphoactive factor, which complements the small molecule collagen, which is the key. The lack of one of these two will not allow the cosmetics of the ninth laboratory to produce such an immediate effect. So Xiao Feng was not afraid. They tossed. Earlier, when He Xiaojun was interviewed on TV, he deliberately dug a hole for everyone. He only announced the existence of this small molecule collagen in the camera money, but did not announce the existence of the calphoactive factor. And the emergence of this small molecule collagen quickly overcomes a big problem that has plagued scientists in the world for a long time. Therefore, the attention of the scientific community has been attracted by this small molecule collagen, and not many people have gone to observe and analyze it. The presence of calphoactive factor. So this is also a pit that Xiao Feng and the others deliberately dug for these later chasing soldiers. Even these guys can really replicate small molecules of collagen in the future, but without the help of calphoactive factor, these latecomers made it out. The same small molecule collagen cannot be absorbed by the body as easily as their products. This is also the moat that Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun dug up for the ninth laboratory. There is no need to apply for any patents at all. You can do whatever you want to pursue. Well, just follow Mr. Xiao's statement. But Mr. Xiao, when will your first shipment be available? As the leader of this conference, Guy helped everyone ask the topics of most concern. Well, at present, our company is really limited in production capacity, so I am afraid that we will have to wait until February next year to squeeze out the first batch of goods to supply France. Xiao Feng touched his chin, smacked for a while, and finally gave a time point. The French tycoons on the scene almost jumped their feet flatly, but they could only hold back in their stomachs, and did not dare to show it in front of Xiao Feng. This guy is obviously just for fun. While agreeing to supply, but on the other hand, the delivery time was given a few months later. By then, even if he brought small molecule collagen, he might have already occupied the market, right? But what can I do if I don't agree? Is there a war? The big guys at the scene exchanged glances, and then they figured it out, and finally came to a conclusion that it seemed even more uneconomical to go to war. Then you can only wait. Fortunately, it's already October. After February next year, it will only be more than 4 months. It just so happens that they can also take advantage of this time to intensify their research. What good stuff is coming out? Guy, Frank, and some other bigwigs exchanged glances, and finally everyone reached a consensus. Well, just wait for news from you, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded, and smiled inwardly. You can't help but agree, even if you don't agree. So what? It's a pity that I still don't have the ability to win take all. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here at this cocktail party today. Of course, it is a good thing to keep some of these cosmetics companies, lest the French government and the US government take the opportunity to engage in trouble. Anyway, these Europeans and Americans can do anything shameless. For example, this group of European white skins, in order to promote their own emission reduction technology and set strict environmental emission standards, they were forced out of most of the European market by American and Japanese cars, and they also charged air for planes flying to Europe pollution tax. Unless your aircraft chooses to install their emission reduction equipment, it will not tax your aircraft, which shows how shameless this group of grandchildren is. As for the Yankees, it's not much better. If Americans get involved in gangsters, they don't have to pretend like the Europeans. They have a long-term jurisdiction, and an antitrust investigation will be enough for you. Drink a pot. Therefore, even if Xiao Feng has the ability to take an all-you-can-eat ability, he will not beat all other cosmetic companies to death. At the very least, you still have to keep a few, so they can behave in the market, so as not to be said to be a monopoly. Anyway, when the time comes to make enough profits, it is just like a fruit phone. Although it seems to be inferior to the three funerals in terms of international market share, it has been defeated by Warwick in recent years. But in fact, you look at the net profit margin of the entire mobile phone industry. At its peak, this fruit mobile phone accounted for more than 95% of the industry's net profit. In other words, the fruit machine family accounts for more than 95% of the net profit generated by the entire mobile phone industry in 1 year, and the remaining 4% are for Samsung and other brands of mobile phones. This means that even if you buy more other mobile phones, not only will you not make money, but you will even lose money. But other people's fruits have made all the Liziand face. Although fruit mobile phones have been criticized in recent years, this is not good. That is not good. The market share has begun to decline significantly, but they are still profitable, and the net profit ratio is still the highest in the mobile phone industry. And Xiao Feng came up with this idea after meeting with the big names in the cosmetics industry this time. From now on, the 9th laboratory will be the king of the cosmetics industry. It is necessary. Moreover, the brand must be built into the Apple in this industry. When people think of cosmetics, the first thing they think of is the 9th laboratory brand. Of course, this will require detailed planning in the future. Brand building is not accomplished in 1 or 2 days. The next period of time is naturally the time for socializing, and everyone is arguing and making new friends with each other. The reception lasted for more than an hour before it ended. But this time Xiao Feng did not return to the hotel www.metalnovel.com or Pierre's house, but went straight home by plane. Guy Argon is very good at sitting. When Xiao Feng and Suzuki returned to China last time, they were stopped at Charles de Gaulle Airport. It was he who caused the problem. In order to get closer to Xiao Feng, he took the initiative to lend out his own private jet this time. As the head of the world's largest cosmetics company, a private jet is nothing to him. Xiao Feng didn't push back either. It's been a long time since I came to France this time, and all the things that should be done were done. It was indeed time to go home. Guy's plane is a Gulfstream business jet. The space is very spacious. It not only has high-end sofas, but also large beds. Xiao Feng and Suzuki have traveled a long way in the air. It really feels much more comfortable than taking a passenger plane. When the two woke up, the plane had arrived at Benching Airport. Xiao Feng took Suzuki off the plane and went straight to the 9th laboratory. Celebrity Chef Manufacturing was still a popular company in the Benching business district before, but in the past month, the 9th laboratory was the most dazzling company in Benching. Although in the eyes of outsiders, this is a cosmetics company, people who are really interested have already noticed that this company is actually a biotechnology company, and anyone who really knows the industry knows that this company can research good things like small molecule collagen, and there may be other good things in hiding. Maybe someday it will be the same as this one, and it will be a blockbuster. So recently, this company has been the focus of various interested people across the country. These people have news media with their own minds, foreign counterparts with ghosts, various banks with speculative dreams, and various financial institutions. As a result, the Ninth Laboratory has always been hot. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 498. Variety opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. The Ninth Laboratory is still on the side of the Ascenders Industrial Park. It is still the rented office building of the original park management office. The only difference is that the park's attitude towards them is far different from before. In the past, the small building of the management office of the park was located on the mountainside of the innermost part of the park, which was flattened by a mountain. The distance from other buildings around it was relatively remote, and the traffic was not very convenient. When the One Punch Park management office was in, the management here was still good, but after the Ninth Laboratory rented here, the management here was hard to say. The cleaners in the park come here once a day. It is difficult to transfer garbage and other things. The supporting facilities such as canteens and shops are not in place. The roads are still very narrow. The shuttle bus from the park will come here. The interval is long. If employees come to work by car, they will also face difficulties in parking. Anyway, there were indeed many problems of this kind and that in the past, and Hixio-jun hadn't reacted to the park before, but the managers of the park didn't take them seriously. After all, compared with other computer software-related companies in the park, this Ninth Laboratory is really not enough. But when he came here this time, Xiao Feng could obviously feel different. Many places in the park are under construction. Xiao Feng can see that the park is building a road leading to the Ninth Laboratory, and they can see many buses to the 90th Laboratory on the way they are now. And when he was about to arrive at the Ninth Laboratory, Xiao Feng even saw that outside the original small building, a row of fences was built, and a gate was opened in the direction of the road. There were special gates on both sides of the gate. Door guard. At this time, the 90th Laboratory seemed to be much more formal than before. And outside the fence, you can see a lot of cars. There are people squatting over there with long guns and short cannons. They should be reporters from various news media. Although the Ninth Laboratory has been in the market for a month, it is still hot, and sales at home and abroad are booming, especially in foreign countries that have caused foreign devils to snap up purchases, and even go to the parade for this product. News reporters have created a lot of material topics, so reporters can understand the enthusiasm of Lab 9, but obviously they didn't get permission to interview, so they could only stand guard at the door. On a small mountain bag outside the door, you can also see construction vehicles operating. Obviously, according to the meaning of the park, a small park for employees to rest and a parking lot are to be opened on this small mountain bag. As for who it is used for, it is self-explanatory at all. Hixio-jun, who had been notified early, had been waiting at the door for a long time. The vehicle Xiao Feng would take this time was the official car sent by the Ninth Laboratory. The company has grown rapidly and has such a strong profitability. Of course you can buy some official cars. This was also approved by the charter after Xia Hongtao was sent over. The gates of this wall are all at the foot of the hillside, and the building of the Ninth Laboratory is on the half-hill slope. So the gate is still some distance away from the building of the Ninth Laboratory. Hixio-jun got into the car and accompanied Xiao Feng all the way up. This time, it really surprised me. This change is really big enough. The wall is built so soon. I think there are many projects in the park. Hey, it's the second phase of the renovation project in the park in order to keep us. Don't you know, since our Ninth Laboratory became a hit, the leaders of this park have been very enthusiastic. They came in 2 days. Let's visit here. or just ask me to have a meeting with them. These days, I am so annoying that I don't have the mind to work exclusively. He Xiaojun said that the leaders of the park are very disgusting, but the expression on his face is very happy. This kind of straightforward expression, Xiao Feng naturally sees it, although he feels funny in his heart, but did not expose it in person. Really, the leaders of this park value us so much? That's not it. This time we are not just for Tengfei Park, but for the high-tech zone to get bigger, but for Binshingat. Don't you know, I just sent the area to inspect yesterday. Then they said, we should be reported as a key support enterprise, and the work summary meeting at the end of the year is the highlight. They even explained to me and be prepared. Maybe the city leaders will come. Check it out. He Xiaojun said it lightly, but Xiao Feng could feel his excitement at this time. Think about it, more than a year ago, he was still a middle-aged greasy man in a scientific research institute, depressed and waiting to die. But now he has become the boss of a star company. In the past, let alone the leaders of the city, it was difficult to say a few words to meet the leaders in the office. Now the big bosses above come to see him one after another, and they are still asking for warmth. How can he not swell? Of course, Xiao Feng also knows He Xiaojun's personality, knowing that he will float for a few days, and after a few days, he will naturally calm down. After all, he is still a down-to-earth person who likes to engage in scientific research. By the way, how about Xie Hongtao? How are the marketing department and planning department preparing for the establishment? Xiao Feng didn't entangle too much with those details, and directly asked about Xie Hongtao. Some time ago, he sent Xie Hongtao to He Xiaojun to help, and at the same time, he also explained an important task for him, that is, the establishment of the marketing department and the planning department. Mr. Xie, he was in a meeting just now, and it should be over now. He walked to my office and waited for a while. I called him and asked him to come over. When the car arrived downstairs, He Xiaojun took Xiao Feng and Zuzuki all the way into his office. Zuzuki was very well behaved. Although these things were boring, she didn't mean to reject them at all. As soon as the group of people entered He Xiaojun's office and sat down, Xie Hongtao entered the office violently. Mr. Xiao, are you back? Xie Hongtao took the initiative to come to Xiao Feng to greet him. Xiao Feng smiled and asked him a few words and then asked him to sit down. How's the marketing department going? Xiao Feng asked. The reason for the establishment of the marketing department is to make the 9th laboratory enter the state of formalization as soon as possible. As a cosmetics company aspiring to become the world's leading brand, how can it rely on online sales? At present, the sales channels of the 9th lab are still too weak, especially in China. Only Zuzuki's online shop is the only channel, which is very inconsistent with the company's future development requirements. So after the successful debut in France, Xiao Feng began to prepare for the establishment of the marketing department. This idea coincides with Xiao Hongtao. In Xie Hongtao's view, how can such a good product of the 9th laboratory be sold only online? And offline physical sales online stores are spread across the country. That is a must. It is also necessary to enter the cosmetics counters of major supermarkets. Even if the rents for cosmetic counters in these supermarkets are very expensive, there may even be a risk of losing money if they engage in physical operations. But such counters must also be provided, because this kind of physical counter has another function, which is the place for advertising and displaying the company's strength. In addition, this kind of physical counter is also a collection point for customer experience and an after-sales maintenance center, so this kind of physical counter must be established. Recently, Xie Hongtao has been focusing on the promotion of these physical counters. After receiving instructions from Xiao Feng, he began to recruit talents across the country, mainly in cosmetics sales. One of them is the cabinet sister. This batch of talents is very easy to recruit. Now it is full. It has been recruited from all over the country to the headquarters of the 9th laboratory to start pre-sale training. Another group of people are promoters. These people are currently negotiating with the major supermarkets in major cities across the country, mainly discussing the lease of physical counters, and it is still going well. After all, the ninth laboratory is already famous all over the world, and it has already made a name in Europe. It is now even more popular in China. The majority of consumers can be said to be in a state of waiting to be fed, and the market can be said to be very hungry. The entry of such famous brands into their large supermarkets www.untilnovel.com can be said to be a mutually beneficial thing for both sides. So of course the large supermarkets will not refuse the entry of the ninth laboratory. And the only requirement Xie Hongtao made to the negotiators was that the shopping mall must not have too long the container pressure cycle of their ninth laboratory. If they exceed their standards, they would rather choose not to cooperate with this supermarket. In addition, Mr. Xiao, several large domestic e-commerce companies have already contacted me and want us to go to their online flagship store. I think this can also be done, and our own website also needs to be established. Well, this can be done. How about the people in the planning department? The planning department may be called the strategic planning department in other companies. It is mainly responsible for the strategic design of future company development. It is equivalent to the brain of a company and can be said to be very important. The reason why Xiao Feng asked the ninth laboratory to set up such a planning department is that he attaches great importance to and is optimistic about this company. After all, the ninth laboratory will frequently explode new products in the future, and these new products need to be promoted when they are launched on the market. In terms of publicity, Xiao Feng didn't want to frequently find outside advertising companies to help. This was his original purpose for setting up this planning department. Mr. Xiao, the people in this department are not easy to recruit. Now that our company has a reputation, there are many young people who come to apply. But now we lack experienced veterans, but not many come. Xie Hongtao gave Xiao Feng an introduction to the planning department, and Xiao Feng nodded. Whoever did not come from young people step by step, it is enough to have a few experienced ones, and a few experienced ones to take the lead. Enough for our group of young people to grow up. The Double 11 Carnival will be soon when they arrive. It can be considered as an opportunity for them to practice their hands. Anyway, you must pay attention to this one. Chapter 499. Next step. Opened a new book, Synthetic Superstar, and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Yes, I see, Mr. Xiao. Xie Hongtao nodded sternly and replied. He knew that this was Xiao Feng's task for him. This time it was not only to test the experienced planners he had recruited, but also to evaluate him. So in any case, at this e-commerce carnival, he is determined to make his achievements beautiful. Did you go to the mansion? How do you feel? I think the leaders of the park here still take you seriously, or staying here for a long time is a choice. Xiao Feng smiled and asked He Xiaojun Dao. He Xiaojun smiled more happily than the fox who succeeded in stealing the chicken. This Ascenders Park is good, but the location is a bit remote, located in the southeastern suburbs of Bincheng City. The natural environment is not to say, but it must be a little inconvenient for employees to go to and from get off work every day. In addition, as the ninth laboratory became famous all over the world, sales increased sharply, and this increase in production capacity became a problem. At present, their small building is not only their R&D center, but also their production center. With the continuous expansion of the company's scale and the continuous increase of personnel, the space here is obviously not enough. If Xiao Feng had not purchased the building, he would definitely raise the issue of address change with Xiao Feng. Recently, the leaders of the park have visited them several times, and they have repeatedly expressed that they hope they can stay in the park and are even willing to provide them with a more comfortable office environment in the park. But He Xiaojun has not made a decision. Now that Xiao Feng made a joke, he immediately smiled and said to Xiao Feng, Mr. Xiao, don't want to go wrong. Several leaders of the company and I have already visited the Twin Towers and looked at the building on the left. The environment of the building is very satisfactory. The building on the right must be made by your famous chefs, but the building on the left is definitely ours. The lower floors are reserved for the burns and scald hospitals, and the upper floors are definitely reserved for our 9th laboratory. I plan to put the R&D unit and the laboratory there. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard it. He thought the same way. Moving the 9th laboratory closer will also facilitate the future integration of the group's resources. Moreover, placing the signboard of the 9th laboratory in a landmark area such as Banhai Square is also very conducive to improving the company's reputation. The hospital was also placed downstairs in this building. After a while, the hospital's reputation became known, so they were asked to move, and the entire building was reserved for the 9th laboratory, so as to highlight the style of large international companies. But for now, first will come. I have contacted the design company I worked with last time and asked them to help us with design plans. The day before yesterday, they had already sent 3 sets of design plans. Several seniors and I have been in meetings these days to study these sets of plans. I plan to select a set of plans that are most suitable for our future development, and then we will start to decorate. He Xiaojun and Xiao Feng reported on their work in the past few days, and Xiao Feng expressed satisfaction after hearing this. Now that you have decided to move, don't be sloppy, and the working environment requirements of this scientific research unit are different from ordinary companies. Water, electricity, and sewage have very unique requirements. Even the design of the room is the same as that of an ordinary office. It's not the same. It really must be designed by a specialized company. Right? What about future production? The production was also moved there. There is so much space in the building, and it is a waste to not use it. And the production of cosmetics, as you know, Mr. Xiao, unlike other chemical companies, it does not produce too much pollution and is not dangerous, so put it in that building is also suitable. In addition, we can also follow up the monitoring of raw materials and the storage of goods nearby, so that I can rest assured. He Xiaojun smiled and said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng understood what he meant. In fact, the cosmetics of the 9th laboratory were nothing more than a few ready-made ingredients to dilute your own liquid in a certain proportion. The entire production process, that is, there is no pollution and no danger. It is completely fine to put it in the building. Well, that's fine. By the way, how about the research on health products? Cosmetics are already on the market and have been a great success. The next step will naturally be the healthcare products. In Xiao Feng's view, this is an industry that is not less profitable than cosmetics, and even an industry that is even more profitable than cosmetics. In pharmacies, a bottle of vitamins such as VC and VB can be bought for $2 or $3. If you integrate it, add a little starch, and advertise, you can turn it into a box of multivitamin tablets, and one bottle can sell more than 100. And the sales volume is good. A product is famous, and then some other healthcare products are launched. Any bottle of it will sell for a lot of money, and it will be easy to make several billions a year. And the oral healthcare products derived from Xiao Feng and the Yurongyi are definitely effective. Speaking of anti-aging, it is definitely the most effective healthcare product in the world at present. It should be understood that the human body not only needs small molecules of collagen for the skin, but there are also many cell tissues in the body that also need the supplement of small molecules of collagen. For example, the heart, blood vessels, cartilage tissues of various joints of the human body, connective tissues of the whole body, and even muscles, etc., require collagen supplements every day. Men are okay, but women need it in particular, because of their physique. The loss of collagen in women is basically more than twice that of men. So women not only need to apply various collagen on the face, but also need to take it orally to replenish it. Collagen. This is the main reason why our ancient princes and nobles like to eat donkey hide gelatin, bird's nest, and sea cucumber. And modern unscrupulous merchants have bought into a lot of media to help hype, and exaggerated the role of donkey hide gelatin, bird's nest, and sea cucumber without limit. What they say is that they are ignoring people to pay IQ tax. Modern science has already thoroughly researched these rare and amazing ingredients for tonic. In fact, These so-called precious ingredients for invigorating qi and blood contain collagen, that is the most beneficial ingredient to the human body. The specific content is actually not much different from the content of collagen in trotters, tendons, and egg whites. Women who eat for a long time, eating in large amounts, are indeed good. But how many women can afford the high price of this thing? A catty of donkey hide gelatin is several hundred, and a catty of sea cucumber is also several hundred. If you eat less, it will not be effective. If you eat too much, you can't absorb it. You can only take it for a long time every day. Their only advantage is that if you choose to eat trotters and tendons for a long time, you will get fat back, and if you eat them for a long time, you will not necessarily get fat. However, after these precious ingredients are eaten in the stomach, they must be digested and absorbed, and then synthesized in the body to form the collagen needed by the human body. The whole process is very cumbersome. Maybe if you eat a catty of donkey hide gelatin, you will end up synthesizing a few grams or 10 grams of collagen in your body. It can be said that the body's absorption efficiency is extremely low. The collagen capsule developed by Xiao Feng and others can effectively improve the absorption efficiency of the body. Under the protection of calphoactive factor, these small molecules of collagen will not be melted by the gastric juice after being eaten into the stomach, but will be directly absorbed by the body, and sent to the body through the blood to the most urgently needed collagen. Local. This eliminates the need for collagen to be decomposed by human gastric juice and then resynthesized in the human body with the cooperation of VC. In this way, the absorption efficiency of collagen is greatly improved, the utilization rate of collagen is improved, and the daily collagen loss in human heart cells, vascular cells, connective tissue, and cartilage tissue can be quickly supplemented, thereby achieving the purpose of slowing down aging. Therefore, this collagen capsule healthcare product is an item that Xiao Feng attaches great importance to. It can even be said that it is an important product in the 9th laboratory, second only to cosmetics, and burns and scald medicines. Previously, this project was handed over to Yang Xin, the senior of Hixia-jun, who had already studied it a few months ago. Now it's basically finalized, and it's started to produce in moderation. MetalNovel.com. Some of Brother Yang's classmates and friends have also helped on it, and the batch number is coming soon. You know, Mr. Xiao, although it is a healthcare product, but this approval time is indeed relatively long. We have already started production. This production base, I plan to put it on the ranch side. Anyway, there is also a large area of vacant space. In the future, there will be burns and scald ointments, and plastic surgery filling materials. I plan to put them there for production. Obviously Hixia-jun has plans for several projects of the 9th laboratory, and Xiao Feng agreed with it. After hearing this, he originally bought the Sanhuan Ranch with the intention of building an incubation base for otherworldly animals and plants. But now his ark is sitting there. The pasture is also on the peninsula, and the pasture will be idle, and it will be suitable for future healthcare products and medicine production bases. Anyway, none of these healthcare products and medicines will cause any pollution. However, it took so long to approve this healthcare product, and he was still a little surprised. Fortunately, this will just give him enough time to plan the marketing of this healthcare product. And how about the development of burns and scald ointments and cosmetic fillers? Xiao Feng asked casually, but as soon as he said this, Hixia-jun immediately regained his spirit. Mr. Xiao, the burn and scald ointment part, Lao Jiang has basically completed the progress. Recently, many experiments have been carried out, and the results have been very good on animals. Even severe burns can be saved. Our ointment, it is definitely the world's leading burn and scald ointment. It not only promotes skin regeneration, but also has anti-inflammatory and sterilizing effects. It is simply a magical medicine of a generation. Hixia-jun was full of energy when he talked about the scientific research results. Even though Xiao Feng didn't understand him well, he could still hear the ointment sound and the effect was very good. Chapter 500 Medical Beauty Field opened a new book Synthetic Superstar and asked book friends to collect and recommend it. Can you give me some recommendation votes for Ant's new book? Ants would like to thank you all. Anyway, as long as our hospital for burns and scalds is opened, and as long as Logwin is closed for a period of time, with our burn and scald ointment to help out, his hospital will definitely be able to open. He Xiaojun said a bunch of medical terms. Xiao Feng didn't understand it very much, but he was quite sure about this burn ointment produced by the 9th laboratory, and the effect was definitely just right. Seeing He Xiaojun's excited look, he knew that he had absolute confidence in this ointment. As long as Guan Zhenhai is not confused, as long as this ointment is used and used, their burns and scald hospital will become. You must know that these years, private hospitals can be added. It is easy and easy to say, but it is not easy and easy to say. It's easy to say, then take the path of the 30 hospital and place advertisements everywhere, specifically for andrology and gynecology, which are difficult for people to talk about. Anyway, it is always a scam. Working in such a hospital is actually ignorant of conscience. Although it makes money, it may really be struck by lightning in the future, and it may be difficult to die. So such a hospital is not what Xiao Feng wants. And what he wants is the kind of absolutely formal, tall, and unique hospital. But how difficult it is to open this kind of hospital, not to mention the competition from the national regular hospitals, let alone those formal tertiary hospitals, that is, the second-class or ordinary regular hospitals, they may not be able to compete. Overwhelmed. First, it's the doctor's level. Few doctors who are truly competent and capable of going to private hospitals are willing to go to private hospitals. After all, the reputation of private hospitals makes the 30 department stink. Lie hospital. Secondly, it is the trust of the common people, or it is the problem of the 30 department. Over the years, the reputation of private hospitals has been bad, and the common people are reluctant to go to private hospitals when they hear about it. So even though Guan Zhenhai and He Xiaojun had previously told him that their burns and scald hospital would definitely be able to do it in the future, Xiao Feng has never had much confidence. But today, He Xiaojun's explanation of this burn ointment can be regarded as a booster. Listening to He Xiaojun's explanation, their burn and scald ointment is simply a magical medicine for the living dead and bones. There is such a miraculous ointment to help out, and there is no need to be afraid. Is there no one in the hospital? There is no longer a small number of patients suffering from accidental burns and scalds throughout the country each year, but most of the results after treatment are very average. Only some patients with mild burns and scalds recover better. Those with moderate burns and scalds will have a serious impact on their appearance, and burns and scalds on some vital parts may even affect their lives. But let alone severe burns and scalds, they can even become disabled and have a serious impact on life, which is almost absolute. And they have developed such a magical burn and scald ointment here, which will definitely be the gospel for those patients. What about the research and development of beauty fillers? Xiao Feng asked again. His burns and scald hospital has two important departments. One is the burns and scald department, and the other is the medical beauty department. Generally, burn and scald patients will have the need for medical beauty after recovery. After all, the scars of burns and scalds are too ugly, and this is their strength. With the existence of this Yurong liquid, is beauty and plastic surgery still a problem? Xiao Feng was in another world and had personally seen Yu Zhao Xiui's vixen using Yurong eye to treat those soldiers who were burned and scalded. Those soldiers with severe burns and scalds, even after applying high-purity Yurong liquid, recovered from a dying state and became a normal, alive and kicking person in just 1 month. In his impression, the skin location where there should be a large area of scars can even reach the level of 100% recovery, completely growing new skin, and even the slightest burn scars are invisible. If Xiao Feng hadn't seen such a recovery effect with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe it. But after seeing this effect, he had developed a strong confidence in this Yurong Yi. Of course, patients with severe burns and scalds. Even if the skin is 100% recovered, the appearance still needs surgery. For example, the bridge of the nose has been completely burned, or the ears have been completely burned. These all require shaping surgery, and this kind of surgery requires fillers. In modern medical cosmetology, if a knife is applied to the face, fillers are needed in many places. The bridge of the nose can be taken from the cartilage of the body, or put on a prosthesis, but after the face is shaved, in order to avoid collapsing, it still needs fillers. Botox and hyaluronic acid are the most commonly used in the medical beauty industry at present. Although these two things are effective, their side effects are also obvious. It is easy to cause facial stiffness, and it must be used in the previous period. Once disabled, the user's face will immediately become the scene of a car accident. Moreover, long-term use of these two things must have toxic side effects. The most obvious effect is bad face. For example, which actress from Xiangjiang who failed plastic surgery, her face looks like a living mummy. Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun have been paying attention to this market for a long time, so since the establishment of the 9th laboratory, they have also been studying how to use this small molecule collagen to make fillers after cosmetic surgery. After all, this substance is a filler that has absolutely no harm or side effects to the human body. Well, for this project, Yang Xin and Lao Jiang's two brothers have already developed the results some time ago. You see, Mr. Xiao, this is a newly developed liquid gel that contains the main substances. It's a small molecule collagen, and other. He Xiaojun heard Xiao Feng ask this question, so he took out a tablet, and then called up several experimental videos to show Xiao Feng. In the video, Xiao Feng saw a few of them and developed a transparent silicon-like filler that can be deformed at will without breaking. Look, Mr. Xiao, this is the Knots series gel that we have developed. It can be injected into the position required by the patient by injection. You see, it is the filling effect after beauty. It is non-toxic and has no side effects. Moreover, it lasts for a long time and can be absorbed by the body in the end. At the same time, it can be injected into the chest, buttocks, etc., to achieve the effect of breast enhancement and beautiful buttocks. Xiao Feng watched the video shown by He Xiaojun and nodded frequently. He Xiaojun had told him a long time ago that as long as they had this Yurong liquid as the basic material, they could make a beauty filling that was 10,000 times better than the current hyaluronic acid and silica gel material. Not only can it be placed under the skin of the face, but it can also be used for breast enhancement and buttocks. You must know that in European and American countries, women's plastic surgery is not only about moving the face. Many people are not satisfied with their and buttocks. If you buy this kind of non-toxic and side effect materials to European and American countries, those women will definitely go crazy. Even men can use it. Xiao Feng has heard before that in the United States and Brazil, some guys who are not satisfied with their brothers will give their little brother an injection. Some wealthy people will inject silicone into their little brothers, and some poor ghosts will inject gasoline into them. Thinking of the news, Xiao Feng really felt that those guys were crazy, and now it's fine. With this gel, those guys finally have more choices. However, the conversation between Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun made Xia Hongdao on the other side stunned. He didn't come to the 9th laboratory for a long time, and it is mainly responsible for publicity and promotion, as well as recruiting publicity personnel, and responding to the news media and other aspects. He didn't know much about the true strength of the 9th lab. After listening to the conversation between the boss and He Xiaojun today, he was the first to see the 9th lab. After understanding the strength of this 9th laboratory, he was already shocked to a little bit speechless. This is definitely a promising company. As far as the current technical capabilities of this company are concerned, it can definitely become a unicorn company. If the few technical products mentioned by He Xiaojun are put on the market, then this company can still have it. Those banks and venture capitalists can't come to their door for cooperation like crazy. Xie Hongtao became excited when he thought of such a scene. He was born in the financial industry and knew the horror after the outbreak of such a technology company. At that time, if this company really goes public, www.mtnovel.com, not to mention tens of billions, in terms of the current world, the market value of high-quality assets is extremely scarce. The market value of this company will exceed 100 billion as soon as it is listed. It's all easy, and it's still dollars. When I think of this, Xie Hongtao feels that he is full of energy. The passion of entering the workplace in his early 20s is coming again. The company's absolute prospects are promising. In the future, we must work hard to gain the trust of the boss. In this way, if the company goes public someday in the future, he can also become a billionaire with it. By the way, how about the company's funds here? Hey, I just want to tell you, Mr. Xiao, we have recently hired a lot of people. On the other hand, we have been focusing on production and purchasing a lot of equipment and raw materials. At the beginning, the funds you gave have basically been exhausted. In addition, the building began to design and decorate, and the renovation cost was a large sum, and the purchase of production equipment was also a large sum. Anyway, money is needed everywhere. Xiaojun began to have a bitterness with Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng laughed. You don't cry and be poor. In recent days, the 9th laboratory just sold domestically, and it didn't make less money. You told me there was no money. Oh hello, Mr. Xiao, the money is made, but Mr. Card is in charge of it. Here we are. Fine, don't cry poor. How many are there in Katyur? Well, maybe 3 billion. Hiss. Xiao Feng took a breath of air when he heard it. In a month, he made 3 billion in China, but think about it again. It seems that I have made 5 billion in Europe. In such a large domestic market, although the price is lower than that in Europe, it earns 3 billion yuan, which is normal. After all, in China, their shipping channels are not as good as Europe. At present, there is only one channel of Cousin Zuzuki's online store. It is already quite good to be able to achieve such results. Add bookmarks for easy reading.